Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I got a little feedback from my computer here because I am live outside of the hotel here. If you're watching on Twitch or you're watching on Twitter or YouTube, wherever you get your show, you'll see that I'm a lot darker. Until they turn the lights on here in the breakfast room, then we will be a little bit darker. I apologize for that, but it will lighten up here soon in California. I am live here. Dell and Lance are back in Houston in the studio. And let's take a look. I don't know if it's any different here than it is there, but let me ask you guys a question. Let's start with the standings in Major League Baseball.
Okay.
The standings in Major League Baseball, let's take a look at those standings as they stand right now here on August 1st, 2024.
In the year of our Lord.
In the year of our Lord, because I am trying to bring it up. It's my computer is a little slow as well. Not only is it noisy, but it's a little slow. So let's take a look at the standings here as we get going here in 2024. The Philadelphia Phillies still in front in the NL East. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, they haven't been playing very well, and they're still in front, so that's good for them.
No, they're still in front, which is awfully nice for them, for that organization.
Yeah.
Let's see who in the NL Central. That would be the Milwaukee Brewers. Are they still in first place? My standings aren't up yet.
Yeah, I believe Milwaukee's still in first.
The Milwaukee Brewers are still in first place there. And in the Los Angeles Dodgers, who are here in this town, they are in first place.
Despite losing 2-3 against the Astros.
Now, let's see. Baltimore, they have the lead. Oh, wow. Not by much anymore. The New York Yankees are creeping back into that thing.
Jazz Chisholm's been a nice
Jazz Chisholm is really spectacular, that acquisition. The Cleveland Guardians, they're now the Guardians. I don't know if you heard.
That's what they've started calling them,
There's some lights. Did you guys see the lights come on? And in the AL West, Lance, who's in first place in the AL West?
Well, I got to get through all these 60-win teams first and all those other divisions.
Yeah,
and
there's
then
65 wins, 61,
I'm looking
63.
At the games behind. I don't know. It's 2 dashes. Seattle.
Well, let's take a look at win percentage.
Seattle and Houston.
Let's take a look at win percentage.
Well, one team hasn't played as many games as the other.
Well, but one team is 56 and 52. The other is 57 and 53.
We have to play out the whole. You have to play it. You have
win
to have
percentage-wise, then you have a first-place team. And you have basically a second-place team. It's a tie for first.
What's the tiebreaker? Is it last 10?
Because no, it's not a tiebreaker. Win percentage is the differential. It's
head-to-head.
One team is a 519 win percentage, and the other is a 518. Which one is which?
My computer does not say.
Oh, it doesn't. Mine does. It says the Houston Astros are in first place.
This website just says
as
tie.
we head into the month of August.
Oh.
Huh. Is that something that?
Yeah, that's what it says here. It says.
Well, could anyone have predicted that? That's my question. I don't know if anyone
4 and 6 last 10.
Because they were abysmal, 10 games behind. But could anyone have predicted they would be in first place?
And this is the thing that we have to live with. Had the Astros lost because O'Neal Cruz was never born, then you would have still claimed this was a win for you, even if they were behind Seattle.
O'Neal Cruz's arm had propelled the Astros.
Let me tell you, his glove,
into first place.
Just 3 errors in 2 innings was 2 on 1 play. But I got it. I've already given it to you once. You want it again? That's fine. The Astros.
No, because yesterday it was said that the Astros. It was controversial because they weren't in first place.
Luckily, the Mariners haven't played enough games, so technically they are in first. Because the Mariners have one more loss than the Astros have. Actually, the Mariners have played more games than the Astros. So
yes,
the Mariners have one more win, but one more loss. They've won more. But they've also, the failing Mariners lost yesterday, and they've lost 53 games. The failing, highly overrated, failing Mariners.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, the only thing worse than Trump's performance in front of the black journalists are the Mariners' performance in the last month and a half.
It was interesting yesterday, too. both of them.
Did anyone
They
think
both
Trump
lost
and black
yesterday.
journalists was going to be a
Wow.
it was going to be a clear W for him? I was like, oh, I can't wait to say what he says. Some of this. I'm not familiar with that case. Is it the water one? With the water, when the woman was shot in the face with the water, and then she had the water. I was like, oh boy, I'm deleting out of this.
Well,
I'm
well,
going back to watching O'Neill Cruz, and as some people call him, Great Value Ellie Cruz, also known as Kirkland Ellie Cruz.
well,
Ellie Deli Cruz.
just like Kamala just realized. Well, she used to be Asian, and now she realized she's black.
That's right.
The Mariners used to be a good baseball
Used to
team.
be in first place, and now they're not.
Yes, and now they're not. That's the same. Say the Mariners are the Kamala Harris of the AL West.
So the Astros are Trump, and the Mariners are Kamala.
At the present time, they lead by percentage points,
And the
mere
Astros are
percentage
really
points.
Not, and the Astros and Mariners are really not even close to anyone else in the standings. Who are in first place? I'm talking about, obviously.
Here's the deal: is the Astros are in first place.
Yeah.
Listen, they did a couple of things yesterday. Not only did they move into first place, but they also got rid of the other baggage, the other Bagwellian baggage that they had tied around their neck.
God Almighty!
Holy crap!
I mean, for them to get rid of him, he's an arm in the bullpen. I thought for sure they would hang on to him. I never thought DFA was possible with Rafael Montero. I thought best case scenario, he just doesn't make a playoff roster if they make the playoffs. Oh, no. They basically said, Jeff, we've got to get rid of your guys. These guys are terrible. They ate a year and a half on Abreu and a full year and a quarter. Well, actually a little bit more than a quarter on Montero. They eat that money. Oh, my God. Disastrous deals. And John, never did you and I ever agree with a 3-year deal for Montero.
Never.
Ever.
No,
and this
when we
is on
saw
the
it.
high of
Never.
winning a World Series. And even we looked at that
Never.
and said, wait a minute.
The next
Hey,
day
too
it
much
was-
money in 3 years for a guy who had his best career year, which ended up being an outlier year?
And he was, I didn't even think of all the guys in that bullpen to give that money to.
How much would you like to have Neris right now and never have signed Montero?
Yeah. So who costs their owner more? Daryl Morey with his Hong Kong tweet or Jeff Bagwell by signing players?
Maury
costs
Let's be real. Maury was a very good general manager for the Houston Rockets during his tenure. But that was when you piss off China, and they wipe out all Rockets games from any like you're not allowed to have Rockets games ever.
If you get stopped in China with Rockets gear,
the Rockets don't exist in China anymore.
No.
So I'm going to go ahead and say Daryl cost more money than Bagwell did.
Yeah, but Bagwell's trying to catch up.
I mean, there's only so much he can do.
Yeah, I mean, we're assuming again. It's a joke, but listen, Bagwell was the face of the Abreu thing. He flew down to Miami to sign him.
I think that was his guy. There was no general manager at that time.
I mean, he's a first baseman. You got a first baseman, that I know he's going to be. Let's bring in that 38-year-old.
And what did Jim Crane start saying? They had just let Click go, and we want to get more baseball eyes in here, less
and
analytics
Bagwell too
driven.
was saying the same thing.
Yeah, Bagwell has been saying. That's why everyone knows it's a Bagwell deal, because he had been saying this way before he got into a position to make these kind of that he was not a fan of analytics and he got into a position, and we know that was his. Montero, honestly, I don't know about the Montero deal.
No, I don't. No, we don't know. But I will give them credit for this. Rip the Band-Aid off. Okay, it's not working. They're bad. They're bad for the organization. It hurts the organization.
Yeah.
Putting them on the field is, and we'll just eat the money, and that's a lot of money to eat. You got to give them credit for that. It was poorly spent. I don't remember. I don't remember the Astros even Drayton. I guess Drabek and Swindell was bad money spent.
I don't know that.
Carlos Lee wasn't bad money spent.
No, well, Carlos Lee was not a positive, but his stats were fine. His stats were actually fine.
He drove. Remember, Lance Berkman's in there going, "Yo, got to stop with that." He drove in 100
Carlos Lee,
a year.
y'all kill Carlos Lee. course, I don't think Lance was ever on board with Carlos Lee was a major factor. But,
Well, Carlos Lee showed up. Man, I was in that locker room in spring training when Carlos Lee showed up, 3 days late. And Lance, everybody else was like, we're all here. Where you at? Where you at, bro?
hey,
Get your ass in here.
But do you really want to give them credit for spending a bunch of money to cut players? Like, that's just horrific baseball when you have to cut guys early.
No, but it is. It is.
I mean,
but at least they admitted their mistakes. You know what?
They
Sometimes
did,
you
but
got
those
to admit
same
your mistake and move on.
those same
As opposed to letting it continue to hurt you.
Don't get beat twice. There's no doubt. But at the same time, those same moves, this is the domino effect of poor. It's really no different than it's different, but there are similarities to the Bill O'Brien run Texans in that bad moves have domino effects that affect other moves. And I think it's completely reasonable to believe that the money you spent on Montero, and which was too much, and then the length is the length, the money was too much, and then the Abreu deal, which, at the time, let's not change history. We all liked it. It didn't seem like a crazy amount of money. But the fact is, those two deals that you had to eat for nothing basically cost you a chance to realistically trade for a better pitching prospect. Yeah. You get Kikuchi because he's a certain, let's be honest, he cost a certain amount of money. And so there's cause and effect there. Because they had only a certain amount of money to spend, and because the Astros have told you, we're not getting into a threshold of tax by overspending, they have limited what they can do with their roster. And there is some cause and effect directly to those two players.
Yeah. Here's the deal is I'm proud of them. I'm proud of them that they were able to, see the error of their ways and move on from it. And they won yesterday. Mauricio Dubon. Now, listen, after a start, Mauricio Dubon was a guy, he and Renaud Blanco both started out like gangbusters and were big reasons why the Astros were even afloat when they were terrible early this season, the first 6-7 weeks of the season.
Right.
And Dubon was with runners and scoring because he was the only guy that could do anything. And he fell off the world. Blanco has pretty much, we see, and you continue, you were right about the innings thing. It's catching up to him. Maybe it's catching up to Hunter a little bit. And it's going to, Arrighetti is going to find the same thing.
Well, they've got it. There's historical. It's not me. There's a long list of historical data, which is why baseball teams limit young pitchers. They try to limit young pitchers in each pitch. That's why Skeens may end up being an outlier. He's such a big bull that he may just be able to rip through innings and not even have an issue.
So anyway, Dubon came up with he's putting him in. The first base situation is complicated for me. I really wanted to see them do something at first base because when you're pinch hitting, as much as he does for your first baseman, that's supposed to be a big offensive position, and who else? They never, I guess they'll pinch hit for Caratini when he's in there, when he starts in Yiner, but they would never pinch hit for Yiner in a situation. They'd never pinch hit, obviously, Altuve and Bregman and Tucker and Alvarez, and you're not doing that. But when you're pinch hitting for first base, that's problematic in my eyes offensively.
Well, it's not ideal,
no.
But at the same time, would you rather have that issue or the issue you had with automatic out Maldonado last year? You've been dealing with a catcher who can't hit at all, and so I would argue that I don't know. You probably had more value with the catcher because defensively and psychologically he was really good with the pitchers. I say defensively, not last year, but the year before. But Singleton actually hasn't been bad at first defensively. He actually has not been very bad at first. He's made some plays. He's been okay. But yeah, it's not great, but every team has holes. I think for the Astros, it's really more about Chaz and Jake. If those guys hit the ball a little better, the Singleton hole is a Singleton hole. You're not going to have 9 batters that are all above average, but the Astros have a higher number than most teams. It's funny. Did you watch the Astros broadcast the way I showed you to?
No, I did not. I did not.
Does it work? Have you checked
haven't.
it?
No, I don't have a TV. I'm in a hotel.
Well, you can watch it off your.
I know. Yeah, but no, we
your
weren't home. We
computer.
weren't home last night.
Okay, but you were still able to watch it.
Yeah. I mean, they have bars here that have.
But they're showing Astros games in L.A. Did you go back to the gay bar?
No, I did. Well, I didn't go back to the gay bar, but they have other bars here that are actually sports bars, and they do show the games. I'm actually a BW3 guy now. I've been at BW3, but we got a break here.
No bartender called you sweetie yesterday?
Well, to be fair, it was a gay sports
bar.
It
was a gay sports bar. Okay.
Not just a gay bar.
Yes, it was a gay sports bar. The one that we're talking about that John went to.
They have more than one sports bar here, we think that one's particularly gay.
Yeah, but we think you need to make friends.
I have.
At
I
Buffalo
made friends
Wild
there
Wings?
that day.
Well, you should see your friends again.
I do. I have friends at Buffalo. I do have some straight friends here.
You said everyone was very. Who are your straight friends in L.A.?
Well, I will tell you about it. Actually, after a tennis issue came up yesterday, Marty Fish was my friend.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, here comes Johnny Wood. By the way, that's your new nickname is Johnny Wood, and I love it.
It's not Johnny Wood. We're going to break. We're going to talk about Doc. So Doc Linville texted me yesterday. He says, and Alicia, his assistant, she texted me first. She said, "Oh, Doc had canceled surgeries tomorrow, so he's open. Do you want to play golf?" And I said, "Sure, we can play golf because we're going to play here in L.A." And I'm not telling you what course we're playing either because I just don't want to hear it from you two and the whole Johnny Wood thing. But then Doc texted me a little bit later, "Hey, I'm open tomorrow." I was like, "Yeah, well, fly to L.A. Let's go." And he said, I'm unfortunately unable to do that. Here's the deal. There could still be neo-grafting going on tomorrow. The doc doesn't do that. The doc oversees all the neo-grafting, and he's the one that's going to determine whether or not you need the PRP, which stimulates the growth, or you need the neo-grafting, which is basically sodding or fertilizing, right? So resodding is you take it from the side and back of your head and you put it to the top. So the doc is going to tell you which one is right for you, but he basically augments women more than anything else. So there's that business that he's doing, and he's doing a pretty good job. I think you can see that through the city of Houston. But here's the deal. You can see this as well, that you need hair, you got hair. Hair is awesome, and hair is better than not hair. So if you're looking for hair and you need hair, 975hair.com. That's 975hair.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell. I don't know that this should be the second segment of our show, but did you guys see Taylor Fritz yesterday?
I don't even know who that is.
Taylor Fritz is a tennis player, and
Okay.
he's representing the United States of America.
Good old USFA?
Yes. He played 3 matches in 9 hours, and the only reason it was 9 hours is because there was a rain delay in there. Otherwise, he would have played 3 matches in less than 9 hours.
That feels less than ideal. How did that schedule come about?
So he had a singles match at 1:03, and it ended at an hour and a half later. Then there was a rain delay, and then he was back on the court for men's doubles at 5:06. That ended at 6:25. At 8:07, he had a mixed doubles match with Coco Gauff. He went 1-2 in those matches. I played golf yesterday with Marty Fish. Marty Fish is, want to talk about an athlete. He won a silver medal in 2004 at the Olympics, and he also is a 2-time champion. You know how in Lake Tahoe the celebrities play with the pros?
Yeah.
Last year, Aaron Rodgers won it controversially because of his handicap, and people were, going crazy about that. But Marty Fish has won it a couple of times. He's just a fantastic golfer. He hits at a freaking mile. It's unbelievable. But he told me he lost to Nicholas Massou in the finals. He had an interesting perspective on this. He said, you don't win a silver. You don't win a silver medal. He said you win a gold because you won the match. You win a bronze because you won that match. But you get stuck with the silver. And and he showed the pictures of Nicholas Massou. He's raising his arms and he's the champion. And he showed, Steffi Graf and John and all these guys that were shot. And then he showed his picture when he won the silver. And he was so pissed. He was so pissed. But he was ahead in this match. He said, and the guy, Nicholas Massou, had played earlier in the day, and he was like, big advantage for me. How in the hell are you playing 3 matches, Taylor Fritz? And, in a day, he won 1 and he lost 2 of his matches. How in the hell are you doing that? How can the Olympics possibly schedule it like that? But Taylor Fritz was like, yeah, they could have replaced him in the mixed doubles matches with Coco Gauff. And he said, hell no, I'm playing. He said, I thought we had the best chance. That's what they lost. He lost that one. Coco Gauff is out, and she has won no medals.
Coco Gauff was. Did you see the story on her? It was weird. She was getting her ass kicked, and there was a shot that they don't have the replay system for the Olympics, and she had a shot that she thought was out, but the one judge called it out, and she let it go. And another judge said, no, the head judge said, no, that was in. That point stands. And so Coco kind of got screwed on that. But she, flipped out, started crying. And then, I'm not lying. It was several minutes were stopped because she's arguing with the judge. She starts crying. There's tears streaming down her face. She's already getting her ass kicked. And to her credit, she said afterwards that probably wouldn't have made a difference. But, man, you got to let that point go and move on. You cannot let it beat you like that. That's like the David Johnson contract. You can't let it beat you twice.
No. So it's funny. Nicholas Massou has been offered to go to Chile. Marty Fish has been offered to go to Chile. He was part of history in Chile. The first ever medal in Chile's history was Nicholas Massou winning the gold. Also, the bronze medal went to a guy from Chile. So they won their first ever medals in Olympic history. And they want him to go down there, and he's like, yeah, okay, pay me. You pay me, I'll come down and hang out and relive how I lost the gold medal. But he said, how about this? He said Nicholas Massou, after Marty Fish went up 2-1, Nicholas Massou took a bathroom break and didn't come back for 20 minutes.
Well,
And he's like,
I've had that happen. All you got to do is get caught on the show.
well, I don't think he was catching up on Netflix, okay, like
if you get
do.
caught on some, like yesterday, I probably wasted 2 hours of my day scrolling. I was like my daughter, scrolling videos on Reels, watching Astros, and I'm like, what am I doing? I'm laying here on the bed watching Astros Pirates, and I didn't feel great when it was 4-1. I'll be honest. And Fromber comes out with the beads.
4-0.
Fromber, yeah, 4-0, actually, yeah. And Fromber comes out with the braids, and I'm like, oh, Fromber, the braids that's the first braid game he's had this year, right?
Yeah, didn't he change in the season and then back?
I don't know. That's the first time I remember seeing Braid Fromber back. But
early in the season he was braids, and then he got rid of them.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of thing that would concern me about a pitcher. If he's like, I can't decide if I want braids or not. I mean, that's super, super superstitious.
Yeah, you
and
keep doing that to your head though, and pretty soon
now
he's going to need Doc Linville.
Well, he's just attaching them to his hair. It's not that big a deal. But
okay.
Fromber is I'll give Fromber credit. He sucked early on, but he stayed. They needed innings. They really needed innings to help the bullpen. And Fromber locked in, and Fromber ended up, he ended up finding his stuff, and Fromber fought through it. And so I give him a lot of credit because the Astros really needed to get innings from Fromber, and that's one of those things in the third inning, of most games you might have started getting a bullpen up, and they said, we need you, big dog. We got to roll with you like this. And you're getting swept by the Pirates in the face. And
well, and let me ask you a question. This is the greatest season in Astros history. At what point is Presley not going to be a problem?
Well, so he gives up 2 hits yesterday. He got 2 outs. Looks like he was going to cruise.
I thought he was going to get through it with the double play, and then gives up a couple of hits.
Yeah.
When are we going to get a clean sheet?
I
know that he had 15 straight up, blah blah, and it's never not dramatic. Never not dramatic. Never. There's always drama with Presley on the mound. It's always like, at what point do we do Abreu in the 8th? When do we say, you know what? Is this the right thing to do?
Yeah, I mean, Abreu is clearly better than Presley this year. Look, all 3 of the big 3 have had their issues, but how about Montero is considered the big 4 at one point? He was in there, and now he's not even on the team. For those who missed it, Montero whacked. They got rid of him. So, yeah, props to Jim Crane for getting rid of guys who are just literally dead weight, regardless of how people in the front office might have felt seeing 2 of their guys gone.
Speaking of Montero, we'll hear from Dana Brown about that, about what's going to happen with him and what led to the decision.
And we got football. It's football time in Houston.
You're damn right we do. We got to, and
it's
actually,
kind of football.
Well, it's kind of football time.
Well, there is something that's going to be interesting to watch. There's one thing about that game that's going to be interesting, and we'll get to that. But right now we're getting to HR&P. We're getting to our payroll the way we do it and the way you do it. I don't know how you do it. If you use HR&P, you've probably been on this station because there's so many people that give testimony to how awesome. And you don't hear that. I hear paid people, doing commercials for different companies, admin companies, and whatnot. But freely, a lot of HR&P's clients come in here and say, no, we want to advocate, we want to endorse them without, don't worry, they're not getting paid by HR&P. And they're telling you what happens with them and their business when HR&P is involved, and it's great. We love it. You will love it too. And I'm telling you, they'll save you money. I don't know how you're doing it. If you're doing it with an admin company that's doing all of your benefits packages, your insurance, and all of that stuff, guess what? You're probably getting worked. And here's the deal: is HR&P doesn't do that stuff. They do HR and they do payroll and they take care of your taxes as well. And that's what they do for us, and we love them for it, and you'll love them for it too. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back, everybody. It's August 1st, and the Astros are in first place. August 1st, Astros first place. And it's also the day the Houston Texans begin their campaign as champions of the National Football League as they take on the Chicago Bears in Canton, Ohio. The thing that stuff we're going to look for tonight. Ready, Lance?
Well, he's
Go.
not ready. He's not.
He's not even in there?
I think you know. Well, you could see if you look at your screen. He's not in there.
Oh, my God.
He'll be back. He's doing the same thing for me that he did for you on Monday or whenever he did that for you.
What, he's putting together? Oh, so that you can – well, he can do that after the show. It's not like you're jumping on a plane afterwards like I was.
I just need him to pick up the pace. That's all.
So, okay, Dell.
Sure.
What are you looking for tonight?
I want to see how many snaps they give Kamari Lassiter. If he plays, because if you would imagine he should, but if he's a starter, are they going to treat him like the other established starters and say, hey, you don't have to play today? Usually doesn't happen for a rookie. If he plays, I want to see what he looks like.
I want to see what Kenyon Green looks like.
Yeah.
I'm watching that. Kenyon Green it's kind of a big deal that Kenyon Green play well. He needs to get off to a good start, and Kenyon Green will play. He hasn't, right? I mean,
you would think
if he's a starter, right
either
now,
way. We need to see reps from him.
He needs reps.
I guess my focus has been that as much as they've done this offseason, and they did draft Lassiter, they did sign Okudah and Henderson. If we're talking about issues, my biggest concern for this team is their secondary beyond Derek Stingley, and even if we exclude his lack of availability, and we just assume, let's say he plays 14 games. Let's say he does that. I don't know what the other three guys are going to be. I need to see those three play well. And Jalen Petrie in the nickel. That's another thing. That's a new spot for him. He has been in that role as the nickel guy and two other safeties are playing. I want to see what he is too.
I want to see what the nickel looks like with him in terms of coverage, because I'm not, convinced that he has, are they going to run different coverages for different types of wide receivers that he has to cover? Are they going to play man? Obviously, I think press man's the best for Stingley.
Well, here's the deal: and I'm on our page where we show tonight is a waste of time for both teams. They turn around and play each other in week 2. They're going to show nothing. It ain't about what you're going to show. It's not like you're game planning. And you know what? If you're playing man tonight, you're probably playing zone. It doesn't matter. What you're looking for tonight is guys like Petrie playing well in the slot. You're looking to see if Jeff Okudah is going to make the team, if he can play at all. C.J. Henderson, can C.J. Henderson play? I mean, you're looking for Kenyon Green. You want to see him being able to block somebody after a year off last year.
He better play tonight.
Yeah, no, he has to play tonight. Another thing I'm looking for, the kickoff.
Oh, yeah, that's a big one.
The kickoff is maybe the biggest thing. The difference, and it's funny, I was just reading an article on the kickoff. The difference in the kickoff with the XFL and the NFL, 2 guys can be back in the NFL. You're able to keep 2 guys back, not just one. So you've got chances for reverses. In rugby, there's called a switch play. Everybody's going right, and you're lateral and right, or somebody comes back and you hand off against the grain, and that works quite often in rugby. And you might see that. You actually might see that if everybody is flowing one way with this kickoff thing, and the other guy comes on basically a reverse or against the grain that everybody is running, and there's a hole. That's how you can score a touchdown. Actually, an XFL touchdown was scored that way by somebody who came around. But you don't even have to have a reverse of a guy on the line of scrimmage. Now you got 2 guys back.
Well, you did have, we've seen that in the NFL, reverse and fake reverse. The difference is typically it's from somebody on the second, on the one of the protection levels who basically has to run backwards and around, and it's a lot more clunky play
Well, not with two guys back, though.
No, that's what I'm saying. With two guys back, now we're going to really see an emphasis. I think what you're going to see is an emphasis on hang time kicks. So you're going to see a lot of kicks poked way up high in the air that is not going to allow.
Well, it doesn't matter because nobody can start until the ball is touched.
Right. But I think you're going to see an emphasis on teams right now I would be working on. One of the things I look at for prospects, I was told to look at by a special teams list, is you look at depth of kickoff, park it or whatever, but that's not really a thing anymore. So now I'm supposed, the other thing I'm supposed to look at is hang time on kickoffs. Now, hang time on kickoffs is going to be a really, really big deal. Do you have to kick it off do you have to kick it off a tee? Remember when I'm asking because, on safeties you can punt. Do you have to kick off of a tee? Is that a rule?
But what's the hang time? Because nobody can move until the kick returner touches the ball.
Yeah,
or the
but
ball touches the ground. What's the difference how high it is? What's the difference? You can't move until you touch the ball. What's the difference how high the kick is?
Well, obviously it makes a big difference because you got more time to get down there.
You don't. There's no time. You can't move until the ball is caught.
John, I thought you said until it's kicked.
No, until the ball is touched by the kick returner.
What are we doing?
Nobody can move
NFL,
until the ball is touched by the kick returner.
Why are y'all doing this weirdo stuff? I mean, my God. This is basically CFL. The NFL is the greatest league in the world, and they decided to add some goofy stuff on kickoffs.
Well, we'll see, and we'll see whether or not it's safer, because that's all we care about. Now, we will play games on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Not Tuesday,
Do you remember
because
when they
of
said
safety.
basically we want to eliminate? Basically, what the NFL is trying to do is eliminate kick returns because it's too dangerous.
Yes,
we're going to eliminate kick returns,
but we're going to
play. Now it's like we're trying to bring back kick returns, more kick. We want all of the kick returns. Like, which one is
kick
it?
Returns are the best.
You know what? We're going to review offensive We're going to review pass interference penalties. We're reviewing it, and then you know what? We're not doing that anymore. It took 1 year, and they said this rule sucks. I get the Saints got screwed, but this isn't the way to go. It's like one and done. And I actually do give them credit for trying things.
This will not be one and done. This will not be one and done. This will not be. This is going to be in your league for years and years to come.
I do like the idea of more kick returns.
Yes.
I do like the idea of more kick returns. But
and safer. It is actually safer. You guys aren't flying down the field, getting lit up, It's just not. There's not bigger collisions.
No squib kicks. Do you like what about the thing where you can't onside kick till the fourth quarter and you have to announce an onside kick? And
exactly.
It's boy, these are like pretty radical. If you think about it, this is the most radical sets of changes to a gameplay. I mean, the most. I can't think of anything that even comes close to this except the baseball. That was pretty radical to have a man starting on second base in extra innings, to have bigger bases, which I'll be honest, I haven't even noticed the bigger bases. I know we're year 2, but I don't even think about it anymore. Yeah. And the pitch clock is fine. It doesn't even bother me anymore.
No, it's actually just part of. You know what? You got a clock in basketball. They didn't have one before. You know what? It's a better game with a shot clock. I mean, you have to adapt and make it a better game.
I'm fine with it. You know what? I've come around on pitch clock.
And you know what? You're going to be like, oh, you know what? The kickoffs, that's how it is now.
Well, that's pretty weird where we have to pay attention to where the kickoff lands, and there's a big wide gap of where the ball gets placed, and that's pretty. The rules feel like some kids out. This feels like when me and Mac Jones and Johnny Harris and my brother would be making up rules. We'd have a new game we were going to make up, and like, okay, we only have 5 people playing, so here's the rule. If the kick goes past the tree, that's what it feels like somebody did.
Yeah, that's what it is. And you know what? Make it a better game. Make the world safe again for kickoffs, and that's what they've done. And we'll watch it tonight for the first time. It'll be interesting to see.
Make the world safe for kickoffs.
Yes, it's a safer world for kicking that we're living in today, and we'll find out about it tonight. We'll see it for the first time. This is what just going to be experimented a lot in the preseason. This is because the preseason is the preseason. Nobody cares, right? But coaches are going to be keeping an eye on this and how it works out and what to do and how to be better at it than the other coaches. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. Anything that you would like to talk about here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. When we get back, we'll hear from Dana Brown. about this stuff about cutting Montero and whatnot, and as your Astros are in first place right here on August 1st, 2024. I am talking right now about the great people over at GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com is the place to go to get your car on, to sell your car. What I love about GiveMeTheVin.com is that they are going to pay you more. That's all there is to it. John Clay Wolf, he's going to be with us Saturday morning here. I don't know. Do you like John Clay Wolf? Do you like his style, his radio, some of the stuff he says? I don't know. But if you listen to this show, sometimes you hear stuff that you shouldn't hear, and you have maybe you don't object to it. So maybe you like John Clay Wolf. If you haven't heard his show on Saturday mornings, he's out there. It's fun. He's going to say some stuff that you're like, wow, I didn't know you could still say those kind of things. But he does it. And here's the deal, is he'll pay you more as well. You could call the radio show, and he will give you a quote on how much he will give you for your car. And here's the deal, is you go armed, and you might say, nah, I'm going to go look and see if I can't get more. Or you'll be like, wow, that is a lot more than I've been out there and getting. No one has offered me that much. And he says, if I can't beat CarMax, I'm going to send you $100. This happens very rarely. But here's the deal. You're looking to sell your car. There's one place that you have to go. GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Well, it's John Granato as I'm looking at our desk. Can he? There he is.
He's in here.
All right, quickly. I don't know if you know or don't know. Fromber's record. Lance.
Fromber's record. He's got, still 7 wins?
That's about what I thought too. He's 10-5.
Wow.
Yeah.
When did Fromber get these
does he
wins?
feel like he's 10-5?
Mm-mm.
I mean, it doesn't.
He does feel like his ERA is in the mid threes.
Yeah. Well,
it's really more like upper threes now.
You know what his ERA is this month? He's had 5 starts.
He's actually had some good starts too. He's been a little up and down. I'm going to say 3-3.
He's 2-9. He had 4 wins this month. 4-0 this month.
And we're
It
sure
just doesn't really feel like it.
It doesn't feel like
why.
that.
I don't know
He
why.
had 2 really good starts in a row. Then he had a bad one, and then he had a good one, and then yesterday was not great.
The last 2 months, he's 7-2. He had a 3-1-1 in June, and he had a 2.90 in July.
Then why are we going with the braids?
Why are we what?
Why'd we go back to the braids then?
I don't know why. I mean, he's been pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't. I don't know why it doesn't feel that way. Because I guess we're used to him. I mean, he did have a 4-run inning again, and it's just like when he blows up, man, he just blows up. But to his credit, like you said, I mean, he buckled down last night, and he was really, really good after that.
Yeah, really, I mean, he had pretty good stuff. He had pretty good movement. The breaking pitch started to really sink in. Like, he just wasn't great the first 3 innings, but he did come around after that.
So day off today, Kikuchi on Friday.
Can't wait.
Tampa tomorrow night.
Can't wait.
No, listen, and I hope he just kicks ass. I hope, you know what, and there's a chance that Dana Brown, and after all the crap that he took, and everybody, every media outlet gave him crap for this trade. So I'm hoping that Dana Brown says, oh, yeah, look at this. Now, Dana Brown says he wants Montero to go to AAA. So he's hoping that he accepts his assignment. Dana Brown is going to try to talk Montero into getting his stuff right down in AAA. Here is Dana Brown talking about that.
Envisioned that he would accept the assignment and go to AAA and try to regain the status that he had, in 2022. Montero's been really good for this organization. He's got a lot of family in this clubhouse and friends, and a big part of it is that we hope that he goes down to AAA and kind of finds himself and get back to that status of being really good. So, with that said, I'll take the questions you guys may have.
Well, I got a question. So what led Dana Brown? What exactly led? I mean, it's kind of obvious, he's really, well, it's pretty obvious, but it's still a question. What led to this decision to DFA him?
We're just, trying to improve the bullpen and get strong, and we realized that Montero has been going through a rough patch, and he's been really good for this organization, and it kind of stands out when you're going through a rough patch, and I think he realized he was struggling, and he was frustrated, and so we're really trying to lock down our bullpen, and so we felt like this would really help our bullpen. Our guys have been grinding through the whole year, and so we just want to bring in some reinforcements.
Tell you, yeah. I mean, it's been, he's going through a rough patch. It's a year and 4 months of rough patch.
It's funny. What if he would have answered? What if they said, what went into your decision to DFA him? Well, I mean, you saw him. We can't have that. This has been going on.
Do we have to look at the back of his baseball card?
Yeah, this has been going on forever. I mean, last year to this year, it's just like, if he was any other guy that wasn't owed a bunch of money, you think we'd keep him up? No.
Well, here's the first time. Remember the Abreu press conference? How many times did Dana Brown said, I wasn't here when we signed him?
Right.
Right? Did we get that yesterday? I wasn't at the press conference yesterday. Did Dana Brown at any point say, I wasn't here when we signed Montero? That's all. Listen.
He should have.
He should have. He should have. We're making another economic decision. Well, it's not really an economic decision. It's a big loser all the way around. We're just
I'd be interested.
We're trying to rip the Band-Aid off.
I'd be interested in we've been told, we know that all those moves it's the fellowship makes the decisions, have made the decisions. I'd be interested if somebody asked him the Zach, hey, who were the decision makers that went into the Kikuchi trade? And to see if Dana would say that's his, or if he would say it's the fellowship, all of us, all five of us, or whatever. I would be interested to see if he'd say the same thing, because you really can't change that. But if he did that, then that would put Bagwell on the hook in terms of people wanting to they already want to put Bagwell on the hook for this trade. You can already see that people want to put Bagwell on the hook. There's a picture of him talking to Dana in the second inning of the first game of the series against the Pirates after that deal was made, and how people were like, damn it, I knew he did this. And so it'd be interesting to see if he would say all of them were involved in that again, because that would allow people to use Bagwell as kind of a scapegoat for that. Ultimately, I believe that the deal gets done based on the general manager's negotiations. Now, I suppose, Brian Cashman, they bailed out. Who were they going after? Cashman and the Yankees actually bailed out on who were they? They were going after. Oh, the Jack Flaherty. That's right. It was Jack Flaherty sweepstakes.
Yep.
And the Yankees just ended up bailing out on it. The Yankees had a preliminary trade agreement in place, but New York was turned off after looking at Flaherty's medical records. They didn't feel the pressure of, like, we've just got to do something. They basically said, no, we're still going to stay true to our belief system, and this is, the medicals, we just don't agree with it. I personally felt like the Astros should have said, nope, you're asking for too much here. We're going to have to, we're going to fight back a little bit. I mean, you just got done dumping Montero. You could have made a deal with them and said, look, as part of this deal, we're going to give you $7 million. We're going to throw that in as well. But we want you to take Montero, and then you can DFA him. Or I guess it would have to be more, because once you take him, you're guaranteed the contract. So maybe you could have said, we're going to give you $9 million, and you're responsible for the rest of Montero's deal. And Montero could have been DFA'd by the Toronto Blue Jays. Why, if you knew you're going to get rid of him, why not make? And of course, he did show up in that game, if I remember correctly. But if you had a chance to get rid of him, if you were already considering DFAing him, why not try to get him included, even if it meant they only took on $2 million of his contract? At least that's $2 million you would have saved.
Yeah. Well, all of this started with, Dana Brown and decision making and whatnot. Listen, the Kikuchi, I can't wait. You know what? You know who's not off today? Probably Kikuchi and the pitching coaches, Miller and Murphy. They're probably working on his grip. They're probably giving him some because Dana Brown, or it was Joe Espada, said, hey, listen, we think we can work with some things with him and we can get him right. Well, I think the law firm is going to be working with him today to maybe he's going to change some things up tomorrow. There are things that they really like about people, and one of them is swing and miss for pitchers, and he's got some swing and miss into him. So we'll find out whether or not there's a little tweak here or there that can get Kikuchi right, and we'll start tomorrow night. But the Texans start tonight, and we'll get back to that on the other side. Some people that we will look at watching, some things to watch for tonight with your Houston Texans. Next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now I'm talking about Chastain Ford. I just can't be. And listen, I don't know where you buy your cars from. Is it a good car buying experience? Because I got news for you. Mine is a great car buying experience. Mine is the best car buying experience I've ever had, which is why I'm sticking with Chastang, which is why I'll be with Chastang. The service is second to none. But the main thing is that, I'm making payments every month on my vehicle that I'm not choking on. I got what I wanted exactly the way that I wanted it. I was able to customize it. Justin and I sat down and we customized it exactly how I wanted it. You can go to the dealership and find maybe still 2023 F-150 still on the lot, and they've come equipped with whatever it is. But if that's not perfect for you, don't get that vehicle. But I'm going to tell you this: the price is ridiculously low on the 2023 F-150s at Chastang Ford right now because they just got to get them off the lot. So you're going to win in that one too. But here's the deal: is they never want you to be choking on a pay. They never want to add on or mark up. They never ever ever want you to have a bad car buying experience or them make more profit. That's not what they're about. They want you as a customer for life. You're going to join the Chastang family. I'm telling you, you are. You will love the car buying experience on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Is there any chance tonight, Lance and Dell, is there any chance that Davis Mills plays so well that, there's a question who will quarterback this football team this year?
Wait, say that again?
That Davis Mills plays out of his mind tonight, let's say. Okay.
What is this foolishness?
Listen. You got to listen. Oh, there's no competition? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's no competition. That's what we're saying.
Well, there should be competition.
The offensive rookie of the year.
Competition is good for
starter.
Everyone.
No, not for quarterbacks.
Not for CJ.
Not for rookie of the year quarterbacks. They ask. I don't think there's anyone who thinks CJ is going to have a sophomore slump. Nobody who's around football believes that, but it happens all the time. This is regardless of your foolish Los Angeles brand of fake storylines you're trying to create, Johnny Wood. But
just saying, if Davis Mills plays out of his mind,
I want him to play out of his mind, so he has a little trade value. I want him to play completely out of his mind.
So So Dell, you've got some sound from Get Up about okay, so they're talking about Caleb Williams, right? They're talking about Caleb Williams on Get Up. That's the Mike Greenberg show. Who's on the show with him, Dell?
I don't remember I think it was Schefter and then one other person.
Oh yeah, it's the former GM.
Tannenbaum? Was it
No,
him?
No, African American.
Louis Riddick.
Louis
He
Riddick,
wasn't
not
a GM,
He was
though.
a personnel.
Yeah.
Personnel guy. He's on. The two of them are the three of them actually. And here is the talk. Here is the standard for Caleb Williams this season.
Before you bring up C.J. Stroud, there were 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round this year. Yep. Caleb Williams at the top of the list, number 1 overall. Whether they like it or not, every quarterback now entering the league is going to be measured up against C.J. Stroud because of how he played last year. Better than any other quarterback rookie ever had. And now all these guys, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, if and when he gets called upon, any of these guys are going to be measured against a guy who set the standard last year. He elevated the bar for rookie quarterbacks. Expectations for first-round draft picks at rookie quarterback already are high. He made them higher. And when they struggle, and inevitably some of these guys will struggle, it's going to make it all the more challenging because of the success that C.J. Stroud had last year.
It's all true.
It is true. And it's a shame for every quarterback coming out because here's the deal is that fan bases are not going to have – it's like to me, it's a little like Bloss. It's a little like Eric Getty. It's like, oh, my God, he sucks. Oh, my – he's the first time that he's pitching in big – or hitting in the big leagues, and he sucks.
Have we always been like this, or is this new? Like, I was trying to think, there's no pay – everything's super microwave now. Where they had an article about is it too early to call Justin Herbert a bust? Or no, it's Trevor Lawrence a bust after his first 6 games as a rookie. And that's just it's an asinine thing. It's an asinine thing to say when in such a hard position to learn. But it is, I was thinking about this. So not only, so the area where Caleb Williams, first of all, has been most hurt so far, and I'm going all the way back to the 2020 beginning of the 2023 college football season, is so many people use that stupid-ass word generational. Generational. He's got a chance. He is a generational talent. Caleb Williams has a chance to be the best quarterback, the GOAT, blah, blah, blah. And then you watched him play, and he didn't look like that. He didn't look like that at all on tape. He makes some nice plays here and there, but nothing about his tape looked generational. Just a dumb word. And people use it all the time now. So the expectations for 2 straight years were so high on Caleb Williams. He comes into the league, then people see his fingernails painted, and he's got a pink phone case. Immediately, that sends off the concern for some people, I guess. And then you have, he's just not. He just looks more fun-loving. It doesn't look as. I don't know I don't even know what I'm saying here. I don't know how to convey it, but I guess people just thought he looked too Gen
What is
Z.
it? What do you think that people thought he looked?
He was too Gen
Dell,
Z.
Can you help him out? He's looking for.
Well, no,
word
he was
here.
too Gen Z for people. He was too doesn't
He
fit
didn't
the
fit
stereotype of the
there it
quarterback.
is. He
He
didn't
wasn't
fit-
in the box.
He didn't fit the profile of the traditional manly quarterback.
And face
That's
of the
what they wanted,
franchise
face all
quarterback.
that stuff.
Does
yeah.
Laramie Tunsil fit the profile?
He fits the profile of an of
Yeah,
an
kind of
athlete.
now.
He looks
There's
like an
the
athlete
tackles.
out there.
The tackles are more drippy, but with Caleb Williams now
More
now
drippy.
he's
I
going
like
against all this generational crap where people have put such a high standard.
Well, no, it's just the standard that CJ set last year.
Well, no, he's going against both, is what I was saying. He's going
Yeah.
against that and the bar that CJ set. That he is in a. Now, I'm saying he's in an unwinnable position, but the reality is he actually can. Like, he's actually got a lot around him. You look at Caleb Williams. He's got DJ Moore, who just got a brand new deal. He's got Roma
$110
Dunze.
million.
He's
Yeah.
got Keenan Allen is a great route runner and possession receiver. Roma Dunze is a talented ball winner with great size. And then you've got DJ Moore, who DJ Moore just got a big contract. You've got a couple pretty good tight ends. He's actually got more around him than CJ had last year, and certainly CJ had headed into the year. The offensive line is in better shape than what CJ Stroud played played with last year for a majority of the year. CJ played with an offensive line that's probably going to be across the board, at least in summation, it's going to be an aggregate. It's going to be less talented than what the Bears will feature this year. So I don't know. That's even the backup Texans offensive line is, the Bears have some issues, but the Texans didn't really have a great running game. I mean, C.J. Stroud did a lot of that without ideal circumstances around him. Now, Tank played well. Tank missed 7 games.
Yeah.
Or did Tank play 7? No, he played 7 games, right? He missed 10 games? Did he miss 7 or did he miss?
No, I think he missed 7.
Okay.
Because it was after the college season that he went down.
You had Noah Brown. You had, Noah Brown was one of his top receivers for a little while. And CJ did it without – I'm just saying that CJ actually did not have as much going into the season and throughout the season as Caleb Williams was likely to have. So Caleb's got a chance, but everything's matched against C.J. Stroud. Well, C.J. Stroud won 10 games and won the division. If Caleb Williams gets into the playoffs, I think that's enough for Bears fans to be in national media to be relatively happy. He has to be in the 20s touchdown-wise. He needs to be 12 or below in interceptions.
Yeah.
And I think people will be okay with it.
Tank played in 11 games last year, but he got hurt in that one, so he basically played in 10 games last year.
That's what it was.
Yeah, so that was pretty – I think it was early in that game. Anyway, no, he doesn't have the weapons that – listen, Caleb Williams has all – but listen, if Caleb Williams plays like a rookie and, it struggles a little bit here, I mean, it's going to be – what a bust. Caleb Williams, you're no C.J. Stroud. And, oh, my gosh.
Well, that's not my problem.
No, that's not our problem. I'm worried that Caleb Williams is going to play really well, and you got him in week 2. That Bears defense is pretty good.
It is, but Caleb is unlikely to play really well by week 2. We saw it with C.J. Stroud. We've seen it with a lot of quarterbacks. They don't come out of the gate fast. Like, I'm glad we're catching Caleb Williams when we are in the Bears and not week 7 or after. This is the perfect time to catch a young quarterback.
Well, let me see if this makes you feel good, since we can just read into things on Twitter.
Okay.
Tristan Wirfs just got a giant deal. That's announced. And do you know what emoji Laramie Tunsil tweeted out?
Oh, God.
A smirking sort of side-eye emoji.
Laramie,
well,
you got your
paid?
great deal from Bill O'Brien. What?
No.
You can't play your contract? God, man, players cannot play their contracts. Laramie, why are we smirk emojiing? Are you even practicing?
So, no, he's certainly not going to play tonight, that's for sure. But no, they just – didn't they give him more?
Yes, but it's not
him more.
I mean, if everything that you do is just
what did
based
Tristan
on what
Wirfs sign for, Del?
I'll look it up. I just know that it was announced. Tristan Wirfs was holding out after he practiced. Then when they didn't get a deal done and Pats came on, he started to sit out practice. He gets a deal done today, and Laramie Tunsil's first tweet about it is like this smirking look.
I mean, can anything be about just performance and winning at the highest level when they've given you contract and then another one and they give you an extension? They did give Laramie an extension.
He's got 3 more years on his deal.
I know. Can we? I mean,
tell it to Trent Williams.
Can
Buccaneers?
Well, Trent's going into the last year of his deal.
Buccaneers make Tristan Wirfs the highest paid O lineman.
Well, that's
ever.
what he's smirking about.
Well,
how are you being?
Why are you pocket watching another offensive lineman?
Well, no, it's good for you, Laramie.
Yeah. Why? What is the?
Maybe that's what it means. He just means, well, when it's my time.
Yeah, that's it.
When it's your time in 3 years.
He's got 3 years left.
He's going to be a pain. I guarantee
he's going to be a pain in the ass.
And I'll tell you this, John. No, I mean, there's an out for Trent Williams for the 49ers after this season, but he's still on the books if they want to keep him until 2026.
Who?
Trent Williams. Now, there's an out for them that makes it a little bit more palatable to get rid of him after 2024, but he's on the books till 2026.
So right now, Trent Williams is listed as the highest paid left tackle in football. Right now. Now, I don't know. Laramie is 4th. Christian Darrisaw got a new deal. He's 3rd. Andrew Thomas got a new deal last year. He is 2nd. And Laramie Tunsil is 4th in there. And the average salary, Laramie is at 25. Christian Darrisaw from Minnesota is very good at 26. average percentage of cap at the signing of it, Laramie Tunsil was 11.12%. Trent Williams was 12.61%. Those are the two highest. Even Andrew Thomas and Christian Darrisaw are lower percentage of the contract than Laramie Tunsil. Now that's at signing, and
I've
Texans
got
weren't
Laramie
very good.
right now at 10.12%. He's got so what,
you don't have him at 11.12.
No, I got him at 10.12.
Okay.
So Laramie Tunsil is $25,855,000 by far the highest cap hit for the Houston Texans. Who's second?
Is it Nico?
Daniil Hunter.
Okay.
At almost half of what he is, 13.7. He's the Laramie Tunsil laps the field, laps the second guy, almost laps the second guy. You know who's third? Wow. Robert Woods.
Yeah.
At 9.7. Yeah, ick.
Cap hit?
Yeah.
Really?
And Stingley's third, despite being in his rookie
Nico
contract
did his new
at 9.4.
deal. I don't know how that works, since if you cut Nico, you've got years of his contract that can't be right. They can't be. That can't
Nico's
include
was
Nico's
all
deal.
extension, wasn't it?
Yeah, but you still would have to. It's still on the books. Well, regardless, it doesn't matter. But Laramie Tunsil has an $18 million base this year.
Nico is just 6.6 against the cap this year, because that's all extension, and that'll hit next year.
It'll hit next year, but if you cut him, you'd be responsible for all of it.
Oh no, we know that, but I'm talking about cap hit this year. Cap hit this year is he's not. I mean, look at this. That Laramie Tunsil is by far the highest. Now, I think the side eye is probably that he's given is, wow, you're the highest paid. Wait, watch this. Watch what happens.
Well, that's
when
fine,
I'm
but
up.
don't make it a pain in the ass for the Houston
Oh,
Texans.
he'll be a pain in the ass, no question. There is no question he'll be a pain in the ass. All right, we got a break at 713-780-3776 is the number on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Champion Energy is what we're talking about now. I've been with Champion Energy, I don't know, for 17 years now, 16, 17 years now. I signed up with them. I don't know how. Tiffany is still there with the Champion Energy, who signed me up originally, and we've been working with them. We, as a company, were paying so much for our electricity. We said, oh, we got to find somebody. And sure enough, we found Champion Energy, and they wanted to join with us, and they've been with us for 17 years now. And I'm telling you, every month people still are going and they're signing up. And 1560 listeners, it's 975. It's 1560 actually. That is the promo code that you use when you sign up at Champion Energy. Champion.energy/1560. Get the better rates. Save money every single month. You'll love Champion. I'm telling you, you're going to love Champion Energy. I've recommended it to so many people, and so many people love them. Champion.energy/1560.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. August 1st, Astros in first. And your Houston Texans begin their season tonight. That's been the hot topics. Anybody want in, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. We've got a couple of callers. Larry? Did you say it was Larry? Okay, let's get Larry in here. Hey, Larry.
Hi, guys. Before I make my main point about the NFL preseason, with the new rule where you have to announce that you're going to do an onside kick before, that's going to eliminate one of the most memorable plays in Super Bowl history when Sean Payton did an onside kick that surprised everybody. Start the second half between the Saints and the Colts. So now you're not going to have that element of surprise. As far as the NFL preseason goes, I know no team would ever adopt this, but I've believed for a long time that teams should start its rookies and undrafted free agents to start a game, like in Game 2 or Game 3. I know the Texans aren't going to use most starters tonight, but you can find out more if you, let's say, Michael Penix Jr. They have an established quarterback on that team, but I think you would find out more if Michael Penix Jr. or some rookie offensive lineman or defensive lineman started against the other team's first string. Because let's say offensive lineman that you draft dominates the other team's second or third stringers in the second half. You're not going to learn very much about that guy. He's going against players who may not even be on an NFL roster when the season starts. I would start my rookies to start a game, like in Game 2 or
Right,
Game
but
3,
okay. All right,
against
Larry,
the other team's starters.
but by that logic, the other guys that are starting their first stringers to try to find out whether or not they're any good, you say, well, he was just up against a rookie. I mean, so the other team isn't learning that. Which team is going to – so only one team is going to benefit from this. Here's the deal is about that, Larry, I always feel like, if you play in the summer league in basketball, well – Cam Whitmore was a rocket last year. Played with the team, and he showed he was pretty good. And then he went and he dominated in the summer league. Well, he's supposed to dominate. Well, if he doesn't dominate, though, then you say, wait a minute, you're not even dominated in that league. AAA players, when they come up, oh, well, he dominated in AAA. But is he ready for the big leagues? Well, at least he dominated against competition. He was better against lesser competition. If he's not any good against lesser competition, then he's not very good. And what's he going to do against better competition? Not be good. So so you're going to start your starters, your rookies. The other team has to acquiesce and say, we're starting our starters against your rookies? No, both teams are going to start their rookies. They're both looking to see who is, what young guy can play. This game is meaningless tonight. There's going to be no game planning.
Meaningless to fans. It's very meaningful for the team.
Well, it's meaningful in that you see whether or not a guy can win one-on-one. There's no game planning going on.
No, there's effort. I mean, there's effort level.
Oh, absolutely.
One of the things that a team told me was they look at, they're going to really pay attention to the catapult.
Well, if you don't have effort going on tonight and you're a young player and you're trying to make a team in the NFL, then come on.
Well, your effort level there's a certain effort level. For the naked eye, there's we would probably say, yeah, it looks like he's playing hard, but man, they look at everything away from the ball. They want to, D'Amico's going to want to see guys who have a little spunk to them, which means maybe getting into it a little bit at the end of the play, not fighting, but
Well, here's the deal. It's what Larry was just talking about. Jeff Okudah's got to be on the field tonight. C.J. Henderson's got to be on the field tonight. They're not playing against the Bears' number one receivers, but we got to find out whether or not they can still run. We got to find out whether or not they still have any skills whatsoever to cover people. If the Bears, if Tyson Bagent and their third string, fourth string wide receiver are dominating, then Jeff Okudah, then we know Jeff Okudah is in some trouble whether or not he can still play football in the NFL. And it's the same for C.J. Henderson. Can he play? Can they play? What we're going to find out is whether or not, guys, can you beat guys who are third and fourth stringers or guys that won't be on an NFL roster? Because if you can't, then you can't be on this NFL roster, right?
I mean, he was asking a question. D'Amico was asking a question about Jeff Okudah, and he's like, oh, yeah, about Okudah. I mean, he's out there playing hard and making some plays, and Jeff is definitely out there,
He's out there practicing with us.
Yeah, it wasn't, and then you ask about Kamari Lassiter, it's a different answer. Yeah. So he knows Jeff Okudah has all-pro traits, but does not, what I've been told is doesn't really think the game as well as he needs to, doesn't have the natural instincts that is needed, and so he's like, the traits don't really matter. He can't really trigger the traits properly because he doesn't think the game quickly, he doesn't process quickly, he doesn't have the instincts where Kamari Lassiter does. And so Okudah and then C.J. Henderson was a wonderful athlete coming out, just really smooth and fluid. And I don't really know I don't really know what happened to him on the NFL level. I didn't really keep up with him in Jacksonville when he was there. I haven't really paid close attention. So I just know this: when you're on your third team, and both those two guys are on their third teams already,
yeah,
it's not great. So one of them is going to have to show up and make it on this team. Like, I don't think they're going to keep both guys. I think one of them will make it, and then you'll have a cheaper developmental player on your roster as the. Do you think Desmond King? I mean, how big is this for Desmond King this preseason?
I think Desmond King. Well, no. I mean, listen. There's a lot of competition.
Well, look at the numbers. Yeah.
Defensive backs. Yeah. No. It's hilarious. Larry, you bring up a good point. The problem with your thing is who's going to start their starters and who's going to start their rookies to show the other team. If
you're a starter and you're starting today, or if you're competing for a starting job, you're starting today, it might be a sign that you got a lot on your hands. Like we have seen guys who look like they were going to be starters cut by the end of a camp. And that usually turns into, well, he might be better. We don't see him as a starter, and he's a backup, and we're not keeping a backup for that much money. So we're going to cut him because it's cheaper to cut him than pay him for the whole year. That's one of those things, too. Like, I don't envision a scenario where Kenyon Green, I mean, he's not on a second contract, where Kenyon Green is cut. But if he were to play poorly in the preseason, the Texans would have to take a look at his rookie contract and say, he wasn't a guy we drafted, or at least D'Amico and Bobby Sillett could say that. Yeah. We don't, we can get a cheaper option. It's just something that might be in consideration, but for sure it could be for Desmond King and of course for the other two cornerbacks that we mentioned.
Lance, there's something going on here right now.
What?
We have, I don't know, this is Restream that we're on.
Yeah.
And they have a chat room here as well.
Yeah.
It's not as nearly as vicious, but this is somebody, poor Marine pointed out that I am wearing the same shirt that I wore yesterday. This is not the same shirt, poor Marine, or any of you on there. This is a sweatshirt.
No, those are, John, that's
This
Twitch.
is a sweatshirt.
This incorporates all the chats from everywhere.
Oh, so from everywhere?
This is Twitch. Oh, yeah,
So,
Twitch.
so somebody said, well, the airline must have lost his clothes. JG should tell the airline, do you know who my wife is? ABC could not pay for a direct flight. Must have sent him to Houston, to Nashville, to Denver, to L.A. to save $50. No, this is a sweatshirt. I have a different shirt on today, okay? But I don't have winter clothes here, and it's cold at 4 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah, it's winter clothes.
Winter. This is winter, okay? It's winter here in the mornings. I don't know if you've ever been in L.A., but it's cold.
I have been there. It's 63. Yeah. I'm looking right now.
So this
63.
is a sweatshirt, and you can wear this.
63 degrees. Close the roof.
Actually, it was. It's 60. So this is something that you wear over your shirt, and you can wear it multiple times. John, are you the Poors now? Drop your Venmo. No, you guys don't have to send me money. Okay? Okay. So this is. I'm not wearing the same clothes. I'm wearing the same sweatshirt. I knew this was going to be a topic when I put this on this morning.
You did?
But I only have I don't have. Okay, I'll have to wear some kind of couple sweaters tomorrow because of you. Because of you, Twitch, and you people. Trauma. at the Olympics.
What is it this time? Is it
we'll get
is it
to it
women's Olympic women's Olympic gymnastics?
Well, that's a pretty good guess. Women's gymnastics or men's basketball.
Oh,
Okay, because both of them are drama-filled.
I know. I don't even know anymore.
And we'll talk about that on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance here with you at 713-780-3776. Is Keith still on the line?
He is.
Okay,
He wants to talk about Tannehill, though. Do you want to talk about Ryan
Oh,
Tannehill?
Keith. No one I know only Aggies care.
I don't
And
think
I'm not
most
sure
of
they
them.
listen
I don't
to this
think they,
show anymore because we said something. I said something ugly about the milkmen yesterday, and
what happened?
I caught it from Reagan.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't call them milkmen. Disrespectful. They're milkmen. Stop wearing milkmen
No,
uniforms.
they're farmers fight. It's
They're what?
they're yell leaders. Farmers fight.
They're embarrassing. I'm serious, and I'm sorry, Aggies. I'm sorry. I love you. I love all of you people, most of you people. But the milkmen, it's got to go. Get some cheerleaders. It's embarrassing. You guys don't get it. When they go to LSU or Alabama, it's just like, oh my God, look at those guys on the field. I know. Stop already with this. Can we stop already? Can we stop with the milkmen? Can you just put some good-looking cheerleaders on the field? Female, I mean. What, Del? I see you shaking your head. Okay? Now, what? Cheerleaders are meant to be girls. I'm sorry.
Well, someone has to toss them in the air, so they're male cheerleaders.
Yeah, what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
that's fine. No. That's fine if you toss them in the air, you put your hand like that.
Well, I don't know about the hand thing. That's whatever you want.
Put your hands like that.
I don't know why.
Hey, I know you're in L.A. now, but easy, Johnny Weinstein.
What?
Weinstein? No, Harvey Weinstein.
No.
Yeah. If you put your hands right there, you're going full Johnny Weinstein. They don't like that in L.A. You're going to figure it out. Trust me.
Oh, yeah.
You're going
That's
to
why-
F around
listen,
and figure it out.
I went to high school with a couple of guys that were male cheerleaders.
Mike today was. Keep
at
talking.
Ole Miss.
Keep talking.
And
Mike today was.
They
too.
were like, it's awesome. All day. You got your hand like
boy.
this. Yeah, all day. It's great.
Did you just do what I think? People can see you, right?
Yeah.
I know you're out there, but people can see you. What are you doing? He did a thing with his hand, and it came close to his face. I don't know.
No,
No,
yeah.
that's not all you did.
That's all I did.
People
Stop.
can see you.
Whoa. No.
Don't just respond.
Todd
to
in the show was a cheerleader. He said, oh. No, I'm not saying what he said.
No,
I'm not
you
saying
just
what he
gotta
said.
stop. You got to stop. You
What
gotta
we
stop.
need, listen, we need, yes, even at Mississippi State.
Tell
get
us about the
we
drama.
need female cheerleaders.
Tell us about
Well-
the drama.
Well, there is some drama actually going on. First, let's start with, Simone Biles. Dal, did you do this on your show yesterday, the Simone Biles one?
No, I did not.
You didn't do it? So, apparently, Michaela, who was Mulroney and now is Skinner.
No, they're different. Different.
Oh, they're
people.
different? She's
Yes.
not Michaela. Oh.
Michaela Maroney is still down with the tribe. Michaela Skinner is the blonde-haired girl who won a silver in the Olympics in 2020. She's different. It's a different. Yeah, the Michaela Skinner is a different girl.
Yeah, okay. Well, apparently, Michaela Skinner. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was she got married and she changed her name.
No.
Well, apparently, Michaela Skinner came out after. Michaela Maroney is actually part of this now. After the Olympic trials in 2021, Michaela Skinner said in a since-deleted video that she thought the talent and depth of this year's team, besides Biles, isn't what it used to be, and that a lot of girls don't work as hard and don't have the work ethic. She also alleged that Safe Sport, the program designed to identify abusive coaches, was preventing athletes from being pushed as hard as necessary. Now, there is no sport that has had more abuse and abuse of power than women's gymnastics. It is, you can't, Michaela Skinner, stop. Because there have to be, after what happened with Larry, what's his name?
Yeah, but if you really dig around on this, she's saying that I saw a video that she had where she said you can't coach. She thought the women's Olympic teams got lazy and really didn't and they were becoming harder to coach. Like you have to what I think she's referring to is that coaches now are afraid to coach hard and the team got lazy, and she basically, without saying it, she's basically saying they were kind of divas in 2020 and maybe now that was the case. So when Simone Biles had the group chat and had the group and she called it the FAAFO, Michaela Maroney in the press conference said, "Excuse me, yes, you're in the media. What's your question?" "Hi, Michaela Maroney. My question is, do you guys have a nickname for your team?" She was just leading right into it, and they had to kind of dance around it to basically say, "Yeah, it's F around and find out," and it's literally geared towards Michaela Skinner. It's literally geared towards her and her comments.
Well, apparently Michaela Maroney, she had her face, her meme face, right?
Yeah.
It's a meme.
Yeah, right.
She apparently people like myself are mixing her up with Michaela Skinner, and she says, "I feel like I need to apologize just to redeem my first name." But here's what happened: is a lot of girls don't have the work ethic, is what Michaela Skinner was saying, and so Simone Biles sent out an Instagram or a picture of them with the Golden Girls that just won.
Yeah. And
she said with the caption, "Lack of talent, lazy Olympic champions." Drama. So Simone got the last laugh. Although it wasn't aimed at Simone, it was aimed at the other girls. But Simone has got her girls back, which is nice.
Right.
And rightfully so. Maybe, you know what though? But Michaela Skinner, while maybe you can't coach them as hard anymore, but nobody was more abusive than your sport. There's got to be checks and balances for these gymnasts for these coaches who are working with 10, 12, 13, 15-year-old girls. You can't. Maybe you can push them hard and make them work hard, but the abuses in that sport, there's got to be oversight. Otherwise, you got that. What was his name? Larry
Nassar.
Yeah,
but honestly, I don't think that's really what she's talking about. No one would be okay with that stuff happening.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, who knows? I don't think that's what she was talking about.
Well, no, but I mean, with how bad that sport has been, Lance, and listen, but we were talking about the Carolis yesterday. As a matter of fact, no one was tougher and harder on these girls, and you just, I guess it's a different world. You can't be like that anymore. I know you can still be great without being as abusive as those people have been in the past. Right. I mean, and look at these girls won. These girls won a gold medal, so maybe you can still be somewhat a human being and have some kind of and some restraint in your coaching and still win, which is what they did. Now, the other drama.
Yeah, but you would say, hold on a second. You would say but you're okay with, you're talking about the Carolis, but you're okay with Bobby Knight coaching your son. Mm-hmm. You've said it before. Bobby Knight, I would argue, is way harder than maybe any coach that we've seen today.
No, not harder. Well, first of all, not the sexual abuse thing is one thing.
No, but the Carolis didn't sexually abuse anyone.
No, but you're also dealing with a young. Listen, how to put this? These young girls. I mean, I don't know. I feel for the way that they've been treated.
That's not. But, John, I just think that we need to make a distinction between what Michaela Skinner said. Michaela Skinner is talking about not being coachable. That was her thing, is that because I listened to her thing, and it really had nothing to do with the oversight of keeping the Larry Nassars out. Those guys are sexual predators.
Yeah.
They've got to – that's against the law. You go to prison for that. Nobody is okay with not having the vetting necessary and with any of that stuff entering. I think her comments were they've gotten lazy. They don't want it as much anymore. They're not working as hard. They're not taking coaching.
Well,
that's a totally different thing.
Bobby, you can't coach like Bobby Knight anymore either.
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
Kelvin
that has changed. What about which was the coach that was throwing basketballs at his players?
Oh,
Rutgers? Yeah, the Rutgers coach. He was throwing and it's like, you can't coach like that anymore.
No, but Kelvin Sampson
you can't do that at the college basketball level.
Kelvin Sampson coaches hard.
He coaches hard, but not cruel and unusual.
I mean, that's not. But the days of the Frank push.
No, and you know what? These girls were coached hard too. Don't tell me that they weren't pushed and pushed and pushed.
Well, who was? Well, wait. How do you know that? Do you know the coach from 16?
You don't become great like this and not work your ass off. You don't.
Yeah, no, I think they worked their ass off, and they may have had. There's nothing wrong with hard coaching.
Yeah.
There's abusive coaching, and then there's hard coaching.
That's the difference with Bobby Knight and with the Carolis.
I know, but that's not what Skinner's talking about right now. They had already won Olympic gold in 16.
They just won the gold, so obviously they were pretty damn good, and it worked pretty damn hard.
Yes, I know.
Right.
They were. She was saying that's what it appeared leading up to this Olympics. And frankly, I'll be honest with you, she also seemed to have sparked something in them. Like, seemed to have woke them up.
Well,
because they had an enemy. They had a chip on their shoulder.
I don't know if that was any impetus for them. We don't know.
Well, they had but you don't know that either because they named their group F Around and Find Out. Like, they had a chip on their shoulder about her. She was the bulletin board material. They've said that.
Well, good for her. Then maybe Michaela Skinner got those girls gold
Well, I don't
medals.
care one way or another. Like, I don't personally care one way or another, but it is interesting, the drama. Do you have basketball drama, too?
Well, Joel Embiid didn't play yesterday.
Oh, you know what? I love that Steve Kerr said, yeah, you haven't played worth the crap.
You know
don't
what?
Play.
And here's the deal is, Boston, Philadelphia, Joel Embiid, you know what? A team that we almost lost to in the preliminaries or in the exhibition season, we just beat by 17. You know why? Because I'm pushing the right buttons.
Don't you love he's not playing politics, though, John?
Yeah,
that he's not saying, I have to play Embiid or he'll get mad.
No, right. But I got news for Steve Kerr. When Boston comes to town, Jason Tatum there's bulletin board material for Jason Tatum.
He's playing now. Steve Kerr even said, I forgot. I just basically forgot him.
I forgot he was on the bench.
It was a little weird, but yeah.
No, and now, well, listen, they were better. He said, listen, I'll play Joel Embiid in the next game because it's going to be a better matchup for Joel Embiid to be on the floor. Yeah, I like it. You know what? Steve Kerr is trying to win a gold medal as opposed to soothing everybody's ego. I do like it.
Yeah.
It's okay. But I think it's a media-created drama more than anything, probably, right? Because they're the ones that continue to ask some questions.
I think so, but you don't think Embiid had his feelings hurt?
Yeah. Oh, well, you know what? He's going to be in the next game.
Yeah, he's going to be okay. I think Embiid's going to be okay.
And you know what? Joel Embiid has really sucked so far.
Yes, he has.
When he's on the floor, they're not as good.
No, they're not.
They haven't been as good with Joel Embiid. So Steve Kerr said, you know what? We need a smaller, faster lineup against the Sudan thing, and Joel Embiid doesn't fit that. You know what we want? More than Joel Embiid's ego, we want to win. So that's good. I like that Steve Kerr is doing this. Now, I'm telling you, Joel Embiid is going to go there when they play Golden State, and Jason Tatum when they play Golden State, and he's going to, oh, yeah, you sit me, watch this. I'm going to put 50 on you. We'll see if he can when that day comes. But it'll be the price. And listen, Steve Kerr doesn't even get a gold medal out of this. Coaches don't get gold medals. So Steve Kerr is going to pay the price without any benefit from it. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Ooh, John Chill. We're going to get some betting odds coming up. See what good plays for the Olympics. See what NFL futures. You want to bet on the Texans tonight? Okay. Let's go. We got UFC to talk about with them. That's coming up. So, we're having a real problem listening here today. Real problem.
Who are you
Renee
talking to now? The chat again or Twitter? What is
no, Renee. Did I just hear John Ronaldo not defend Bobby Knight? California's made Johnny soft already. That didn't take long. No, I said, Bobby, you can't have Bobby Knight. Bobby Knight can't coach in this soft world anymore. You can't have him.
So it's not
still love Bobby Knight.
So it's not the player, it's the game.
It's the game. No. Well, it's soft-ass players, too.
No, I mean Bobby Knight being the player, and the game is the one killing Bobby Knight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
can't coach like that anymore.
You can't throw a trash can at a guy.
You can't put a guy in a trash can. Okay.
I would
can't
say
throw basketballs off their head.
If Bobby Knight did more winning in the back half of his career, we could have tested that theory.
Well, Bobby Knight still got jobs even after.
Yeah,
all
but
of
he
that.
didn't win enough. So if he won enough to make himself worth it, then we might have an actual conversation. But at some point, you're at Texas Tech, you're at Indiana. I mean, how much winning was Bobby Knight doing in the last 15 years?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Soft-ass players. That's why.
Okay.
Sure.
It's all about, are you worth it? You can swallow some of the nonsense that a guy is bringing to your program and the embarrassment if you're winning enough games. You get knocked out in the first round of the tournament by players who would rather play someplace else because of his attitude. Then you can't have it. We want to win. That stuff all worked when we were winning games. We were cool with that. Now we're not winning, so you got to go.
Yeah. Whoever bets on the Hall of Fame game is a true degenerate. Yeah, and what's your point?
Yeah, I think that was established.
What's your point?
Yeah, that goes without saying, honestly.
Yeah.
When John said, if you want to bet in a Hall of Fame game, all the degenerates are like, yeah.
Yeah, it's something to bet on.
It's true.
Yeah. Who is that? Todd the Show. Oh, Todd the Show was a cheerleader, I think.
And he said something about a finger.
No.
He
Delete
said something
that.
about a finger slip.
Delete all that.
It's on
Delete
the
that.
chat. I can't delete it.
He was a
well,
cheerleader
maybe I can, but
and finger slipping. He talked
Delete that.
It's that bad. And then our own site. Who's running this today? Is this Sam?
What do you mean? Oh, did she tweet something?
This is not the same sweatshirt I wore yesterday, John Granado, everyone knowing it is. I didn't say that. I said it's the same sweatshirt, but a different shirt
Sam
underneath
attacked
me
yesterday.
I know. How about be smarter, Sam?
Oh, well, I didn't call her out by name, but she attacked me yesterday about my inability to go to break on time, except she kept using grammatical errors, so she got called out. At least the account did. Sam herself didn't, but you've revealed who's behind the account now. Anyway.
So listen, if you're going to attack, if you're going to go after somebody, at least be grammatically correct. Otherwise, you lose credibility.
And I said, if you're going to come at the court jester, you best not miss. And she decided to retweet it a couple times, and she got it wrong 2 more times. She was under pressure. She heard the mic. I had a mic, and she was under pressure. She got it right eventually.
Did you guys see the video of Bryce Young walking into camp? Yes, we saw it. He does look like a little skateboarder, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's an old video, but he looks just like a. He wears
like
everywhere he goes.
Skateboarder.
Yeah, everywhere he goes, he wears. I mean, he does look like mom sent him to school. He's got his backpack on all the time. It's just how he looks. I mean, he looks like a nice kid is what he looks like. I mean, it's crazy watching him. I still want him to succeed. I really do, because I think he's got a chance to be a pretty good football player. But, man, it's just hard to get away from the fact that it always feels like a KO between pick 1 and pick 2. Like, it feels like he's already been knocked out by C.J. Stroud. And when you see the physical differences, and people like to act like, oh, size doesn't matter. Let me ask you something. And the size doesn't mean you can't just say it's directly size related. But the 3 small quarterbacks, Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, and Bryce Young, I mean, you can say whatever. You can try to make Baker a redemption story if you want, but it wasn't with the team that drafted him first. Bryce Young off to a bad start, but a lot of that has to do with what's around him. He's still got a long way to go. And Kyler Murray, to me, was just average enough to get and made enough splash plays to get a huge contract that I feel like Arizona's going to want to get away from every single year that he's quarterbacking for him. So it's still a league where teams prefer guys with height, weight, and if you've got it, speed. They like those three things, or agility, mobility, pocket mobility, and mobility outside the pocket. That's what they want, and that's what C.J. Stroud has. He's got those physical elements that Bryce Young doesn't have.
Yeah. Bryce Young will be better this year.
Yeah, I don't think he can be worse.
Well, the bar is low, but Bryce Young will be serviceable this year. He
needs to be better where he is, but here's the thing. I think that if he's not, it will be interesting if they start having those Kenny Pickett discussions in their building. Like, should we? Well, if there's not, and they've got a top 3 pick. If Carolina has a top 3 pick, it'll be interesting to see if they start. Hey, should we think about moving on? It seems early, but when they're looking to see, I think C.J. Stroud's performance hurt the Carolina Panthers coaching staff. I think it hurts their general manager. I think it hurts, everybody in their building because C.J. makes it look bad. C.J. is going to potentially make these other draft picks look bad. C.J. Richardson's going to be a gauge that Indianapolis Colts. I know that Richardson's a different type of player, but Indianapolis Colts fans are going to be looking at C.J. Stroud. Now, the Colts couldn't have drafted him, so it doesn't matter. But still, the comparisons are going to be there. I mean, look at what we've done with Deshaun Watson. Right. We compared him to
C.J. Stroud, and he's not as good.
Well, no, but we compared him. Deshaun got measured against Pat Mahomes because they were in the same draft. Now, team traded up ahead of the Texans and got Pat Mahomes. I don't know if the Texans would have drafted Mahomes. I think the Texans did like Mahomes, but I don't know if they would have drafted Mahomes or Deshaun. But I do know, I think they like Deshaun actually. But I do know that that C.J. Stroud's going to make life miserable for certain teams, and that primary team was the one who drafted right ahead of him, Carolina Panthers. That's going to haunt. Man, that is going to haunt him for a long, long time. That is Sam Bowie, Michael Jordan type stuff for Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud, potentially.
713-780-3776 is the number to call to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're 2 hours in. Astros baseball. Astros win. Big home run for Dubon. We'll hear from Mauricio Dubon about coming up with the big hit last night that won the game for our team. Oh, actually, we got John Chill that we'll talk about a golden nugget on the other side, and then Mauricio Dubon after that. Next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, hour number 3. John and Lance, along with John Chill now. He is from the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. He is their CFO, and he joins us every week to talk about what's going on at the DraftKings Sportsbook. John, how are the Olympics? Are you guys getting a lot of play with the Olympics?
Yeah, we're seeing, we thought we wouldn't see as much. We're seeing a lot of action, especially on the basketball games. But overall, yeah, we're seeing some movement, especially in the Olympics. So it's interesting to see, and it's good to see. So, hey, you can come down, watch it, and put some money on it and have a good time watching the Olympics.
What were the men yesterday against the Sudan?
The men, was that last week? We, what was it, 29, it was 29 and a half. What was interesting was Sudan hit a three with, I think, 4 seconds left to cover. And so they hit a give-me three at the end, so Sudan ended up covering at the end, so it was interesting.
Wait, they won by 17. What
last
was the?
week.
Oh, no, I'm talking
You
about
talking about
yesterday.
the original? Are you talking
No,
about the first
yesterday.
game? Oh, yesterday?
Yeah.
They won by 27.
Just Sudan did?
No. USA.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. And so they covered with they won by 20. Oh, you're right. I was out.
Yeah,
17.
you're-
No. Yeah,
Yeah.
they hit a three with like 4 seconds left to go in the game, so it was just it was a give-me
Wow.
cover. Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
It's amazing how the Lions get, how close they can get to it. But, yeah, they hit a three at the end, so it was interesting. Last Saturday was good. It was one I talked about a little bit where they were 13. They look pretty good. I think going forward with the men's just overall, you're starting to, like this weekend, they're 32.5 against Puerto Rico. Those lines start getting, they're getting heavy at 32.5. I've been looking at prop bets. I mean, if you're looking at, playing the Olympics and playing Team USA, they haven't posted the props yet for players, but Durant looks strong. I think, he's been consistent since he's come back into the lineup, and, I'm starting to wait to see what where he's at for over-under for points. So,
Well, how ballsy is that? A team that you just barely beat by 2, and you put a 29.5 on it?
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
they're just begging you to take the Sudan.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but who was the better team? But come on.
Well,
Like,
I
that's
get
one of
it,
those
but
things
you know
where
what?
you
They
know what
played
the
you
right
tough,
side
and
is.
and actually they've been playing tough.
Yeah, they've been playing tough. These are the best players in the entire world on one side, and now they're motivated, and there is no sleepwalking in. You know exactly what you're dealing with now.
No, guys, it was it's a 17-point game, 103-86. It was right. It's 17-point game. It's not a 27-point game.
Oh.
103-86 is 17. So
Yeah.
John
it
deals with
wasn't-
a lot of games, John Granada.
Yeah, I know. My apologies. It was a long. It's month end today, and we got a lot of stuff going on here. So my apologies on that.
No biggie. But I mean, whatever the line was, they're begging you to take the Sudan and whatever the case may be. Is there any steamers today you're looking at?
I'm starting to look at the Texans game tonight. I know it's in the air, so football's here. That's what we all love and do here at the book, and we're seeing the Texans over under. It went down to 30 last night, and it's creeping back up to 31. And I saw 31.5 just recently, a couple minutes ago. The under is hitting the Hall of Fame game 7 out of the last 9 games, but it's hard to bet the under. When you're at 30 or 31 points. But you look at the Texans. I mean, Stroud isn't going to play, but their backups got so much experience. I mean, look at Mills got 26 starts. Keenan's got 66. You got Boyles at 20.
Tyson Badgett has started games for the Bears. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I think, if Williams does play, it's a series tops,
No, he's not playing at all. He's not playing.
They announced he's not playing.
Yeah, but Badgett is. And Badgett did a nice job last year for him.
He's got NFL experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he started like 6 games last year. So,
yeah,
I think there's going to be some points on the board. I kind of like the over. Again, leaning towards the Texans a little bit. They're getting 1.5 points. Again, just kind of looking at it, as far as the experience that, as a quarterback position. And I know, it just looks like Texans have more depth,
John,
and that's who will be playing tonight.
We got a comment earlier. You're a special kind of degenerate if you're betting the Hall of Fame game, the first game, preseason game. But you know what? This is where you can find some value.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not I'm looking at money. I'm looking at a way to make some money, and this is, if you've got an edge somewhere, this is where you can find it.
A big edge in preseason. So we used to study this stuff a lot when I handicapped, and and John, this is probably the case because without looking at the totals, the unders are low, and they still go under a lot. At least they had. Has that changed?
No, you still see that trend. I mean, like I said, like I said before, you take this game. I mean, 7 out of 9 games are under. I think that unders hit over, close to 60%. I think in total. But you also have to look at what coaches are doing and trends. There's a lot of coaches that like to put points on the board and and kind of open up the offense a little bit more than some other coaches. So it'll be interesting. But yes, I agree that unders is a big trend during the preseason because they almost lure you in that it's so low that hey, they got to score at least 15 points or 2 touchdowns and a field goal, and they end up only scoring 10. But it's interesting. You got to. I look at an individual team, and I also look at the history of the coach and how he plays preseason.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's a little – it used to be when there were 4 preseason games and the first, second, and third all had an escalating amount of starters starting, and then the fourth game was kind of the meaningless game. That was something where teams – I think it was Marv Levy used to have either the best or the worst way back in the day.
Washington used to lose every game.
Yeah, there were certain teams that were amazing in the postseason and coaches. But I wonder, John, if that's still –
And Baltimore, remember they had the most preseason wins, a streak of. John Harbaugh wanted to win.
They like to win in the preseason.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think what he was like, 4 years in a row. I have to dust it off, but I think he won like every preseason game for like 4 years. So
yeah. So you got some value in Baltimore.
There. Yeah. So we'll kind of look at that, see what the lines start coming in at, and. But football's here. Start to see some, like you said, the degenerates will bet the preseason, but there is value in it. And if you look at it good, you can find some value during the preseason.
Listen, speak nicely of the degenerates. They keep the lights on.
That's right.
That's right.
Absolutely, they do. So what's going on UFC wise?
Yeah, I had I'll be on vacation next week, so I was cashing tickets at a nice parlay. I had Muhammad. In the finals, and that was a nice 2-1. But we got some UFC fights, getting ready for the big fight coming up at the Sphere. So we're starting to put packages together for that fight. That's in September, but we're starting to see people wanting to come out and watch that. I know we got some fights prior to that, but you can see the cards getting bigger for that one. So it's interesting what we're doing there. And
anybody you like in that one?
Not yet. I've seen looking at the lines. I think O'Malley will. I think he'll dominate again. I'm looking at round props now as well to see if there's something early that we can get on and bet those. I don't think he's gone more than 2 rounds. I think the last 2 or 3. I got to look at that, but definitely will be some round props in that one. So we got that. Again, the Olympics this weekend, football, when I get back from vacation, college is starting up. We can talk about some of the lines there. Some are getting on the early lines for college football. They've been posted out there, I think, the first week. A couple games the week of the 24th, and the big week starts on the 29th. So we'll be ready to rock and roll with DraftKings.
Do you got any do you guys got prop bets on who will make the playoff?
Yes, for college.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get some of those.
Do we like is there value in betting like a Louisville? Is there value in betting maybe one of the non-power 4 schools?
I mean, you you got a team like LSU plus 2,000 right now. Penn State's 22. You got your two tops. Georgia's plus 300. Ohio State plus 4-1. Looking at Michigan's a plus 3,000.
Really?
Yeah. So
well, they got a tough schedule, and plus they got all those guys and Harbaugh to replace. So
yeah.
But
It'll
a
be
lot of people are
interesting.
saying they might be overlooked, John.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're returning. They had the portal was good to them. I was kind of looking at them a little bit. It's just so weird with the portal and the realignment of the Big Ten and all that. So it'll be interesting to see how college football. Plus you got the 12-team playoff. So a lot of changes this year in college football.
Ohio State 4-1.
Yeah,
isn't that's a big? I mean.
Yeah.
They're almost. I don't want to say they're almost guaranteed, but they got so much talent. How are they 4-1 as opposed to even money? There's 12 teams in this thing.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, and Georgia's 3-1.
Goodness gracious!
Yeah,
Georgia's 3-1. Man, they're giving away. Why are you guys giving away money? You're going to lose your job.
And but yeah, those are to win it. That's not just to make the playoffs. That's to win it. So
I love Ohio State. I think Ohio State has everything you want. You got good wide receivers, good running backs. They had a good transfer portal. They got a feisty quarterback. I think they should be favorites by about that much. Georgia, I'm a little worried about Georgia. They not only are they losing people, man, the pressure on them with all this culture stuff. I don't know if that's going to have any impact.
Yeah.
Kirby Smart is still a great coach. We don't know what's happening with Kalen DeBoer. I think the Longhorns are a very real threat this year also, even though they're going to play in a tougher conference. This is going to be a really fun college football year. I see the pathway. I'm not sure what the pathway looks like this year. It looks a little different. There'll be some of the same teams that we've seen in the past, but I do think Ohio State's going to be back, and I think Texas could be back in it for the second year in a row. It's going to be Washington, no chance after all the players that they've lost. I think Michigan's going to have a hard time with the players they've lost. But, man, college football has an interesting top 8 to 10 teams this year.
Yes, yeah, they do. So to let you know, Ohio State, it's weird that they're second favorite to win it all, but the top favorite at minus 650 to make the playoffs.
Yeah. Now that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
So.
Right. And so what I'm going to look for is some team. Some, non-power 4 or some team like Missouri to make the playoffs. They're going to be. Yeah. Drinkwitz has got it going on.
Dude, that guy can coach.
They're at plus 175 right now. So Missouri.
That's it. Huh?
I kind of like Boise State. They're 4-1. I mean, if you go for, and
look for the best non-power 3 conferences? Are we doing Power 4? Are we calling it Power 4?
It's still Power 4 now.
Are we still calling it Power 4? Are we calling it Power 3?
Until Florida State leaves,
okay.
and they destroy that league. So, yeah, you can find some value. Missouri's only plus 175. I guess the secret's not. It's not a secret anymore.
But that's just to make the playoffs, right?
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
These are just to make the playoffs. I was trying to look for like Notre Dame. See where they're. Yeah, I can't find them right now. But, it'd be interesting to see the non-powers, who gets in, and, if there's some odds out there.
Right.
Just start looking.
Dell, you got a steamer on a college football team that might give you some good odds to make the playoff this year? What about Miami?
Well,
with Cam Ward.
Lance mentioned the transfer portal, and Miami's done quite a bit there. And, because of 12, I think they're picked third to make in the ACC. Their schedule, it's not bad, but I was thinking Iowa. What's Iowa's number? Because they can't score, but they could find Iowa's always hovering around top 12.
Did Ferentz fire his kid?
I think so.
Okay, so that'd be better.
They're 6-1.
6-1 to make the playoff.
Yeah, make the playoffs. Yeah.
Well, these odds are better than I thought. These odds are. You guys are doing a pretty good job on. That's not. I don't think that's enough money. I don't think 6-1's enough money to bet Iowa to put your money on Iowa. What about Miami?
Miami is plus 220.
Plus 220. See?
Yep.
That's not great. That's not great odds.
No.
Yeah, you might keep your job. You might be able to keep your job, John. Although you're winning UFC bets, taking money out of your own DraftKings pocket. Do you think that's smart?
Well, technically, I don't wager at my own house.
Oh,
so,
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Technically. Okay. John,
so
chill.
I do not wager here, so
Okay.
I'm allowed to wager at other venues. But
Gotcha.
yeah.
John Chill,
So-
CFO, Golden Nugget, right here every week on ES. So you won't be here next week? You're on vacation?
Yeah, we're
Okay.
heading out. So
Okay,
I'll
well, have
see you
fun.
guys next week. All right, sounds good. Thanks, John.
All right, there's
Thanks,
John
Lance.
Chill.
See you guys. All right.
Right here
Thanks,
on
John.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking about that Golden Nugget. I'm talking about just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. I'm talking about the entertainment. It's awesome. I mean, Lake Charles, you are just 2.5 hours from basically a Las Vegas casino. It's got everything you can possibly. How about a dozen restaurants in there? How about the pool, which is with the lazy river and the cabanas and I'm telling you, it rocks. It is awesome. The Blue Martini, it is a fantastic nightclub. All of the concerts that they have there in a wonderful venue that you could go to GoldenNuggetLC.com and find out. You could see the list of all the concerts that they got going on. But it's you don't have to fly like you do to Vegas. It's 2 hours and 15 minutes, which is a lot quicker to get there than going to Las Vegas. It's got everything you could possibly need. I love the poker room. I love the golf. It's really, there's nothing that you can't do. If you like to play, this is the playground for you. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
So I'm looking through News of the Weird stories, and one of them is NFL moving closer to replacing chain gang with new technology. It's about, are you kidding? We did this in the 1920s, the chain, the 10 yards.
It's part of the pageantry.
It's not pageantry.
It's the pageantry of stretching
lazy.
the chain out, and everyone's like, is it a first down? Oh! That's part of the fun that we have is the excitement of the chain being stretched out. This is what makes my league special.
No, we've got a play clock to make the game move along, right? You know how much time it takes to say, oh, I want a measurement, blah, blah, blah. I got to bring the chains out. Guys got to jump over the chain. We got to pull it, and then there's the controversy of whether or not
you're fine. You got nowhere to go.
It's a first down. I mean, let's catch up with technology. Put a laser on the field. It goes across, and it tells you whether or not it's a first down. A laser. That's all. That's all we need. You could do it on your garage door. You can't do it in an NFL, a bajillion-dollar business. I mean, Roger, earn some of your $63 million. You're embarrassing.
Wow.
You're embarrassing your league.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's another thing that they're going to do. So that's good.
Okay. I wish it would take longer.
So there's not. I don't know how I feel about all these hold-ins. Ultimately, it's not my money. It's not my situation. I don't think it's great for the sport to sign contracts and then immediately have issues. Like the Deshaun Watson thing was probably the most egregious thing I've seen in contractual history. It smells fishy. You had already traded DeAndre Hopkins. It really looks like what the Texans did is DeAndre Hopkins had already been traded. Deshaun's side still went for the contract. They were happy. Everyone was crying. And then he wanted his way out of the contract after he had played a year. Yeah, he played 1 year without DeAndre Hopkins. He saw it wasn't awesome. And he, from there, basically, I feel like he and his team basically said, okay, this is our opportunity. When the Texans, when he didn't get a say-so on coach, that was his opportunity to complain and cry and get out of there and go somewhere else and get a new signing bonus and redo a deal. And that's basically what ended up happening once the lawsuits were handled in court. So I think it's a bad, it started with college football where those guys, have you ever seen that in the NFL? You ever notice in the NFL, there's no coaches, there's no talk about going to another team. It's impossible. You can't do it. You're not allowed to do it. And so, this is really funny to me that players can just literally decide, at least in the NFL and certainly in college football now too, now I say that doesn't mean that they automatically get a new contract. They can be pain in the asses, but there is a mechanism here that handles, the fines for these things. So that's certainly understandable. But honestly, when it comes to being able, you never see it in professional sports, John, name a coach who holds the team hostage. It doesn't happen. Only in college athletics does a coach do that.
Yeah, well, you can't. I mean, you can't. Listen, there's poaching with coaches as well as players in college, which you can't do in the pros, right? I can't go poach unless you're the Dolphins and you get draft picks taken away. They're trying to lure other players on teams, and you're a filthy organization. Then that's the case. But other than that, you don't see that. You don't see trying to poach players or trying to poach coaches. But it happens all the time in college. College is a filthy, dirty business. Dirty, filthy, horrible business is what it is. College
dirty,
athletics.
Dirty,
filthy. Dell's not listening to the show, so
we're setting up his Fire Stick.
Is that something? Is he catching a plane right after the show?
He's getting he's headed out to.
No, I've got something more important to do. An actual show.
He's going to Cleveland. He's going to the
we ain't got
the Hall of Fame for Andre Johnson, former Hurricane.
No, I don't have time. I've got an actual show to do.
Oh.
From 10 to 12.
Oh, you're still doing that?
Yep.
Yes, I'm still doing that, yes.
Well, it hit the over.
Oh, okay. Well, considering past history. No, actually, the last time I was in that
That's what
position.
I'm talking about.
The last time, I think we got, 5 months, maybe 6 months? So we're trending that way. But me being alone, I can see what you're saying. At least I had the buffer for heel. Now, it's just me. Oh, I haven't said anything too controversial. And I'm cheap labor, so it works out.
That's the problem. That's the problem with it.
You want me to say more
some
things?
Controversial stuff.
Like what?
Okay.
What would you like me to say from 10 to 12?
I want
you
to
program
start talking about cheerleaders.
I don't want to talk about cheerleaders.
Okay.
My show is not that serious, but we try to avoid the things you get wrapped up in when you're looking at the Twitch chat.
Yeah. I know.
Oh, Twitch chat. And is it so? This is now for those of you who don't know. So where do you find us now on
the same ways they've
Twitter,
YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Same places except
those
added
three
Twitter.
Places. And it's all of these that I'm looking at on the side are all the different chat rooms that are
because we all have access as administrators. We can see what anyone who is logged into Twitch or YouTube are saying. And they can't see everything that we're seeing because some of the accounts aren't both on YouTube and Twitter.
And no one else can.
So
we can monitor
We're kind of doing a show for ourselves right now.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to explain it to John a little bit. Yeah.
Right. So, okay. So we can see everything. So Sam can monitor this when she's not making mistakes about stuff we say on the show.
No, she didn't monitor this.
It's really up to the producer / host. I don't know. I don't think she could, but it's not really her job.
Yeah, we're fine.
We're fine.
All right.
They want us talking about the Astros. They won 1 of 3 against the Pirates, and they're still find themselves in first place.
They avoided the sweep, which at least that's something.
And in large part because of Mauricio Dubon.
Well, and O'Neal Cruz.
And O'Neal Cruz played a big part.
3 errors in the first 3 innings.
Yes, and he played a big role in the Astros.
I don't want to shortchange O'Neal Cruz.
No, O'Neal Cruz, thank you for your arm. But Dubon, so he comes in as a pinch hitter. Dubon had been awesome early in the season with runners in scoring position, with runners on, and then he fallen off drastically. But he got the pinch hit role, and here's what he had to say about his approach in that pinch hitting role.
It's been a rough month of July. Everybody knows that. Just go in there, try to keep it simple. Don't try to do too much. I was not trying to hit a home run. Actually, I was actually trying to get on base, get everybody going. I said a prayer before I came out. I need your help, God. I need your help right now. I can't carry this cross anymore. I need you right now.
Wow, I didn't know he had that much going on in his life.
Wow.
The burden of, I can't carry this cross any longer. Please, God, help me turn on this high inside 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
Why?
And Jesus got his hands around and got extension
Dubon
and got his...
did, but he asked God for his help.
Okay.
And you know what? That's nice.
So it wasn't like Angels in the outfield where an Angel came down and swung the bat.
And opened his hips early so he could get extension on that high inside fastball?
Yeah. It wasn't that.
No, he used his faith to go up. That's not Angels in the outfield. He used his faith.
Was there
and confidence, and he walked up with a serenity because he has faith in God.
Was there a Gen Z Joseph Gordon-Levitt in the crowd who saw the Angel and told Mauricio Dubon, "Now's your time," and he did the wing thing?
No, that didn't happen. He okay.
Whatever happened to that little black kid that was his friend? Did he go on to do anything big? Danny Glover was the manager. Tony Danza.
That was Tony Sip.
You think young Tony Sip was
there? Tony Sip. It was not.
They never played on the same team.
Do you know how many people are listening don't even know who Tony Sip is?
That's crazy, too, because that man was
my
part of
guy.
it. That
was your guy. That was Dell's favorite player.
Yeah.
He was the only guy Dell looked to on that team.
And then they brought in Tony Kemp, and I was like, all right.
All right.
Seamless transition. Although one was
Don't even have to learn a different name.
One was a pitcher. But, it's funny. Steve Sparks talked about that. And after the game, was it Steve Sparks or was it Mike Stanton? It was either Sparks or Stanton after the game said that Dubon goes, when he was talking to Julian Morales, he said, I was just looking, I wasn't looking for anything. I was just trying to get a hit, or he said something like that. And it was either Stanton or Steve Sparks when they went back to the analyst, and they said, one of them said, "Oh, I'm not buying that. You can't get around on a 97-mile-an-hour fastball up and in unless you're looking for that pitch. You got to be on that pitch. That's not one that you're just going to turn and rip like you did in that one." So Dell keeps doing his Angels in the outfield move.
No, Dell, stop it.
That's what the
man has faith in God. It gave him a sort. Lance Berkman talked about that when he had that hit in the World Series. He said, "God, give me." He kept praying for God to give him serenity in a huge at bat in the World Series, and he did. And
yeah,
you know what?
well, Lance
Mauricio Dubon did too.
Well,
Thank
yeah,
you
but
for your
this was,
faith.
he said, "I have a cross to bear. Help me bear my cross."
I can't bear it
he
anymore.
said-
There was men
he couldn't
on
bear
there-
it.
No, he said, "You know how crappy I've been in this
You
month."
want to hear it again? He
You want
said
to
he
hear
had
it
a
again?
cross
He
to
did
bear.
drop the cross bomb.
I know, but he also said how bad it's been for him.
Right.
His life has been bad, so he turned to God. And you know what? Thank you.
Let's hear Dubon.
Thank you, God.
What would C.J. Stroud do, Dell? John's got
Turn
a
to
point
God.
here. That's
Well,
true.
Well, let's hear. I believe there was a cross to bear. Let's listen to Dubon again talk about how he got around on that fastball.
It's been a rough month of July. Everybody knows that. Just go in there, try to keep it simple. Just try to do too much. I was not trying to hit a home run. Actually, I was actually trying to, get on base, get everybody going. I said a prayer before I came out. I need your help, God. I need your help right now. I can't carry this cross anymore. I need you right now.
Right. He was carrying it, and he stumbled twice. And he was picked up by God, and God picked him up, and he turned on that fastball.
Do you
High
think the
inside
I think
fastball.
he stumbled the first three at bats.
Do you think the Astros, their cheating was actually Angels on the outfield signals, but they thought that was too ridiculous? So hey, let's pretend like it's electronic signals being sent.
Hey.
But actually, it was some kid in left field waving his arms. That's what we should be investigating. Where was that kid?
This is you're blasphemous.
We have history
Okay.
of Angels helping a team who was downtrodden turn it around.
The man believes in God.
I believe in God.
Thank you.
I believe in God.
Thank
But
you.
the man, I just think we need to do an investigation. If we get a camera that goes faster than any camera in the world, maybe we see angel wings on the back of his shoulders.
I will admit the cross to bear might have gone a little too
It's
far.
a little much.
It's a little,
A little bit.
it's maybe a little
And you
too
know
much,
the only
Mauricio.
reason you're saying that is because you're in Johnnywood right now.
Yeah.
And you guys just don't have the faith out there like
Stop it.
we in the deep south. Well, we're not really deep south here in Texas. So now that you're in Johnnywood, all of a sudden, soon we're going to be hearing, you know what? I hope C.J. Stroud can just keep his faith to himself. I don't need him shoving that down my L.A. throat.
Oh,
That's what you're going to say.
No,
LA
I've been the
throat.
exact opposite. The man has faith in God. and so
you have
too.
been the
Stop
opposite, but now
with
you're
your
Johnnywood.
angels in the office. No,
Let's see what happens in Johnnywood.
I said the cross to bear might have been a little much. Okay,
You're in a hotel
Pray to
still.
God, that's fine, but you don't have a cross.
You're
to
in a
bear.
hotel
just
still.
because you keep grounded into double plays.
just because you keep pulling the ball softly to the third
Right,
baseman.
right. Yes, that's not a cross to bear.
All right,
Slow-
Elron,
slow
you better
down.
watch it.
Slow down.
You sound a little like Elron right now.
Let's stop. Time to talk about John Daspit. Sound a little like him.
John Daspit. I talked to John Daspit, as a matter of fact, yesterday. He's big surprise. He's going to be doing something for a local high school that needs his help with helping out the football team who's severely underfunded. He is going to make a donation, I think, to that school, which is going to help out a lot. And that's something that he didn't ask me to say that, but I made the call for him. Somebody reached out to me. I made the call, and he's like, yeah, absolutely. And he does bicycle drops. I know he's been involved with turkey stuff. He does a lot of Thanksgiving stuff. Selvin Young is a big part of that as well, former Longhorn who John is friends with. And that's part of John that gives back to the community. He works with the community. He works with poorer communities. He works with people who are affluent. He works with people who are only Spanish speaking. He works with anyone, frankly. It really doesn't matter. Daspit Law Firm is going to work with anybody that has been badly injured and needs help. They need to turn to somebody who can help them recover the hospital bills or pay the hospital bills, pay for the time that they're going to miss from work because their family is depending on them, pay for the physical therapy or the surgeries, and be properly compensated for injuries that you sustain, and you need the pain and suffering that is going to be fair for what you're having to deal with. Because in some of these instances, and actually more than you'd probably like to know, it is going to be lifelong issues that you suffer through, at least something in the neck, hip, shoulder, or even the trauma of whatever you went through. And John Daspit's going to fight for you. He passionately pursues justice for the injured. That's 713-CALL-NOW, 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Are you guys, interested? Megan Fox is going to play a sexy robot gone bad. Interested or not?
Kind of.
We've seen it already, though, with, what was the one movie?
Ex Machina?
I've seen Alicia Vikander play sexy robot going bad.
Who?
In Ex Machina. Alicia Vikander.
What was her name?
Alicia Vikander.
Yeah, that was, but that wasn't as much sexy robot. That was scary robot. The Asian robot was sexier.
Oh, I don't know. Ex Machina was pretty sexy.
Well, I think he's talking about the other robot in the movie.
other robot was the one that did things.
Yeah, the
other one, when the power went off, she'd say, "I'm going to murder all of you," or whatever she said.
Well, the star of the movie, she was looking for a manipulative relationship where she could convince that guy to let her out. The other robot did stuff, sure.
Yeah. So
I don't know.
I mean,
the Megan Fox thing, I've seen enough sexy robots. I don't know if I need to see Megan Fox as a robot.
Yeah. Why are you being a robot? Just be somebody who's bad.
And does stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Apparently, Saturday Night Live, they're making a movie about the debut episode. I saw their first ever episode. I saw was it the movie or a documentary about the guy who created Animal House? He also created what was the magazine? It wasn't Mad Magazine. It was,
yeah.
The Harvard. It
Cracked.
Was, no, it was the Harvard.
National Lampoon.
National Lampoon.
Yeah.
National Lampoon.
Right.
He says that Lorne Michaels stole all. He had the idea, and Lorne Michaels stole all the people. He stole John Belushi. He stole Chevy Chase. He stole all those guys from him.
Oh, they were all out there, and so that was all before Saturday Night Live, huh?
Yeah. No. He used them after. I don't know which. No, I'm not sure. I don't think Animal House came before Saturday Night Live, but he said he had them all on a radio gig, and then and Lorne Michaels stole them for the show, for the TV show.
Huh.
So that'll be interesting to see whether or not they take that attitude with it. Anyway, that's some stuff going on. Anything in your little show, Del, that we need? Oh, he's not. Are you in there? Yeah, he's in there.
Well, I've got some things we can talk about that we haven't gotten to.
At any point, and Lance, obviously we'll get to what you want to talk about. At any point, you're going to stop insulting the show?
That's an homage to Ken Hoffman. That's
Yeah,
what
but
he
you
used to say to me all the time, and I want to keep his memory alive.
But you were doing that before Ken Hoffman
I know,
passed.
no, but I was doing it for Ken Hoffman.
Oh, okay.
He enjoyed that.
So you were insulting me and others when you wouldn't just address that to me.
Ken Hoffman used to insult me in that way.
Yeah, but not everyone knows about your connection with Ken Hoffman. So when you did it to Paul, and now you're doing it to me, and you've done it to others, you think people got the homage, or are you just trying to insult people?
No, it's an homage. That's what it is.
Okay.
Just so people know, I'm not trying to denigrate your show.
Well,
I'm actually paying homage to Ken Hoffman.
Well, you're a P word. I'm paying homage to Jeffrey Simmons. There it is.
That's fine. I don't care. You can call me the P word.
Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. So, is there anything on your little? Oh, Lance got something. What do you got, Lance?
Well, I saw this. The revenue generated for the college football 25 game is already at $500 million for EA Sports. They thought that they would hit $150 million. That was their successful number. They've already tripled that. I mean, they've tripled it. We're not even through. That number is going to double from what it is right now. It'll get to $1 billion.
And that's just Sean Mapes.
It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people buying, and people who had never bought the originals, didn't know anything about the original. But it's just funny. There's a different type of fan base for college football than pro. There are crossover, but some people are
like
just
Del.
college football fans and aren't as interested. But this EA Sports, for Madden, it's about gameplay. For EA Sports college football, it looks like a lot of it is experiential. Am I right, Del? Because they had this with MLB The Show. They have this on NBA 2K where you do career stuff where there's a lot of this is the most out of control stuff I've ever seen, where you get blocked on social media. They have really, really said, let's cover everything that an athlete might go through in his time at a university, and they have captured a lot of it. And I think that's part of the allure, is that people see this as more of the whole GTA concept of you're playing through an entire storyline. And so the storyline, and all the games where you have career modes have storylines to an extent, but not like this. This seems like the most expansive storyline. But one of the things that the article pointed out is that the players who opted into the game are going to get $600, and the 11,390 athletes were in the game at $600 per person. That's roughly $6,834,000, or 1.4% of the money the game has already made. The imbalance in earnings is absurd. Well, they didn't know. They're not doing a rev share. It'll be interesting, John, to see what happens with the players now, because they're going to want to keep all the players in this. So what they may have to do is a rev share model where the players get a certain percentage of the total revenue that is generated.
Yeah, it's interesting.
$600 isn't going to sit well with a lot of these
to
players.
be fair, $675 when you include the game they got.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's a year-by-year deal once you sign over your name, image, and likeness, because this is going to be an annual game. Like some games, the AAA games that they talk about where they expect it to last 4 to 5 years and they keep doing updates, it's different. But this one's supposed to be annual, so will they have to go through this process over and get every player again? Because that will be a different negotiation.
Yes. They basically need to do it when a player comes in as a freshman. You opt in or not, and what they're going to, and that's why I said, you're going to start having players who say, no, I want my own. Like Caleb Williams was trying to get a piece of an NFL team.
What do you think happened with Arch? You think Arch wasn't a negotiating ploy? I'm going to stay out.
And what did Arch get?
I don't know the number, but it was much larger than he might have initially gotten.
So this is what they're going to have to start dealing with now, is negotiating, instead of having, because you don't have a union, you don't have a players union. So you're going to have to I think you're going to have to say, look, you can opt in, and you're going to get part of the same equal amount of the rev share, or EA Sports is going to be involved with these long, drawn-out negotiations. Like, this is really – after this year, I think they're going to – unless they sign contracts for multiple years, this is going to get very complicated for them.
All right. We got to break it here because we got news of the weird instead of blah, blah, blah. Okay, and all the money that EA Sports is making.
Look at that.
Okay.
You had something you want to talk about.
I want to talk about Billy at Bronco Power Boost. How about a solution? The dude started out with, I just want to keep the lights on. I want to keep the cash register. I want to keep your security cameras going. I want to make sure that you have the Wi-Fi. Okay, we can keep your businesses going. We can keep your home. We can keep your refrigerator going. It's gone from that to you don't need a generator anymore. Because he's got his Power Boost, which can be accentuated by a small generator that you can wheel, okay? You don't need a permit. It's still green. It's still rebate. It's still less expensive than the big generator that you have to buy. It is the perfect solution for when the power goes out. It'll keep your air conditioning going. It'll keep your pool warm. It'll a cold, warm, however you want it. It will do it all. I don't think it'll keep it cold, but it'll keep it warm. So here's the deal. If you're looking for a solution for when we lose, and we will lose power again because we got center point. We got ERCOT. We will lose power because that's what we do. The hurricane season hasn't even started yet, and here we've already had a huge one. So it is possible, it's plausible, it's probable that we will have another power outage. And you got to be ready for it with a less expensive way to do it. Much less expensive than that big generator, which you can't even get right now. It's on a waiting list. So you go to BroncoPowerBoost.com. You want to keep your business or your home going, BroncoPowerBoost.com. All right. An Okaloosa, Florida woman is facing charges that she killed a spider. Do you feel like she should be convicted if you kill a spider, that this is a criminal offense?
No, it is not.
What if it is your roommate's spider who spent $70 on the spider?
Oh, well, that's destruction of property. Yeah.
Okay.
You should probably get some kind of ticket or a fine or something. Yeah.
She drowned the roommate's spider in ginger ale. Do you feel like that is an unfitting death for a spider?
I mean, I'm not a big spider guy, so I'm probably not the right one to ask. Ginger ale sounds like it went out pretty good, honestly, better than most spiders who get smashed.
A Georgetown, South Carolina couple were arrested. An unseasoned chicken led to a brawl with bug spray, fists, and knives.
That makes sense.
And her quote was, "I know how to cook."
Well, don't bring unseasoned chicken to a public gathering.
If you don't season a chicken, should you bug spray somebody?
Well, you shouldn't be the attacker. You should be worried about an attack if you brought unseasoned chicken to a place. You should be worried.
Tell me what you consider seasoning, Del. Is salt enough?
No. What are we talking about here?
What is enough?
It depends on what you're into. I'm into spice, so I'm going to look for spice. But if you are good with just Old Bay, just use a general, I don't know, sprinkling of Old Bay, and you're good. But I don't want you bringing your gray chicken to any place I'm at.
Oh, great chicken.
Another fight over chickens. A man in Indonesia stabbed another man to death over a debate of whether the chicken or the egg came first. Can you two have a debate on whether or not the chicken or the egg, and will someone be stabbed afterwards?
We don't care.
It's not that big a deal to me.
I'm
assuming the egg came first.
Wow. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, how did you have an egg without a chicken, Lance?
Well,
Jesus.
There it is.
You want to keep arguing?
There's your answer right there.
You want to keep arguing?
He said Jesus or God, either one.
God.
Creation, whatever you want to call it.
Maybe.
You want to keep arguing?
Or
Jesus wins.
how do you
Jesus
know?
wins.
How do you know God didn't create an egg for a chicken to hatch from? Initially,
That's what I said.
Do we know that?
That's where he came from.
Do we know?
It's the original egg.
Was
I guess you needed two chickens. You don't. There's immaculate conception. You
Yeah,
can do
that's
that
part
with
of
a
the
chicken,
doctrine.
too. Sure.
Well, speaking of conception, a man in Vietnam inserted a live eel up his rear,
Oh, that's not conception.
That's
which
not
punctured
conception.
his colon.
That's not conception.
That's
but
penetration.
Not the P word.
But
There's a difference.
But he survived. Do you feel like you could survive a punctured colon from a live eel?
No. I'll tell you right now, if I did, I'd make it into work because I've got a history of that. But I don't think that I've never tried that, and I don't see that. If that happened to me, I don't think I'd want to. I don't think I'd want to work. I'd call John Daspit. I'm getting paid if that happened because I can promise you it didn't happen through my own accord.
Somebody stuck that eel
Somebody
up there.
did that, and they're going to pay a hefty price.
Yeah.
When John
No,
Daspit gets a hold of their insurance company.
Yes, or you could stab them. And what if they said it was the chicken? What if they said it was the egg first, and they
I'm
stuck
just
the eel
not
up there?
super argue. I mean, I'll argue stuff I care about. That's one. I'll just let that slide. I don't care.
How bad do you feel for Denny Crum? He had a
the Louisville
giant
head coach?
Yeah, well, he's dead. He had a custom granite headstone
Well, I
dumped
didn't
into the
mean
Red
now.
Sea. He had a headstone dumped into the Red Sea by Houthi pirates.
What are Houthi pirates doing on Denny Crum's? Wait, what?
I don't know. Apparently she had it made. It was handcrafted in India.
It was coming in.
It was coming over.
They didn't go to. So Houthi pirates didn't land and go to somewhere in Louisville, Kentucky,
No.
pull up his headstone and said, "We now have him."
No.
And
Nah,
throw
you don't
the
know.
headstone.
They're big Kentucky fans. Have always hated Louisville. This was their chance. They
Did
came
they
over
say-
to prove a point.
Well, maybe it's Kentucky fans who blamed Houthi pirates.
Maybe they said, "I am the captain of this headstone."
I know. Who's the captain
No.
now, Denny?
Who's
Look
the
at me.
cap-
Look at me.
Maybe that's what they said, but no one knows.
Well, Denny's dead. I don't think he could have answered their charge anyway. But that's sad. Let that man, let his
Yeah.
gravestone be where it
Well,
should be.
but they threw it. It was just coming. over.
And it wasn't valuable, so they just tossed it in the
not
ocean.
the Houthi Pirates. They don't know that Denny Crum used to play such a tough schedule to get his team ready for the tournament.
Ramsey County, final one. Ramsey County, Minnesota is now billing people who call the crisis hotline. Do you think that's a deterrent if someone's in crisis?
Yes.
That you get charged?
Well, because you got people using it who shouldn't be using it.
Yeah, but if I do have a crisis, I can't afford it.
Dad.
What if my crisis is I don't have any money?
I've got one. Mason does this all the time. Comes in, Dad, my shoulder, I still have an area like right here where it's when I lift my arm up, it feels sore. Just get out of here. It's a new one every 2 days. Dad, do you think there's any chance that there's a bump on my head? No.
Yeah,
It's
I think it's no.
my foot hurts right now. Get out of
Frankie
Quit
is
calling
the
the
biggest-
crisis hotline.
No, Frankie's the biggest hypochondriac. Oh, I've got a story about Frankie that is. We got to have her tell it. It is hilarious.
Is it weird?
It is. Well, we'll
Can
do
she
it.
tell it for News of the Weird?
She could actually. I got to have her. We are holding our sides, laughing so hard at her hypochondria. It's unbelievable. All right, we're done. The Delvin and Sean, what's his name? Shawnee.
See the bit.
I gotta find a good name for this show.
See, the bit is too much. You can't even remember his name in the bit.
I know his name. It's Mapesy, but I gotta find a good. I need a good name for
A
this
good
show.
insulting name for the show.
Yes, not Mopey and Mapes. Come on, we need a better. And Twitter, come up with a better one.
Oh, that's one
Okay.
you should go. That's a place you should go to. Why don't you try Twitch, John? See what they come up with.
Well, you know what? Twitch probably has a name for your show.
I see you. I see that guy, Chalupa, whatever he calls himself.
Yeah,
Loser. Loser.
Well, John, Mega Blast definitely has.
Well, I don't
words.
care about him. I mean,
Yeah.
he's so bad at sports. You banned him from the show. But the other guy, Chalupa, I see what you're doing in there.
We're done. Have a great day. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody.
I don't remember the timeline. I was in a haze when he sent it for no other reason than I was sleepy. Sean Mapes, whose name is Sean, if you weren't aware, despite the end of the previous show, he sent me a couple texts. And normally at that time of night, he's not the person I'm looking for texts from.
Hey,
don't send pics, Sean. I'm not looking for pics from you at that time of night.
So when you saw Sean Mapes sent attachment, you're like, oh, buddy.
Oh, boy. I mean, we've been doing this show since February. We're not that close. Hey, watch it. No, it was simply a screenshot of Sean with a big decision to make. In virtual terms, the man got offered a job on a PlayStation 5. And I thought to myself, the sunny skies of LA, did he want to be Shawnee Wood like we got Johnny Wood? Or did he want to remain in the great state of Texas and continue to build up a program in the city of Houston? We know what John Granado would do. He would get the hell out of here.
Yeah, we've seen it.
Yeah. We've seen that happen. In fact, anyone who was watching Twitch or YouTube or on Twitter saw it as well. John's in LA wearing the same shirt or whatever the post on social media from our account was. He's out there. He will be with us throughout, until he decides he doesn't want to be here anymore. It seems like that's in at least the distant future, so don't worry about that. But Sean Mapes has decided, I'm not that guy. I love this city.
I'm not bleeping leaving.
I was born here. I'm going to bury in the H? Are you going to get buried in the H?
Job's not finished.
Okay. Sean Mapes sending text. And it's just closing out what happened in the last segment of the previous show when we're not doing News of the Weird. All the money being spent or being used by consumers to enjoy the game that is EA College Football 25. Sean is one of those people, so much so that I needed to know that he was staying because his family is the most important thing. And by family, I mean those Rice kids that he's leading to a title.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really just wanted to kind of get the word out there. So yeah, all the media members start connecting me to the Rice job so I can get to the USC job so I can get a raise at Rice. It's really what I was after.
Maybe, do you want upgrades to the facilities too?
Our facilities grades did upgrade after I said no to the job from a C+ to a B-.
Awesome. So the Rice administration is taking note that you are a hot commodity and doing everything they can to keep you. So that's how unserious we are.
That's how we chose to start the
because
5 minutes of the show.
I mean, we could talk about Fromber, and credit to Fromber because that looked like a disaster waiting to happen, because that's who Fromber is. It feels like when things go poorly, he doesn't respond. He did yesterday, and the Pirates were up 4-0. I got a couple texts from people who were hating on random Pirates who we had never really cared about until they walked into Houston and took the first 2 games of the series, and we're looking well on their way to taking the third one up 4-0. But sometimes the Pirates got to be the Pirates, and the errors that were committed by Cruz, we thank you. Like Dubon, we're going to hear from him. He thanked the higher power. I don't know if that higher power was involved in Cruz's awful night. But thank whoever you need to, because the Astros are back in first place. The Mariners lose in extra innings to the Red Sox. The Astros fight back. Dubon with a clutch homer, pinch hitting. Yiner, another big night. Yiner, I don't know if crediting Dusty makes any sense, because he said we would thank him at some point for slow playing the Yiner ascent. But Yiner is on it right now. I mean, Jordan could probably pick it up at home. I'll give you some numbers there. He has not been great at home when compared to his road at-bats, but a much-needed win. A feel-good win. I said yesterday the vibes were probably pretty bad around that place. Even if those guys didn't have a real attachment to Jake Bloss or Lo Perfido, kind of hurts when a couple guys are sent out the door and you're playing poorly. And they avoided that. They win. They avoid the sweep. They're back in first place. And one of the main reasons they are is Mauricio Dubon. He was the post-game interview for Julia Morales on Space City Home Network. And he spoke about a couple of things, including Fromber's outing. But he also, at least more importantly to us, discussed his home run. And this is what his approach was and who he had to thank for getting the job done.
It's been a rough month of July. Everybody knows that. Just go in there, try to keep it simple. Don't try to do too much. I was not trying to hit a home run. Actually, I was actually trying to get on base, get everybody going. I said a prayer before I came out. I need your help, God. I need your help right now. I can't carry this cross anymore. I need you right now.
I didn't know it was that bad, man. I mean, we had a little fun with it earlier. I didn't know it was that bad. He had that cross on him, and he got a lift, and the whole team needed it. He needed it. He was right. He had not been great, and at the end of July, the final date, he had a great night. And Espada is very aggressive when it comes to pinch hitting. I've been saying it all year. You don't really have a major league first baseman. Speaks to that when you are pinch hitting for your first baseman in one of the middle innings. Not really the approach you want when it comes to that position. You want a guy who can drive in runs, who teams are actually worried about, as opposed to, well, you know what? Not today. We have to go find a bat off the bench and a bat that had been struggling, but it did not matter yesterday. So the Astros win. They close it out, and the back half of the bullpen gets the job done. I mean, Presley did what Presley does. He wasn't locked down, but he did enough. So you get out of there with the win. You have an off day today, and you start the month of August with the lead.
And Hader did what Hader does. Asterisks in a safe situation.
In a safe situation, yes, because if that game was tied when he came out there, when he went out there, it would have been different because I'm sure there would have been a ball flying over his head and him looking back at it as the left fielder doesn't move, watching it sail into the Crawford boxes or beyond. But that was a safe situation, so we didn't have to worry about it. We'll take it. The team's not perfect. We know. The things we thought were going to happen, we can't really depend on. The players we thought were going to be great, they have their moments. And on occasion, they play less. They kind of play to the level we thought they had already surpassed. Like Jordan, he's great. I mean, there's no real shot to take at Jordan. He's just not a good hitter at home. He's not. So we'll get into Jordan's numbers when we come back. And also, the other thing today, we got football. And it's football in the sense that there are going to be guys out there in pads and helmets playing competitively. But will we recognize many of the players? If you've been following camp and getting updates on everything that's going on, I would tell you to follow Gallant. Paul Gallant. Gallant says he gives great updates. He's always out there. He does his recaps of what he's seen afterwards. A lot of the names that you hear that, the people tweet to you about, because those are the names you want to hear about, you're not going to see them tonight. You probably will see Lassiter. Get used to backup safeties and backup defensive tackles, and maybe one of those guys flashes and finds themselves a roster spot. But this is a game that just introduced you back to football. A lot more interesting things will probably be going on the sidelines. They'll be interviewing all the Hall of Fame people. If you love in-game interviews, this is the game for you. Andre Johnson will get interviewed. He'll be wearing his jacket as well, so that'll be a moment. And that's a takeaway. Hope for health, and maybe a couple rookies or fringe players. Like, I don't know if John Mechie's fringe, but he's a guy who needs to have, beyond a good camp, he needs to have a good preseason. That's a guy who could win the fourth spot away from Noah Brown as far as the wide receiver rotation is concerned. So I would probably ask, hey, Davis Mills, get John Mechie into the game. That would be nice to see John Mechie. And he talked about it yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, how, sure, he was injured, but the recovery from cancer, people don't really understand what that's like. And maybe this season he's back to full strength, whereas last season was just a get your feet wet season for him. So that's what I'm excited about. We'll get into it, who you should be looking at. In fact, there's an article about the players you should be watching. We'll talk about that. Also, Bobby Slowick gets some praise from PFF. They rank their top offensive coordinators in football. He ranks pretty high. If the praise continues because of the success we expect him to have, Bobby Slowick probably is going to be someone at the top of a lot of job opening searches. So maybe get comfortable with him being a short timer in the city, and that's fine. That's the way it works. D'Amico took over for Robert Saleh a couple years later. He's here, but Bobby Sloak's done a great job in year one. We'll see what he does in year two, and we'll see where he ranks as far as coordinators. The U.S. team won in the Olympics as far as the men's basketball team. Apparently, we suck in 3-on-3. Jimmer Fredette's not doing the nation proud. Haley Van Lith, another one. We need to step it up. Do we need to have an inquest about why we are so bad at 3-on-3 basketball? The storylines in the Olympics can be great, can be heartwarming, and then we get this. We can't be losing to countries most of us can't pronounce in 3-on-3 basketball. Where are we? Like, we've already accepted that one awful Olympics team, the 2004 team that lost.
Got bronze.
Yeah, but
that awful team that got bronze.
That got bronze. The one that the redeemed team had to follow up in 4 years. But to be so bad in 3-on-3 basketball, what's wrong? What's wrong with the program?
I hope we get a 3-on-3 redeem team.
We would have who would join that team?
Jaylen Brown.
No, Joe Johnson.
Oh, they should just go to the big three. Get some retired hoopers.
I think it's not a
Jermaine
bad move.
O'Neal.
But you'd have to pull them out of the big three for them to qualify. I don't know how that would work. I don't know if they would want. I don't know if those 45-year-olds would want to do that. To qualify for the Olympics.
I forgot that Joe Johnson needs the big three money. It's not like he signed two $200 million contracts.
But they're paying him. Do you think Joe Johnson wants to still hoop for free? I mean, at some point he will because he'll be too old to get paid. But I don't think he wants to do that now.
What's more important, Joe Johnson? An extra like $10,000 every 2 weeks,
or a gold medal,
or those 3 letters on your chest, USA.
It's a question we need to ask Joe Johnson.
I'm in recruiting mode.
You're all ready for the LA Olympics?
Yeah.
We
can't have this happen in the LA
We cannot be a awful 3-on-3 basketball team.
Worst case scenario, we have to get Wesley Snipes and Woody Harrelson. Because I already know those two work together. Find a third. Dominate.
I don't know. I saw Wesley Snipes in a movie recently. I don't think he's got it. No, I don't think he's got it in him. But yeah, that's the embarrassing basketball story. The 5-on-5 teams, great, dominating right now. The ones who play outside in 3-on-3 when you got to check it, not great. So we'll get into some Olympic stuff as well. We'll hear from Dana Brown because one pitcher is no longer part of this team, at least not on the Major League roster. We'll get to Dana Brown's comments on Rafael Montero when we come back. We're getting started. Just getting started. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Admittedly, I'm not checking the transaction pages for all Major League Baseball teams, so I don't know how often this happens, but the two acquisitions or signings that Jeff Bagwell made in his time as the temporary GM, I don't think you can call them anything but major disappointments. We know Abreu, no longer part of the organization, but they gave him a shot to go down and try to figure it out, where the assumption was he would just go away. He would say, no, I don't want that assignment. I'm out. Because when you hear DFA, you just immediately assume, okay, this player is not going to do this. He's not going to go down to AAA and work on things. But the next guy on the Bagwell failure list is Montero, and the Astros were open, and he appears to be open to taking that assignment. Dana Brown talked about it yesterday before the game. Montero DFA'd, if you missed it, and the questions began about why it happened, what led to it. But the initial thing was Dana Brown saying, we hope he takes the assignments. Here's Dana Brown discussing Rafael Montero and what taking that assignment and going down to the minor leagues might mean.
Hope and vision that he would accept the assignment and go to AAA and try to regain the status that he had, in 2022. Montero's been really good for this organization. He's got a lot of family in this clubhouse and friends, and a big part of it is that we hope that he goes down to AAA and kind of refines himself and get back to that status of being really good. So, with that said, I'll take any questions you guys may have.
And obviously the question followed. We'll play something later where they talk about why he made the move. I don't think he's taking the assignment, but maybe Abreu's not unique as far as Astro players who are willing to give it another shot. Montero's going to get his money. Does he want to hang out in Sugarland? I guess maybe that's the benefit, although they sent Abreu down to Florida. It's not like he has to move. It's not like he has to spend time away from his home if he wants to go to Sugarland and work on things. I don't see it. Although Dana Brown did go on to say Montero was open to it initially. He will talk to his agent and his family about it. So maybe Montero's like Abreu. He likes being around this roster and the players, and he will be willing to give it a shot. I know how this show would operate. So I don't have to work, and I'm still getting all my money. I think I'm taking the rest of the year off. It's already August, Montero.
I can't wait for the report like Jose Abreu had, where it's like, you know what, not coming back in 2024 with all intention to return and be signed to a team in 2025.
I think Montero is more likely to find a spot on a roster, whether it be the Astros or otherwise, in 2025 than Abreu.
I feel like that's just an age thing.
Yeah, well, yes.
They're both equally as bad. One's 5 years younger than the other.
Montero's not as bad as Abreu. He's not. He's not good. There's a reason he's no longer up with the big club.
Yeah.
But he's not as bad. He's not as bad.
I'll
Abreu's one of the
war.
worst players in baseball. Montero
is a very bad reliever.
Yes, but not as bad as Abreu's bad. There are levels to being bad. None of it shines brightly on Jeff Bagwell, but another guy. They're eating a lot of money, although maybe there's a reclamation project. It just doesn't seem like it. It's funny because you hear DFA, okay, he's gone. But that's not a definite. And I don't know if that's lip service from Dana Brown, but if they want him to go down there and work on things and he's willing to, I guess they'll give him another shot next year. It won't be this year.
It's also something where even if there is a reclamation, this is already a bad signing, two bad signings.
Yeah.
Because I would hope that when you sign a pitcher to like a 3-year, $30-something million contract, he doesn't need to be reclamated at some point. I kind of wish he didn't need a reclamation project halfway through that contract.
Yeah, the
Call
hope,
me crazy.
The hope isn't that before you even get to the final year of the deal that DFA is ever mentioned. The hope is that's not a thing, and it is a thing. So Montero, gone for now, would be quickly forgotten, but that's no guarantee. If I hear that Montero did go to Sugarland, I'm like, okay, these are the guys that Bagwell signs, guys who are willing, that even when they failed miserably, to go down there and work it out. I think Montero would have a better shot of finding something than Abreu did. I think Abreu was done because he's old. Montero is just bad because he's bad. There may be a difference there. Good luck to Rafael Montero. He won't be ruining any of your guys' nights anymore. I don't know who we nominate for that position now. I mean, Presley makes you nervous.
Nobody would be nice.
I know, but
do we have to nominate someone to ruin my night?
I mean, no, we don't.
Thank you.
But the way this season has gone, I'm not ruling it out. I'm not ruling out that someone takes that slot. I would hope not, though.
I'm trying to think who. There's not really someone in the bullpen that now that when they come in, you're like, ugh.
Oh no, yeah, no, that person doesn't exist anymore.
I mean, Presley has a little bit of stress.
He makes you shaky, yeah.
Yeah, but there's not like a.
But I would say
this will go wrong.
Yeah, there's more of a leaning like, hey man, can we have a clean inning? But I don't feel when Presley's out there that this is going to go poorly.
Yeah, it always feels like it's going to be Sullyburger landing the plane in the water, where it's like, no, this isn't what I want. I would prefer to land at LaGuardia. However, if the plane does have to land not in our airport, he will get us all alive.
Presley's the equivalent of your team's up in basketball, but they have trouble inbounding the basketball in late game situations.
Or bad free throw shooting.
Yeah, that too, where they're gonna allow the other team. This happens quite a bit in college. They're going to allow the other team in it because they can't knock down their free throws, or they'll turn the ball over because they can't handle pressure. But at the end of the day, they will find a way. Of course, there are times where they don't, and that makes you infuriated.
That's how they lose to Wichita State.
Yeah, but most of the time, they find a way.
Yeah.
That's what Presley is. So, no, you're right. There probably isn't anyone, and maybe we shouldn't have to nominate, or we don't need to nominate someone that'll ruin our nights.
We don't need to have someone whose title is "He will ruin my night."
Not every night.
Every time he's in.
1 out of 7.
Every night he's in.
No.
It's like 1 out of 4.
No, then that guy can't be on the roster. If every time he makes an appearance, your night's ruined.
That guy was Rafael Montero.
He didn't always fail.
He got to pitch for 38 innings.
Yeah, but he didn't always fail. He failed quite a bit, but he didn't always fail.
I don't know.
But either way, it's not our problem anymore.
Like a 5 ERA.
Yes, Sean, he's bad. I know. That's why he's DFA'd. I will agree with you. He's not good.
Thank you.
I just don't think he was Abreu bad.
I think it's close. I still give it to Abreu, but it's close. Just because Abreu plays more.
You see him more
Played
often.
more.
Yes, you would see him more often. He had more opportunities, and he failed in those opportunities quite a bit. So that's where we are. Bagwell's guys out of here. And we'll see if Dana Brown's latest acquisition, Kikuchi, Ferguson. Oh, by the way, Ferguson's a guy who could ruin your night. We forget about him. He ruined a lot of Yankee nights, at least Yankee fans' nights.
Yeah, that is true. We'll see.
I don't want to.
I want to. You know what? I want to see it first. Prove it to me.
Yeah, if the Astros put their little magic pixie dust on them and they fix them, maybe we got something.
We can't give this title off reputation alone, you know?
We got to see it.
Yeah. You gotta prove
test.
yourself.
Yeah. Okay. No one's nominated. But I don't think we're far away.
Spencer Aragon.
I can't do that to a rookie. He's not even supposed to be in that position.
Okay. He is, though.
But he's not the problem. The problem is the two guys who are pitching in live BP not being healthy.
No, that is the problem.
Yeah.
That is the problem. But we're going to watch TV. Turn on Space City Home Network.
That's true.
7:10 every night.
You're not thinking about Verlander and Garcia when Arrigetti's up there.
They're not giving up those runs.
It's true. Well, you're right. But if they're there, maybe those runs wouldn't have been given up.
Yes.
Stay healthy.
Get healthy. Those two need to get healthy.
Get and then stay. Get healthy, then stay healthy. Your point is made.
At least 3 more months. Come on.
You think they got 3 more months of baseball in them? This team?
2.5 more months. Get us to the ALCS.
I will get us to the playoffs. Then we can start talking about get us to the ALCS. Get to the playoffs. Tied for first, percentage points ahead of those Seattle Mariners. Okay, when we come back, we will hear ESPN sing the praises of C.J. Stroud, and then we'll talk about who we should pay attention to in this game coming up here tonight. It won't be C.J. He'll be out there having that little headset on, listening to the plays. He'll be hanging out with Tank and Nico as they don't play as well. So we'll get to that. And we'll also hear later from Dubon. He spoke about Fromber. Fromber struggled, but it wasn't like the normal Fromber outings where he doesn't recover. He found a way, and it kept the Astros in it. So we'll hear from Dubon about Fromber. We'll hear from ESPN on CJ, and we'll also hear, or at least read, about who PFF thinks are the best offensive coordinators in football and where Bobby Slowick ranks there. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So Sean and I are discussing how long it'll take before the country starts to care that we're so bad in 3-on-3. We're 0-2 in both men and women's 3-on-3 basketball. KD's watching the women play right now. And Sean, I think, made a great point. The minute the tweet hits that tells the world that both teams were eliminated before the medal round or the elimination rounds begin, that's when people are like, wait a minute, how the F are we so bad at 3-on-3 basketball?
That's when the redeem team, the seeds for the redeem team for 3-on-3 get planted.
When we start grabbing the women who just missed the 5-on-5 team.
That's how Caitlin Clark gets in the Olympics.
Well, she'll be in the Olympics with the 5-on-5 team. But to your point, yes.
The 4 years from now, Caitlin Clark.
The whatever version, yeah. If Juju, what's your name?
Juju Watkins.
Juju Watkins.
Smith-Schuster is the receiver.
Yes, he would not play on either of the teams.
I don't know.
Do you think
how's his jump shot?
Maybe better than what they're running out there right now, considering they're 0-2.
Canyon Berry.
Canyon Berry was a pretty good college basketball player.
He was all right.
It has not translated to 3-on-3 basketball right now.
Honestly, what his biggest problem is that, and him and Jimmer Fredette, they're the only two guys on the 3-on-3 team that I know their name.
So they're going to catch all of it.
They're going to catch all the slander. Same thing with Haley Van Lille.
Yeah. Yeah,
she's going to catch it.
You're the only recognizable face, so you catch this heat. We're bad.
This is not good.
No.
Guys, this is not good. As my fellow Americans, we got trouble on the 3-on-3 front.
You know, and someone brought this up. Now, they don't have this problem. But the fact that we have a number of team sports and individual sports where we don't fund the athletes, it's pretty crazy. And we don't fund the athletes because we win medals. If we win a Olympics where we stunk, like we didn't win anything, that would change. We hear the stories about other countries where if they don't have the resources, athletes have to make their own way. But in this country, like Flava Flav's sponsoring the water polo team, we are good at water polo. Why is Flava Flav sponsoring the water polo team? Except I answered my own question.
Yeah.
Why
spend money?
If we flamed out and that became a talking point, then the money would show up.
Yeah, we medal for free.
Yeah, we're not giving you money for this.
Yeah, maybe even gold medal for free. It's like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
But yes, they probably should at least like pay for like equipment and pool time or something.
Yeah, so we shouldn't have rappers who have been retired for 35 years.
Yeah, a guy
funding them.
I don't think it's synonymous with like I have a lot of money.
Yeah, I know he shows up on things. I'm not sure how much he gets paid to be in reality TV shows, and maybe he's making those appearances because he doesn't have a lot of money. I don't know his financial situation.
I was going to say, the fact he shows up
would suggest, yeah.
suggests to me that he doesn't have a lot of money.
He should be a guy where like, hey, you've provided great entertainment for us. Yeah. We're not going to put the burden on you for this. Yeah. We've got it.
But Jay-Z?
Well,
I'm putting the burden on you, man.
Or the Water Polo Federation should just, fund their team.
It's more fun to be like Jay-Z. You're not doing enough.
Well,
start funding 3-on-3 basketball.
He did make that song about guys in Paris.
How is he not involved? How is Flava Flav and Snoop Dogg involved? And not,
I don't know.
Do we have to wait another 2 Olympics until he's old enough to be trotted around the Olympics?
He'll always have Beyonce.
Do you have to be like 60 years old to a 60-year-old rapper to be in front of the Olympics?
Possibly, because that's where we're at right now.
Can't be an active rapper?
Well, he's not active anymore either, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. So we don't fund our athletes because they win. So maybe we take money away from the 3-on-3 team and they'll start winning games.
Oh, do they get funded?
Aren't they just part of USA basketball? They just don't play on the 5-on-5?
I don't know how this works.
Yeah, we're just.
I don't know how this works, but let me tell you,
it sucks.
They shouldn't be 0-2.
Yes.
They shouldn't be 0-2. I don't care how it works.
And currently trailing Australia, so 0-3 could be.
It's on the table.
Could be there too. Yeah. Haley Van Lith, probably not really your fault. But we saw that face you made when Caitlin Clark was doing that to you. So we're going to blame you for it.
And again, you're in the Olympics and not her.
Well,
like, I get it, but not a great look.
Yeah, we understand why.
It's not a great look that that it's Patrick Beverly in the in the Olympics and not Steph Curry.
Well, at one point, Patrick Beverly thought the Warriors' run and Steph Curry's run was over. He thought it was his time.
Now he's literally going to play in Israel.
And they had to couch it as one of the greatest deals in history to explain why he wasn't on an NBA roster anymore. Okay, sure.
Oh, is it better than the Louisiana Purchase? I doubt it.
Yeah, I think we won that. We won that one over France.
It's probably worth less than the Louisiana Purchase. Like back in the day, the sticker price is lower.
I wouldn't doubt it. Either way, we need to be better at this particular sport, no matter what iteration it is. And we'll see how the women fare with KD in attendance. So we got the Texans tonight against the Bears. Who should we care about? I have already staked my claim with Kamari Lassiter. He could be your number 2 corner if he's going to get, even if it's just a series or two. I want to see it. I want to see what has propelled him to, at least at this point, your starting outside corner. I don't think Jalen Petry's going to play, but he's playing a position he hasn't played a lot of during his time. Is he going to be their nickel full time? Is he going to be someone in heavy sets when there's a threat of the run that he's playing nickel, or maybe they go with a more traditional corner when they're in 3 or 4 wide receiver sets, the opponent? These are things I'm paying attention to. I just don't think I'm going to see Jalen Petry in that spot tonight. He doesn't feel like this is the game for that. They got more games to go. So maybe we'll see him later. I'm sure in the practices with whoever they go against, we'll see a lot of him there. We'll get reports from that in a competitive setting where it's probably more competitive than you would see in preseason. They're probably I think they run things that they don't even run in preseason games because the prying eyes of a camera aren't on them. So, but Kamari Lassiter is at the top list, and he's mentioned in this article on CBS Sports as guys you should pay attention to if you're a Texans fan, and of course John Mechie too. So it's kind of right in line with what we've discussed, and they threw in Cade Stover as well. Cade Stover as a tight end. We know CJ loves him. He's got a shot to be their number 2 tight end if in their 2 tight end sets. I wouldn't be surprised by that. Brevin Jordan will certainly have something to say about that. But Cade Stover's overall ability to be a blocking tight end and a guy who can do damage in the passing game, he's got a real shot to show out. Brevin Jordan, may be just your number 2 by default right now, but I wouldn't rule it out. So we'll see the young guys, Stover, Mechie, and Lassiter. Those are guys you should focus on, and I hope they get enough snaps to make maybe not a real determination, but just to see some progress. John Mechie, particularly the story we know about, if he can be a guy who we see catching passes from Davis Mills, maybe that transitions at some point to being someone who they can count on as their number 4. And injuries happen. The Tank thing aside, where he was playing guard, don't expect Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs to play 17 games. You're going to need another guy beyond your top 3. And there's a spot for that, whether it be Noah Brown or John Mechie. So we'll see the Texans tonight against the Bears. Just pick and choose what you pay attention to. Not a lot of it will matter, but there will be a couple things for those players to kind of try to set the tone for the rest of training camp. When we come back, we're going to hear from ESPN about CJ Stroud, what standard he has set, and what it might mean for some of the young quarterbacks coming up who were just drafted. Caleb Williams, in particular, was the quarterback who was compared to CJ. We'll talk about that and hear from those guys when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We will get to the CJ Stroud sound coming up here shortly, but we got a giveaway. I forgot about it, so I didn't tell Sean. It was an email late last night. Not as late as your text about your decision whether you're going to go to USC or stay at Rice, but Post Malone has taken over the radio waves and has staked his claim in the hip-hop world as a Grammy-nominated artist. So caller 8 to 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to see Post Malone for the F1 Trillion Tour at Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion on October 22nd. That's Tuesday, October 22nd. Tickets go on sale this Friday at livenation.com. If you like Post Malone and you think you're going to be free on October 22nd, be caller 8, 713-780-3776. It's the F1 Trillion Tour at Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion. It's a good place to watch a concert. Been out there a couple times, whether I was just a person with a ticket or have worked an event back in my early days in radio as a promo person. Good place to watch a show. So we'll get that caller in. Caller 8, 713-780-3776. So CJ Stroud, always going to be a topic of conversation throughout, particularly when the Texans are mentioned. They are the one game, in fact, the first game of the NFL preseason that goes on tonight against the Bears. Caleb Williams won't be playing in the game, but if we're going to rank the quarterbacks when we talk about success or who could come close to CJ Stroud's success for the rookie class for 2024, I think Caleb Williams is at the top of the list. You got Jaden Daniels in Washington. Drake May. Drake May's not having a good time in New England. Whether the reports are true or not, you've got people who are watching practice that say Joe Milton is ahead of him. Jacoby Brissett is clearly at this point the starter for them when week 1 rolls around. Drake May wasn't expected to be ready, but people who have watched him out there say he's even less ready than we thought. So it could be a long-term project for Drake May in New England. The others, J.J. McCarthy, he's not starting at this point. Sam Darnold will start. Michael Penix, we know, will be backing up at best Kirk Cousins if he solidifies himself as a backup this year. So it probably will fall between Williams and Daniels as far as who will be the guy who even come close to CJ's success. And I would say it's not fair to either one of those guys to make the comparison. What CJ did last year was nuts. We heard all last year how he was doing things that no one at his position was doing as a rookie. And then they have the conversation about who can match him. I don't know how many Bears fans are listening. If you're a Bears fan or just a fan of Caleb Williams or just a fan of Jaden Daniels, and I know LSU people are in the area, let's have them have a nice season. The CJ Stroud stuff is crazy. There's a reason the Texans are now considered Super Bowl contenders beyond the talent they've added in the offseason. It's because they have a quarterback who exceeded all expectations. Don't expect the next guy to do it too. So this is a conversation on ESPN yesterday. I think Adam Schefter's involved. I believe it was on Get Up, which Mike Greenberg is there. Louis Riddick, I think, was there too. I'm not sure he was heard. But the conversations about CJ being the standard and can Caleb Williams live up to it? Here it was.
Or you bring up CJ Stroud. There were 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round this year. Yep. Caleb Williams at the top of the list, number 1 overall. Whether they like it or not, every quarterback now entering the league is going to be measured up against CJ Stroud because of how he played last year. Better than any other quarterback rookie ever had. And now all these guys, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, if and when he gets called upon, any of these guys are going to be measured against a guy who set the standard last year. He elevated the bar for rookie quarterbacks. Expectations for first-round draft picks at rookie quarterback already are high. He made them higher. And when they struggle, and inevitably some of these guys will struggle, it's going to make it all the more challenging because of the success that C.J. Stroud had last year.
You guys can control that, right? The guys making the comps, setting the expectations can
catch themselves like you were doing in the middle of your comment. That's what C.J. Stroud did is remarkable. So don't compare the guys who are following him to that. You're the guys making the comp. You're the guys who are going to create the issue. You know it already. Just don't do it. Situations matter.
Where's the fun in that?
I know. I know. The profession requires you to make those comparisons and then rip a player for not living up to what you already consider out of whack expectations. So when the inevitable falling short happens and you start to criticize whoever it is for not living up to who C.J. Stroud is, realize the call is coming from inside the house. You have every opportunity to be like, no, we're not going to do this here. And did the Australians just beat the U.S. team? The women are 0-3 in 3-on-3 basketball. What an embarrassment. We are the worst team in both men and women's 3-on-3 basketball right now.
What happened? We got to go back to the drawing board as a country.
Is this the first year of this 3-on-3 basketball in the Olympics?
It has to be. I'll look into it. Actually, maybe Tokyo was.
Either way, we stink.
It's either the first or second.
We have not lived up to the lofty status of USA basketball. The world is passing us by.
At a certain point, I get like the men's team not being as competitive at 3-on-3. The women's team, the 5-on-5 team, dominant. Like it's not even close. Like we saw when the what's it called? The WNBA All-Stars beat the Team USA team a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And we all know that that's the toughest team that they're going to play is basically USA 2.
Sure. Yeah, pretty much. Well, there could be some foreign-born players. I don't know the composition of women's basketball in WNBA.
But for the most part,
yeah, sure.
It's Team USA 2
sure.
that they lost to. And somehow the 3-on-3 team, they just can't find any players good enough to win a game.
That tweet's going to hit like crack.
We kind of need the men's too.
I'm not rooting for failure.
But I mean for it to fully.
So we're full on college football fan mode where we need a complete disaster for change to happen. You're looking for a top-down reboot of 3-on-3 basketball?
We need men not to meddle. They can win. They just can't, but for the full effect, they shouldn't meddle. That way, it's like, wait, what? They were combined 1-7 in the Olympics?
Yeah, I don't need them getting out of the group stage at this point. Out of the qualifiers. At this point, just go over. Maybe you get a consolation win in your final game because you're playing a very outmatched opponent, which I don't know if they even exist for this version of 3-on-3 basketball. Maybe no team in the world is going to be overmatched by the U.S. team. Would have had Cameron Brink if she didn't blow out her knee. Maybe that would have helped.
Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
We're doing asterisks.
Well, I'm not.
This team actually would have won gold.
I'm not putting an asterisk next to the losses or wins. I'm just saying. We talked about this Astros team all year about how they're missing players. We're missing players. A good one too. I don't know if it would have mattered very much, but I'm just going to lean on Cameron Brink's not there.
Yeah, win a game.
Well, don't they have one more game, or is that it? We don't know.
No clue.
All we know is the schedule comes up, we see them, and they lose. That's all we know.
That is legitimately all that I know that happens is I am either here and I look up and they lose, or I'm at home walking by a TV and they lose.
It's a lot of losing no matter what the situation is. So a combined 0-5 for our 3-on-3 basketball team. At least we have women's gymnastics. Gold medal. And a lot of bleep talking to a former Olympian because she called them out for not wanting to be coached hard. Wound up winning a gold medal. Anyway, the thing is about that, yes, gold medals are great, but heavy favorites. No one thought they were going to get challenged, hard work or not, and they got it done. The Golden Girls, because their ages are older than you would generally see in women's gymnastics as a team, they got it done. Simone Biles just popped up on my screen right now, and they're doing it. She's 27 years old. Generally not an age where you're still dominating.
We'll see what she does individually as she goes for another gold. We are done with hour one. There's more Astros to hear from. Dana Brown talked about why they made the decision to DFA Rafael Montero. We'll get to that. There's also some wildness going on. There happens to be a player in Nebraska who looks exactly like Patrick Mahomes. He's cosplay Patrick Mahomes. We'll talk about that. He's a 5-star quarterback, Nebraska's great hope, and he looks like the best quarterback in the game today. So we'll get to that as we continue in hour two. If anyone else wants to chime in, 713-780-3776. Hour two on the way. We'll be back. Hour 2 begins. The Texans play tonight. They open up the preseason with the Hall of Fame game against the Chicago Bears. Normally, it'd be pretty intriguing. We'll see these teams in week 2, so we'll save all the intrigue for the regular season. But Julian wants to talk about the Texans. What's up?
I won! Woo! I won the tickets to Post Malone. All you losers, hang up. Not for you, all for me. Oh, hey, by the way, what do you think the Texans record is going to be?
For the record, Julian did not win the Post
No,
Malone.
I would say, look,
David did.
Ratings can vary, but I think we could get to like 7 calls for tickets in 10 minutes. Trust me, calls can come and go, but if we're giving away free stuff, you calling in 15 minutes or 10 minutes after the ticket giveaway doesn't play. I mean, that's just the logistics of everything. Don't call in here and insult me like we need to wait that long for you to get tickets. But as far as what you actually want to talk about, what's the record? I don't want to do the cop-out thing and go, they may win the same amount of games. They would be better, but the schedule's tougher. That is the reality of the situation. Let's go. The only way I can think of it as, because you can't predict injuries for the Texans, you can't predict injuries for the teams they're playing. They missed 2 starting quarterbacks. That's 2 more wins more than I think that might have had, or CJ misses time. So I'm going to go this team, talent level, a legit contender to at least challenge the Chiefs. 12-5. I think they have a real shot to dominate this division. If we go just on paper, they should probably go 5-1 in the division. So you set yourself up with the good base. And now you're talking about what, going 7-4 the rest of the games? I take that. I think 12-5 is doable.
12-5 is doable. Just looking at the schedule and going win, loss, win, win.
Sure.
Loss. That I did right now. Yeah, I think 11-12 is probably the like high end of where they can get just with the schedule that they have. There's a chance that they are a better team. They just have the same record.
Oh, I know. That's that's the place where a lot of people have fallen.
I think anywhere between probably 9-12 is like reasonable health, and that's about what the team should do. They have probably that window, and of course, if either CJ gets hurt or they get slammed with injuries all over the place, other than CJ, that's when you can get into like 7 wins. But I think for the most part, reasonable expectation is at the very least 9 wins, which puts you right in the wild card mix.
Which would be 9 is going to be a disappointment.
9 would be disappointment, but I'm just saying that's like the low end of kind of the reasonable outcome.
Sure, if they're not decimated,
they could just not be that good.
Yeah.
Like their offensive line could just be that bad.
Yeah, it cannot live up to what they hope it to be.
Their defense, their pass defense might just be that bad.
They'll have good pass rushers, but maybe the Danico Autry thing hurts early and you can't cover anyone. We talked about how important Kamari Lassiter might be. Jalen Petrie in a position where he's not playing safety. He's playing nickel, and at this point, he's their starting nickel. We'll see how that plays out. So moving pieces on defense and the secondary is the question mark there. Yeah, I mean 9 is a total that would upset people. It's not something a lot of people are thinking about, but there's a path there. That's just even with regular health, like without a real Astro-like injury epidemic. It could just be the NFL's tough. Sometimes things don't go your way. We're talking about what they were last year, and they won some one-score games. They lost some, but we're a miracle in Tampa away against Tampa away from not making the playoffs. We're a Gardner Minshew more accurate pass to maybe a non-third string running back from losing that Colts game. And of course, you let Bryce Young lead the Panthers down the field. He let Atlanta beat you. So we can do this back and forth thing, but that's just what the NFL is.
CJ Stroud missed 2 games. They won one of them.
Yes, that's the other thing. They on a miracle play where was it Dalton Schultz made that grab that should have been an interception against the Titans, and of course you lose the next one.
Defend the honor of Houston.
Yes, as the Titans were wearing the Oilers jerseys. Yes, it was a big moment, very big moment. Of course, you lost the game where CJ was hurt. So that's just the ebbs and flows of the NFL season. So 9-12 is reasonable. 9 would piss people off. I think 12 would
piss people off because it needs to be 14.
Yeah, of course. 12 seems reasonable at that, like you said, the high end. If you're at 13-14, then you're talking about the number 1 overall seed.
Yeah. I mean, I think most years now it does feel like 13 is like about the best team in the league. 13 wins. We don't have any 14-3s anymore.
Yeah, I don't think we have those teams. The Eagles felt like they might have been on that way, on their way because of their record, but if you looked at the numbers behind it, it always felt like that was going to come crashing down. Not to the point that it did, but the point differential, the way they're winning football games at 10-1, that didn't feel real if you look behind the curtain.
And then they ended the season like 1-5.
Yeah, losing to Tampa in a blowout on the road to end their season. So, yeah, 9-12. Maybe we just fall right into 10, which is what some people think. Better team, stronger schedule, maybe the same amount of wins. Thanks, Julian, for that call. Anyone else want to get in? And actually a serious one about the local team as opposed to what he normally does. I guess you can save your San Francisco call for tomorrow.
Yeah, well, when they play in the Hall of Fame game, let me know, all right?
Yeah, they don't have the level of brand awareness that the Texans do. They're not the hot team. Or maybe get one of your Hall of Famers into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. T.O. should be in the Hall of Fame.
Isn't he in the Hall of Fame?
Oh, he might be.
I distinctly remember him doing push-ups at one point, either in protest or in recognition of being in the Hall of Fame but not being at the ceremony years ago.
I always equate Terrell Owens with all the steroids guys in baseball as guys that should obviously be in the Hall of Fame but aren't.
I do believe
he is in the Hall of
Fame. Yeah, I just think he didn't show up to the event making a statement.
Then the Niners had their chance and blew it. Maybe Alden Smith will make the Hall of Fame.
I feel like
probably not.
I feel like that's not going to happen.
Okay.
Who would be the next 49er? Would they give it to? Is Patrick Willis in the Hall of Fame? Is he in this year? I'm trying to think of guys of recent.
I mean, he retired a while ago. Yeah.
He would be.
He retired super young.
Yeah, he's in the Hall of Fame. His induction is this weekend.
Oh, so they specifically chose the Texans over the Niners in the Hall of Fame.
You think that's how it happened?
Yeah, they looked at the two teams. They looked at the brand exposure rating, and they're like, you know what? Give me the Texans. Give me C.J. Stroud, who won't play. Give me Tank Dell, who won't play. Give me Nico Collins, who won't play. Give me Stephon Diggs, who won't play. Danielle Hunter.
You're ripping apart your entire argument.
Well, the Niners wouldn't have anyone playing at the
No
game.
No one's playing in the game.
Nick Mullins would be playing. I don't even know if he's still on the Niners.
Yeah, I don't know who their backup quarterbacks are right now. Sam Darnold was last year. Now he's in Minnesota. So Texans tonight, enjoy it. You are a team that they thought should be on TV. I don't know if they even take into account that none of the guys would play when they make these matchups. Does the NFL get it?
They probably see some sort of value in like just having C.J. Stroud there
on the sideline
in a bucket hat, answering questions from Jack Collinsworth.
Maybe they would have. Maybe they could have assumed that Caleb Williams would play because he's a rookie who has never taken a snap in the NFL.
I feel like that would be reasonable.
And the Bears were like, "You think it's reasonable, but it's not. It's not reasonable. He's not playing." I don't think it won't be a dud because it's football. It's the first football game of the year. It'll just get old pretty quickly. The Davis Mills experience, the Davis Mills Tyson Badgett experience won't be as enjoyable as what we could have had. But we'll see that week 2, so it's not that far away. We'll come back with some Astro sound. Dana Brown will tell you why, beyond your own human eyes, why Rafael Montero has been DFA'd. Oh, if you missed it, that happened yesterday. Rafael Montero, no longer with the big club. He has a decision to make. We assume DFA just means he's out the door, but Dana Brown said he might be open to taking that assignment. Montero has to talk with his family and his agent, but we'll hear why it happened and what it means for the bullpen when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really. Okay.
Welcome back. Sorry. I'm laughing because we're watching the individual vault in women's gymnastics, and Simone Biles just took a tumble. And then another competitor from Brazil, she didn't fall, but she stumbled as well. And Sean said, as we were coming back on the air, the lights are too bright. And that might be in reference to all the sparkle on the uniforms. I don't know. I don't watch gymnastics on a event to event, major event basis.
I'll forgive you.
I'm just like everyone else. The Olympics are here. I'm going to watch it. Yeah. That's about it. I did not know that the difference between a team leotard, if that's what they're called, and a individual leotard meant sparkles. Because if we watch the team portion of this, the women all have the same uniform on, which makes sense. It's the team event. Now, of course, no matter what, they're going to be in the country's colors, whether it be blue, predominantly blue, white, or red. It's always going to be like that. But the sparkles come out for the individual. When you're trying to win a gold medal for yourself, the sparkles do come out. And Simone Biles still trying to recover emotionally from that fall.
They're really giving her like the full. I mean,
she's the star. Yeah, they're gonna focus on her.
But it is like the guy who dropped a pass in a Super Bowl. Like the camera's just in her face for 5 straight minutes.
Yeah. She has to deal with that and see. I don't know if that was her final run or she's going to get another opportunity. But yeah, it was a bad fall. I don't know what it means as far as how deeply it affects her chances because, like I said, I'm just watching it for the event.
We're also watching it on mute, so we don't know the announcer.
We don't know what they're saying. Yeah, Suni Lee is about to take her shot at it. At least the last 2 runs were not good for. I think her name was Andrade from Brazil, and Simone Biles previously took a tumble. So we'll see. But let's move on to something we kind of understand a little bit better: the Astros and Rafael Montero. He's no longer with the big club. He has been DFA'd. The reasons feel obvious why he's no longer pitching for the Astros. You can't be that bad for that long. But maybe the assumption was because of how much money he's making, they weren't going to eat that along with their Abreu. Although I never really understood that. You're paying him anyway. Why would you pay him to be bad? Why take the double hit of him costing you chances to win while you have to pay him? So the Astros finally made the decision. All right, this isn't going to work. We're heading into the month of August in a pennant chase, or at least a division chase, and we're not going to deal with Montero anymore. Here's Dana Brown discussing why Montero had to go.
He said he was going to talk to his wife and he's going to talk to his agent, but he was very open and optimistic, and the conversation was great. And he talked about how much fun and how much family he feel like he has here, and so we feel optimistic that he's probably going to accept.
Okay, that was Montero, or Dana Brown talking about Montero possibly accepting the assignment and maybe working on some things. You heard him say he's going to talk to his family and his agent about it. He also went on to talk about Montero leaving and why they made the move and what they're going to do to help the bullpen. Here's Dana Brown on that.
We're just, trying to improve the bullpen and get strong, and we realize that Montero has been going through a rough patch, and he's been really good for this organization, and it kind of stands out when you're going through a rough patch. And I think he realized he was struggling, and he was frustrated, and so we're really trying to lock down our bullpen, and so we felt like this would really help our bullpen. Our guys have been grinding through the whole year, and so we just want to bring in some reinforcements.
Apparently, one of the U.S. coaches looks like Mike Budenholzer, and I'm looking at him right now. Sean's not off on this. There's a striking resemblance.
He just looks like Mike Budenholzer. That's it.
That's all. That's all.
My observation.
That's all. And it's really from the side. I mean, more dead on. A younger less confused Mike Budenholzer.
Yeah, less shocked Mike Budenholzer.
Yes, always had that shocked look on his face. So we'll see how the competitors for the U.S. team do as they all strive for a gold medal and maybe a silver or bronze in the individual competition. So you heard Dana Brown discuss Rafael Montero being open to a DFA move possibly, and also why they made the move. We were talking about him being the last guy on the roster where you were expecting him to ruin your night. Now has a nomination for the next guy who we haven't mentioned, Chas McCormick, as the guy next up, as the most likely player on the Astros roster to ruin your night from night to night.
He's next up.
According to Niall.
He's a good one. He's probably the best bet for one, especially now that Dubon hit a home run last night.
You thought Dubon was creeping up the list? He had been bad.
He was creeping up the list.
He had been bad. He admitted it in the clip that we played.
It's more of a recent thing with him as opposed to Chas McCormick, where it's kind of been all year.
Yeah, he's been bad all year.
Same thing with Abreu. Same thing with Montero.
So
where
now
it's kind of just been bad all year.
So now that those two guys aren't in our baseball lives anymore, who does all the ire fall on when things go poorly? I mean, Dana Brown, he's in the executive branch, so of course he'll catch it. But as far as the day-to-day people we have to watch, is it strictly an Espada thing? Is there who are the fans get after? Because Montero's gone. You can't blame him anymore. You can't blame Abreu anymore. Who are we looking at? When we shift blame to someone, who are like, oh, no, not him. He can't be up.
I'll just say, I really hope for his own sake, Kikuchi has a couple good starts.
Yeah, man. That's the one.
I hope he starts off on a good foot.
That's the one.
Because the thing with being a starting pitcher, though, is you have one bad start, then you just got to sit in it for 5 days, and then you get another one. And so there's a chance that the first 3 weeks of the Kikuchi experience is just like, oh, my God, this guy sucks.
And he will have very few opportunities to make up for it. Just got to wait for your turn. Yeah, I think that's a clear person who will catch anything, all the frustration Astro fans have if he starts out poorly.
He's also not in great form as of late.
So we're kind of even expecting him not to be great.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of like, oh my God, this guy is who, and it's also, this is who we traded for, this bum.
There's a lot of things going against Kikuchi right now. The only thing that's going to work out for him that's going to make this better is just pitch better.
Yes.
Pitch well.
6 scoreless.
Oh, wow. 6 score. No way. If he goes out there and gives up 2 and 5, he's minted.
It depends how many the Astros score.
Yes.
If it's 5 innings, 2 earned runs, and 0 run support,
they're going to get after the hitters. Then you're going to hear people.
I don't think that's how it works.
You can't blame Kikuchi if it's 5 innings, 2 runs given up in his first start. That's on everyone else. He's your 4th or 5th starter.
That what you're saying is perfectly logical.
You're not expecting logic.
I am not expecting logic.
He can't be. Look, I can't control how people react. It's up to them. Fan how you want. But in this hypothetical, which probably won't happen,
I think this deck is already stacked against Kikuchi. That's all I'm saying.
But you went strong. 6 scoreless is the only way people won't hate him for his performance. 5 innings. It's not a quality start, but 5 innings, 2 runs given up, and you're tied at 2, we're good. I think we're good. I think people will be fine. That will be better than they thought he was going to provide.
Yeah. Good old no decision.
Oh, she didn't fall down this time, but another hop for Simone Biles. I don't know what it means. She just didn't stick it. That's all.
You got to stick the landing.
She is getting some daps from everyone. When she fell, she got none of those daps, so we'll see what happens. And she may just be doing things at a more difficult level. That's what we hear about her, that she does things at a level that no one else can reach, so it may not matter. But she did not fall down, so that's better. Look at us criticizing this. The slow-mo of this is insane.
the slow-mo, it's like I feel bad for saying anything, being like, oh, didn't stick the landing. Oh, there's Jonathan Owens.
No matter what happens, the fact that she's capable of that, ridiculous.
Do you think Jonathan Owens is like, thank God I'm here or not at the Hall of Fame game?
Well, he said, well, why would, he's a Bear.
Yeah.
Probably. Well, he got training camp off to watch her. There's someone who is engaged to Sophia Smith, one of the star soccer players for the country, who did not get training camp off, or maybe didn't even ask. I forgot. I saw that come across.
Ouch.
Well, there are levels to this. Oh, Sophia Smith, great player. She ain't Simone Biles. We're not giving you time off for that. You got to watch the GOAT in person. And the scores were up. Don't know what it means, but they're up there.
15.7 looks good.
We'll see how it compares to everyone else. She feels better. You can tell. That first one was rough. Eric wants to talk about the Olympics. We'll get to him when we come back. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. Despite the fall, despite the hop, she's in first after one rotation. So everything's good right now for Simone Biles. The level of difficulty seems like it's mattering as she leads after her vault performance. Eric wants to talk about the Olympics. What's up?
Hey, Dale, how do you think the U.S. breakdancing team is going to do in the Olympics? Also, why is Greg Olson still taking garbage for making that wonderful rap song? You know, the U is good is when they're as nasty as they want to be. And how do you think Pop That Coochie is going to do on Friday? I'll hang up and listen.
Oh, you mean Kikuchi? Is that what you meant? You left off a syllable. You say Kikuchi is his name. I don't know how he'll do on Friday. I hope for the best. I don't know if the Astros have had enough time to sprinkle their dust on him. Miller and Murphy. They haven't had him for a while. We need him to be good immediately, but it might not take early. What else did he ask about? Breakdancing? I don't know, Eric. There are some things even beyond my limit of just even random kernels of knowledge. I haven't looked into it. I can barely get through talking about gymnastics. You want me to break down the breakdancing team?
I'm not sure if they started.
I think that's why I asked. Maybe he wants to put some money on it. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yes, I like them. Take them.
Take the USA.
Take either them or Brazil.
Are any of the step-up kids in it?
They call them B-boys and B-girls.
I'm sure they do. That's a traditional name for that. What they do.
I thought that they would, once it becomes a sport, I thought they would,
men and women,
or just change the name. Step on the history of breaking.
Apparently, they're traditionalists. So B-boys and B-girls. I can't tell you. I don't know if I'll watch any.
Actually, take Japan.
Maybe.
I just thought about it for a little bit.
Yeah, that's not a bad one. Just to assume. I hope our teams win. I just can't tell you if they will win. I imagine I'll see it come across the timeline. I don't know if I'm going to watch any of it live, though. And we see Kevin Durant making the rounds now. He's in wherever the gymnastics building is. He's there. He went from watching Haley Van Lith lose a 3-on-3 game. She wasn't the only one playing, but it's the only one we know. Sorry. So I'm blaming her.
Thank you.
Because then it would be 1 versus 3, and of course she would lose. It's 3 versus 3. She was the star, at least according to Sean and Dell. She loses to Australia. Kevin Durant saw that in person. Now he's in the building to watch the U.S. gymnast go at it as Simone Biles leads after one rotation. So let me ask you this, Sean. With the Astros not taking up your time tonight, you have made it clear that Bears-Texans isn't going to be at the forefront of your mind if you even happen to tune in. I think you probably will because of Gallant and George. You could probably get away with not watching it if you just did this show. But I think
I can especially get away with it with Gallant and George because they'll talk about it.
Because they'll talk about it.
I don't even.
So you don't have to.
You might ask me a question about
That's
it.
true. You can just sit back and not have to get involved. Of course, that's kind of the breaking the fourth wall of the producing stuff. Depending on who your host is, there's some things you don't have to care about.
I can check out on this.
Yeah. What's today? It's Thursday. I'm not sure what's great on regular or streaming TV today.
I think Chicago Med's on.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. I just named NCIS.
Is Thursday night Chicago night on NBC?
Well, it's probably Olympics night on NBC.
Point made, certainly. And it's the summer, too. So there that is.
So, yeah, it's nothing but reruns for NCIS.
Understood. So will the Texans make it onto your television tonight at all? You can be honest. I'm not going to hold you to anything.
I'm not sure.
I respect that answer.
I doubt it, but there is a chance that I just, at 7:30 or whenever it starts, I'm just like, you know what?
Muscle memory.
I'll just throw it on. And then I'll see Davis Mills throw one pass. I'm like, I am out. I will say, if I do watch, so chances I watch, I don't know, 45%, 40%. Chances that I watch more than 30 minutes, probably like 10.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
I don't know what would it take for
I don't
me
know
to
what
watch
it is, man.
more than 25 minutes.
I think we all suffer from it, unless you're sicko. But you watch it, and then it creeps in that this sucks. This isn't good. Then you immediately start to think, what else can I watch? It happens all the time. Those are NFL players, even when they're just backups. They're NFL players, and the level at which they're playing at is normally higher than what we're going to see in the spring leagues. But, maybe it's how the games are broadcast because they're always flitting around other things because we know play-by-play doesn't really matter. The conversations aren't really about the plays. They're about other things. Like, a lot of the conversation today will be about the Texans as a whole, not what's going on the field. It all feels like, all right, you're not treating this very seriously. Why should I? And I just start to tune out.
Yeah. There's only so many shots of Stephon Diggs wearing a bucket hat that I can be like, oh yes, this game means something. It really does show a lot about how we know when a game means something and when it doesn't, and how much we want to watch a game that does not mean anything. That, like you said, they are all NFL players on that field. I guess some are not going to be NFL players for long, but if you tell me that it's going to, instead of that, there's going to be, whatever the first college football game is, Florida State versus South Carolina, or whatever, North Carolina versus South Carolina, where I'm like, that's interesting, even though that is definitely going to be worse players on the field than a Hall of Fame game. But it's like, well, that one will be 1-0.
You're using Power 5 stuff. You give me NC8 and T against Youngstown. I'm like, at least I know this matters a whole hell of a lot to who's playing out there. So I will watch this.
Okay.
I will lock in on that.
That is fair. Yeah, there is just a level of like, this counts, so I want to watch. Where I know this does not count, so I do not want to watch.
And even beyond the stakes, it's just
all the interviews with Andre Johnson or CJ Stroud or whoever, that'll be on social media. I don't need to watch that.
True.
I don't need to watch for the So also, no offense to Andre Johnson,
it's not that personable.
Not must see TV.
Now, apparently in the broadcast with the Astros, he was pretty good. People lost. Oh, we don't know that, Andre. So I'll give. Okay. I didn't see it live, but a lot of people were like, okay, that was entertaining. So maybe he's come out of his shell. We'll see tonight when he's interviewed. Well, we'll see on social media tonight.
I'll see on my phone.
Yeah, someone will send you something, or it'll come across on your phone.
Let's see if Jack Collinsworth can get him out of his shell.
Master interviewer.
I mean, because it's not going to be Mike Tirico's in Paris.
True.
Maria Taylor's in Paris.
Is Al Michaels doing the game?
No, I don't know. Because he does the Amazon stuff.
Yeah, you're right. He's on. He doesn't do Sunday Night Football anymore. He does Thursday Night Football. You're right. I forgot about that. So yeah, Mike. I don't know who
he's doing the AI recaps for. His voice is doing the AI recaps. So maybe he can. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know who the backup play-by-play guy is when Mike Tirico's not available.
Noah Eagle is doing.
He's doing basketball. Dwayne Wade. I saw that yesterday.
It might be Jack Collinsworth. Oh my God.
Doing the play-by-play. Is he the play-by-play guy for Notre Dame?
I think he is, or at least he was.
NBC. I mean, sure, nepotism. I get it. You're leaning a little too far into it. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Jason Garrett's probably going to be involved.
Ooh.
Rodney Harrison.
Yeah.
Tony Dungy.
Yeah, we're putting that on mute.
I've now well, is it on NBC? I know it's normally on NBC, but sometimes they change this stuff. Is it going to be on Hall of Fame, or is the Hall of Fame game going to be on NBC?
I am not sure about that, honestly. I'm not sure who is broadcasting the game. Jerry's going to watch it. We'll talk to Jerry when we come back. Jerry's going to watch the game. Maybe a lot of you guys are too, and you're differing from us. Maybe you're very excited. We talk about the players we want to see. Kamari Lassiter, Kate Stover was a guy mentioned in an article. But my guys are Lassiter. Kenyon Green's another one. We'll see if he can solidify a spot on the inside.
It'll be on ESPN and ABC.
Okay, so all the Jack Collinsworth slander was unnecessary.
Not unnecessary. Just unnecessary today.
Today, yeah. We can wait. We can wait for Notre Dame football and Sunday Night Football. So ESPN. So Joe Buck. I think
that helps a little bit.
It's better with Joe Buck. So we'll talk to Jerry about the game tonight. Anyone else want to get in on the final segment? 713-780-3776.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We lost Jerry. Jerry, if you want to get back in, call in. Anyone else, you can call in too. We got one more segment here to go before Gallant George begin. Keith, you want to talk NFL? What's up?
Hey guys, appreciate you having me on. Wasn't able to get in this morning on Dale's other show, but I've got my weekly series. 2 weeks ago, I said Tannehill would be a good fit as Caleb Williams' backup in Chicago. Last week, I think the Ravens need a backup to Lamar Jackson because he's always sick. I don't like Josh Johnson as a backup. He's been in the league 20 years. This week, Tannehill, I think, could be the perfect fit as a backup in Tampa Bay to Baker Mayfield because obviously nobody wants to see Kyle Trask play meaningful NFL minutes. What do you think about Tannehill to Tampa Bay?
I appreciate Keith because we're always his backup option when the show he wants to call into doesn't let him on. He announces it too. That's the second time he's announced it. Hey, I tried to get on the previous show. I couldn't get on, so I'm going to call you.
Mm-hmm.
You can try to clean it up by saying Dell's other show, but I know what your priorities are, Keith.
I like Tampa.
Tampa's not bad.
Stays in Florida. Oh wait, I guess he played in Tennessee for a while.
I think Tannehill is a guy who won't find a job until very late in the preseason.
Cowboys?
Over Cooper Rush?
Oh, I forgot about it. I was just thinking Trey Lance.
A lot of people are just focusing on Trey Lance, but I believe Cooper Rush is still there. I think Tannehill will wind up someplace, but it won't be early.
Needs an injury?
Injury or...
Is he on Joe Flacco mode?
Oh, that's late in the year. Or they feel like our backup is worse than we thought. We need someone who can keep us afloat for a couple games. I can see him being a guy who doesn't get a job until the regular season.
Who's Arizona's backup? We're probably already spent too much time
on Arizona. Yeah, even the question about who Arizona's backup is too much time.
I realized when I asked that question that
why would I know that?
And
offhand,
we're spending way too much time thinking about where Ryan Tannehill might play.
Yes, but the scenario plays out. You mentioned Joe Flacco. I don't think it'll be that time frame, but he's a guy who feels like a team would sign him during the season, or he may not want to be part of a training camp. Desmond Ridder is the Arizona backup.
Oh, also Clayton Tune. Never mind, they're good.
U of H's own Clayton Tune.
Yeah,
it's the AAC. Well, all those guys. Well, AAC, yeah. Clayton Tune, Desmond Ridder, all playing the American. Even though now both those teams are out of the American. But at one point,
they played
in America. Did you see the graphic that everyone was like, I don't know if you should do that. I once got into it wasn't a real argument, but at one point, Samantha Ponder was just a sideline reporter who had a relationship as far as not a romantic relationship, but she had a relationship with 1560. She made appearances on, I think, the Sean and John show. You know, a radio host reaches out to an attractive woman who in sports. Hey, you want to be on the show? And it happened that way. Sam Ponder is at the time Samantha Smith or Steele. Was it Steele? She was good at her job. They reached out to her. She made appearances on the show. What was she taking credit for? I think she's a Pac-12 person. Maybe she went to the school, Pac-12 school, and she tweeted out that something about Alex Smith, the former Utah quarterback, and gave that credit to one of his performances from the past as being a Pac-12 player. And because I was a dummy at the time, I was like, excuse me, that doesn't belong to the Pac-12. He did not do that as a Pac-12 player. That's nonsense. I don't know how strong I went, but I did try to call her out on it because at that point I was a person who cared to be arguing on social media. I don't care about that anymore. That one struck me as no way that can happen. No way. And then she responded with, well, he's in the Pac-12. Utah's in the Pac-12 now. And I think I responded with it. That would be like saying the ACC has more national titles because Miami won one in 2001 with the Big East. Something like that. Just being a snot, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, no reason for me to do it. And that was what the world was like yesterday when Katie Ledecky was I think the ACC tweeted it out.
Yeah, the
ACC athlete
network.
Katie Ledecky, who had her swimming career at Stanford.
Graduated from Stanford like 2016 or
Yeah.
something.
And the entire world was like, no, you're not taking that. And I got people standing up for the Pac-12, or the Pac-10 maybe at that point.
Yeah, I don't know why Samantha Ponder was caping for the Pac-12 because she went to Liberty.
Maybe she was covering the Pac-12. I don't remember, but she was.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's what it was. In 2009, she worked for Fox Sports, being a sideline reporter for the Pac-12 and Big 12 college football.
And I said, not on my watch.
Said,
You're not giving,
no, ma'am.
You're not taking that away from the Mountain West. I've grown. That argument is stupid. Who cares? It doesn't matter that much.
I'm kind of with you on this.
I know I'm right. I just wouldn't do it again.
How many? So Utah with Alex Smith, they won a conference title. Did they win a Pac-12 conference title?
Exactly.
Kind of speaks to why he didn't play in the Pac-12.
Exactly. Now, Utah has found a way to win Pac-12 titles. Let's not diminish the first time they won one in reality because you want to talk about what happened. Now you're getting me sucked into the argument again. Damn you. I don't want to argue about this. It's stupid. It doesn't matter. I just think it's clearly nonsense to attribute titles and records to a conference when it didn't happen when the member wasn't in the conference. You get it, everybody, right? That's why everyone went after the ACC. Katie Ledecky is not one of your athletes.
I'm glad you won the Samantha Ponder.
I don't know if it wasn't
argument 15 years.
It wasn't
in the future.
It wasn't a win. It was just I was clearly on the right side of
It's a
history.
win.
I was clearly right. But you don't ever win a Twitter argument. No one really wins those.
Oh wow. It's like Roadhouse. No one wins a fight.
You just survive.
Yeah.
So, yeah. ACC, you're on your last legs, it feels like anyway. The general public isn't looking to hear from you. Katie Ledecky won another gold yesterday. American hero, American athlete, who I don't know if we have an American Sports Hall of Fame, but she would belong in it. You don't get to glom on the ACC. Now you have Stanford, and they're great in the Olympic sports. At some point, they will have another champion who played in the ACC. You can latch on to that. It's fine. But don't you dare take Katie Ledecky away from the Pac-12.
Is the SEC going to tweet about Kevin Durant?
I would hope.
SEC athlete Kevin Durant.
I would hope they have. When he wins a gold medal.
Yeah.
They have Bam and Booker. They have enough. They don't have to tweet about Kevin Durant.
Okay, so they'll throw him on the graphic with.
Don't
Booker.
put him on the graphic.
They shouldn't.
No,
They will.
He's one of those guys who's lost history. The Big 12 shouldn't, just to protest what Texas has done, and the SEC shouldn't either.
No, so no tweets about Kevin Durant winning a gold medal?
Texas should.
Okay.
The Sun should. But that's it. Those are the only two.
Okay.
Those are my rules.
Glad you're policing who can tweet about Kevin Durant winning a gold medal.
Just have some respect for the past. That's all I'm asking for. Kevin Durant and the SEC should stay away. You've got enough. You've got guys who played in your conference for a year.
Davis, Bam, Booker. That's actually the funny part is Texas being like Olympians are made here, and as a picture of Kevin Durant who went to UT for 6 months.
No, they developed
15
him.
years ago.
They developed that guy.
Yeah,
he wasn't. He would not be the player he is today if he didn't spin a pit stop at Texas.
If Rick Barnes didn't get his hands on him and lost to USC in the second round.
Known developer Rick Barnes.
Yeah. Who knows? He might be on that crap ass 3-on-3 team.
If not for Rick Barnes, instead of watching the 3-on-3 tournament, he'd be playing in it.
Yeah. Stinking it up, losing.
Okay. I would hope if it comes down to it, they would recruit him because they need the help. We are now 0-5 in 3-on-3 basketball. Someone tweeted, I think it was Greg, who said, we can't just get some guys from Rucker Park. They probably would be better. They're American citizens. They go out there and rep for the country and not get their asses kicked. It's an embarrassment to our basketball dominance, even worse than 2004. We're done for the day. Gallant and George up next. Killer Bees, follow them. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
We did it! Dubon drives one deep to left field. He's set on that pitch, and he gives the Astros the lead. 5-4 Astros. Doobie off the bench with a pinch hit. Huge home run.
So there's two ways of looking at that home run. Number one, Mauricio Dubon heard Joe George on yesterday's show and felt motivated. Or number two, Joe George is just wrong about Mauricio Dubon. Hashtag Doobie do it and needs to apologize.
Hashtag fake news, Paul.
Well,
and the words of the great Maui from Moana.
Oh,
What can I say except you're welcome,
Not a real Disney
Mauricio
movie.
Dubon?
Not a real Disney movie.
It's really not. I did say he's better off the bench. I do apologize a little bit, but maybe not.
No. This was your moment. This is your moment to take a stand, Joe.
You know, play him off the bench. He's not a starter. Mauricio Dubon, also A+ bat flip. Credit to you.
I gave you two options here. I said, number one, you could say you motivated him, and number two, you can apologize for being wrong about him. And you chose number two. This is so Chicago Bears of you.
I know it is. It is. I apologize, Mauricio, if I offended you. I hope that it was slightly motivating, you know, and you can, you know, call in, say thanks, Joe, for motivating me. You're kind of a jerk, but you know what? At least you didn't treat me like what's his name? I can't remember his name now. This is even worse. The pitcher who I crucified.
Blair Henley.
Blair Henley. That's his name.
He's dead to you and all of us because you killed him on the air.
So, but Mauricio Dubon, he responded. He responded like a G.
He did. Ooh, like a G.
Like a G. So congrats to you, Mauricio Dubon, for stepping up when it mattered most. Also, shout out to O'Neal Cruz for sucking at shortstop.
Man, the Pirates defensively, 8 errors in 3 games. I mean, the Astros were making more errors than we've ever seen, but 8 errors in 3 games by Pittsburgh in this series. So as far as Mauricio Dubon goes, look, we go back and forth every single day. This is the most bipolar radio show in the history of the world when it comes to covering the local 9. And yeah, Dubon actually came through as a pinch hitter last night. It is Gallant George on a Thursday, August 1st, 2024. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. Do we want Joe to continue to stew in this? Want to hear Mauricio Dubon explaining his approach at the plate for that pinch hit home run?
Let's hear it, Doobie.
You know, it's been a rough month of July. Everybody knows that just go in there, try to keep it simple, you know. Don't try to do too much. I was not trying to hit a home run, actually. I was actually trying to, you know, get on base, get everybody going. You know, I said a prayer before I came out, you know. I need your help, God. I need your help right now. I can't carry this cross anymore. I need you right now.
Wait a second.
What am I apologizing for? He's praying to God to get a hit? He was desperate.
Did he say at the very end of that, after talking about praying to God, that struggling at the plate has been my cross to bear?
You know, I said a prayer before I came out, you know. I need your help, God. I need your help right now. I can't carry this cross anymore. I need you right now.
I can't carry this cross anymore. I need you right now. Well, yeah, struggling in July can feel like that. You can feel like old Jesus going through it.
Just going through.
On that last fateful day.
What a great quote. I'm like almost thrown off. I'm a little thrown off.
I am thrown off by it too.
I'm a little thrown off by the end of that quote, to be honest.
2 guys carrying a piece of wood that felt very heavy.
Ooh.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Okay, Doobie.
Keep an eye out for Mauricio Dubon in a couple days.
See what happens.
He's going to be ascending into heaven.
Grand Slam walk-off this weekend for Mauricio Dubon.
He makes a web gem where he flies up into the rafters of Minute Maid Park.
You know, it's so funny to, like, when you hear guys talk like this at times, because, like, you just, like, you know they're just going through it. And, like, it's the one thing with sports that I think, like, we give guys a hard time for struggling, but, like, he's clearly just going through it this month. But he ended the month on a banger. He got the home run. He's feeling good. And now we get to August, and it's football season, basically, and it's almost playoff season in baseball. So Mauricio Dubon, vibes are good.
And the Astros vibes are good because a man who I guess wasn't praying to God enough based off of Mauricio Dubon's success last night, Rafael Montero, got DFA'd.
Finally.
I wasn't sure they'd do it, Joe, but in the same year that they moved on from Jose Abreu's 3-year, $58.5 million contract, halfway through it, they also moved on from Rafael Montero's 3-year, $34.5 million contract with about, a year and a quarter left on it? Mm-hmm. I guess this is their version of cleaning up the Lufthansa heist, but instead of a Lufthansa heist, it was a Lufthansa giveaway. Whoops, we left all our stuff out on the street. We thought people would leave money there and be nice about it. Instead, we spent nearly $100 million on 2 players that were god-awful after signing those deals.
I don't want to, give them a pass on Michael Brantley, who didn't play last year.
Yeah, I forgot.
Like there was a third player and all that. I give them credit. I really didn't think they were going to do it. At that point, at this point in the season, the quality of pitcher that they acquired at the deadline with Caleb Ferguson, that didn't scream that, Rafael Montero was getting DFA'd next. It was logical for it to happen, but to eat that much money in 2 contracts, in which you also have Lance McCullers not pitching, and you have all these guys who are hurt, and you're spending a ton of money for guys who aren't playing. You're specifically paying a way ton of money for 2 guys who are just not even on the team anymore.
Yeah.
And maybe Montero comes back. Dana Brown said, he hopes that Montero will take the DFA assignment and we'll figure things out in Sugar Land. I doubt it, but I'm just glad they did it.
Here's Astros general manager Dana Brown yesterday explaining why the Astros finally made the decision to move on from Rafael Montero now.
We're just, trying to improve the bullpen and get strong, and we realize that Montero has been going through a rough patch, and he's been really good for this organization, and it kind of stands out when you're going through a rough patch. And I think he realized he was struggling, and he was frustrated, and so we're really trying to lock down our bullpen, and so we felt like this would really help our bullpen. Our guys have been grinding through the whole year, and so we just want to bring in some reinforcements.
Rough patch, Dana. Okay, 2022 is the anomaly of Rafael Montero's career. Mm-hmm. Credit to Montero for getting paid. I'm not going to hate on him for getting paid. I will hate on the Houston Astros for doing it. It's not Dana Brown's fault, but rough patch. He's been good for the Astros. He was good for the Astros in 2022. That is it. Please, for the love of God, stop trying to tell us that the pea coming down on us isn't rain. Okay, R. Kelly? Come on.
He was okay in July. He had only three appearances in July out of 8 where he gave up earned runs. So not that it was dramatically improving, but Paul, I really didn't think they were going to do this. I think back to when the Abreu thing happened, I would have bet that Montero would have been DFA'd first because it was the cheaper contract. And I guess because they weren't using him every single day, but it is about damn time that they're doing this, and they're trying to make this team as good as possible. And we saw what happened the last time they did this. When they DFA'd Jose Abreu, their season completely turned around. They started playing way better baseball because the lineup was better. It was deeper without him in it. And I'm not sure having Rafael Montero not on this team solves that, but it will improve it.
Do you think this resets the season again?
No.
After losing, 6 of 10? It's another season reset?
No, I don't think so.
They felt like they needed another shot in the arm? Here we go. All right, another sacrifice to the gods, Aztec style. Pull out Rafael Montero's $34.5 million heart. Throw it down the side of a pyramid, baby.
If you're going to make the argument for it, it's more logical to restart the season now because you're basically at square zero because you're only up by, 0.001%?
But you are in first place.
But you are in first place. So you're tied for first place, though.
I think it's technically 0.1%. If we're doing our math correctly.
Oh, yeah.
0.001 percentage points.
Yes, that's what I meant to say.
Well, sorry to quell actually you on the math. We're trying to get better at the math, okay?
We're trying, yeah. I told Paul, I was like, I haven't slept much. So, if I have to do math today, it's going to be extra bad. Mm-hmm. So I'm okay with you correcting me. I'd rather be, informed than be totally wrong.
Hell yeah.
So, but yeah, maybe the season does start over today. I think we said no more restarts though.
We did.
I think we said no more restarts, and there's only one more World Series.
Doesn't mean the Astros can't try to do it again.
That's a good point. That's good.
we look. I think we're all on board with this. Everyone wanted this to happen. I don't think anyone deserves a pat on the back for this. The contract never should have happened ever. Abreu made sense, at least to some degree. Montero never made a effing lick of sense. It never did. I do not know why they did it. They could have asked me, and I get it. I'm not a baseball expert, but I covered him in Seattle. And even though everyone in Seattle was crying over that Kendall Graveman trade, I was laughing at the fact that they got Rafael Montero out of town. I didn't want to watch him pitch. Every single time he came into a game in Seattle, that was cue for me to start watching Game of Thrones for the 6th time on TV. Or some other show that I've already seen. That was my cue to stop watching baseball. And I did it every single time he came in.
Especially with the fact that they always, I mean, how many times did they give us back of the baseball card over the last year and a half?
For both Montero and Abreu.
But if you
who are both gone.
Yeah, but Montero, maybe they should have just looked at the back of his baseball card. Where in 2020 he had a 4+ ERA. In 2021 he had a 6+ ERA. In 2023 it was a 5+.
Yeah.
2017 5+. 2016 8+. He's never been a good pitcher in Major League Baseball except for in 2019 when he only appeared in 22 games, and then in 2022. That's it. Those are the only 2 times where he's been a below 3 ERA pitcher in baseball. So it was a awful decision, and probably paying him that much money has led to trading away some of your prospects because you haven't been able to spend money in free agency in the offseason to add pitching depth in the bullpen or in the rotation. Because you signed those 2 awful contracts, it's hurt you. And I'm glad he's gone now. And while I give them a little bit of credit for actually doing it, because the owner and Jim Crane, who many deem cheap, is now paying a ton of money to 2 guys who are no longer here.
He is Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can also join us on our Twitch at ESPN 975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, or listen to us on 97.9 HD2. Up next, this is a question for you. Now that they have moved on from both Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero, eating a ton of money along the way, do you trust the Astros front office again? You answer that for us next. We'll give our thoughts too. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
You know how this show works. I tell some anecdote that's largely uninteresting and try to relate it to what's going on in the world of sports right now, and Joe shakes his head and tries to figure out where the hell I'm going. But guess what? We're about to do that right now. Joe, did you know I'm part Scottish?
I did not.
Okay, I'm part Scottish. There's a stereotype about the Scottish. It's that they're cheap. It's that they're stubborn.
Okay.
And I might be a little bit of both. When I was just a sophomore in college, I spent a summer in Massachusetts interning at an ESPN radio station in Boston. And I was working out. I was trying to get bigger during the summer. So I'd come back my junior year looking hot, looking ripped, revenge bod. I started taking this protein powder. I switched brands because I couldn't find the store where I normally bought from, GNC. So I went to a vitamin shop and I spent $70 on protein powder. I found out after buying this protein powder, though, that I was mildly allergic to it. And instead of just throwing it in the trash, you know what I kept on doing? I kept on using it. First time I took it, oh, okay, just a couple scratchy throats. Third time I took it, my tongue swelled up. The third time I took it, after getting mad because I couldn't find my keys, I developed hives and went into a little bit of an anaphylactic shock kind of deal. Had to go to the emergency room, pumped with Benadryl through IV. And I say all that to say, that's what the Houston Astros were doing with Rafael Montero.
Just trying over and over again, no matter what the cost.
They spent a lot of money on something, and they were not about to throw it away because they spent the money on it, just like I spent the money on that protein powder. And eventually they came to their senses and realized, wait, we're allergic to this. We got to get rid of it. It doesn't matter how we do it. We must toss this.
Okay, so you didn't finish it.
No, but I got,
you got pretty close.
I got halfway through it.
Okay, they got halfway through Montero's contract. Like, I see the correlation here.
They got 3/4 of the way through it. So I guess they're a little tougher than me on that front.
Well, they're also not, dying, a little
That's
bit
true.
each time they drink it.
That's true.
Now, we're dying every time they put Montero on the field.
Yeah.
But they're not.
So he's finally gone, and the question I have for you guys is if you trust the Astros brass now, because this does officially mark the end of the, hey, remember when we didn't have a GM era. It's over. From James Click's firing to the hiring of Dana Brown, Abreu, Montero, Brantley, about $100 million for those three. It looks like this is now in the past, unless you still look at the Josh Hader deal and passing on Blake Snell as things that have the Letterman jacket, Skull and Bones Society fingerprints on it. But I think right now, Joe, the Astros really want us to believe that we can trust them again, that we don't have to get nervous about meddlesome Jim Crane or meddlesome Jeff Bagwell. And that quote that we talked about yesterday from Dana Brown on the Astros flagship, where he said, ultimately, I bear the responsibility as GM of the Astros. I make the final decision. It was made by me with collaboration from the front office, talking about the Yusei Kikuchi trade. That 100% applies to this Rafael Montero move. And this action speaks way louder than words. I think the Astros are trying to convince us that Dana Brown is actually running the show. Do we believe them? That is up to you. I don't know if I do, but I know that they are trying to prove to us that Dana Brown is in control and someone who is worthy of your trust.
Yeah, I would say that it's a good faith move for the organization to realize that they made a huge mistake and for Jim Crane to eat this contract. It shows Dana Brown has some sway of what can and can't be on this roster, but I can't give them full faith back into this front office yet because the picture I saw a bunch of people have posted it because it was on TV of Dana Brown and Jeff Bagwell looking like they're having a very serious conversation in one of the booths at the game the other night. He's still there. It's still Baggy. It's still the comments from earlier this season when Reggie Jackson was on John Heyman's podcast and talked about how him and Biggio and Bagwell and Crane, and Dana Brown are collaboratively making these decisions. Until the Houston Astros say that Jeff Bagwell no longer has say in personnel decisions and is no longer around the team in that capacity and goes back to just being a filling guy on TV and radio and showing up for photos, I can never give them full faith again.
Well, that's never going to happen.
That's a problem. Like, let's say the Astros miss the playoffs.
Wow, Joe Hader.
You think there's any chance they just fire Dana Brown?
No, I don't think after this year.
So let's say it's next year. They fire Dana Brown after the 2025 season.
If they miss the playoffs back-to-back years,
Yeah.
yes, they will. And they'd probably move on from Espada as well. But I think both Espada and Brown, at least to me, are safe for the rest of this year.
In 2025, then let's say Dana Brown has been fired, and it's going to take them another 4 months like it has the last 2 times to hire a GM. You guys don't think that Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell are going to be out there signing free agents again?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if they have the money.
Like, they might not have the money, but I just don't believe that with given the opportunity to make their own decisions, whether it's through Dana Brown or without him down the road, that they wouldn't do so. So they've done a lot of damage into my belief about this front office. It's not necessarily a Dana Brown thing. It's the people who are really in charge. And if they have the opportunity, will they spend recklessly on a player like they probably did with Josh Hader?
It really, I think, depends on what they're actually, one, willing to spend, and also, two, and to be perfectly honest, I don't 100% know how all this works, but if you buy out a guy from his contract, does that contract still count towards the luxury tax threshold? I would think so, because it would be rather unfair for a good team to have a bad contract and not be able to get out from underneath it. Like the Dodgers could just buy everybody out all the time. Maybe the Mets could do the same thing as well. I don't know the answer to that. Maybe somebody else does. 713-780-3776 to call, to text in the meantime. We've got Jay. Jay wants to weigh in on your beloved Houston Astros. What's up?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Look, I don't know if I can trust the Astros. It's fun going to the games, but, like, I mean, if James Click got fired, or not fired, but let go after winning a World Series, I mean, Dana Brown got to go if we don't make the playoffs, or if we lose in the first round. He's got to go. Everyone in the office with him got to go, including Bagwell. Like, buddy, just go back to getting drunk behind home plate and watching games.
Whoa!
Just do that for me. All right? And then the doctors, let them go. I mean, the diagnosis they're doing, they don't know what they're doing, so let them go. Kaz McCormick, JV, McCullers, everyone, just clean out house. No matter how the season ends, whether a World Series or eliminated in the first round, just clean out house. And appreciate it.
All right, Jay. Clean house.
Jay wants to fire everybody.
Jay wants to play Layla by Derek and the Dominoes, the end part on the piano, and take everybody out like in Goodfellas after the Lothanza heist when they, everyone ends up getting got. I think Samuel L. Jackson's the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And that one guy who's got the afro, he's like hanging from a meat hook.
Oh, it's such a great scene. That whole scene's so good.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with him about the medical team, though. Can they fire those guys? That's the only one I'm like really stand behind Jay with. Like, it's not time for a change within your medical department yet.
They don't need to miss the playoffs to fire the medical.
Yeah,
team.
yeah. Like, I don't think
they can start working on their resume.
I don't think they need to fire Dana Brown. I think he's done a fine job, it seems, with what he's allowed to do. But that's why he's not really allowed to do everything.
Seems like it would be very easy to announce that they've changed medical staffs, training staffs, as opposed to what you were asking for, Joe, which is to have the Astros say, we disavow Jeff Bagwell, which, of course, would be crazy for anyone to say about one of their few Hall of Fame players. You can't do it. You just can't. And you don't want to admit that he's had a role, even though he has basically said that he has had a role. It's a weird place that they're in. And I don't know what the correct setting is to confront them on this, because if you have Dana Brown or Jim Crane available to the media again, and we haven't seen Jim Crane at all this year, maybe somebody will ask it. but they're probably going to have to glad handle the way that they ask it because it's credentialed media, and you don't want to get, a spanking from the Astros and have your access revoked. It is tricky because I don't think there's any official titles here. We're talking about consultants, essentially. So you ask Jim Crane point blank, he's going to say, no, this is Dana's job. And I think that they're trying to now prove it with actions on top of that.
Yeah, they and that's why I believe Dana's quote from yesterday that you just read as well is really about, where he said it was his decision to make these moves at the deadline. But you're right, they put themselves in an awkward position with Bagwell. It's one thing that I would advise any team to never ever do. It never ends well. The Broncos and John Elway doesn't end well. St. John's.
They did win a Super Bowl with Elway, though.
They did, but still, when you have to fire him eventually, it's awkward.
This one's for John.
St. John's with Chris Mullins when he was there. Patrick Ewing at Georgetown. It's always kind of awkward when you bring down like a hometown hero.
Texans.
Remember when people were like, Andre Johnson should be a part of the front office? That's a bad idea.
Whoa, why?
Because what if you have to fire him eventually?
Joe, he's going into the Hall of Fame, for God's sake.
But you don't want to have to fire a Hall of Famer.
Joe, this week.
Sucks.
This week, you're taking drive-bys and Joey Lopafito.
No.
You brought up Blair Henley's name from the grave and peed all over it and then buried him again?
No, I'm telling Andre, don't take that job, Andre. Like, don't do it. It puts you in an awkward position with your fans because they have to be upset with someone that they love. People don't talk about Jeff Bagwell, the player, anymore. They talk about Jeff Bagwell, the GM.
Or Jeff Bagwell, as Jay said, the guy who likes to imbibe. Nothing wrong with imbibing, guys. Back in the 70s, these guys were all hammered when they were making moves. Okay, cut them some slack. Let's have a drunk workplace again, like it's Mad Men, huh?
These guys probably drink and make deals on
Martini
the
at 10 a.m. Yeah,
like they're drinking. Like that still happens. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
I feel like James Click doesn't though, and that's how you.
That's why you got it kicked out.
Yeah,
don't be a bitch.
That's why you trade Bloss, Wagner, and Lopafito for Kikuchi.
I mean, he's a party killer. He's a vibe killer. Okay, listen, I respect all those who are going through sobriety, but if you're not, buzzkill alert. Hey, James Click, he showed up at 6 a.m. this morning to crunch numbers. He didn't even take in the shotgunning at 8. What's going on here? Sorry, I listen. I think Bagwell's in recovery as well. So how dare you assume somebody going through it
was not me
going through it anymore? No, I'm talking about the caller. I'm not talking about you.
I'm just making sure that there's no confusion here. That I also disassociated myself.
I haven't put any words in your mouth this segment.
I'm just
Come
making
on.
sure.
Or at least in the last 3 minutes. There was a texter the other day who said Paul's a bully, and it actually hit me hard. I was like, damn, I kind of have been one of late. I have been a little bit of a dick.
If you're on a scale of like 1 to 10, 10 being the O'Doyles,
The O'Doyles.
you're like a 3.
A 3? Okay, well that you know what that reflects that I need to improve on myself.
I've been bullied way more in my career than I am right now.
That's good. Okay.
Yeah.
Who's bullied you the most? Killer Bees. It's fine. You don't have to say it. That Joe
radio
George
show might be on at 3 p.m. today, and it might or might not be on this station.
Yeah, I was gonna say which one that's on at 3 p.m.
I left myself open. Okay.
So it's between those two.
I don't know if it's A or a B or what, but
how far down the alphabet?
You don't only have to go 2 letters.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Interesting. Very interesting.
They still bully me.
They do, actually.
The other day they were talking about me again.
It's crazy. They miss you. That's why.
Yeah. Junior Bronco says, Joe, you deserve all the bullying. Whatever.
That's not nice, Junior Bronco.
You're the biggest bully, Junior Bronco.
Junior Broncos is the biggest bully on the Twitch, which is saying something because our Twitch, I mean, listen, we love them. They stick around, but my God. there's some toxic MFers. It's twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. Following along on the chat on Twitch is something else. And if you've never done it before, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Lance Wagner says, so the Astros are Scottish. Yes, they were stubborn and cheap. Okay, that's why they stuck with Montero and Abreu as long as they did. All right, up next, guys, it's football time in Houston. The most in detail breakdown of Texans Bears that you will ever find is next. You don't want to miss it. every single thing you need to know for this huge game to kick off the football year.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Joe. You ready to have your ass kicked today?
You ready to get swarmed on?
We're going to get swarmed today.
You ready?
I'm not ready.
Sorry for yelling.
Tyson Bagent or Badgent or whatever your name is.
Yeah, so look, it's a preseason game number 1. It's the Hall of Fame game. Hopefully the field doesn't melt like it did that one time they actually play the game.
Maybe it should just melt so we don't have to watch.
I got to say, though, I have no idea who's playing. No clue. None. We asked D'Amico a couple of times. He was so coy. We asked Davis Mills, for God's sakes, if he was going to play, and he was even coy. I have no idea who's playing today.
Wait, there's a chance it's like a Boyle game?
Tim Boyle.
It's just Tim Boyle for 4 quarters?
Oh, yeah, Tim Boyle versus, what's his name, Tyson
Bagent.
Chicken? Oh, Badgett. Okay. Hell yeah,
I saw Aaron Wilson tweet last night that, like, Mechie was going to play.
Okay.
Trying to see who else. No one impressive. Wait, here we go. He says Davis Mills set to play extensively.
All right. Well, look, he's got to earn that number 2 quarterback spot.
He does. But Case isn't going to play. Damian Pierce, going to play.
I don't like that. I actually don't like Damian Pierce playing.
with Joe Mixon hurt, I'm also gonna say,
They have a ton of running backs right now. I mean, they have a guy named British Brooks. What a name that is. They have Cam Akers. I think he needs to prove that he actually belongs. You got the rookie Jawar Jordan. There's no reason for Dameon Pierce to play. I think when it comes to who the Texans play in this game, they should not be playing anybody who they expect to see regular time this year. Outside of one guy. This is literally the only guy I want to focus on. It's Kamari Lassiter and, my bad, two guys, Kalen Bullock, the safety.
I got one more.
Who?
Kenyon Green should be out there. I want to, like, all the reports that you've given us, and I guess, and Scruggs. All the
and Blake
reports
Fisher.
about the interior offensive line and how bad it has looked in training camp. Not that, like, I'm going to pretend that we're going to come in here tomorrow and, like, break down interior offensive line play, but I can see it with my eyes if Kenyon Green is getting his ass kicked up and down the field in a preseason game. Those are the two starters that I had on offense.
Okay.
That was like, I want to see them play. Also, I kind of want to see Mechie a little bit.
Mechie is going to have a huge opportunity here. I actually got a message from a friend of mine who works in Pittsburgh asking if the Houston Texans would consider trading John Mechie. And I do think that's interesting. Noah Brown or John Mechie, you do have a surplus of wide receivers. Do they think about moving on from one of those guys? So we shall see. But look, it's the first preseason game, and it's the first preseason game when a Texans team is going to play 4 preseason games. There's really not that much, I think, of note as far as like the top Texans that you're going to be able to take away from it. If you're a diehard Texans fan, there are reasons to watch it. You're gonna meet some heroes like Ben Skowronek, who's been making one-handed catches. Listen, you know, there's still a place in the NFL for white wide receivers. They might have discriminated us to the point where we can't play corner anymore.
That's not fake news.
Did you see Cooper DeJean doing the rookie show, trying to sing 8 Mile,
Yes.
Lose Yourself by Eminem? Yeah, they all booed him. You know why?
It's pretty bad.
It wasn't good, actually.
It's pretty bad.
I was going to say because they were racist, but no, he was actually
Are
going
they?
awful at it.
Or is he? He's got to do the talent show, and he's got to be the white rapper. Come on, Cooper.
That's true.
Expand your horizons.
Yeah, you should have sang DMX.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, DMX.
Yeah.
Every other word he has.
I mean, look, the whole room would be on edge. Like, the whole room would be like
on the edge of their seat.
On the edge of their seat, just like waiting to see if he screws up.
Fletcher Cox just staring straight to his soul.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Fletcher Cox actually retired.
He might. I get your point.
I really would like somebody to come in and sounding like as white as humanly possible to sing something like real, like X gonna give it to you.
Yeah.
X gonna give it to you. Bleep waiting for you to get it on your own. X gonna deliver to you. Knock, knock, open up the door. It's real. With the non-stop pop-up from stainless steel. Go hard getting busy with it. But I got such a good heart that I'll make a mother lover wonder if he did it. Damn right. And I'll do it again because I am light and I've got to win. Break bread with the enemy. What? No matter how many cats I break bread with, I'll break who you sending me. You mother bleepers never wanted but your life saved, bitch, and that's on a light day. How about that?
That was great.
Okay, thank you. I didn't get to any of the parts with the N-bombs.
That's good. That's
because
good.
that's what Cooper DeJean should not do.
100%.
You got to stay away from those.
Yeah, we're not going to learn a lot tonight. The fact that there's 4 preseason games is stupid again. I can't wait. I'm just ready for this 18-game regular season just so there's only 2 preseason games. I don't need to even watch 3 of them. And I don't know how much this is going to change from this week to next week also. Like, I don't know if we're going to see CJ Watt might play a drive next week. So it's not like this is going to be super information driven.
Yeah.
But there's a couple guys I'm curious about. Like, I'm curious about
Anyone
Cade
else?
Stover a little bit.
He's had some dropsies out there.
Don't love that. You know, and one guy you haven't mentioned much, and I think
Who?
it's because he's not going to make the roster,
Who's
is
that?
my guess, is CJ Henderson.
Dude, I haven't seen him at all. I haven't seen him out there at all.
So-
Honestly, I don't even know what number he is.
He is number 21.
Well, okay. He has been out there then.
I'm looking at their unofficial depth chart.
Yeah, I'm looking at the roster right now. It's like, oh, he's 21. Yeah, I do not remember seeing him do anything of note out there.
Lonnie Johnson Jr. Revenge Tour.
Lonnie Johnson had an interception.
So, you know.
Lonnie Johnson has had an interception.
You know what I'm most excited about tonight?
Yeah.
And I want to see the kickoff.
Ooh, yeah, that's probably where they'll put Damian Pierce, Steven Sims, some
what
of the
does
other
it look like?
guys. Yeah, it is going to be interesting, but at the same time, I wonder if they actually break out the full kickoff because in the preseason, all these coaches are so terrified of sharing state secrets. So we will see tonight. But Joe, better watch out. Your Bears are going down. You can bet on these games, by the way. I looked to see if there were props.
Where's my gambling problem number that I use? Because that's what I feel about preseason.
If you bet on preseason football, mybookie.ag promo code bet975, you can bet on preseason football there. But my God, you are a dangerous person.
What are you betting on?
I don't know.
The over under.
It would be kind of fun to play daily fantasy in a preseason game where there's only one game on. So you have to pick random guys like, yeah, I'm going. Who am I going to pick?
Yeah.
Case Keenum, Tim Boyle as my quarterback. I don't know. What Texans running back am I going to pick? There's a website. There's a FanDuel write-up on this for the actual daily fantasy. My God, and it's like 8 paragraphs. Someone says like British Brooks or Jawar Jordan. The choice is up to you. And I would say Jawar Jordan.
Yeah. Mechie over.
Hell yeah, dude.
Cam Akers.
Oh yeah.
Under.
They have him as 5th on the running back depth chart.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, he's not good. So I mean, he's never been.
Have you seen him at all?
Have you ever watched him play in his entire history of his time with the Texans? He's like the 5th running back out there. Like he literally, yeah, as Joe said, he fell 5th on the depth chart. He's the 5th guy out there, and he's never been good. I've never understood this. This drives me crazy.
One good season.
Sure he did. No, he didn't.
Will we see a player? All right, let's make our own prop bet.
Okay.
Will we see over under a half a player the age of 36 and above playing tonight's game? Because there's one guy on each team that's over 36 years old.
Yeah.
Will either of them play?
Hughes. Is it Jerry Hughes?
Case Keenum.
Oh.
Yeah, Hughes is not that old.
And then from the Bears, 40-year-old Mercedes Lewis.
He's still in the league.
He's still in the league.
Shout out to him.
We'll see either guy over 35 playing a preseason.
I bet we.
Tonight.
You know what? I bet we don't see it. I bet we don't see it. I bet we do not see Case Keenum. How did I keep on having that up?
I bet we don't see Case Keenum.
Thank you.
I bet we don't see Case Keenum.
How did I not say that?
Sorry, we got there.
Yeah.
We helped you out.
What's going on?
Hey, he's not going to play tonight.
What's wrong with me?
They have how many quarterbacks are on the roster?
Too many.
4?
Too many. Stop. We're done. We broke this game down.
Like
you think
Boyle.
6'10" can do that?
I just hope no one gets hurt. That's all I care about.
That's why none of these guys are playing.
Yeah.
Because they might get
I don't want to see Davis Mills out there even. Like just play Tim Boyle. If he gets hurt, whatever.
complete
Sorry,
game Tim Boyle.
Yeah, complete game Tim Boyle.
Which is coach of varsity blues.
I know.
Get out there, Tim.
British
Stay
Brooks.
in there.
Until you said that guy's name, I didn't even know that was a real person.
40 carries for British Brooks. Let's make it happen.
Just
All right.
ground and pound.
No,
get
we're
this game
done. We're
over
done.
with.
Joe,
Earl
stop. We're
Campbell
done.
workload.
This is too much preseason talk.
What time does the game start?
Oh, at a time tonight, okay? I'll do a live stream. That's it. We talked about it. We previewed it. 6'10" can't do that like this. Nope. No siree. It is Gallant George. He is Joe. I am Paul. Up next, we got to talk about the Olympics controversy that nobody wants to talk about. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I'll admit I have not been watching the Olympics very intently, unless it's the women's gymnastics. Strong, powerful women. Simone Biles, shout out to her. She got another gold medal. Team USA, they won again, even though formerly Michaela Maroney, I think she has another name now because she is married, was talking that ish about him. And also, we should be talking about ACC swimming legends. Stanford, of course. Katie Ledecky, who is murdering everybody at the Olympics. She has 8 career golds. She has 12 medals. It's the most for any woman, I think, all time. She won the gold in the 1,500-meter freestyle and set the 20 fastest times in the history of that race. And she's smoking people to the degree that the camera has to zoom out so that they can show her so far ahead of everybody. We should be talking about that. And I hate that this is even a slight distraction to the women competing in the Olympics that don't have any biological advantage. But what we saw in women's boxing between Algeria's Imaine Khalif and Italy's Angela Carini is crazy, because it was not very long ago that Imaine Khalif had been disqualified at the 2023 World Championships because she failed a gender eligibility test. She actually won a medal and was stripped of her medal because she failed gender eligibility. And yes, I too am confused as far as, am I supposed to say if you fail a gender eligibility test that this person, while competing, is it they, them, her? Truly, I do not know. But to bring it back to this, Joe, it is nuts that what we saw, Imaine Khalif fight against Angela Carini, and after 46 seconds and a couple of pauses along the way, Carini, who got punched in the nose, hit very hard, withdrew from the match.
I don't think that this should be happening.
I don't either.
I don't believe that, look, I don't get that lifestyle. You want to live it? I think that's great. You can do you. I think there has to be a line drawn of what should and should not be allowed. And I don't think that there should be transgender athletes in women's sports. I don't think it belongs. Because if this was on a public street and a man punched a woman, that person would go to jail for a very long time. Specifically with combat sports, it's a huge problem. Like you're talking about combat sports in which there is a huge physical advantage. Yeah. It's crazy. Like Title IX exists for a reason. So things like this don't happen. And when you have the International Association of Boxing saying that this shouldn't happen, the Olympics should be following the same guidelines. It just doesn't make sense why it's happening. It's dangerous. It's so dangerous. This is why we have, let's remove this whole, this part of the conversation. This is why in boxing and in UFC, we have weight classes. This is why you don't see Floyd Mayweather fight someone the size of Mike Tyson, because Floyd Mayweather would probably die. There is no reason why this should be happening. I'm sorry if that offends you, if you don't like this take, but I just don't believe that specifically in combat sports, this is something that should be happening, because in any other view of society, someone that was once a man that is now no longer, and I respect that, should not be competing in an octagon or a ring with a woman. And these women are saying that they've never been hit harder in their life. I wonder why. I don't. I don't agree with this.
And the backstory, no one's really doing digging because I want to know a little bit more. Like, I want to know for sure that this is a woman, or if this is a man transitioning to be a woman. I would assume that somebody who failed a gender test is a man. I would assume that. I could be wrong. I truly do not know. We're talking about two different organizations. You have the IOC and you have the IBA. The IBA is the one that disqualified Iman Khalif, who was the one who knocked out Italy's Angela Carini after about 46 seconds. So it would be nice if there was some digging, Joe, but go to ESPN's front page. Nothing on this. Go to the Olympics front page. Nothing on this. You're going to stuff like the USA Today and other websites that you don't traditionally go to just to get any information on this. And it feels like the IOC wants to just sweep this under the rug.
Yeah, because like the IBA, the International Boxing Association, they didn't help this at all by just giving this blanket, this person was not eligible without detail. This actually might be a HIPAA thing, where they can't really say what that means to fail this test. But what I essentially take it as is someone that's like failing a steroid test. That
would make sense too.
Like that's essentially to me what it sounds like. Is it's like that's what it reads as. There's no specific explanation, but there's a reason why people are upset about this, and I think they have a right to be, because I don't believe that this should be happening. If you're being disqualified, and we can go even past the specific thing. If you're being disqualified from sports, should you be allowed to compete in them anywhere? If I was the IOC, I would say no to that.
It's a great point, and the IOC is acting like the International Boxing Association is corrupt. That really made me laugh. Long plagued with scandal and controversy, the IBA is, and the IOC has moved away from it. Oh, the IOC never has been? The IOC is the most corrupt organization in sports. I took a class on this in college, for God's sake. And they banished the IBA for the Tokyo Games in 2021. They're ignoring them. But when being asked if there are gender eligibility tests for the IOC and for these Olympic boxing matches, they're saying nothing except for, well, their passports say they are women. That's it. That's all they're giving to us. And that's going to lend itself to more of the anger and the rage and all of that stuff, because this goes straight into the culture war stuff. And I'll be honest, I don't have the energy to get angry about it. I would be mad, though, if I were one of those athletes competing and someone had failed a gender eligibility test. And I think just that we're at this point now where we're still doing this with sports, and things like this are murky territory for a lot of people. That to me is hilarious.
Yeah, it's.
I don't know how it is so murky. Like, this should be rather black and white. You don't have to be a jerk and say something horrible about people who are transitioning. You know, Bible says you're not supposed to do stuff like that for all those who are evangelizing over it. But it is ridiculous that this is something that people think is okay. Like, did you see what the coach said afterwards? Emmanuel Rosini is the coach of the Algerian, I guess, Olympic boxing team. And she said this, after one punch, she feel a bigger pain. Well, yeah, because it seems like she's pumped with hormones like a bunch of Tyson chicken breasts.
They also open a can of worms that they are going to regret, and they're going to have to address before 2026 and 2028. Because what they literally just told us was that if LeBron James just puts female on his passport, he can play on the Team USA women's basketball team. By saying that, as long as that's what the passport says, you just opened a can of worms that you didn't want to open. You have to be more specific. You have to have guidelines in place. What is allowed? Steroids or no steroids? But you know what? This is the Olympics. Everything's corrupt. Why is Russia not allowed to compete? Because they're invading Ukraine. What about the other countries who are competing, who are invading other countries? This is the Olympics. This is FIFA. It's always supposed to be this grand old spectacle and lovey-dovey sports thing, but they always screw it up somehow.
Yeah.
And this is just the latest example of where from the opening ceremony to now, besides people that really love Simone Biles, this is going to be what we remember about the 2024 Olympics. So congratulations, if that was your goal.
He is Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Does anyone deserve praise in the Houston Astros organization for moving on from Rafael Montero? We will discuss that next. Stick around.
Away. Yiner into right center field, takes advantage of the double error. Astros within a run. Yiner heading to second base. He'll get there with a double. RBI number 59 for Yiner Diaz.
The Yiner Diaz we've been waiting for.
Thank you, Dusty.
He is here. I mean, let's be honest. Yiner Diaz had better numbers in totality last year with Dusty Baker as Astros manager.
I don't know anymore. They seem to change his approach. It's pretty damn good.
But, yeah, he is on a tear. I think he's hitting something like 500 over what is now a 7-game hitting streak. And, I mean, that's what the Astros offense was in this series against Pittsburgh. It was Yiner Diaz and 8 Pirates errors.
The double error. I think was that the O'Neal Cruz in the left fielder play?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a bad look.
I mean,
they were like, and in defense of the Pirates for a half second here, not really in defense of them. Astros defense also, what the hell?
Oh yeah, it was a bad series. 5 errors, and they had 2 last night. But yeah, the Pirates had as many errors as the Astros had hits. One of them, the pinch hit home run by Mauricio Dubon. Yiner Diaz had 2 of them, and Alex Bregman had another. I hope the offense figures things out in their day off before this upcoming series against the Tampa Bay Rays, but at the very least have a good record, even though they are stripping parts all over the place.
Sorry. Last night's game did give me vibes of, like, remember that White Sox game when they cut Jose Abreu? right around the same time when everything was like it wasn't a great series, but the White Sox played Little League baseball.
You're right. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we were at Turtle Bend. Yeah, they played like Little League baseball, and all of a sudden they were throwing the ball over the place.
They just completely fell apart,
Yeah.
and they had that game in the bag. You're right. I see some similarities there too. I will give Framber Valdez a pat on the back. He did have a meltdown inning, but he still ended up with 10 strikeouts. So he's got 20 his last 2 games. I'd like to see the strikeout number up like that.
Yeah, and you had the things are going to fall apart quickly here vibes.
Yeah.
from
Oh, yeah.
Framber.
When that happened, I went to the gym. When that inning happened, I said, "Oh, okay, this is going to be a bad night, huh?" And I was listening to it on the Fubo TV broadcast on my headphones, and I checked it every now and then. And at some point, I don't even know when the Dubon home run happened because I was still at the gym, and all of a sudden I was like, "There's 5-4." Oh, they scored runs.
Yeah,
because it really felt like one of those nights where they weren't scoring. But the big news yesterday for the Houston Astros is that they designated Rafael Montero for assignment. Finally. Mercifully. I guess technically his time with the Houston Astros isn't done because Dana Brown said after the Astros had beaten the Pirates at a press conference that Montero might be open to coming back.
Said he was going to talk to his wife and he's going to talk to his agent, but he was very open and optimistic, and the conversation was great. And he he talked about how much fun and how much family he feel like he has here, and so we feel optimistic that he's probably going to accept.
So maybe there's a chance for a Rafael Montero comeback story?
I don't know if I even want to entertain it.
Put it on Disney, straight to Disney VHS.
It's like you mentioned, his whole career. You saw it in Seattle. We've seen the ups and downs here in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure going to Sugarland, there's something they can just fix. Like, they want to fix Kikuchi, and they want to fix Caleb Ferguson. Those guys have stretches where they've been really, really good in their career. Montero obviously had the 2 good seasons we talked about earlier, but I'm just not sure there's something, mechanically, that they can send him to Sugarland all of a sudden to make him what he was in 2022 again. So if he doesn't accept the assignment, I won't be heartbroken. If he does, I also won't be optimistic that he's going to be an impactful pitcher ever again for the Houston Astros. So, if he likes to live in Houston, hey, it's a great place to live. I'm never leaving.
Great food.
Mm-hmm. A little hot. That's okay.
It is a little warm. A little sweaty.
A little toasty.
The sweat drip down my balls, as Lil Jon says. What? What are you guys looking at?
No, thank you for quoting Lil Jon there.
Wise philosopher.
I do wonder if we're gonna get the Jose Abreu rehab assignment in
Florida?
West Palm Beach. Yeah.
They didn't even give him West Palm Beach. That's what I feel like for Abreu. Abreu, they didn't even designate him for assignment, did they?
The first time they did. Remember?
They did. That's when he went to Florida.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, they did that. They did that first, and then he came back, and then they got rid of him.
Yeah.
But I remember the way that they announced it was a mutual decision, and that he was going to West Palm Beach.
You're right.
This feels like they're not 100% sure what Montero is going to do in response to this. So I guess he would go to West Palm Beach.
And it also feels like if it's not a mutual decision already, if you already have that conversation, Rafael Montero's like, not sure if I want to do that. That would just lead me to believe that he is like, no, I'll just be a free agent. And then my agent will tell a reporter to tweet out that I'm not interested in taking a deal this year, but open for a 2025 deal.
Like the Abreu update we got a couple of days ago.
Actually,
yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up on another team this year. Like the Baltimore Orioles, they acquired Gregory.
Sign him.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got Gregory Soto from the Phillies at the deadline. The Phillies had essentially given up on him. He had been terrible. And the Orioles were like, we'll take your trash and try to fix our bullpen. They made 7 trades at the deadline. So there might be someone desperate enough.
I would love
the
Yankees to do this, or the Mariners to do this to bring him back. That would, because Mariners fans would get pissed about that too. And I love Mariners fans, but they would hate that. They're the only other fan base that knows the Montero show.
You guys were upset that we traded Montero and Graveman 2 years ago. Well, he's back.
Nope, not Graveman. Montero. So, does anyone deserve credit for this deal?
I think
for this DFA move?
I think Jim Crane, you have to give him a little bit of credit.
Oh.
But I feel like he's still in the red on credit for the Rafael Montero move. Like, signing him is the mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And you get a 10% credit for or realizing your mistake and just eating the money. But he was the guy who signed him.
Why does he deserve credit?
Because he could have just said, I'm not paying this guy to not be on my team. I mean, to cut that amount of money between two guys to let them be free agents and give them full paychecks it's not something that every owner would do. Not every owner could do.
I want to agree with you. I hearken back to the Hour One story where I talked about how after buying a $50 canister of whey protein that I ended up being allergic to, I continued to take it as the allergic reactions got worse and worse. My sister even told me, like, my doctor, soon-to-be doctor sister, was like, "What are you doing, dumbass?" And I was like, "Yeah, well, once it's done, I'm going to go back to the original brand. I'm going to be fine." And I stuck with it, and, I had to go to the hospital. My poor dad, like, that hospital bill, I wonder what the interest is on that one because I didn't pay it. So
probably a lot.
Probably a lot. That was about 20 years ago, so, or maybe 15. So, do I deserve credit for eventually throwing it out in the trash after having to go to the hospital? No, I don't. I don't deserve credit for it. Now, I suppose that when I made the purchase, I couldn't have known. And maybe after the Astros saw what they saw from Rafael Montero firsthand in 2022 and not what they had seen from him before in Seattle, I can see how maybe they didn't know any better.
If it said, this will give you an allergic reaction.
Yeah, like it didn't say like Rafael Montero is going to go back to being Rafael Montero, but it did stand to reason that this was the anomaly of his career, and the Astros might have gotten a little bit too cocky, thinking to themselves, we can fix all pitchers. And I still feel like that's what they're doing right now with Yusei Kikuchi and with Caleb Ferguson.
Yeah, it's not. I kind of agree. I'm with Sean where he doesn't deserve 100% credit. He gets like a percentage point of credit because it's still his decision that he made. Like if this was James Click's signing and then Crane ate the contract, he would get even more credit. But at the end of the day, this is his fault.
Yeah, it's
This was his decision. He fired James Click. He didn't hire GM quickly. He and Jeff Bagwell and company signed Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero. So you can't completely absolve them of everything. But to eat the contract and not even give Joe Espada the opportunity to put him back on the field, you get like 10% credit for that.
10% credit. Okay, I was wondering if we could put a number next to it. That makes sense. Because I agree with Sean. It's in the red still. Like there are things that need to be made up for.
Especially when you pair it with the two biggest moves, because we smartly remembered Brantley was also one of those moves. But the two biggest moves, they had to cut them a year and a half halfway into the deal. Like that is not good. I don't care how like willing to open your wallet. That's not good. Don't do that.
How does he get back in the black? I mean, $5 El Tiempo margaritas in center field.
Oh man,
sign someone good.
Well, the sign someone good thing though. I mean, no, they're trying to tell us it's all Dana's now. So now we need Jim. We need Jim to
build some bars near the ballpark.
Yeah,
actually,
Craneville.
Oh, whoa! Highway Cantina.
I know, but I miss Home Run Dugout. Like it was so convenient.
It's not Highway Cantina.
I know. I love Highway Cantina.
Yeah.
I need some margaritas. I'm ready to go back. The watermelon one's so elite. Yeah, but like Crane, promised us Craneville. He's made 0% progress.
This is gonna hurt his ability to make Craneville.
Well, they better keep
all that money
it.
they ate.
Yeah,
for Montero and Jose
Abreu. Going to Montero.
Dude, this is $100 million essentially, and just burnt money on Montero, Abreu, and Michael Brantley.
Craneville might have just closed before it opened. To be honest,
grand opening, grand closing.
Like it might
shut it down.
Just gonna stay as a parking lot.
Do you think if John Taffer showed up, like this could be saved? He's like, you got Rafael Montero pitching the 8th inning.
Maybe that's what happened.
Slime everywhere.
You're going to get someone killed.
Those gamblers out there are relying on you.
Another team's home run ball is going to kill someone in left field unless you get Montero off that mound.
Yeah, so 10% credit. That's what we're good with.
I might even be less. It might 10 might be nice. It might be 5.
Yeah, for Jim to get this team back in the black, World Series, and when he releases the World Series merchandise, lower the prices a little bit.
No more $300 hats.
Yeah.
Actually, that might be what we're forgetting. Maybe just win a World Series and we're back in.
When you design the World Series jerseys, don't make it orange and gold. Make it gold and blue.
Oh, that's everyone doing the gold. The gold stuff.
I don't like the orange with the gold. It's weird.
It's
make
the
it
worst.
Yeah, make it orange and blue. Do the Sunday home jerseys. Make those the gold jerseys.
How about let's actually wear the Tequila Sunrise jerseys again?
That's good too. Tequila Sunrise.
I can't believe they haven't worn them in like years.
The blue and gold jerseys that we talked about the
The
other
blue
day.
and gold would be good. Do not bring back those brick red monstrosities with the pinstripes.
That would have been it. What if
From behind those look like Yankees uniforms? I remember following a guy. It was an Astros Yankees game for I think it was the ALCS in 2022. And I'm walking around the ballpark, and there's this guy in front of me, and I wanted to walk in front of him, but he was a fast walker. I'm a fast walker, so I was impressed by him. But I kept on looking at the back, and I'm like, he's wearing like pinstripes, and it says Clemens on the back, and I do not know what team this is for. From the back, you can't tell if it's brick red.
Do you like those jerseys?
Do I?
Yeah.
No, not really. I don't like the home jerseys were the worst. The red ones were fine. They weren't good, but they were fine. Those I could do for in 10 years throwback night where they wear the red ones. But the overall look and aesthetic, that's my least favorite of the Astros.
Yeah, I just when I was back in my day at Lids.
Oh yeah. Oh, the hat is cool.
The hat's cool, but it was always if anyone ever came and asked for if we had those jerseys when I was working at Lids, they were always relatively your age, Sean. We're like, so it seemed like there was a younger generation, just a little bit younger than me, that because they grew up on the jerseys, they actually liked them.
I was gonna say, like when I grew up, it was not only those jerseys, but they're going to the NLCS and World Series in those jerseys. So there is a little bit more nostalgia there for them. But again, the white jerseys are terrible. The red ones are fine, and the hat is cool.
Is there a like Houston vintage sports store, like a boutique or something like that? I actually used to
Like
live
where
next
it's
to
all
one.
throwback stuff.
Yeah, I actually used to live next to one in Seattle. It was awesome, but it closed during the pandemic, which sucked. It was like really small, like not a chain or anything. It's just like it was like PNW Sports Pro. It was sick. Text that in. Sorry, this is.
I don't know.
I don't
That's
know.
a great business idea.
I mean,
if there's not one out there, there
actually,
needs to be.
Let's cut this out of the podcast.
Oh yeah, this is our new business plan. I like.
Hey
it.
guys, where'd Joe Paul and Sean go? Oh, they
Honestly,
opened a new business.
You know what? Yeah, honestly, no. The show's over forever. Bye.
We could open up where the coffee shop was.
We gotta get to work. Bye.
Oh wait, are we going to break?
We're going. Yes. What do you think? This is over. The show's over. Go home. Texas
Swarm!
I'm dizzy. If you watch that on Twitch,
Yeah, it's delayed, so
or
I'm
on
watching
YouTube,
you.
I look like I'm having a seizure.
The hair's flipping all over the place.
So preseason game number 1 tonight. Swarm. Joe's scared. He told me in the break, like, I'm scared for my beloved Bears.
I'm scared.
Texans 24-0 season begins now. 4-0 preseason, 17 games the regular season, 3 games the postseason, 24-0. Time to make history, guys. Time to make history. C.J. Stroud is the quarterback of the Houston Texans. He will not play in tonight's preseason game. But he made it into the NFL top 100 list, and you're going to be surprised how high up on the list he made it. He is number 20. Here is a clip from the little video package they put together to announce him as 2-0.
You would have never thought he was a rookie.
Yeah, he is not a rookie.
Had a great week of practice. Let's go put it on the field now.
Dude came in just balling. You know, he came in calm. I feel like he came in collected and just ready to make an impact.
He kind of just let the fears and the worries of a normal rookie quarterback that they go through, he let them go and just started firing them. And, you know, it was a couple of throws and a couple of plays that he made. Kind of thought to myself, man, I don't feel like I'm playing against a rookie.
As soon as CJ came in the league, I knew he was going to be a dog. That's how I view CJ. He's a dog. When the game was on the line, 2-minute drill, anything, he's going to get it done.
Joe, can you guess who the last guy was talking there?
Oh, I know. It was Laramie.
Laramie calls everybody dogs. To the degree that he needs to start calling them by specific types of dogs. Like, if C.J. Stroud's a dog and Davis Mills is a dog, who's the doggiest of them all, doggone it?
CJ. So let's do this. So CJ is a pit bull.
A pit bull, not pit bull, because pit bull, some are saying he's washed.
Davis Mills is Labrador Retriever, Chihuahua.
I was gonna have
what a range.
Like a whippet.
A what?
A whippet.
What's a whippet?
It's like a small greyhound. Look it up. It has a long neck.
I was thinking like Labrador Retriever because, you know, like it's a good dog and it gets you what you really want.
He's a Great Dane. Doesn't really move that much. Huge.
Do Great Danes have long necks?
Chill guy. Low energy. Great Danes are huge. Have you ever seen them?
I have. I don't know what their neck,
the proportions.
The neck proportion looks like. I know the legs are long, the body's big, but it's like, you know, he's definitely not like an English bulldog where like they're like scrunched up.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud, bigger dog. Yeah. I was surprised to see him at 20.
Number 20. He is ahead of these quarterbacks. I'll just say them in order if you have any thoughts along the way.
Okay.
Trevor Lawrence is 94. Aaron Rodgers is 92.
Ooh.
Kirk Cousins is 81.
Rodgers should be higher, but okay. Keep going.
Justin Herbert is 75. Jared Goff is 48. Sean disagrees with that one. Matt Stafford is 42.
Okay.
Joe Burrow, 39. That seems low, especially when Tua's 36. Jordan Love is 34. Brock Purdy, 28. So Stroud, the next quarterback on the list after Stroud is Brock Purdy, and there's only 8 rankings separating the two.
I guess I'm confused on what they judge this, what the players judge this on.
The players just put a list together. Some put effort into it, and others don't.
Yeah, because like obviously you can't go off last year and have Aaron Rodgers on this list, but at the same time, it feels like Joe Burrow is punished because he played good, but he got hurt.
And
but Aaron Rodgers played 4 plays.
Yeah, and how do you bake in like, Aaron Rodgers is probably still better than Jared Goff. He just didn't play last year.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad Matthew Stafford is in front of Jared Goff. That's correct.
It's a little too close, but yeah.
The big actually one I was surprised about the most was Purdy.
Purdy is 28, and I thought for sure that the players who vote on this, the players would not put Purdy in there. I guess they all think Purdy's good.
Yeah, I thought because they would view him as like the game manager guy,
I did
he would
too.
be much farther down the list.
I did too.
I mean, they have huge respect for game managers with Tua and Purdy and Goff all up there, all above like Rodgers.
By the way,
Prescott also a game manager according to Cam Newton.
Well, interestingly enough,
embrace debate.
On that list, Dak Prescott ahead of C.J. Stroud at 16. Jalen Hurts, 15.
That's actually worse than
Josh Allen, 12. Hurts has no business being 15 after last year. He didn't play well last year. Dak statistically was very good last season, so I can understand him being ahead of C.J. Stroud for what it's worth. By the way, it looks like Simone Biles just won another gold medal.
Nice.
Does that count as an H-Town championship? Is Simone Biles the most?
Yeah.
Is Simone Biles the most winning team in Houston sports history?
Yes.
Yeah, it
She's
counts.
won like 11 championships.
I think we should
11
count her. We should count that.
Does that count more, or whatever nonsense you tried to say earlier about Katie Ledecky and the ACC?
Well, Katie Ledecky is an ACC legend.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
It was really funny. The ACC tweeted out a picture saying, like, congratulations to the ACC's Katie Ledecky because Stanford is now in the ACC and she swam at Stanford.
Now, to be fair, she also might still be swimming at Stanford. She might have another year left.
No, she's 27.
Oh, is she 27? Okay.
She's 27.
I don't know.
A lot of people go to college for 5 years.
I mean, look,
Dan Wilder?
Yeah, they're called doctors.
that too.
maybe she's a doctor. She keeps swimming the whole time.
Dr. Katie Ledecky.
Yeah, you never know. Also, I learned there's a lifeguard at the pool events. Did you guys know that? Before we get back,
I didn't know that.
Imagine needing a lifeguard at the pool event.
I saw that there's a guy who picks up the swim caps that fall off.
But
Like they have a
there's
guy
also
in
a
between
lifeguard.
races that goes in, dives in, gets the swim caps that fall off.
Let's just say he does not look like an Olympic athlete.
No. You would think. Never mind.
Yes, you would think.
You would think you would.
When
a little bit more. Just
it's
more like an Olympic
when it's
athlete.
in LA in 2028, that person should be like closer to what we think of like Baywatch.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's just gonna be
Yeah.
Zac Efron.
My
But yeah.
God, they're showing the replays of Simone Biles. Holy crap, man! I don't know how she does that. I'm glad that we can put Twisties Gate behind us.
Jonathan Owens, real American hero.
Yeah,
right
I was
there.
gonna say
husband of the year.
There's been a couple shots of Jonathan Owens.
Well, he's not playing in tonight's Texans Bears game, so Joe, when
Because
your
he's doing
Bears
something
get their
more-
ass kicked,
He's doing something more important. He's supporting.
He's not swarming.
He's not a Texan. He's just supporting a Houston legend. I like CJ at 20. I mean, it's crazy to think of rookies that high, though. I wasn't sure what they were going to do with him because everyone gasses him up. I think in a way that he deserves. I was curious what the other NFL players would say about him this year, so I was pleasantly surprised to see him in the top 20.
Hell yeah!
I was surprised that Hurts and Dak were ahead of him.
Hurts, I get Dak, like Paul said, the stats are there.
Yeah,
I don't understand Jalen. He shouldn't be in front of CJ.
that's one of those where NFL players just probably like him because he seems like a great dude.
I agree, 100%. All right, guys, it's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Up next, our countdown to the start of the NFL season continues. This is the greatest nickname in NFL history. There is no debate. Who? He's number 35 in our countdown. Stick around.
Superman from Central Africa, named Christian Okoye. This 6 foot, 1 inch, 260-pound running back is known as the Nigerian Nightmare, and his natural talent is a coach's dream. Okoye jumps higher and further than any other chief, but it's his time in the 40 that really sets him apart. Nobody that big ever ran this fast.
The Nigerian Nightmare. I don't know if you could nickname anybody that today, but for its time, Chiefs fullback Christian Okoye.
Mm-hmm.
That's an all-time nickname.
You have the Greek Freak.
That's true.
A lot of those I think you have to give to yourself for it to be acceptable, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
What did he say at the beginning? Superman?
Well, he said from Central Africa, and that's just not where Nigeria is on a map. Like, it's a West African country.
Maybe he meant from like the north to south part of it, because if we're talking north to south, it is central. But you're right, it is West Central Africa, I guess. We know geography on this show, too. Thanks to Sean, not thanks to either of us. Earl Campbell also wore number 35 with the New Orleans Saints. You want to see a shocking hit? And 37, we didn't talk about Steve Atwater, but Steve Atwater, who was a Broncos safety, Okoye's greatest ever NFL highlight might be when Steve Atwater took him out.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh, yeah. If you want some good old concussion brand football back in your life, watch Steve Atwater stopping Christian Okoye.
Okay.
Watch it. It's fantastic. As far as Houston Texans wearing number 35, Eddie Pleasant was a special teamer from 2012 through 2017. Shout out to Eddie Pleasant.
Fantasy football hero when he was on the Green Bay Packers before he was a Houston Texan. Sam Congatto was number 35.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's one of those Packers players that it didn't matter he wore those colors. I loved him. I was just, for some reason, one of those weird like fantasy football loves.
Can we get a quick top 3 of Packers? Doesn't matter that they're Packers.
Okay. Sam Congatto, Julius Peppers when he was still there.
Okay, well, he was
and
also a Bear.
I'm just going to say Jonathan Owens. That's my
Okay.
list.
Okay.
There was another fight at training camp. This time it was at Dolphins training camp. Said one key NFL player about this fight, the fight we had today was amazing. We need that. Teams that I've been on that won, those teams fought. They aren't going to fight in the locker room. This is where you fight. Then right after the play, you calm yourself. In between the whistle, you're right back at it with no mental errors. Can you guess who talked about fighting here?
Oh man, this is a good team to guess this because there's so many options. I'm gonna go Jalen Ramsey.
I'm going to go Odell Beckham. People forget he's on the Dolphins.
I also forgot that.
I forgot
until you
that
said
too.
it.
Odell Beckham Jr. don't want no fights. It was Tyreek Hill. Should Tyreek Hill
Should have been my next guess.
say that he likes fights,
Yeah.
given that he allegedly has been in fights with multiple women?
Ooh, that's a good point. I would say
Would that
no.
qualify him for the Olympics?
He likes fights. He likes fights.
He does like fights.
He doesn't fight in the locker room.
The one-sided fights, not the ones that are on the field. That's for sure. Arian Foster was on the Macrodosing podcast, and while we're talking about training camp fights, they were talking about the fight that was at Houston Texans training camp between Stephon Diggs and Jimmy Ward, and then Derek Stingley Jr. and Dalton Schultz. Guess who was a bit of a fighter himself back in the day?
Training camp fights, coaches will say they don't like them, right? What are we doing out here? We're going to get injured. They don't like that shit. But deep down, they're like, all right, we got that dog in us. You know what I mean? Like, so I hope D'Amico, that's my dog, right? D'Amico Ryans, I hope he ain't over there talking about, we don't need to be fighting. We was in training camp 2000, was it 2009? It might have been 2009, 2010. And I think we had New Orleans practice. We was practicing against New Orleans. We wasn't in 20 minutes into the practice. D'Amico started some shit with who was that tight end with the long white
Jeremy
hair?
Shockey.
Jeremy Shockey. Yeah. That was a fight. He popped that off right away, and that set the tone for the squad. Like, yo, we out here. Let's go. And then it just got, you grow like that. You grow with the fights. As long as you keep your helmet on, don't be stupid. Keep your helmet on, and it's gonna be a lot of pushing and shoving, a lot of ego dropping. But it is what it is.
D'Amico, a fighter, not a lover.
That surprises me. Fights are good. The only time a fight's bad is what happened in Pittsburgh.
What happened?
Patrick Queen, he tried to commit murder on Justin Fields the other day when Justin Fields was like sliding and he took his head off. So there was a huge scrap.
Wait, he took his head off?
He tried to.
Okay, gotcha.
You don't hit the quarterback late in training camp.
No, you should be able to. You should be able to.
No, because I don't want that to happen to CJ.
No, you're wrong.
No, yeah.
You're wrong.
No.
Defenders' lives matter.
Not in training camp.
Yeah, they do.
Not
they
in training
do,
camp.
and it's BS that offensive players just can do whatever they want. Oh, I got a red jersey on. Justin Fields, you're a kick returner, sir.
I was gonna say that for
the example's poor.
For the starting quarterback, yeah, don't hit him.
Well, Russell Wilson doesn't practice, so he's got a tight hammy. Soft boy.
Keep your head on a swivel.
Well, if he rehabs it for 20 hours, I'm sure he'll be fine, like he did when he broke his finger back in the day. While we're on Dolphins training camp, Tua Tagovailoa recently paid. I believe the kids would call what he did while talking to the Dolphins crowd at a training camp practice cringe. Show me the money.
That's very cringe. That's so awkward.
He is gonna be the next Russell Wilson. Maybe not quite so fake, but I mean, similar size, fairly similar game. One just hasn't released concussion water yet, and honestly, like Tua, like you're missing out on the endorsement opportunities here. Just pushing some snake oil.
The football globe.
The football loaves of bread.
Oh yeah, the football bread.
So that was Russell Wilson's bread. Be the ball. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah.
Look up Russell Wilson bread.
It was like bread in a box shaped like a football, and he thought it was going to revolutionize how people eat bread.
Because he was like, people will think about football all the time, or so. It was like something so stupid.
It really was.
He's the worst. He might be one of my least favorite athletes, just when he talks.
Russ?
Yeah, everything he just said was so fraudulent. Oh, this is awesome, guys.
What?
This bread.
I definitely would have bought it if I had seen it at at a Walmart.
I wish they kept. I wish they kept it.
Eat the ball.
Eat
and it
the
has
ball,
the
that's what it
laces
is.
on it and everything.
Yeah, look it up. Eat the ball. I'm sure you can find some online for like $40. It's probably like turned into an absolute rock.
It's a collection piece at this point.
100%.
I think it would look great right behind us.
You can put it on your mantle.
We could put it like right here in the studio.
Oh, right here in the studio. I love it. I love it. By the way, a happy retirement to one of Joe's football heroes, Tariq Cohen, who literally yesterday said that he feels all the way back while trying out for the New York Jets, retired today.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It was less than 24 hours. Happy retirement. It does leave running backs really quickly. I just thought it was kind of funny that he said, I'm all the way back, retired.
You know who else did that earlier today?
Who?
Or not earlier today. Earlier this week.
Who?
Rashad Penny. Rashad Penny had a quote where it's like, I'm glad I'm back on the field so people can realize just how, like, I still got it.
Well,
and then retired.
But here's the thing about Rashad Penny. Rashad Penny, among qualified running backs, all-time highest yards per carry average, 5.6.
He was a good football player.
People in Seattle hate him because he was a
Really?
running back taken in the first round. They called him a bust. And I was like, well, he's just hurt all the time, but he's averaging 5.6 yards a carry. You can't call him a bust.
Yeah, wasn't it a neck injury too?
It was everything. He
he
had the worst luck.
Yeah, like if you get like bad neck injuries and stuff like that, I think it's unfair to call people a bust. Like Tariq Cohen, not a bust because he wasn't drafted high enough. I think he tore both of his Achilles.
Cohen played for like 9 years. I mean, even
Yeah.
with those torn Achilles. No, he was a fun little fantasy player. Like he was the epitome of waiver wire running back pickup.
That was short shaming though. The way you just said that.
What?
Calling him a fun little fantasy player.
He was a fun little fan.
Well, I mean, like he wasn't a big time numbers fantasy player. I had nothing to do with his height, Joe. You're just assuming it.
No, watching
Triggered.
the games, it was so adorable. The ball looked so big in his hands.
Like now that you bring it up, it's true.
He is 5'6".
But that wasn't my
he's
first
a little
thought.
guy.
I'm being honest here.
Look at him go.
I was saying little.
Okay.
Because he was not
All right.
someone you wanted to be relying on your
You're not
fantasy
building-
football team.
Not building a franchise around him.
Cancel culture might be coming out for the show today, so I'm just trying to make sure we don't.
You think so?
You're the one dropping the M word all the.
That what word? The M word.
Emma.
M.
Like in mother.
They do sound
off the air.
Yeah.
Those two letters. No, shut up, Sean. You can't. I don't even allow that. You can't do that. It is funny, but you can't do that. Come on. We do lie about each other from time to time.
Yeah,
for the sake of fun. But
that was a character assassination.
We're cool with those on the
I've
show.
never heard Joe say any slurs off the air.
Thank you.
He saves them for on the air.
And he's allowed to say. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. What would be worse, swimming in the River Seine in Paris or swimming in a Houston bayou? A Belgian gave an answer to that question. You'll hear it next. Stick around.
You're back with Gallant George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
John Williams, hell yeah. Some Olympic fanfare in the background. So, if you've been watching the Olympics, you might have seen the triathlon. In the triathlon, those competing have to swim in the French river, the Seine, which goes through Paris. This is a river that I'm sure has probably close to 2,000 years worth of pollution in it from whenever Paris started to become Paris during the time of the Romans when they conquered Gaul, which is what France was known as at the time. Sorry to go history on y'all.
Yeah, learn something today.
That river is gross to the point where French authorities were spending billions of euros trying to clean it up. We talked about it before, how some French were going to protest it by taking a dump in it because the mayor and president of France had promised that they were going to swim in the river. When they found out about the poop thing, they bailed on it. But now these triathletes are swimming in it, and Belgian triathlete Julien Vermeulen said this about swimming in the River Seine, quote, "I felt and saw things that I don't want to talk about."
Oh.
What do you think she was talking about? Hopefully not bodies.
It has to be bodies.
Poop? No, if they saw bodies, I think they would stop.
If there was bodies, they would stop.
Like skeletons?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
that would be at the bottom,
like
I would think.
French Revolution bodies.
You know what? They could be there. Yeah, you're swimming and you got your goggles on. You're looking down and there's some skeletons.
There's a whole bunch of skulls far away from where all the bodies are.
A couple of serial killer, like Bay Harbor Butcher style from Dexter, just dropped towards the bottom.
That's what they have to be on a lookout for when they're in LA. Keep an eye out for
Their bodies.
We might be able to close some cases.
I gotta say though, these French and not the French, these Belgians and these other people, like they should try swimming in all the Houston bayous that we have here, because I bet the bayous here are worse.
I mean, yeah,
there's probably disease and gators in it.
Yeah, I was gonna say the like algae and animal life.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but would you rather like have a chance to be eaten by an alligator, or like a century's worth of poop? What would you rather swim through?
Oof.
I'd rather risk my life with the alligator.
Really?
Yeah, I think I would too, actually.
Because both are probably going to kill you. And at least if the alligator kills me, or it might only take my arm. Like, this water is brown. It's like a dark green brown. It's gross looking.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty.
And if someone's saying there's things I saw I don't want to talk about, that makes me real
I want her to talk about it.
That makes me
what could it possibly be in this water?
It's like loads of turds.
But I feel like you would talk about it.
Yeah.
Be like, I was swimming past Dukes. Also, wouldn't they float?
Some floaters.
Yeah, wouldn't they be at the top?
Maybe
of
at
the
some
water?
point they start sinking.
After a couple centuries.
Yeah.
Eaten by the like radioactive fish that are living in there.
Oh, maybe that's what it is. Like I saw a fish with 2 heads.
Yeah, I saw a fish with a bicep coming out of its eye. It's crazy. We have some gymnastics beef, and I apologize. I messed this up earlier. I thought all the Michaelas on the U.S. gymnastics team were the same. So there's beef. Someone, I mean, this is quite the hill to die on, going after an Olympics team led by Simone Biles. You're going to get destroyed online. So Michaela Skinner is a former Olympic gymnast who said this about the Olympic team for 2024. Besides Simone, I feel like the talent and depth just isn't what it used to be. I just noticed, obviously a lot of the girls don't work as hard. The girls don't have the work ethic. Her criticism was directed towards the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, which she thinks is hindering coaches from doing their job. But everyone took issue with it. She actually sent out an apology, Michaela Skinner, online. But Biles has been taking shots back along the way, saying not everyone needs a mic and a platform. And then when the U.S. as a team won the gold Tuesday, in an Instagram post with her and her teammates, she had the caption, "Lack of talent, lazy, Olympic champions." We even had old RBF McGee, Michaela Moroney, another Michaela, like chime in and say, like, man, if I were that person that was going against Simone Biles, I would apologize as much as I can. And that lady, Michaela Skinner, has blocked everybody. That's how she's going through it right now. There's no formal apology to the U.S. gymnastics team, which cleaned house, as they always do.
I mean, it's like she went after the GOAT of her sport.
Yeah, you're going after Simone. Like, it's just stupid. There's some people you can't really go after. I mean, Simone Biles, like, she was on the Olympics team in 2021 and left due to the twisties. And it was like one of those things where you weren't really supposed to touch on the fact that she left and probably cost another Olympian a spot because she wasn't feeling it going up to it. And then she left, but she came back in and I think she got a bronze medal. Like, that was touchy to touch. Now imagine calling out Simone Biles' Olympic team. Like, sorry, you're done so. RIP your mentions.
And also, like, if you're going to call a team out for what the coaches are and aren't allowed to do and their prep and the talent and all that, yada, 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 shouldn't you wait to see if the team loses first? Like shouldn't you talk that trash after they lose?
Michaela Skinner.
She tried to be ahead of the game,
Yeah,
and it blew up in her face.
She's dedicated to the take.
As Sean, you always say, always be podcasting.
ABP.
She was trying to carve out a gymnastics podcast.
I mean, look, if Hawk Tua can get a podcast, then this girl can
the two Michaelas and the Hawk Tua.
Yeah, but I don't think Michaela Skinner is talking about foreplay on her podcast. I think she's talking about gymnastics stuff.
Yeah.
I think there's like a big podcast space for like Olympic sports that we just don't know about? Like, is there a bunch of podcasts about like table tennis?
Good question. I don't know.
I would assume the answer to that is no.
I don't know. I know Meg on the Twitch is apparently like a really good table tennis player.
Foosball player.
Foosball player. My bad.
Professionally
Sorry.
ranked.
I confused my sports.
He actually
I confused my sports.
I don't know who that's disrespectful to, but that's disrespectful.
Megan invited me to some stuff where like there's like a bunch of professional foosball players, and I think I want to go.
I actually am curious to see.
I want to see what it's like to see a pro play foosball.
One last Olympic story. The U.S. beat South Sudan 103-86 in a game that Steph, KD, and LeBron played poorly.
Mm-hmm.
Joel Embiid got benched for Jason Tatum. Yeah.
All 4 points of Jason Tatum's night.
Hey, Derek White also played well. So the two Celtics in the lineup, that's the reason they won. I'm going to just completely ignore Bam Adebayo, who was the real reason that Team USA won.
Mm-hmm.
It was all Jason Tatum and Derek White. Another championship for the Boston Celtics. Gold medal and title number 18.
Shout out to Steve Kerr for benching the two funniest players it would be to bench for the first two games.
Yeah, really. Great point, Sean.
He picked the two funniest guys that would get the internet going for 0 minutes for Tatum and then 0 minutes for Embiid. I can't wait to see who he has for next the next game. I don't know who he's benching.
He's our hero.
Joel Embiid did not look happy though. Every time they show him on the sidelines, he just looked pouty.
Joel Embiid should not be playing. He's not American. I'm sorry. He's not.
I will say he's more American than he is French, which was the second choice.
Yes. Oh, yeah, we talked about this. Yeah, he should have been for Cameroon, but he knew Cameroon wasn't going to make the Olympics, so...
They could have made the Olympics. Him and Pascal Siakam? Come on.
Yeah.
That's enough to field an Olympic team.
That's enough to make the Olympics. I'm not saying do anything. I don't know, make the Olympics.
I mean, look, they both have a ton of money. They can't put money into the
like Luol Deng's doing
Olympic program. Yeah.
Luol Deng funded South Sudan and got them into the Olympics.
Yeah, like I mean, they can't do the same thing for Cameroon.
They make way more money than Luol Deng made.
Yeah, I guess not anymore.
No, I like honestly, if you have to have some patriotism for your country. What is it? You think it's all gonna get like I don't know, not spent the way that it's supposed to?
I do. I feel like Joel Embiid. I like the opposite though. Like if you have like an American citizen who wants to play elsewhere to represent where their family's from, I like that. Like Karl Anthony Towns did that.
Yeah.
He plays for the Dominican Republic. Now, once you play for another country, apparently you can't go back.
Yeah, once you play for the senior team, you can't
change teams again.
Yeah.
So Joel Embiid's locked in.
Okay.
But I like that like Karl Anthony Towns did that where he went and played for the Dominican Republic. He was never going to be good enough for Team USA.
It's like you're not good enough for your country. Let the other countries play. Or just have everybody be under 22 and that plays in the basketball side of things. which would make a lot more sense.
Yeah. Or like 24. I think soccer is like 24.
If we're gonna make these sports interesting, where you're not sure who's going to win, it should be everyone should be under like 21 or something.
I feel like
you can't drink.
I feel like the U.S. would have a better shot, and this is just total blind guess, would have a better shot U21 than they do over 21.
If they did like the soccer rules where it's like the U21 but two players, so it'd be like
couple bets
like Cooper Flag, Reed Shepherd, Amen Thompson, LeBron. Like that'd be great.
Bronny James.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. I'm out.
And that concludes Gallant and George's coverage of the 2024 Olympics in France. He is Joe George. I am Paul Gallant. You heard Sean Mapes behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. The Astros are back in the win column, and they moved on from Rafael Montero. Where are the vibes at now? 1 through 10. 10 high, 1 low. You get to answer. Stick around.
Dubon drives one deep to left field. He's set on that pitch, and he gives the Astros the lead. 5-4 Astros. Doobie off the bench with a pinch hit. Huge home run.
The Astros got back in the win column after 3 losses in a row. They got back in first place in the American League West by 0.1%. And they got rid of Rafael Montero. It was a rather satisfying Wednesday for the boys in blue and orange, Joe George.
It was. It's nice to go into off day with the vibes are a little bit better than they were the 2 days before, or really the 3 games before, because you're on a 3-game losing streak. You would have liked to beat Pittsburgh, but the Mariners stink.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the first good thing. They lost. Then you won, or then you DFA'd Montero. Then you won.
Mm-hmm.
Those are good things. The vibes are so good that there's even people tweeting all about Forrest Whitley hitting 99 in Sugarland right now, and if he can make it back to the Astros.
Whoa.
So people are all excited right now.
Well, let's slow our roll a little bit.
Yeah, one step at a time.
One giant step at a time.
Yeah, one miracle at a time.
What is the next miracle that could happen to the Houston Astros in a year where they have mercifully moved on from both Jose Abreu and Mauricio Dubon? Excuse me, not Mauricio Dubon. From Rafael Montero.
And Jose Abreu. I would say it's either, I don't know what's more of a miracle. Forrest Whitley or Lance McCullers pitching meaningful innings for the Astros in 2024. What would be more of a miracle? I think
Forrest Whitley. Forrest Whitley.
I think it's Lance.
I listen.
At least
you
Forrest
have little
Whitley,
faith in the man who will be buried in the H.
He's not throwing. Forrest is at least throwing a baseball right now.
True.
So I mean, Sean, you're the tiebreaker. So, which is more of a miracle this year? Forrest Whitley or Lance McCullers making meaningful pitches?
Oh, meaningful pitches?
Yes, meaningful pitches for the Astros.
Meaningful pitchers probably swings it to McCullers is more likely. I think that there's a chance that Forrest Whitley just gets called up because the Astros have a stretch where they play every day and they just cycle through some relievers, and Forrest Whitley's one of them. But as far as pitching, a game we'll remember, if McCullers can get back healthy sometime this season, there's a chance he'll be on the postseason roster.
Okay.
There's no chance that
Forrest Whitley's
or things would have to go wrong.
So Forrest Whitley would be the bigger miracle.
Be the bigger miracle.
Team vote. I'm with you guys now.
Overcoming an Adderall suspension.
That was wild.
Yeah,
that was a dumb
7 years ago.
People don't forget.
Why are we suspending people for Adderall?
Good point.
Ask
I would have
Richard Sherman.
I would have got kicked out of college if that happened.
Man. Yeah, that's a good point. You went to college on PEDs.
I did.
I never took Adderall.
Asterisks on your diploma.
I never took Adderall to study.
Specifically for Spanish class.
Specifically for Spanish class.
Because I went to a college where they made me take Spanish, and I didn't take Spanish for more than a quarter in high school, and the whole class was spoken in Spanish.
Well, yeah, that's how these classes work.
And I didn't know anything.
I did a French class like that too.
Yeah, but I didn't know any Spanish.
Sounds like a you problem.
I know.
So you get to take PEDs for that?
I did, because it was the only way. Because I had to cram. I was cramming every night, and I still only got a 68%, which they thankfully bumped me to a 70 because they felt bad.
Yeah,
for me.
that's a D.
Yeah, well, they gave me a C- because they felt bad for me. So,
damn, man, I'm sorry.
PEDs to get through college, Joe George.
I was always jealous of all the kids who were doing it. I was like, man, it must be nice to not have your brain jump all over the place all the time. Because I probably have undiagnosed ADD. Probably.
No.
That sounded sarcastic.
I like how you're like Ken Griffey Jr. watching Barry Bonds set all the records. You're like, man, some people took the easy way out.
They did. It isn't fair.
I'd hit 800 home runs.
You know, sometimes you
maybe I would have even been better at football. Richard Sherman took Adderall.
Yeah, didn't also Brandon Bound it was I think it was a lot of Seahawks because it was Seattle was the joke.
You're right.
Oh yeah.
So I think it was 3 of them.
Yeah, I think there were some other guys in the defensive backfield.
But yeah, vibes are better right now for the Astros right now. Montero gone.
I'd say they're at about a 6. I still need an actual update with Kyle Tucker to make the vibes feel immaculate, which would be 8 to 10. Right now, the Astros vibes are at a 6. I think the schedule toughening up this weekend for the Mariners. They're about to play the Phillies. The Phillies are mad. Bryce Harper said something along the lines of it's time to cowboy up. It's a very hardo quote to say, especially since it's copyright infringement on the 2004 Boston Red Sox. But all right, 20 years,
It's fair use now.
Fair use. Roll it back out, and we'll see.
The vibes are better. I think a 6 is a good place to put it, Paul. They're not
immaculate.
They're not. Yeah, they're not great. They're not immaculate. You're playing a team this weekend who just traded away half their roster, basically, and they're only a half game behind you, a game behind you in the wild card race right now. So it's. You got to go out there and win 2 out of 3 at a minimum this weekend versus Tampa Bay for the vibes to be really turned around. Because you don't want to be feeling this way going into when you play the Phillies and the Orioles are coming up and the Red Sox a bunch. So the vibes are better with Montero no longer here. But also Caleb Ferguson's going to have to be a big reason why the vibes get better.
Well, I mean, now that Montero's gone, and it's not like Montero was pitching a lot, but I imagine we're going to see a lot of Caleb Ferguson in the weeks to come because, I mean, I heard them talking about it on the broadcast last night, like just how many innings Brian Abreu's already pitched. And he has thrown a lot. Josh Hader's thrown a lot. And while I was annoyed by Steve Sparks saying, like, well, he's actually in a situation that he's used to throwing it. Stop. He's paid $100 million. Like, shut up. No offense, Steve. But I'm at the point where I'm expecting, like, a lot of this guy, and I don't feel great because his ERA is what, 5+. So yeah,
the Hader thing is tough because like you went through it really well yesterday with the different ERAs between when he's in a close situation, when he's not, or a safe situation when he's not. It's still he needs to be better in those non-safe situations because you need it. Like you need to be able to go to say it's the 9th inning of game 4 of the ALCS. And it's 2-2.
Yeah,
you've already used Presley and Abreu. You have to be able to go to Hader.
Big dog, we're putting you in for 2 innings.
Yeah, like you got to go in there and get out.
Yeah, there will be 11 games left in the year at that point. Best case scenario. Although if the Astros make it into the participation trophy round of the playoffs, then maybe it would be 13 dubs that you need to get to the to the finish line. Like Josh Hader's going to be thrown in situations that he's not comfortable in, and he's going to have to get over it. And okay, he got the save last night. Wonderful, splendid, neato. But in the tie games that he comes into, I can't have him peeing down his leg.
So what else do you need for the vibes to get back to a 10? Start with Tampa, get a series win there.
It starts with Tucker. A series win against Tampa would be nice, and honestly, just given that Tampa Bay's selling, sweep. I need another sweep. It's been a while.
You know what?
It's been a while since I could hold my head up high and talk about the Astros having a sweep. It's been a while since I brought a broom to work and then forgot it and left it here and didn't have anything to sweep up my kitchen with over the weekends.
I forgot you did that. Kikuchi being awesome on Friday.
I was going to say we're going to get a look at Kikuchi. Maybe that bakes into the vibes.
My expectations are very low. They're very, very low.
Dell and I were talking about this. What do you think is necessary for Kikuchi to not immediately become the whipping boy for Astros Twitter? Like what does he have to do in his debut?
6 innings, 3 earned runs or less.
Yep, quality start.
Okay.
But yeah, give us a quality start, and then everyone will just immediately feel better. You don't need to strike out 10 guys. You don't need to no hitter, none of that stuff. But a quality start will go a long way for people to be just immediately less upset about this trade.
I think also, and this is not fair to Yusei Kikuchi. He has to be in line for a win when he gets pulled. I don't think he can.
I'd like that.
I don't think he can do six innings, 3 earned runs, and the Astros are down 3-0. Like that again would not be his fault. ... But Astros Twitter is not rational, and so it would become his fault.
If he makes it onto the Pitching Ninja account for a fast throw or a filthy throw, that would be neat.
That'd be good.
It would be cool. It would make me feel like, oh, the Astros saw something.
I mean, like the one last night when Astros Twitter got up last night when they saw Frombro.
Oh yeah, they got an orange pants tent going on.
They did. It was sick.
Pitching Ninja Kikuchi tweet is like plus 2.25 on the vibe scale.
Mm-hmm.
Like it helps, but it's a little bit of bonus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hope he's ready to go. By the way, guys, have you guys heard like the coolest thing about Yusei Kikuchi? Like, this is fascinating.
I think I know about this.
I don't.
I mean, Joe, you're gonna be so jealous of this guy as a father who doesn't get to sleep that often. Yusei Kikuchi sleeps 14 hours a day.
A day?
A day. He sleeps 14 hours a day. What a life. I don't know if he sleeps straight through.
That's crazy. He must nap before games.
Yeah, it must be.
Is it total?
Well, it would be like 12 hours and then a 4-hour nap.
Yeah, because Pena sleeps before games, he said. So, like, maybe, like, is he sleeping from, like, when he gets – first of all, he gets a game ends at like what 11. I'm guessing he's getting an apartment or a hotel downtown.
He goes to bed around 11 and wakes up at 1 p.m. the following day.
So
this would have been a soft boy nominee last year, September 2023.
Yeah.
During the 6th inning of Tuesday night's game against the New York Yankees, Blue Jays starting pitcher Yusei Kikuchi was walked off the field with a trainer. After the game, Kikuchi told the Athletics' Caitlin McGrath that he would be fine for his next start. He only left the game due to cramps, after all. Why did he suffer those cramps? Guess how many hours of sleep he had that night?
8.
11.
He was missing those extra 2 or 3 hours.
You know what? He's pretty easy. He's a pretty easy target. So he might need to give us 2 earned runs or less. Now that I remember this story.
Okay, so he's pitching Friday.
I mean, like, my pre-workout is giving me nightmares. Like the last 2 nights I've had like vivid nightmares that have woken me up at about 3:30 in the morning. It scared the hell out of me.
Wait, is this series in Tampa or is it in Minnesota?
It's here.
Okay, so that helps because I was gonna say he's gonna lose an hour on the flight.
Yeah, like, so how bad is he? Okay, if you say Kikuchi, so basically what this story tells me is that if he's pitching for the Astros on after a travel day, or he's pitching during a day game, I'm betting my wallet, whatever's in my wallet, on the other team.
Yes.
Oh yeah, because if he wakes up at 1,
What happens when
when
the game starts? Yeah. It's like he tries to go to bed at 7. Well, he's going to be at the ballpark the night before. Or is he a bad teammate and he's not with his teammates because he's sleeping? You can't do that.
He's going to be a disaster after these games against the A's in Sacramento next year.
I didn't even think about that.
Like I have so many. I have no interest in sleeping for 14 hours. First of all, I like to sleep. That's too much.
There's a certain point where you're like,
it's too much and it's not even helping you.
Yeah, I need to live my life.
You're sluggish sometimes if you sleep too much.
Well, it's also I just feel bad that's like especially on the weekend. This is a big shift for me from high school, Sean, to now, where it's like if I fall asleep on the weekend, I sleep a lot on the weekend. I just made my weekends shorter. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, like when am I going to play college football?
Exactly.
It is Gallant and George, Joe George, Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. How many hours of sleep do you get on a nightly basis?
3.
I'm jealous of you, say Kikuchi, right now, and Joe especially.
Wait, 3 consecutive?
I mean, right now it feels like the last 2 nights have been rough. And normally I sleep for like 6 hours, but last 2 nights I'm not sure how much I've slept. I think I've got less than. I'll tell you what. A normal night of Yusei Kikuchi sleep is probably my total the last 3 days. That's probably where.
All right.
If I'm lucky.
Yeah, you are slurring your words all of a sudden now. Joe's going to take a little nappy nap at the break. Coming up next, final thoughts. Texans, Bears, preseason action. And maybe a deep steel blue pill because, I mean, what are we going to talk about? Kamari Lassiter? Stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Way to finish! Way to finish! Way to finish, 14! Way to finish! That kid freaking compete every snap. Love it. Love it. Every snap. Love it. There you go, Mari. Let's go.
That is mic'd up D'Amico Ryans talking about Texans' second-round pick, cornerback Kamari Lassiter, who is their number 2 corner. Really, if there's anybody that I want to see in tonight's Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio, between the Texans and the Bears, Joe, Kamari Lassiter is the one that I want to see the most. The sad thing is, given that this is the Hall of Fame game and generally starters do not play in this game at all, and given the Texans' lack of depth at corner, there might even be a chance where he doesn't play in this game tonight.
I hope he does play. You know, it is weird, like you're saying, because starters don't play, but rookies typically do. It still surprises me that he's really, you know, taken this position and made it his. I don't think either of us felt anywhere near that when we were doing the draft show when he got picked, that this would be a guy that could day one come in and be a starter.
I sure didn't.
Like you looked at everything, like the stats are great from Georgia in terms of catch rate and yardage given up and touchdowns given up. There is some really incredible stuff from college for him, but you see the 40 time and it's slow, but he's come in, he's won the job at this point. I would be stunned if he's not the second corner at the start of week 1 against the Colts, because from what I'm hearing, what you're saying, they're not playing anyone else throughout there across from Stingley. So I hope we see him tonight, because I'm just curious what he's going to look like.
Yeah, I am too in an actual game setting, but he has looked really good in Texans training camp for what it's worth. This game tonight, it'll be fun because it's football, but then after a while, this is what happens with every single Hall of Fame game. You will be sick of the preseason by the end of the first quarter. It'll be sloppy. It'll be ugly. You want to see the real players out there that you recognize. You want to see good offense. You want to see these teams actually throwing out real plays as opposed to the most vanilla stuff possible. And I just wonder about the preseason and when we're finally going to get rid of it altogether. I understand for NFL teams, I'm not justifying it, I think it's lame, but they want more games to charge full prices for tickets. But, man, I hate that there are 3 of these. 4 of these was too many. Back in the day, they used to play 6.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you've watched Invincible, the movie about
the bartender,
played by Mark Wahlberg, Vince Papale, yeah. There's 6 preseason games. 6. I mean, rights deals weren't what they were, and people, I'm sure, went to those games, and they're like, hey, it's football, and I'm sure they took those preseason games a little bit more seriously, but 6 games.
I think we are... The 18-game schedule is coming up. I think it'll be here by 2027 at the latest. That gives us down to 2 preseason games. I still wonder if there's a world in which the NFL decides to dive into minor league football and have their own farm system instead of the XFL.
They're trying to do it with, is it the UFL now or is it still the XFL?
Yeah, well,
I don't know what it is anymore.
UFL, yeah.
Okay, it is the UFL. Okay, they're trying with that, but no, Joe, I don't think it's ever going to happen, because I think a lot of these teams look at that and they think, well, we don't want our players risking injury out on these things, even though that actual play would help them develop a lot more than preseason games. Like, it's like random action in a game that you can't really control the outcomes and the reps of.
You don't think there could be like a where they play on, like, the NFL tries to completely take over and they play minor league football, they're affiliated directly with the teams, and they play on like Tuesdays and Wednesday nights. So thus you don't have to have preseason anymore, because that's what preseason's really for at this point, is to cut down your roster from 90 guys to 53 guys. Like, develop your own minor league system. You don't have to deal with the ridiculousness that is these leagues. I don't even know if you saw, I'm not sure it even made it to our group chat, the Rock story where the military is demanding like $6 million from the UFL because they didn't get a single recruit from their ad campaign that they did with this. I still wonder if like that happens where we don't have preseason football, but eventually the NFL creates like their own minor league system that's played at the same time. Because I don't want to watch preseason football. It's useless. The teams have told us that the
Todd the show said like he's not watching a second of the game tonight, and I would prefer not to, but we sort of have to, even though as I can tell based off of like the reaction to when we've been talking about the preseason game, no one's that excited for this game because they know no one's going to play.
No, like you're watching for the hope that Kamari Lassiter has a pick six, that John Mechie, catches a 5-yard slant and takes it to the house.
Yeah, some sort of highlight.
And looks like super athletic. And you're like, yes, John Mechie, he's back. He's recovered from cancer.
Yeah.
He's beat his ACL. Touchdown.
Swarm!
We're getting this thing. We got that swarm together. But that's
sensual.
That's what you're looking for. Like, that's what you're looking for, a couple moments that, like, really pop. And we can get all that on X at the same time. Like it's a tough battle for these preseason games.
You got any cigarettes for that joint swarm? That's hot.
I got a cigar. I can go get cigars.
Have you officially migrated away from the dip, or is
pretty
Zinday?
Close.
I thought Zinday was going to be this week.
I still had some left.
Am I allowed to share this?
Yeah.
You can share this.
No, I'm quitting dip. I'm moving to Zyn full time.
Zyn guy.
And then another one that is doing advertisements everywhere, so I'm not saying their name yet, just in case.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I had some actual like dip left.
I'm not, wanted to get rid of it all.
I'm not a money waster. So
You're like me with the protein.
Yeah.
Like giving you cancer.
I just like and then
So you're slowly getting mouth. I was slowly having allergic reactions, losing way too many games due to.
Give me a during the.
Are they dip guys?
No, during the playoffs we did rally dips. Worked when I was on the Bees. The Astros were making comebacks.
Oh well, they peer pressured me into breaking my my sober October in the middle of Game 7 of that Astros Rangers game, and guess how that worked?
Not great.
I woke up on someone's lawn. No, I'm kidding. I made that up. But I was really proud of myself, like to make it through the most binge-worthy month of the year with football and baseball and Halloween. I got so close. I went to a festival. I went to ACL and I didn't drink it. I did it for you guys.
Wow.
Yeah.
Until Game 7.
That had to be tough to go to ACL without drinking.
I had a lot of iced coffee.
Okay.
I know. It was the
something
caffeine high.
Something had to fill the gap.
Well, yeah, you got to do something with your hands, and yeah.
You should have just had Red Bull.
I can't do that.
I've moved away from that stuff. I used to drink that stuff all the time.
It smells like radioactive cough syrup. I don't get how anyone does it. Like, for example, today, like I did see something that was actually tempting in the fridge for a change. There was a vanilla Coke 20-ounce bottle on the bottom of the. It's been opened already, so I think someone's like going back and forth, which is kind of strange. But there's a 20-ounce of vanilla Coke in our office fridge, and I saw that, and I was like, "See, if there's anything that I would think about stealing, this is it?" Because I love vanilla.
I'm
Coke.
not a thief. However,
I'm not a thief. I'm just saying that is a thought that crosses your mind. You're like, "Oh, a little vanilla Coke."
It's been a while since we've had like a good scandal in the office of someone stealing stuff. We don't need it though. My favorite ever was when my first stint here, some intern went into the fridge. They opened Rahil's food. They took a bite of it and they put it back.
I like that.
Like it was.
He was trying to be a part of the show.
And it was like a something where like you could tell he took a bite out of the middle of it with a fork, and then tried it and just like put it back. It's one of the most savage things I've ever heard.
He's trying to mark his territory. Was he fired for that?
No.
Honestly, I feel like he should get an on-air role for that kind of.
I think he became a pretty big bit character on the show.
Oh,
at
no
that
way.
point, so he kind of like worked himself into it a little.
Yeah, look, he knew what he was doing. Always be podcasting.
I do wonder if he had a bite. It was like he was going to have the whole thing, but he just took the first bite and he was like, ugh.
It has to be.
Like, I don't think he went in there being like, that piece of, that bowl with the foil on top that says Rahil on it, let me take one bite. No, I think it was.
One bite, everyone knows the rules.
He took a bite, didn't like it.
I'm going to steal this guy's lunch. Well, never mind this stuff.
100%.
This stuff stinks.
Would have been really funny if he like tried to replace the bite, like Take some
like
chunk out of somebody else's
around?
food.
Or
Yeah.
just like, spread it around because I'm picturing it's like some sort of rice thing, maybe.
I think so. I might have even been like a Chipotle bowl, honestly.
Oh
Just
man,
like-
so he actually could have gotten away with it.
yeah.
Yeah, he could have just.
This
spread
kid's
it
just an
around.
idiot. What are we
Fire-
doing?
Fire him for being an idiot.
Yeah,
Let's
come
go
on.
back in time and fire this.
Cover your tracks. Find your fall guy. Chris Carter would disown you for that. All right, it's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. That was another super serious breakdown of Texans Bears tonight. Super serial, for real. Up next, it's always fun to watch a very uncomfortable situation unfold in our field for us. How would we have handled this super viral exchange between a radio host and an angry football player? You'll hear that exchange next. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
There was a very interesting on-air exchange in Nashville on a radio station called 104.5 The Zone. Your home for Tennessee Titans football. The Titans, the Oilers play here. Buck Rising is a host at that station. He was hosting a show from the sideline of Titans training camp. And right as he was about to sit down with a Titans player for an interview, Jeffrey Simmons, the Tennessee Titans' best player, came over and interrupted things. Here's how that sounded on the radio.
Well, Jeff, you want to sit down? We can talk whenever you want to talk. Jeff, we'll deal with that later. Roger McCreary sitting down with us here on 104.5 The Zone. Jeff, I mean, we're on the air right now.
Garrett, you do a lot of talking on social media.
I'm right here, Jeff. We can talk anytime you want to. Unbelievable.
We got to make that happen.
Well, we'll deal with that later on. Roger McCreary sitting down with us here on 104.5 The Zone. Jeff, if you want to sit down and talk about this, we can talk about this.
I'm telling you, stop talking on social media. Talk to me.
I'm talking to you right here. Jeff, we tried to talk to you last week. I'm being rude to Roger. We'll deal with you later. Roger, what's going on?
It's good. I'm doing good out here. I'm doing good.
That's my favorite part.
My favorite part is the three different. Okay, we're trying to get to Roger McCreary, and then I'm doing good.
You know, Buck Rising has earned a follow for that. To be that dismissive of Jeffrey Simmons as he's calling him the P word and saying, well, we tried to talk with you. It works. And here is my advice for any athlete out there that is mad about what one of us idiots says. One, don't. But two, if you're going to get mad at them, if you're going to confront them, you got to go after something that makes it seem like they're not even good at this. Calling somebody the P word, I'm sure there will be some people who side with you, but for the most part, the general public, not the diehard Titans fans, are going to look at you and think that you're sensitive for whatever reason. And I don't know what it is that Buck Rising saying on social media that's getting Jeffrey Simmons this agitated.
I think there was a tweet where he was covering practice and he tweeted. So I'll look for that.
I'm sure it was probably something along the lines of the defensive line didn't look like it was giving it their all.
I think it was specific to
Simmons. Okay.
I'll it's probably still up. I'll look for it.
To get that sensitive, dude, you're on a last place team. Like that's where the Titans are right now. They're not. No one's they're the one team where there's no expectations this year. First year head coach with a second year quarterback that flails his body around like a psycho and is probably going to miss a couple of games this year.
Yeah, it's funny. He just should have sat down with them because, like, I think you look weak when you say, like, talk to me, and then he invites you on, and then you don't sit down.
I'm just telling you to stay off social media, okay? I mean, we'd all love to.
Yeah.
We hate social media. Social media killed radio.
Yeah. It's just, so he doesn't look great in this. I think it's worse. He apologized.
You're right. Jeffrey Simmons did apologize. Here it is on the team's official website. That's not who I am. That's not who I want to be seen as. I talked to Buck. We have an understanding. At the end of the day, I take full accountability of my actions on the field. I mean, that'll never happen again. I always talk about that switch when I turn it on, when to turn it off. I still kind of had it on coming off the field. Excuse at the end of an apology. What a weak-ass apology.
Yeah, I just don't think he needed to.
Also. And he didn't need to apologize. Like, he disagreed with him. I don't think Buck was that upset about it.
No.
By the way, every one of us that has not played the game, that's talking about football, we qualify as the P word, but when compared to these football players. I'm sure some people are going to get incensed about that, but I will say this as somebody who actually was decent at it at one point in my life. Like, I know I am 100% a P word relative to a football player.
Yes.
Especially a D tackle.
Yeah. The man could snap me in half like I'm Batman and he's Bane.
I have the Buck Reesing tweet.
Hit me.
So this is from practice, I want to say Tuesday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Simmons just swung at Latham after some pushing and shoving. Ref said 98 would have been tossed in a game. He's back in for the next 2 and immediately starts a brawl. Sloppy. Simmons needs to lock the F in. It's a pretty standard. It is specific to Simmons, but it's a pretty standard practice report.
I bet you. So what most people don't realize, like that, like you'd be surprised. I think how many players listen on these.
I always am. I assume none of them listen.
Yeah, but I think a lot of them listen for the negative. And my guess is that
just don't.
Jeffrey Simmons listens quite a bit to Mr. Buck Rising and hears things he doesn't like.
What Buck said in that tweet, how is that any different than what a coach would have told him?
Oh, it's not.
It's not. A coach would have told him the exact same thing.
I mean, it kind of gives more credence to Simmons's apology, where it's like he just had a terrible day of practice and is still pissed off.
And look, we all have moments. I mean, I'm one to talk. Like I have moments of explosive rage all the time, and then I'm apologetic, super apologetic afterwards.
How's the mouse doing?
The mouse works. Throwing the mouse twice
Yeah.
actually fixed it.
See?
For those who don't know, at the beginning of one show, I was in a bad mood, and I threw my mouse twice because it was not working the way that I wanted it to. Like we all have moments like that. Okay, the apology, he tried, but the better thing to do here would have been to, one, ignore, because like this just makes you look soft and someone who's sensitive. Like there was no win in engaging in the first place.
Just let Roger McCreary do his interview.
My guess the apologies, like, because if you listen to the beginning of it, you can hear a woman in the background going, like, screaming Jeff.
Yeah.
My guess is that the PR person's right there, and the PR person was like, you're going to have to apologize for that.
The PR person's right there. This is the 4th time I mentioned his name, but she's there for Roger McCreary, who's starting the interview. Like, so she's already at the scene. And yeah, you have Jeffrey Simmons calling him the P word. Buck Reesing also tweeted out that had a great chat with Jeff. All good on both sides. Enough with the sideshows. Play ball.
They're both locked the bleep in.
They're both locked.
And guess what? It's going to help the Tennessee Titans out a lot.
Yeah, fighting helps you bring it all together. That's what Arian Foster told us.
This is going to be the most competitive last place team in the AFC South.
Could they maybe be a 3rd place team?
No.
Okay.
They're going to be the most competitive last place team in the AFC South.
So they'll beat the Jags, but they won't actually be ahead of the Jags.
No. What I'm saying is they'll be in last place, and they'll be the most competitive team that's in last place. So basically, I'm just saying they're going to be competitive while finishing in last place. But like, what does that even mean?
So like the Cardinals last year,
they'll be feisty.
The Cardinals were like they were a feisty 4-win football team.
They'll be a tough out every week.
I am concerned about Will Levis. You know,
why?
One of the things that happens in my life.
Jeremy thinks he's good.
This is something Jeremy and I can relate to. I don't know if this is Paul. Are you? Do you watch The Bachelor?
I used to.
There's a recent girl who was on the show named Victoria. Looks rather nice. A little crazy. Will Levis is dating her. So.
Oh well, the last person.
Not sure his taste in women. You know, bringing the crazy into the locker room, willingly it seems.
The last person that he was dating, sadly, he got leak seed, and
oh, that's right.
Yeah, there's some stuff out there. So I mean, can't really get much worse than that, I would think, right?
Probably. You don't want to be leak seed.
I'm reading Victoria F's Bachelor profile. Victoria has lived in Virginia Beach her entire life and is very tied to her local community. She works part-time at a yoga studio, but her true passion is her career in medical sales. Of course, all hot people do medical sales. It's a cheat code. After a terrible breakup, Victoria hit the gym hard. She calls her new look her revenge body. And she even spiced things up by purchasing a pair of revenge boobs, which she loves. This is on the Bachelor website. She has revenge boobs and a revenge body.
I like this girl.
I like that it's in her bio. Like this is how now she's dating Will Levis.
This is how America needs to know Victoria.
Are any of these things Will Levis traits? She loves a man who is in touch with his feelings and isn't afraid to cry in public. Is she going to be dating Caleb Williams by the end of the year?
Yeah, there we go.
Hope not.
She's a big fan of country music and will travel to see her favorite artists play a show.
And
wow, that's so unique.
And she's now dating a man who lives in Nashville.
Makes sense.
She's using him for concert tickets.
Does she like mayonnaise?
Yeah, I was waiting for mayonnaise to come.
Banana peel?
Banana peels.
Well, on that note.
Oh, come on, Paul.
What?
I know what I can see your face. Face you're making.
What
about
face am
banana
I making?
peels. Yeah.
You don't want to slip on those. You don't want to slip and slide on those. Nope. No, you don't.
So you hope she enjoys peeling bananas?
I like peeling bananas. What? What's wrong with
Okay.
that? I have a banana every day.
That's what I've heard.
A lot of people have heard that. Oh, we're so silly, aren't we? It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. Coming up next, Colorado is setting themselves up for more embarrassment. You would have thought they've learned by now. And it is a holiday in Houston sports. We wrap things up next. Stick around.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Last Chance to Dance, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 97.9 HD2 at ESPN 975 on Twitch, at ESPN Houston on YouTube. Joe, it is a holiday in Houston sports.
It is Jordan Day.
Guys,
It is
turn-
Jordan
There
Day.
you go.
Come on. I got through the whole show. Today is the anniversary of when the Houston Astros acquired Yordan Alvarez from the Los Angeles Dodgers. A great, great day. One of the best trades ever, I would say.
Yeah, it's nice to see that the Astros actually got the good end of that one. I think their trade for Jeff Bagwell also back in the day was a robbery. Yeah. They have been fortunate in the trade department for, let's be honest, like most of their history. I guess maybe some people didn't like the Randy Johnson trade, but Justin Verlander, robbery. Garrett Cole, robbery.
I would say the bad trades, like really the only one I can think of is Hader. But that's just because it got Mike Fiers here. Like, it is a bad trade. But because Mike Fiers came to Houston in that deal when they traded away Josh Hader.
Yeah, that one's the
And
worst.
the outcome of what happened with Mike Fiers being an Astro, it makes it so much worse. Like, if Mike Fiers is not the snitch.
He did have a no-hitter.
Like, I don't think we view it as poor.
It's also Carlos Gomez was also in that trade, and he wasn't exactly awesome for the 2016 Astros. So
Yeah,
it was kind of a two duds, and then you give up Josh Hader.
Yeah, who's been awesome. But I am glad that like we didn't have to deal with the Josh Hader era of where he's not he's not pitching in the 8th inning anymore because of arbitration. Like, that would have been annoying to talk about every day. I'm not gonna lie.
But it would have been nice if he was on the team in 2019.
It's a good point.
Would have been nice. I would have taken it.
It's a good point. It would have been nice.
All right. It is 2:53. Time for a little garbage time. Interesting news coming out of Colorado spring practice. Hear about this? See this?
I did see this.
The Colorado Buffaloes at practice on the back of their jerseys have their social media handles. Not their last names. It's their social media handles.
I don't quite understand Deion Sanders, because didn't he make a whole big deal about they're there to win football games and not be social media stars or whatever?
That program loves them some me on a level that you would think that they would maybe allow Terrell Owens, who still seems to be trying to play, have another year of eligibility and suit up for the Buffs. I'd watch that.
I would watch that too.
I don't know how honestly, could he get a graduate degree? If you've played pro, can you go back? I would love to see T.O. play for the Colorado Buffaloes at age 50 as a graduate student.
The answer to that used to be no, but now with NIL, I have no idea.
I'm assuming the answer is no, but I want
think
to
it's no,
make it happen.
But I think he could play like baseball if he wanted, because guys will play baseball and then go back to football.
Greg Paulus did it at Syracuse,
Greg
where
Paulus.
played basketball, and he was the quarterback for 1 year there. He was not good.
J.R. Smith. Didn't J.R. Smith just do this?
Oh, yeah, you're right. He went back and played golf.
There's
You're
a
right.
28-year-old wide receiver who's going to be, I think, a freshman at Arkansas, because he played pro baseball.
Terrell Owens, why not him playing for the Cougs basketball?
Let's go.
There we go. Oh, I think he played basketball at Chattanooga.
Ah, damn. So it would have to be another sport.
Yeah. I don't know how that works, though.
He's actually pretty good at basketball.
I don't know, but he played basketball at Chattanooga, but not in the NBA. So I don't know.
Today, I learned that the Greens Point Mall officially closed June 30th, and it's going to become new affordable housing, retails, and restaurants. So we can save the Astrodome. Why aren't we saving our Guns Point? Hashtag save our Guns Point.
RIP Guns Point Mall.
I didn't know it closed.
I didn't either.
To be fair, how often were you going?
No, once. I went once.
Well, now I want to go. I want what I
now
can't
it's
have.
I think the Astrodome gets torn down when they want to build a new stadium.
No, they're never tearing that down. It's a historical landmark now. It is protected. It's the
Think so.
last thing
Boo.
Ed Emmett did in office was turn it into a historical landmark. And now we have Lena Hidalgo.
It needs to go. Fancy new stadium.
The Astrodome is the reason that Lena Hidalgo is Harris County Commissioner. Because one time on the air I said, let's all vote against Ed Emmett because he's obsessed with the Astrodome.
So it's your fault.
You could argue that it is the Astrodome's fault. Not
Okay.
mine.
Okay.
Not mine. Okay, I wasn't going to tell you who to pick. I just said pick anybody else. Whoops. You picked the wrong person. Allegedly. Some people like her. I don't know. There's Saharan dust out there, kids. Joe, do you have asthma, COPD, or respiratory illnesses? Because right now there's Saharan dust in the air.
I don't know if I'm more worried about the Saharan dust or the those bullworm things we talked about last
Oh
week.
yeah, the slugs, whatever they are.
Yeah, like the evil slugs.
The toxic slugs.
No, I don't have asthma, but I'll be watching out for the Saharan
What
dust.
do they call it? The hammerhead flatworms.
Hammerhead.
Yes.
They thrive.
I was like, there was a cool name. It had a very cool name.
I got more DMs and text messages from friends in Illinois about those slugs that I did if I was okay after Hurricane Beryl. Because people were more curious about these slugs than they were hurricanes.
Are your friends bug people?
No, but apparently, like in Illinois, they ran a story on it about these bugs on one of the stations. And everyone was like, what is happening down there? I'm like, I don't know. Haven't seen one yet.
Joe, you're a big Marvel guy. Robert Downey Jr. is going to replace what's-his-face as Doctor Doom after what's-his-face got canceled.
Oh, Jonathan Majors?
Jonathan Majors.
Yeah.
Correct. The bad guy in the new, the latest Creed movie. He is going to get $80 million to be
And-
Doctor Doom. And on top of that, a private jet and his own private security.
And like a trailer park, like
An encampment.
yeah, like a seclusion.
Yeah, trailer park sounds trashy. Trailer encampment sounds
Encampment
fancy.
doesn't sound that much better, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm very glad he's back.
I actually might watch it, but I'm very curious. What is it? Tony Stark it's like a multiverse. Tony Stark becomes Doctor Doom.
I hope it's not that. I hope it's just he's playing a different character.
They're saying that.
I'd respect that more.
Yeah, I think he's gonna play a different character.
No, if you go on multiverse, it has to be Tony Stark.
But yeah, but they're gonna have to justify why it goes by Victor Von Doom. I don't quite understand how they're gonna do that.
He got high one night, like he was Robert Downey Jr.
Changed
back
his
in the
name.
day.
But like it's gonna be
Rat Pack Robert Downey Jr.
But I'm excited. I'm excited.
Okay,
it should be good. It's interesting because he's gonna be part of the new Fantastic Four series, obviously, and that's set in a different universe, like 50 years ago.
Man.
So I don't know. I'm excited. It probably won't be as good as Deadpool 3 though.
No, it won't be as good as the Fantastic Four with Jessica Alba either. So strong, powerful woman. All right, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Gallant and George radio program. We're going to be out at the Hunters Extravaganza tomorrow, NRG Park. Come out and say hi. For Sean Mapes, for Joe George, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
Doobie, do it!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It is Boston Rodriguez behind the glass. No Brian today. He is under the weather. Brian's a little sick today. He's been sick all week. Finally, Thursday's what did him in. He's been playing hurt all week, and then Thursday does him in. I wonder why Thursday did him in. Do you think he'll be back tomorrow? He has a PTO day Monday. I think he's going to watch the new Statham movie. But will he be here tomorrow? So he's sick today. He's been sick all week, but he's sick today. Couldn't make it into work. Really didn't work yesterday. AJ was doing everything. He has a PTO day on Monday. Do you think he'll be here tomorrow?
No.
I don't think so either.
No way. You just
I put
roll
it at
that
like
through.
25% at best.
At best.
Because one more day gives you 5 consecutive days.
I think the big thing, too, is if you can that one day gets you that extended big window of downtime, you're taking all of it.
5 days.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that 25% chance at best. That said, some people like to collect PTO days. That'd be one of them. So I think there's a 25% chance he'll be here. All right, that was the lead story. Now we move on to the Astros. Busy show Thursday. Bad Take Boulevard. Simone Biles is a GOAT. We'll talk about her a little bit later. It is football time in Houston, you know. Houston Texans are going to be playing some football tonight. Maybe they'll win by a neck over the Chicago Bears in Canton. Cool week, though, because football is underway. Get a chance to see some of maybe some new players that we haven't seen that'll be fighting for jobs. They will unveil the new uniforms. We'll see not that we haven't already seen them, but we'll see them on the bodies of NFL football players, all of the NFL football players. And then, of course, the week caps off on Saturday for Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction. So it'll be a cool few days for the Houston Texans and everybody that likes the Houston Texans.
No worries about Andre going long on his speech.
No.
Not at all.
We should take bets.
Yeah.
We should take bets on how long Andre Johnson talks.
Because he's the last one to speak.
Is he the last one?
He's the last one. And normally the Hall of Famers on the stage are getting sweaty and they're getting ornery and they're kind of like making comments. They're not going to have to do that with Andre. He is a man of very few words. He's going to be short and sweet, I would believe.
Yeah, but it is like, your Hall of Fame speech. I'm sure he'll write something too. So it's not that he's like going off the cuff. He'll probably have something written out.
Probably right.
So it wouldn't surprise me if, I don't know what the average Hall of Fame speech is in terms of duration. What do you think it is? Like somewhere between 5 to 10 minutes, maybe?
Oh,
that's a pretty wide range.
More than that.
The average?
The average, I would say, is at least 10 to 12 minutes.
Okay. So if we said let's just go 11-minute average, I would guess. Still say Andre would be under 11 minutes. Like I would have Andre at like 6.5 tops.
I totally agree. Totally agree. He's just not a guy he's very introverted. He doesn't like to talk a lot, but I think that what he says will carry a ton of weight and he'll thank everybody he needs to thank. I just can't see him going 10 minutes or more.
I don't know what he's saying in his Hall of Fame speech. It's carrying weight.
No, in
he's
terms
thanking everybody.
No, like when he's made statements in the locker room and stuff before.
Yeah,
he hasn't been long-winded. That's what I'm saying. Over his career in Houston, he didn't have to say a lot, but when he did speak up, you knew it meant a whole hell of a lot more than a lot of guys.
Yeah, I agree with that. Just not like at the Hall of Fame speech. Like he's thanking everybody, you know what I mean? Astros win yesterday 5-4 over the Buckaroos. They beat the Pirates. They salvage a game in this series. They avoid the sweep at the hands of a mediocre team, although, Pirates are only one game behind the Astros are. So maybe the Astros are kind of mediocre too. But you're able to snap the 3-game losing streak, avoid the 4-game losing streak. You come from behind. You were down 4-0 in the middle of the second. So some good vibes leaving the ballpark yesterday. Mariners also lost earlier in the day, so the Astros again in that virtual tie for first place, but they are in first place in the win percentage column. What were some of the takeaways you had from the Astros winning Game 3 against the Pirates?
Quite a few. Look, you take a win any way you can get it, especially at this point in the season. It was obviously at the hands of Cruz. O'Neal Cruz did you a solid in a couple of opportunities to kind of set the table for you. But I thought that for the most part, Fromber was good, except for the one inning. The one inning was a little bit bothersome to me. He did find a way to get out of it. But looking at that, I saw a chance for him to still unravel, and that still concerns me. It's just that I guess if you're looking for the glass half full, he found a way to kind of bring it back in, to hone it back in, get where he needs to go, gave you enough with the innings. He ate up the innings and kept the game at reach so you could do what you needed to do. So I didn't like the second inning for him and the 4 runs. I think that when he loses focus, his velocity went down a little bit. And the one thing that I went back and watched it again this morning, he still 0-2 counts way too hittable pitches. In 0-2 counts, I just think the ball is way too much of the strike zone.
Yeah, I don't think he's trying to do that. Certainly he's not trying to leave an 0-2 pitch middle, but yeah, you never want to see that. I don't like 0-2 pitches that are in the zone. I always like you to nibble a bit on 0-2. I hate waste pitches, though. And yes, that's kind of like the trade-off. If you're going to be somebody who tries to nibble on 0-2, sometimes you're going to leave one in the middle of the zone. Sometimes you are going to waste one. I don't know if I saw any unravel with Fromber yesterday. In fact, I would argue that it was the opposite. Like, all of the runs came in the second inning, and then he dominated after the second inning. All of the damage that was done on him, 4 runs, 6 hits over 6 innings, was not the 6 hits, but all the 4 runs were in the second inning. So he was nails after the second. The next 4 innings after the second inning, he was pretty dominant in a game that he struck out 10.
I just saw, whether you can say, I didn't see it as much in terms of demonstrative behavior as it was the fact that I think he lost focus, because I think his fastball went down into the low 90s, and then all of a sudden, when he kind of redialed in, he was hitting 98. I mean, he was popping it as hard as I've seen him throw in a while, where he kind of really refocused, and then he was really attacking again. I don't know if it's relaxed a little bit, but when I was watching the velocities, I was like, man, it just seems like he's not where he needs to be. And I thought, at the first time, well, maybe there's something wrong with his arm, but then he was topping out, at 95 plus.
Yeah, he's always weird with velocity, though. Like, it does kind of move around more than the norm, because at times you do see him in the upper 90s, and then there's times whenever he's in the low 90s, especially with that sinker. I actually like when he gets less velo, because I think there's more movement whenever he has less velo. I think his stuff flattens out whenever he throws for more velo. So he's a weird dude when it comes to that, and it does fluctuate. And sometimes it might be because he doesn't have tremendous control of the pitch that specific night, and maybe he's trading a velo or two for command. Maybe there are times whenever he's pitching a little bit angrier where he's throwing a little bit harder, but I think when he throws harder, it actually gets a bit flatter. But the 0-2 stuff, yeah, absolutely. That's not ideal. I actually think Fromber's back. Apollo Dez did the legwork on this, so I didn't have to do the legwork on this. Fromber Valdez, last 7 starts, is 5-0 with a 2.95 ERA. He's got 52 strikeouts and 42 2/3. He has 14 walks in that span. So Fromber Valdez, in my opinion, has been fantastic. Don't like to see the second inning, but I love that he rebounded nicely and then did not allow a run the remainder of the night. You erased a 4-run deficit in a game. That's great. That's fantastic. You're staring down the barrel of a 4-0 deficit whenever you're trying to avoid a 4-game losing streak. You come from behind, you get the victory. So tip my cap to the Astros for that. I think Joe Espada made his best in-game managerial move of his career, and I don't think that's hyperbolic. It's only the first year of his career, going to Mauricio Dubon for John Singleton when there was a lefty on the mound. And then what did the Pirates do? They took the lefty out of the game for the righty, but Joe Espada is aware of that. He knows who's warming up in the bullpen. He made the decision at that point that he'd rather have Mauricio Dubon face the righty in the bullpen versus John Singleton to face the lefty in the game. And it panned out, was perfect. First pitch, home run, Mauricio Dubon, 2-run shot. Astros take the lead. They would hold on to the lead. They would go on to win. That was the best managerial move that Joe Espada has made all season long. I thought one of the underrated plays of the game, how about Jeremy Pena scoring in the second inning? 0-2 count, 2 outs. It looks like you're going to strand a runner. The vibes aren't great. A pitch that doesn't get away by that much. Pena, maybe anticipating a little bit on an 0-2 count, which is fine. That's what you should be doing. Doesn't get that far away from the catcher, and Pena with a hustle play, a high baseball IQ play, scores the run there. It's like, okay, well, it's still only a 3-run game. It's not like that's that big of a deal, but I do think that it helped change the momentum in that game yesterday.
It was on my list, too. Could not agree more. The jump that he got, and that's a risky proposition, right? Because if you don't read that right, and I kept thinking about Altuve. Like, Altuve, for as much as he deserves so much credit in so many ways, but we know that his base running is subpar. That's one of those where he might have hesitated or got caught in between. Boy, he saw it. He made up his mind. And I don't think he gets enough credit, though they do with the timing now to first base know that he, from home to first, he is quick. But my God, the jump and then the slide was perfect, and that was a great read.
Yeah, that was, I thought, the underrated play of the game. That was fantastic to see that from Pena, high IQ play. And perhaps they're probably talking in Pittsburgh radio today with the storyline in the game, probably different than our storyline of the game. But oh no, Cruz's defense. Oh no, not O'Neill. Oh no, Cruz. That the double error. It led to that big inning. I mean, the Astros don't score a run in the third inning, and instead they score two, make it a one-run game. If Ono Cruz, one, gets out of the way of a play that wasn't his, like how are you getting in the way of Reynolds there? Reynolds calling for it. You're going out there trying to take charge. It's not your ball. We would be blasting Ono Cruz today if he was a Houston Astro. If it weren't for Ono Cruz, Astros get swept, quite frankly.
No doubt about it. And the other thing that I guess I'm trying to think of the last guy that really tried to do this. By now, if you don't know, it's easy to find out. He's got a cannon. But he sits on he fields a ball and sits on it just so that he can unleash that thing. And he's not always accurate with it. And we saw it last night. But everybody knows you've got a strong throwing arm. It doesn't matter if you're just getting a routine grounder and showing it off. If you do it in the hole on a spectacular play, that's when it makes sense. But I just think he showboats trying to show off his arm too much, and it gets him in trouble.
Small sample, but I wouldn't disagree with that. I mean, I didn't notice that the first two games. Yesterday, I noticed it a little bit more. I don't really see him sitting back on grounders like that. Altuve ball in the hole, charged that, snapped it across. But the showboating aspect of it, yes. I'd be curious to see what Pittsburgh fans think of him as a defensive shortstop. What else did you have from yesterday's game?
It's still bothersome that you're right. Coming from behind was a big plus for me, and the fact that they fought and clawed and found a way. Only 4 hits against, a less than starting pitcher and 4 relievers, and you can only muster up 4 hits. That's not great. And Yiner gets 2 of them.
Yeah, their offense is concerning. Their offense is a bit of concern. Altuve, streaky, having a really good year, though. Streaky, one of the best batting averages in baseball. Bregman has come along nicely. Still a down year for Bregman standards, but it's coming along nicely. Jordan at home is average. Jordan away is Barry Bonds, so he's kind of weird. Yiner's been coming on. He's been streaking in the right direction. But then after the 4 spots in this lineup, everybody else is a below-average offensive player. Payne is a below-average offensive player. Myers is. Singleton is. Whoever Chaz is, everybody, whoever you're putting in after the top 4 spots in this lineup are below average offensive players. Kyle Tucker cannot come back fast enough, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we're anywhere close to Kyle Tucker coming back.
You always know when Dana's speaking that you take it with a grain of salt. That's why when he said hopefully he's back by September, I thought, well, God, I hope not. I mean, we're just starting August. But it just seems like that might be more accurate than a lot of some of the other things that come out of his. And I hate it.
Yeah,
because they really need him. And this stretch coming up in August is going to be hellacious, and they are going to have to play their best baseball and score runs. And it's going to be tough with the guys that you just pointed out are less than.
Yeah. You really used Kyle Tucker back. Texture saying, when do we see Pedro Leon? I imagine he'll get a start in the Tampa Bay series. Boz is pitching Friday. Littell's pitching Saturday, both righties. So maybe we see him in one of those 2 games. I think they should just unveil all the new players on Friday. They should, obviously the mid-unit, Yusei Kikuchi's pitching, so we'll see him. Might as well just play Pedro Leon in that game. So it can be, let's get our eyes on the new guys, and then they should use Caleb Ferguson out of the bullpen. So why not just use all of those guys?
I was driving home last night, flipping channels, and was listening to the pregame interview with Espada, and he said he sat down with Ferguson and with Kikuchi, and basically put the data in front of them to say, hey, we know you've got good, live stuff. It's just we've noticed some things. He said, I hope they're receptive to what we brought to them in terms of maybe changing their approach a little bit or changing some things, because I guess evidently over the first 10 starts of the year, Kikuchi was very curveball heavy, and he had a less than 3 ERA. And so hopefully with the law firm and everybody that's studying all the spin rates and everything else, hopefully they can tap into something and get something out of one, if not both of those guys.
Yeah, the curveball hasn't been good for Kikuchi, though, so that's curious. He's allowing a 291 average against the curveball. Opponents are slugging 445 against it. That's probably why he went away from it. And his spin rate on his breaking stuff is actually average.
They just said that over his first, they said 10 games. I would assume that's his 10 starts, but maybe it's less than 10 starts. Maybe it's the first, his couple starts of the season, but maybe it's fallen off since.
Yeah, his curveball been very hittable. So, sure, they're going to tinker with a bunch of different stuff and try to get the best out of him. But if you, dive into the numbers, it's like, okay, well, you're saying you like the curveball, but the curveball grades out to be pretty mediocre. So we'll see. We'll see what the game plan is on how they want to use Kikuchi. How about Steve Sparks? What did you think of him on the broadcast?
Absolutely loved him. I think sometimes he gets lost because you have to keep talking so much, as you know, from doing radio play-by-play and just, because there's so many things you can't see. But just his little details, especially late in the game last night, where he was, pinpointing things like he's got to be sitting on a pitch right away, first pitch, and Todd even used it in his call, TK did, because of the fact that he capitalized on sitting on an inside fastball at 97 and turned on it. But just kind of the little extra details get. I love Blummer, but Sparky was a nice change of pace, but he got a lot of good information from an ex-player perspective that I really enjoyed.
Yeah, I'll say it. I think Sparky's better than Blummer. I think he's better. I don't listen to a whole lot of Astros on the radio. Even whenever I'm in the car, like I'll pull up my DirecTV stream and just listen to the TV broadcast because we talk to Callis, and I want to make sure that I'm listening to what he has to say in case something needs to be questioned about him or just a question to him on a Friday. So I don't listen to a whole lot of Sparky. Obviously, I'm familiar with him, but I had a fear that he was gonna be like too quirky, like too like trying to be funny. And he picks his spots really well on when to be funny. Like his baseball insight is top
It's
notch.
phenomenal.
Like that did blow me away. And then his silly moments are in the downtime, and he picks them really, really well. I really liked listening to Sparky yesterday. I thought he was better than Blummer, quite honestly.
I think you get kind of maybe that perception comes from when he's got the locker room stuff, when he's gone completely off the rails with the Sparky stuff, and he gets a little, kind of over the top with the funny business.
Yeah.
But boy, he knows baseball.
Yeah, I was a really good listen. I enjoyed him on the telecast yesterday. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Busy show, Bad Take Boulevard. We'll touch the Simone Biles winning gold to see the greatest Olympian of all time. That might just be the sit-ins. Texans playing football later today as well. What are we most eager to see? We'll dive into all of that. But when we come back, Framber Valdez has been very, very good. We'll get your Game 3 reaction too. But Framber Valdez has been very, very good. I will put up the Astros' top two starters, Framber Valdez, Hunter Brown, against any other American League's contenders' top two starters. I'll put Framber and Hunter Brown against anybody in the AL that's contending's top two. 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitter at ESPN975. You can watch us live there. Blankers is at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham on the Twitter as well. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Boston Rodriguez filling in for the sick Brian McDonald. I probably shouldn't say he's sick. HIPAA. Rock the Mic has returned, and it's time to find the newest Houston sports podcast. The winner of Rock the Mic will receive a podcast hosted on our ESPN Houston YouTube channel. Whether you already have a podcast, always wanted to start one, don't have one at all, have never had a desire, you just think you'd be good at it, well, now's your chance. You can enter by sending a 3 to 5 minute video giving your best Houston sports take to rockthemic975@gmail.com. The winner will be announced at our live finale August 23rd at Carbach Brewery. Get your entries in now to rockthemic975@gmail.com. Rockthemic975@gmail.com. This is the first show that B-Rod has produced since we've added the new camera. And if you want to see the new video stream of us, twitch.tv/ESPN975, ESPN Houston on YouTube, Twitter at ESPN975. B-Rod, what do you make of being the main character on the stream? The producer's main character. He's center. He's got the A shot where the talent's on the shoulders of the producer.
It definitely feels different.
Yeah, you're the star, B-Rod. The producers are the stars of the shows on the Killer Bees.
We're a little behind on the stream, and after you said that, you could see him nervously looking at the camera to see if you were telling the truth as he gets the bookends between the show logo and the station logo. He is living large in that 3-shot.
Like the producer cam, he's center casting.
Yep.
Like he's the main. It's in focus. It's close up. It's not zoomed far away. You look at us, and we're as far away as possible. We're little itty bitty. Both of us are. You have a lot. The cameras doesn't have the proper headspace. It looks like we're in the abyss. Really, the blank walls behind us. If you pulled up the three of us and you were some random that's never listened to our show before, and you looked at the three of us, you would think that the producer is the star.
Seriously, it looks like you and I are in different rooms.
It really
different
does.
backgrounds. We're in different rooms, and the multi-talented A-Rod, B-Rod is sitting there working the controls while hosting the show and doing what he does on a regular basis.
Yeah, we're off. We're not in focus. The headroom's not great. Like me specifically, I'm barely clinging on to the right side of the camera. You're barely clinging on to the left side.
The chair
of the
in my shot is getting a whole lot of airtime.
Yeah, and then B-Rod, producer, perfect shot. The perfect shot that you would want.
Yep.
And he is the most handsome of the three of us, so maybe that's the way it should be. Uncle Barney, I think you're right about Sparky. His analysis of Altuve's stance in the batter's box was top-notch. It gives you a good idea of how much more bat speed he has in comparison to other players. I love Sparky's analysis. The Altuve bat speed is actually not great. Baseball Savant has started to measure this stuff, how the bat speed of a guy, and usually the better the bat speed, the better the hitter is. Altuve's bat speed's in the 14th percentile of all of baseball, but I think he's shorter. It doesn't take as long for him to get it through the zone, and then he has elite contact.
I've always been amazed by how much he does with the bat and wrist movement and still kind of ends up timing-wise, stopping all of that extra and bringing it through the zone. Because with your wrist, I think it's tougher to kind of get it down and lock it in. But, man, I'm never going to argue with anything he does with the bat in his hand because, yeah, you can complain on the times that he flails and chases a lot of bad pitches in the dirt on the outside, whatever. But he still nails when it comes to when you need him.
Yeah, the guy I think of that would cock his wrist back and forth that had elite bat speed was Gary Sheffield. Gary Sheffield a lot of times was cocking his wrist when the pitch was already more than halfway through and still had elite bat speed. All right, so Fromber was fantastic yesterday. Hunter Brown I thought was better than his line score the other day. I think the Astros kind of left them in the game too long, quite frankly. And I'm bullish on the Astros top two. I really am. I know we've been critical of the Astros these last couple of days, but I still think that the Astros have World Series potential. I think that they have World Series hopes. And I started to think about this because I am bullish about their top two. I really like Fromber. I really like Hunter Brown. I'll put money on Fromber and Hunter Brown versus other AL contenders' top two in Major League Baseball. You look at what the Baltimore Orioles have, and I think Corbin Burns is great. I think Corbin Burns is fantastic. Started the All-Star game. He's got a 2.47 ERA. Corbin Burns is better than Fromber and Hunter Brown. But who's their number two? Who's their number? Grayson Rodriguez, and yes, he has a lot of wins, but 3.86 ERA is nothing to write home about. It's solid, it's good. He's racking up the wins because he's pitching deep into games, and that offense is elite. But I would take Hunter Brown if he's your 2 over Grayson Rodriguez. So Baltimore's top 2, I'm picking the Astros over. Now, Orioles offense and the rest of that team's pretty stout. I think they have the best team in the American League. Yankees top 2. Look, I understand that they have Garrett Cole, but Garrett Cole is not Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole's pitching to above a 5 ERA. He's pitching hurt. And I admire Garrett Cole for doing that. He certainly doesn't have to. He has the contract. He could easily rest on the laurels and all the money that he's bringing in. And he's trying to pitch through a bum elbow. And it hadn't been good. 5.40 ERA. He had to miss his last start for general fatigue. And then who's their best starter after that? Is it Hector the molester Nestor Cortez? They almost traded him at the deadline. Gil's been really good as a rookie, 3.20 ERA. Stroman's been solid. Carlos Rodon has always been more potential than actual performance. I'll take the Astros top 2 versus whoever you're telling me the Yankees top 2 are. Boston Red Sox, I think, are somewhat of a contender, and their coaching staff is fantastic. They're making, making lemonade out of lemons. They're making chicken salad out of chicken. What? Because they have a cast and a pitching staff that really kind of rebound guys, haven't really pitched very well over the course of their careers, and they're having some career years. Like Tanner Houck is a 2.79 ERA. That's pretty insane. He's been their best starter from a production standpoint, but then after that, Cutter Crawford, 3.60. Cooper Criswell, 3.91. Brian Bello has 10 wins, but has a 5.13 ERA. So I'm not taking the Red Sox top 2 over Fromber and Hunter Brown. Cleveland Guardians, pretty stout. Guardians always have a stout pitching staff. But their top 2, Tanner Beebe, 3.48 ERA. Ben Lively, 3.44 ERA. I'll take the Astros top 2 over those guys. Next up on the list, Minnesota Twins. Again, pretty stout. I like the Twins starting rotation. But are you taking Joe Ryan and Pablo Lopez, who actually has a 4.65 ERA this year, over Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown? I'm not.
No.
Give me my 2 guys. Kansas City Royals. Now, Seth Lugo's having a career year, 12-5, 2.66 ERA. How much stock are you putting in that? Maybe you're putting a lot of stock in that. Brady Singer, 8-6, 2.88 ERA. Been pretty good. Cole Reagans, 3.37 ERA. That's a contender. That's one that we could have a conversation about. But I'll go Fromber and Hunter Brown. Maybe being a homer here over those 2. The only team that I wouldn't take Fromber and Hunter Brown over are the Mariners.
Yep.
And the Mariners, you could put a combination of Logan Gilbert, Luis Castillo, George Kirby, Bryce Miller, even Brian Woo's been really stinking good. But here's why I give the Astros the edge. Because the Astros are facing the Mariners lineup, and the Mariners lineup has to face the Astros lineup, which has been kind of mediocre lately.
But when
Give
you
me
look
the top
at it,
2 for the Astros.
when you look at it, though, my concern is that they went out and tried to do whatever they could to try and get their lineup better, and we just got done talking about the fact that the Astros lineup is very, very top heavy right now and has a lot of weakness in it. So yeah, I think Baltimore and the Mariners were the first 2 that came to my mind in terms of teams that I believe have really, really good top 2s. But
yeah,
it's also the overall depth too. When you think about the fact that Baltimore went out and made some trades, they added Eflin. They're trying to do some things to even bolster the entirety of who they're going to use. And Seattle, like you just mentioned, even if you consider Woo at the end of the lineup, at the end of their rotation, they got a ton of great stinking pitchers.
Yeah, they definitely have the best rotation. If you go top 2, and why are you going top 2? That doesn't matter for the remainder of the regular season. Top 2 is more emphasized basically in the playoffs, and maybe the shorter series too. Like a wild card series it'd be super magnified. Division series would be magnified, and then the championship series you start to get a little bit of length because you have to play a 7-game series and you have to go to a 4-man rotation. 5, 7, 9, 8. Only the Phillies have a better combo with Suarez, Nola, and Wheeler, in my opinion. This is the thing. Look, we can talk about the trade, et cetera, et cetera. The Astros, on paper, should have a really good rotation. Fromber and Hunter Brown, I'm bullish on them. You know that. I'm not as concerned about Ronel Blanco's regression as some. I think he's pitched better than his line score the last 2. Justin Verlander, knock on wood, you get him back at some point. He's factoring into your 3 or 4 spot in the rotation. Spencer Arrighetti's been pretty dang solid his last 5 starts or so. And again, you always have to have the little black cloud of the trade. Yusei Kikuchi should at least provide you a few innings whenever he's being asked to pitch.
Yeah, no, look, and I think when you look at the best record in all of baseball, it's easy to point at the Phillies and say, look, they've got depth, they've got a lot of talent, they're a really good team. But when you look at it at the end of the day, too, you say, okay, well, you're going to have probably your top 3 pitchers are going to have to be horses, and they're going to have to go in and do exactly what you need to do. If you want to narrow it down, The years that when you think about the Schilling and Johnson combination and how unhittable they were in Arizona, that's domination that can do a ton of damage for you in any kind of a series, especially if it's a short series. Right now, it looks like the Astros will be dealing with a short series. I love the fact that you have options, but your top two right now look like they've kind of settled in after some rough spots, and they're pitching their best baseball right now.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Desert Stro, Altuve's one of a kind. AL Central and Mariners starters worry me. Mariners have the best rotation in baseball. We're talking about top two because I would agree that the Mariners have the best rotation in baseball. 713-780-ESPN. We're talking about the Astros offense a bit. Yainer Diaz is on fire. I think there's two things that Yainer has to do in order for him to become the best offensive catcher in all of baseball. What are those things? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Before we go to the break, a word for Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at so many things. He does spot treatments, he does Botox, he does plastic surgery, but the one that I have personal experience with and the procedures that he's done for me, PRP treatments, and then, of course, the NeoGraft procedure. It's getting your hair back. Forget all the technical terms. The main thing that you need to remember is there is a solution out there that can get you your own hair back, and you don't have to worry about all the gimmicky stuff. You just get the stuff that's going to do, and you get the procedures that are going to make a difference. The PRP is almost like fertilizing your lawn. It's going to make the hair that you have thicker and stronger and longer with a better appearance. If you're too far gone from that, or you want to use that in combination with the NeoGraft procedure, the NeoGraft is quite simply taking hair where you have a lot of it and you're never going to lose it, sides in the back of your head, genetically you're never going to lose, and putting it where you need it most. Sometimes it's in the front, sometimes it's up on top in the back. Regardless of where you need it, Doc Linville can get you what you need and take care of business so that you look great again. It's phenomenal. And as a listener to us, if you want to talk to him, you get a free consultation like I had with him. And normally people off the street have to pay $150. You get it free for listening to me. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com. Sign up for your appointment. Go in and get that consultation. Nothing to sign on the dotted line for, no money out of pocket, no commitment. Just questions and answers after they explain to you PRP and the NeoGraft, and you can see if you're the next in line to really capitalize like I did on getting your hair back. It's phenomenal. He's the best. He's right here in the Med Center. Check him out today. Go to 975hair.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. 6483, better duo, Sparky and Callis, Brown and Fromber, or the Killer Bees? Is Wheat Straw asking that?
Killer bees.
Well, Bagwell and Biggio could hit the playoffs. I did a segment on Brown and Fromber. I like Sparky and Callis. Callis we have on Friday, but they don't really contribute to winning. So I'll go Hunter, Brown, and Fromber, Wheat Straw. I got to go with those two because they actually factor into winning. 8022 Sparks definitely better than Blummer. His insight was really good.
It was fantastic.
It felt like it was an elevation to what we normally get. And I like Blummer. I'm not trying to bang on him. I know it comes across that way because I'm praising one guy, and if you praise one guy, it feels like you're demeaning the other. I like Blummer. I just thought Sparks was better.
I think that Sparks, to me, comes across as a combination of what I liked about Bagwell on the broadcast and Blummer on a regular basis. Sparks,
That's a weird comp.
Because I like when Bagwell goes into his bag in terms of his experiences and when he really kinds to get into the nuts and bolts of hitting and kind of the mental aspect of hitting and things like that, and just that kind of baseball experience on the air. But the rest, he's not real quick and he's got a very slow style to him. But Blummer has personality. Blummer likes to keep it, kind of more modernized the way he does things, and he's fun, but he's also got that experience. I think Sparky kind of brings it all together. I really enjoyed him.
Chupalupa says that Blum blows. Come on, he doesn't
That's
blow.
not true.
But we are going to use that tomorrow on Mean Tech, so appreciate that. Yainer Diaz has been fantastic for the Houston Astros as of late. Astro Future did these numbers, so I didn't have to. Last 45 games for Yainer Diaz. 348 batting average. That's insane. 901 OPS. Very good. 9 doubles, 7 homers, 36 RBIs. Astro Future had the S there. And then a 149 weighted run created if you're into that sort of thing. I think there are two things for Yainer that he needs to develop and continue to progress in his career. And he's basically a first-year player. I know he played part-time last year. He's not a rookie, but he's still a very young player that's developing and coming into his own. As an offensive player, because I think there's more things for him defensively than offensively. He's a better offensive player at this stage of his career than a defensive player. The two things that I noticed with him and one, he needs to be more consistent. I'm not even counting that one. His power has dipped from last year, whether it's home runs, whether it's slugging, and last 45 games, it's starting to come along a little bit more. He's going to have to be more consistent with that power. If we're talking about, and look, we have high standards for Yainer Diaz. I think Yainer Diaz has the potential to be the best offensive catcher in baseball. You can make the case that the last month and a half, he has been the best offensive catcher in baseball. But what is it going to take for him to be the best offensive catcher in baseball for an entire season? And two things stick out to me. One's the power consistently. Like, he hit for almost no power start of the year up until the last 45 games. He had that stretch where he hit a home run in 3 games in a row, and that was basically it. So more consistent power. And then the second thing is kind of what Jose Altuve went through early in his career, where Jose Altuve was swinging at literally everything, and he's regressed a bit this year where he's swinging again at literally everything. But Altuve developed quite a bit from his first, second year to about his 4th to 7th year in the bigs at being better at plate discipline. And it doesn't necessarily mean walking more either. It's swinging at better pitches because you can do damage on the better pitches that you're making contact with. And Altuve and Yainer both have enough contact skill where they can touch baseballs and cover pitches that are way out of the zone. They can swing and protect on an 0-2 pitch that's a foot outside, that's a foot out of the zone, et cetera, but you're not going to do any damage with that. So if you're swinging at pitches on an 0-0 count that's a foot out the outside corner, that's not going to lead to any power. You're not driving that ball out of the yard. So that's how Altuve started to hit more home runs. He started to pull the ball a little bit more, but he started to swing at better pitches, and you could do damage with better pitches. So Yainer needs to have that plate discipline of being able to, let's start taking some pitches early in the count that are off the plate, not in the zone, pitches that I can't do damage with, that will turn into that power. So both things are kind of hand in hand. More consistent power, better play discipline. I'm not even saying a bunch of walks. I'm saying swing at better pitches, and the better pitches you're swinging at, you're going to do more damage with. If he does those two things, I think that Yainer Diaz will be the best offensive catcher in all of baseball.
I think that from your second point, the big thing, too, it's a progression. At least he's not chasing as many pitches out of the zone and flailing and just basically one-handed, looking clueless on them. But now it is picking out pitches that you want to hit rather than pitches in the zone that you're kind of forced to hit. And I think that's where, tying all that into the way I see it, too. I just think that he's come along so far now to where he's putting the barrel on a majority of the baseballs that he hits with authority. Like, he's two-handed, good, solid, short, sweet swing to the baseball, whereas you see it early on, and when he was struggling, he'd get caught. He was flailing. He looked kind of stunned and on his heels by the breaking pitches on the outside part of the plate. Now the progression is can you take it to the next level where you're laying off those pitches, and the pitches that you're actually dialed into swinging are going to be ones that you can do more damage with than just putting the barrel on the baseball?
That's what he's going to have to do, in my opinion. And it does kind of beg the question, too, like, is catcher his full-time position? Because you can make the case of moving him to first base to keep his bat in the lineup, because you're not going to rest as much if you're playing first base versus catching. And then secondly, long term, like, catcher position will take a grind on you and your offensive numbers, whether it's over the course of a season, whether it's over your course of your entire career. So I think this offseason will be the offseason to do it, because Victor Caratini's under contract for next year. The only first baseman that you have under contract next season is John Singleton. So would you rather have Yainer Diaz as your first baseman, Caratini as your catcher, or Yainer Diaz as your catcher and John Singleton as your first baseman? I would go with the former.
I would as well. I'll take Caratini catching, and I'll take Yainer becoming your first baseman. I think the other thing that's going to be interesting is, because of the, sometimes it may hurt him in terms of batting average, but he's barreling up the baseball. The exit velocity off the barrel of the bat is pretty darn good, pretty consistently hitting the ball hard. But now, can you increase the launch angle to do the things that you're looking for to do on a power perspective? Because it seems like he hits a lot of baseballs hard, and he hits them in the gap, or he hits them just barely over infielders' gloves on a clothesline, but he's not elevating. And I think a lot of times, if you start working on that, I'd rather him not tinker now, and to your point, do it in the offseason, because I think to get the launch angle right and to start kind of tinkering with lifting the baseball, you might get caught back shoulder down, popping a lot more balls up, and maybe hurt yourself in terms of your overall success rate at the plate. But that's where, if you need the power numbers up, I think his ability to launch the ball and get a better angle would help him a lot.
Yes, he's such a good hitter, though, that I don't really want to mess with the launch angle. Like, that kind of scares me, because if you're messing with the launch angle, maybe it just completely reinvents who he is as a hitter, and you lose a lot of what is the good. I think it's simply, hey, let's stop swinging at pitches that are way out of the zone and only do damage with pitches that are in the zone. And I think that he's actually done that better, not nearly at the clip that I think he's capable of, but better last 6 weeks than previous 6 weeks. And, like, I don't need 30 home runs, but get to 23 where you were at last year and, hit 300.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Are you looking for in terms of the power numbers to go up? Is it home run related, or is it just the extra base hit?
Really, it's just stop swinging at pitches that are 3 feet out of the zone and barely touching them.
Okay, because I think that, you've seen the way he barrels a baseball. There was a ball last week where he just hit a laser down the left field line, and it was just happened to be high enough that it got over the wall, but it had a ton of power on it. And that's why I was looking at, the launch angle stuff to say, hey, if he elevates a little bit, he could turn a lot of those, those hard singles and those hard, doubles into the gap on the ground into some big bombs.
4-3-2-1. I don't even think it's a question who's better on defense. Singleton over Diaz all day. There's been plenty of crabs Singleton has made that Diaz will not make. Yeah, I'm not going to say that Yainer's a better defender than John Singleton. I think that Yainer's a better athlete than John Singleton, and I think that if Yainer went into the offseason knowing that he's going to be an everyday first baseman, I think that he would make strides defensively at first base. But sure, I'll concede that Singleton's better defensively than Yainer. Singleton's not a great defender, but I'll concede that he's better than Yainer. But you also have to concede that Victor Caratini's a better defensive catcher than Yainer Diaz, and the more premium defensive position, and one that has far more importance to be a good defender, is catcher over first base.
And you also have to weigh out, too, like, it's a balance, because the offense means so much, and you got to believe that Yainer at first base with repetition knows how to block a baseball. He can get in front and knock a ball down. Now, he might not be able to make, the kind of plays if you're looking for a premium first baseman, the dives covering the baseline or going into the hole and some of those things. But I believe that he will be able to scoop baseballs out. He's a big enough target. He'll do the things defensively that will be more than serviceable. But offensively, it's such a huge advantage over playing John Singleton that I think you have to consider that because of the long haul.
Now, I only think this is an off-season conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's
For
one
sure.
that you do now. Although I wouldn't hate it if they're like, hey, we're going to do this. I'd be like, great, that sounds awesome. I think it's lofty that they would do it now. I don't think they would do it at this point.
And you were the first to bring it up, but you can tinker your lineup a different way by using Caratini at catcher and using Yainer as a designated hitter. Jordan's going to have to play left field, but if you're looking at, your best offensive lineup, you can still get the best offensive lineup, and he doesn't have to catch. It's just that it would be nice for a 162 game starting next year if he played first base, now you've got the DH spot open for Jordan, and hopefully you find someone else to play left field.
Yeah, Yiner's done or Spotter rather, has done, I think, a good job of using Yiner in the DH spot whenever he's not catching because he needs to have his bat in the lineup. I do think Espada has done a good job managing that, but I would like him to play first base because I think his bat plays better there. All right, 713-780-3776. Texans play a football game tonight. It's football time in Houston. Rock and roll. Which player is Blankers most excited to watch play tonight? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Houston Texans play football tonight. First football game in the NFL in the 2024 NFL season. Houston Texans, sort of, Chicago Bears, sort of. What are you which player are you most looking forward to seeing today? There is a little bit of news coming out. Aaron Wilson doesn't always get it right. He said that DeMeco Ryans is not interested in the Houston Texans job, and he is here, and he is well. But he's right most of the time. He says Texans rookie corner Kamari Lassiter, among several other players who are listed as starters on unofficial depth chart, not slated to play against the Bears tonight in the Pro Football Hall of Fame game, per a league source. So if you're hoping to get Kamari Lassiter reps on your viewing pleasure tonight, you will not. No Kamari Lassiter. He's Lassitout tonight. That's not very good.
I was curious about that when DeMeco said the starters aren't going to play, and I was like, well, but if you're a rookie, does that count? Would he get some reps? Because I would have liked to have seen that, but I also understand it. It's only the first preseason game. The guy for me that I am extremely interested in watching tonight very closely is John Mechie, because look, we know the story by now, and everybody's number one concern was just to make sure he was going to get his health back. But then, as you know where he was drafted, you know that when they took him, there was the thought that he was going to have a prominent role at some point with this offense. I've heard nothing but glowing things from so many different people covering this team going into OTAs and then training camp. I just got to see it when he goes up against competition, because I'm pulling for the guy. And I think that he could add a really interesting wrinkle to the receiver room that is so deep and extremely talented already. But if he was be able to get back to kind of his form coming out of Alabama, that would be just an extra added bonus to have another weapon like that in this offense. And I know what I've heard. I've seen some of the people posting clips. I understand, but it was in his camp against his own team. I know his coaching staff and the other players are going to pump him up. Even if it's the Bears' second string, I want to see him go up against other guys from another team in a different uniform, create space, find ways to get open. Show me some of the things that I saw when I was excited when the Texans took him.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Mechie a bit too. Now, I think that you're right that it's a luxury. Like, they don't need John Mechie to be good. Now, if you have injury, it kind of changes things a little bit. But, like, that's the one position where outside of the top three, you have a lot of depth. And you like your top three. Like, he's not pushing Collins, Diggs, and Tank for their job unless there's injury. You have the veterans behind him of Brown, Woods, Skoranek, who 4 through 6 is about as good 4 through 6 as you're going to find. And you even have another youngster there in Hutchinson. You have a Steven Sims, who is a special teams ace, who I think is going to have a tough time making the team. So it's luxury with Mechie. You don't need for him to make that step up. But boy, would it be nice. Would it be awesome if he becomes that number 4 receiver? Wouldn't it be awesome if he developed to the point where you have confidence that he could fill in the Stephon Diggs role if he were to leave after the season? Only has 1 year left on his deal. And your former second rounder. Like, you just hate your draft picks that go to waste. And, of course, he's had a lot of stuff that's happened in his professional career that has led to his production to this point. But I'm excited to watch him, too. The rave reports that you read on the internets and the Twitters, it's encouraging. Everybody talking about him too. He was on the he was on the podium. I think it was yesterday or the day before. I was listening to it, and he was talking about where he's at. His body has never felt better, especially as a pro. He feels faster. He feels quicker. So I'm excited to watch John Mechie play football today. What do you think is his role this year, Mechie?
I think you hit it. I think that if he could slide all the way up to being your kind of slot guy behind, whether it's Tank or however they set up and are going to use the trio of receivers. But if he could be a guy that comes in and that he could, get the right matchups with nickel corners and get into the slot, he could be a guy that could, fill in and get reps and let some guys stay fresh and get rest. That he makes it so that other guys are expendable. Like, if he can move up the depth chart enough to be in that 4th receiver category, then as a ceiling, then you look at guys that Noah Brown could be expendable. Robert Woods, if you need that salary or not, but he could be expendable because of the fact that you finally get a guy that can give you the ability to be. He has versatility. When he was at his peak, he had the ability to create space, to get open. You could use him from the slot to the outside. He could do both roles, and I think at a good level, to where if that's the kind of guy that you can get back to getting, it gives Nick Caserio so many options, especially if there are still position groups that he's looking to upgrade as well.
Slow says, is the first team at least doing one offensive drive? If so, I'll watch. Otherwise, don't care. No, they're not. I don't think we're going to see a single starter. Like Aggie Matt just texted in and said it would be nice if Kenyon Green played well. I don't think we're going to see Kenyon Green. I think every player that was listed as a number one on that unofficial depth chart is not going to play.
Yeah, that was my takeaway when D'Amico said the starters aren't going to play.
We didn't say that. Whenever he was asked that, he doesn't give any information. That was reported. He's very consistent with not giving the media any sort of this guy's playing and this guy's not.
Someone tweeted it out. One of the reporters. Yeah, but my takeaway was if that's the case, then you're not going to see Lassiter. You're not going to see Green.
He might have said it to Texans radio. He might have said Texans
and I was listening to that on the way home.
He doesn't. He's very listening to him with the media. Anytime he gets asked a question about is a player going to play, I think it's like one of the rules he has with media. And not that he tells them this, but it's one of his rules that he has. Any sort of playing time, depth chart questions, he is just not going to answer. And I think he's setting the tone with the media to stop asking him the question. And even if they ask him the question, he's not going to give you an answer. I'm pretty sure it's a rule of his to not give that information.
He's good enough. He doesn't do it in a Belichick way either. He's just good enough at keeping things close to the vest to where you don't hate him for saying it like you can get agitated with Belichick. But yeah, I don't blame him for doing that because you don't have to give any extra information to anybody, especially any kind of intel, even if it is preseason. So I respect that.
8711 says it's fantasy football scouting time. You're going to be drafting 5 and 6 receivers on these teams. You're going to be drafting Ben Skoranek on your fantasy football team. You're going to be drafting Chicago Bears number 7 receiver. This isn't even fantasy football scouting time.
This is don't get hurt and watch the depth chart for your backups.
Yeah. And even who gets hurt, it's not going to be anybody of significance.
No, it could be a backup though. Especially if you got a swing offensive lineman or someone that you may be counting on as being a guy that can play multiple positions. Or a young guy, maybe you got an undrafted free agent right after the draft that you've seen some things in, and you think maybe even as a special teams player could contribute, but it's not anything of a huge magnitude.
Virginia says John Weeks better keep his sweet behind on the bench. I agree. Kugbay says Fairbairn. Oh, Fairbairn doesn't even play. I don't need to see Fairbairn in the preseason. Lopez, Noah Brown has made Mechie expandable. I don't think that Mechie is somebody who would be traded. And then one other one here. Yeah, he says Mechie no catchy. So he's not a big Mechie guy. I don't think.
And Noah Brown's on a 1-year deal, right?
I think so, yeah.
So I think ideally, even if it is in a year's time, you don't need Noah Brown anymore, and at a very reasonable price, you still have John Mechie. That's kind of progression you'd like to see. I'd like to see him be able to climb the depth chart, know that he's going to make this team. He's versatile enough to play a couple of positions where maybe he works himself into a spot where those veteran guys like Brown, you can move on from, and Woods. And you can have him, and he's going to be in the room and be a younger body that can do some things.
Low key, though, John Mechie only has 2 years left on his deal.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he better, if you're going to, unless you're re-signing him, which is too early to have that conversation because he hasn't done anything, you don't have a whole lot of time with John Mechie either.
But at the same time, you get 1 more year, and then hopefully, look, it's in his best interest if he needs another contract anywhere to show what he can do. And if he's doing that, then he's obviously helping you for the next 2 years.
Yeah. C.J. Stroud, where does he come in amongst the top 100 players in the NFL? And there's at least 2 quarterbacks that he should have been ahead of. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I want to see our secondary cover. That's what I'm most interested in seeing, preseason or not. I could see that. It's also it's kind of funny that the Bears and the Texans are playing because this is going to be a regular season game as well.
Week 2.
So,
yeah,
like the teams are already like super paranoid about things that they show on film and things that they put out there in the preseason. You're going up against an opponent that you're going to play early in the season, week 2, like Blanker said. They're going to be even more paranoid. This is going to be the most vanilla.
Yep.
I hate to say it, boring, and I'll be watching every snap, but it's going to be the most vanilla, boring Hall of Fame game, maybe in the all times. Maybe in all times.
They're not going to show you anything. They're not going to do any wrinkles. They are just going to be as straight and narrow as they can be to get through it and hopefully stay as healthy as they can be. Because, it's one thing to say you're going to play them during the year, but you're going to play them in week 2.
Yeah.
That is rare.
Yeah, like week 10, okay. Like whatever, things change by week 10. No, week 2. We're right out of the gates in week 2. They're going to be here at NRG Stadium. It's going to be super vanilla. They're both coaches and play callers, offensive, defensive coordinators. They're going to be calling this game like it's Tecmo Bowl, where you get 4 options offensively, 4 options defensively, and that's all you got.
Smash mouth football with Dameon Pierce.
Dameon Pierce is going to run wild
To
tonight.
the texter, though, in the secondary specifically, I hope Bullock plays.
What's the spread?
I hope Bullock plays a lot.
I bet you he does.
Because, especially because if they're starting to use Petrie more in the slot, well, I got to see, just the same way you love what you're hearing about Lassiter being a guy that can be plug and play right away. If Bullock is more advanced enough to say that he's close, that would help a whole hell of a lot in terms of my concerns at safety.
You want to guess the spread for tonight's game? It's the first time I looked at it. I hadn't thought to look at it.
Well, both backups have played before.
I'm 1-0. I got a little South Sudan money in the
you told me
the bank account.
That was a good win. I'm going to say Texans minus 3.5.
It's close. Texans minus 2.5.
Okay.
You want to guess the over/under?
Oh God.
Actually, it blew my mind.
34.
That's a great guess. 32.5.
Yeah,
That's light.
I don't see a whole lot of points being scored in this game.
That's so low. 32.5.
Just what we just said, though. They're not going to be showing much. They're not going to be trying to throw out any kind of, extravagant wrinkles or anything like that. I don't think they're going to open it up.
I'm about to make this game a little bit more interesting. Where I make my bets, it has it at the Bears +2. So a little different. Do we think the Texans win or lose tonight? What do you say, B-Rod? What do you say?
I mean, I think they win, but it's like...
You think the Texans win?
Yeah, I mean, flip a coin, really.
Man, do I want to fade?
I think the
Boston,
Texans
or
win.
Do I want to tell them?
17-14.
So you think they're going to cover?
Yep.
That's an under, though. I'm gonna have a little fun. I'm a homer. I'm gonna go Texans, and I'm gonna go over 32 points. Make this game a little bit more interesting. A little bit of a rooting interest.
32 would be the one
I'm gonna go over. I'm gonna go over. Like you're gonna get back. I mean, you're getting back up everywhere. And defenses are ahead of offenses.
Your boy.
This time of
How much is your boy going to play?
That's so low, though. 32 points. That's light.
I mean, is Case going to come in and save the day
I don't know
for
if
you?
Case plays at all. Why does Case need to play?
I don't think I need to see him. But I from what I was hearing, was Davis Mills was probably going to play the first half.
I don't think we see Case tonight.
Oh no, I'm sorry. They're going to play. What's his name? The ex-Packer that they brought in.
Tim Boyle.
Yeah,
rolls.
Boyle. You're going to see Boyle and maybe Case for a half a quarter.
You think we see Case for half a quarter?
Possible.
He doesn't need to play.
Oh, you're right. He doesn't.
If he comes in, I'll throw on my Case Keenum jersey real quick. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. The game just got a little bit more interesting for me, and a little more entertaining too. C.J. Stroud comes in as the number 20th player in the NFL on their top 100 players. So the Twitchers who always crush C.J. Stroud and say mean things about C.J. Stroud. Well, C.J. Stroud's a top 20 player in the NFL, according to the NFL. I think 20 is too low, though. I think 20 is too low. I'm not big in comparing quarterbacks to other positions. I find that to be very difficult to do. So I'm not going to sit here and say that C.J. Stroud should be ahead of Roquan Smith, et cetera, et cetera. Stroud was 20, Roquan Smith 19, Justin Jefferson 18, which feels low, but he was hurt last year, and he has poor quarterback play this year. Micah Parsons 17. There's two players, though, because they haven't unveiled their top 10 yet. They did 20 through 11 yesterday. There are two quarterbacks that were here that I'm going to, in this range, that I have C.J. Stroud over. They have Dak Prescott at 16.
He was going to be one of them.
C.J. Stroud, in my opinion, is ahead of Dak Prescott, even though I think Dak Prescott's going to get a $60 million a year contract here pretty soon. Jalen Hurts at 15, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with Jalen Hurts being ahead of Stroud. No problem there. Kittle at 14, I'm not comparing position versus position. CeeDee Lamb at 13 feels light, by the way.
It does.
Dude led the league in receptions last year. That feels light to have CeeDee Lamb at 13. But again, not position by position comparisons. Number 12, Josh Allen. Josh Allen's not the 12th best player in the NFL. He's an accident-prone bum. He makes turnovers like I roll out of bed. Josh Allen should not be in the top 12. Josh Allen and Dak Prescott should not be ahead of C.J. Stroud.
I mean, I know that you are over the top in your harshness of Josh Allen. He still has done so much that it's hard for me to say, especially because even with the turnovers in the postseason, he's performed better than Dak has. I can understand you saying that with Dak. I just think Josh Allen belongs somewhere in the top 20 and ahead of CJ right now. I'm fine with that, but I understand that you have a lot of animosity towards his turnovers.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of quarterbacks who turn over the football. That to me is the worst thing you can do as a quarterback. What do you need to have in order to score points? You need the football. Yeah. So why would you want a quarterback who turns the football over? Keep it simple, stupid. It's an adage that I live by. If this was a fantasy football ranking, okay, Josh Allen, you can have him as high as number 1 if you wanted to. In fact, Josh Allen is going number 1 for quarterbacks in the NFL. His combination of
the
run,
rushing yards,
he does put up a whole lot of numbers, so there's no problem there.
Myles Garrett's got to be in the top 10, right?
Yeah, I would say.
Right. He's if you're going to say who's the number 1 pass rusher in football right now, it's Myles Garrett.
I mean, if you don't think that Will Anderson is.
Yeah, not yet. No, I don't. Micah Parsons could be up there, but then, the video that surfaced of Micah Parsons getting worked in training camp was all everybody was talking about. It's early, people. Relax.
Yeah. I didn't do the math on who hasn't been ranked yet, but I mean, obviously Mahomes will be number one.
Hands down. I think Myles Garrett is in the top 10.
I haven't kept up with it until 11 through 20, so I don't even know who's still not listed. Like Chase, I don't think has been listed. I don't think Sauce has been listed.
Okay, really?
I don't think so.
I don't know that Sauce is top 10 in the entire in all positions in the league.
Yeah, 39666 says last 10 are easy to name. Do you have any predictions on the order? Send us to who your top 10 is, because I haven't been keeping up with this. I hate lists, to be honest with you. The only reason I paid attention to this one is because it was
Tyreek Hill dominant enough to be top 10.
Yeah,
I think so too.
But I wouldn't. I think CeeDee Lamb had a better year than Tyreek Hill.
Is electric and dangerous. But look, Justin Jefferson, the point you made is the only thing that can hurt him. Justin Jefferson, if he had any decent quarterback play, is I think the best receiver in football.
Yeah, I mean, Mahomes will be on here. Again, I don't know who's been ranked yet. Like, is Kelsey, has he been ranked yet? Maybe not. Offensively, Hill hasn't been, so Hill will be on here. Mahomes will be on here. You're going to have Chase, I would imagine. Christian McCaffrey.
Oh,
Christian
McCaffrey for sure.
Will be on here.
I was trying to think running back, and it would probably be McCaffrey. Yep.
966 says the guys that haven't been listed. Oh yeah, Lamar, T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett, Mahomes, Lamar, Max Crosby, Chris Jones, Kelsey hasn't, Tyreek hasn't, McCaffrey obviously hasn't, and then Trent Williams hasn't been.
But he didn't put Garrett in there.
Oh, so Garrett was the second one I listed.
Oh, okay.
Watt, right. Garrett.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, because the defensive players, there has to be a step above. And look, I think Micah Parsons is a beast. But
he was what, 12 I said, or 17 or whatever?
17, I think you said.
Yeah, 17. I think these are arbitrary and stupid, and they don't matter. But seeing where Stroud is relative to the rest of the NFL is cool. I would have Mahomes 1.
For sure. I don't know anybody that has anybody other than Mahomes 1. I've got some questions.
Who would you have 2?
Who?
You going defense? You going quarterback? You going running back?
I think it might be McCaffrey because of the versatility.
I think I'd go Lamar.
I wouldn't argue with you on that because I understand it. But at the same time, if you're talking about a guy that has an impact on the game, both as a receiver, a running back, and is so electric that on any given play he can put points on the board, he's pretty high.
Yeah, he's a stud. What's so hard about these things though is that quarterbacks are just so much more valuable than every other position.
It's the most important position in all professional sports.
Yeah.
So what do you think that the top 5 would be? What, 4 quarterbacks, 3 quarterbacks?
I think it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I would think at the same, but you could rationalize it.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I bet you that they do have McCaffrey ahead of Lamar because it seems like they try to be fair with the quarterbacks and not give them the weight. Because, I mean, you should go 11 through 20 there, and you had Stroud, you had Allen, you had Hurts, and you had Dak. When you could make the case that, again, if quarterback is so important, that any of those guys could have been top 10 in the NFL.
If you say take quarterbacks out of it, and then
I'll go McCaffrey one.
I think McCaffrey has to be one.
The receivers are stinking good too, though. Like you'd have McCaffrey would be up there. Again, I think CeeDee Lamb was like very, very underrated on this year's list after the year he had last year. Chase is incredible. Jefferson's an incredible talent, but again, hurt last year. Poor quarterback this year. Tyreek would be high on that list.
Who's your second running back?
You have some young guys like Breece Hall. What do you think of him? Bijan Robinson. What do you think of him? In his second year, he had a good rookie year. That offense just wasn't fantastic. And then you have some of the the veteran guys that are there, like Derrick Henry. Still, I think Derrick Henry's going to have a heck of a year because he's in a really good offense.
Run-oriented system.
But I think those would be the top three: McCaffrey, Bijan, Breece. Maybe Gibbs is somewhere in that window.
Gibbs is a good call.
Like top five.
Bijan's interesting to me because you get rid of Arthur Smith and you kind of open it up a little bit more. Now maybe he gets more in the passing game as well, where he can be explosive.
Yeah.
Because I think that they kind of kept him down last year.
I don't love their head coaching hire for Bijan Robinson though,
because he's a defensive-minded coach.
Yeah.
Right?
Who is that? I don't even know who their offensive coordinator
Denver.
is.
He was the former coach of Denver.
Zach Robinson's the offensive coordinator at Atlanta. So
he used to be
Raheem Morris is their head coach, but I was talking
Yep.
about their play caller. Because that's what their offense is going to look like is interesting to me. That's not a bad OC actually. Robinson's he used to be a Rams guy too, so that's not a terrible. Kyron Williams would be somebody that you could consider. Had a really good year last year out of nowhere.
I think Gibbs is a great call.
And then you have like kind of the older guys that have been somewhat injury prone, but still have some in the tank. Like where do you have Jonathan Taylor? Where do you have Saquon Barkley? And I'm not talking about top 10. I'm talking about just overall running backs.
Like Josh Jacobs, is he going to have like a breakout now, or is he going to be just who he was, just higher paid?
Yeah, those are like the guys who have a little bit of tread on them. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. McCaffrey's clearly the number one running back. And then after him, it's like, which way do you go? Do you go with the young guys who are super talented? Do you go with the guys who have a little bit more tread that have been top running backs in the NFL at some point? Taylor was a top running back in the NFL. Was it last year?
Yeah, last year.
Like he was going number one in all these fantasy drafts. Derrick Henry's been number one in the past. Saquon Barkley's been top 3 in the past. So it's kind of interesting what you look at from a running back point of view.
The contract kind of derailed the entire year for him because he held out because of the money, and then because he came in late, he got hurt, and then
I don't know if that's why he got hurt though.
But when you're not getting the reps and you're being careful with everything until you sign on the dotted line, then you're kind of behind. So then once you sign the contract, it's kind of a rush job, and they want him on the field as soon as possible, and he's trying to probably do it a little faster than he would. And then I think that leads to injury. But it was kind of a lost season because of all of that at the start of the year. But he's a stud running back, and you give them a halfway decent offensive line, he'll be fine.
Yeah. I mean, it was his thumb. Like, I don't know if that he hurt his thumb.
I thought he had a leg injury, too.
I think it was both, but I think the first one was the thumb.
I just know I thought the leg injury is what kept him out for the majority of the time, and I don't want to say
the thumb was in week 12. So the thumb injury came after the leg injury. So, the leg injury would be more to your point than a thumb injury. Yeah. Thumb injury would not help your point. Leg injury would, but the leg injury did come before the
Unless
thumb injury.
Unless he had a good three-point shot.
It's football, Blinkers. He's not kicking field goals. It's not Dare Ugawamuba.
The thumb is impactful if you're a shooter.
All right, 7-1. Yes, I know. Wrong sport.
I get it. I was playing around. Thank you.
Right. I just don't get the joke. I don't understand it here.
I'm saying that the thumb, running backs can tape up their thumb and still play for the most part, even if your thumb's ready to fall off, as opposed to like in another sport, the thumb would be more important than the legs.
Well, that sounds way too serious to be a joke.
Okay.
713-780-ESPN. Good Morning Football. They posed this question earlier on their show today. Which quarterback has bigger expectations this year? Is it C.J. Stroud or is it Caleb Williams? Again, these two guys will not be playing on the Hall of Fame game tonight. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Okay, B-Rod. B-Rod in for the ill Brian McDonough. I don't mean ill like the cool kids do. He's literally sick. Brian's out sick today. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. 9666 says Chase was actually 45.
Ooh.
I can't believe that Jamar Chase was number 45. In what world is Jamar Chase not a top 44 player in the NFL?
That's unacceptable.
They're going way too much on performance last year.
Yeah.
They're going basically all on 2023 performance as opposed to what a player is going to be. This year
Burrow back and playing for another contract and everything. He's going to have a big year.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy to me. 0635, why is Caleb not playing? We'll get into that in a second. 9050, who's your number one defensive player in the NFL? If we had Mahomes at number one.
To me, it's Myles Garrett.
Yeah, it's hard for me not to say Myles Garrett. Now, TJ Watt did lead the league in sacks last year, so that would be a feather in Watt's cap. But, yeah, I'll go Myles Garrett.
It's between those two guys, and because he got hurt at the end of the year and it wasn't a thumb, I would put Garrett slightly above Watt.
5798, where does Saquon rank amongst running backs for you guys? Top five-ish.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the health is always something that concerns everybody, but in that offense, I think he's going to flourish. I think he's going to have a big year. I'd say top three.
You have him ahead of McCaffrey, Robinson, or Brees?
I have him ahead of Brees Hall for sure.
Ooh.
Yep, because Rodgers is going to be so pass happy too. There, I really believe these top three.
I don't have him in my top three. I think Brees is better. I think Gibbs is better. I think Taylor's better. I would have him. Actually, I guess I have him just outside of the top five, cusp of top five. I do like his offense for him, though. I'm with you on that point. All right. Good Morning Football posed the question earlier today. Which quarterback has bigger expectations this year, C.J. Stroud or Caleb Williams?
To me, it's CJ, actually. I think that in thinking this over and mulling it, the biggest thing to me is that CJ's gotten, well-deserved, so much hype and so much publicity about being that guy right on the cusp of Mahomes that I think everybody is counting on him trying to upgrade the season he had a year ago and taking it even higher now that he's more established as a second-year player. I think if Caleb Williams makes some mistakes early and it doesn't get it all together, well, he's a rookie. It'll come, but the talent is still there. You see enough to know. And I think that as much as the Bears have done everything to put everybody around him, I think the higher expectations on a guy like CJ is to say, can you take that franchise to the next level? Can you do with what they've given you, as a quarterback in year two to make sure that that you solidify your place as being a guy worthy of being in that top, right behind Mahomes' position?
Yeah, respectfully, I think this is a dumb question. Like, CJ Stroud and the Texans have AFC championship potential, or at least AFC championship expectations. You have some people in the city saying it's Super Bowl or bust when it comes to the Texans. And the Texans did this to themselves, and it's not a negative. You win games, you win the division, especially with a young core, you expect to build on that success. So the Texans were to miss the playoffs this year. Oh, what went wrong? What a disastrous season. What a failure. I can't believe it. If the Bears missed the playoffs this year, well, maybe they weren't even supposed to make the playoffs. Rookie quarterback, young core, still coming together. Weren't that good last year, obviously. Haven't been that good in the last couple of years. So I don't even understand how Caleb Williams could possibly have the expectations of one of C.J. Stroud. Because if the Texans miss the playoffs, it's a disastrous, unbelievably wrong year. If the Bears miss the playoffs, it's what we've been.
Just year one.
We're showing signs of improvement. Yeah. I think it's a lopsided question. I think it's a dumb question.
And the bigger question is going to be, how many quarterbacks can we say are going to make it to the national stage on one of the outlets as a comparison with C.J. Stroud? Because the one that I would kid you with you guys about, that back home everybody's saying that Jordan Love is 90-10, going to have a better career, 90% to 10% than C.J. Well, that made it to the morning conversations on ESPN today. Who's the better quarterback? Who's going to have the better career? It's going to be CJ this, and then it's going to be CJ catching Mahomes, then it's going to be CJ versus, on what tier, or when does he get matched up with a Burrow, or maybe to your point, a Josh Allen. They're coming. This isn't the only one that's out there, and there's going to be more as we continue to get deeper into the career and even the season of CJ Stroud.
I am excited about Williams, too, though. I think Williams is going to be a good rookie. 2422, I think because we play the Bears the second week of the season, we're not going to see either quarterback tonight. Neither quarterback is going to play. The Texans have reportedly will not play starters. The Bears have announced Caleb Williams is not going to play, or reports have announced that Caleb Williams is not going to play. Not sure which. 0635, why is Caleb not playing this year when CJ did last year?
Yeah, but because of the fact that they have it's the extra game. You don't have to play him, and he'll still get the same amount of preseason games as everybody else. And you don't want to risk him this early in his first year, throwing him out there and having anything go wrong as he's still getting comfortable with his teammates, with his receivers, with the offense. There's way too much to lose to say that I just want him to go out and play a series or two.
Yeah, I could go either way. Like I think that it helps players whenever they play football games. If you're a team that has a bunch of veterans, I don't need them to play in the preseason. If you're a team that has aspirations of being a playoff team and you're being honest with yourselves, I don't need you to play, quite frankly. Now, both of these teams have the extra preseason game. They have the extra fourth preseason game because they're playing in the Hall of Fame game. So maybe we see Caleb Williams for games 1, 2, and 3. It's not fair to use Stroud's rookie year preseason whenever you're saying Caleb Williams not playing today, because the Bears have 4 preseason games on their schedule. Stroud had 3 preseason games last year. I could go either way on this. If you're a team that does not expect to make the playoffs, I would be playing my young players quite a bit because I do think it helps them grow. If I'm a veteran team or if I have playoff aspirations, I don't need to see much quarterback play, especially in the preseason. I didn't mind last year when C.J. Stroud I wouldn't have minded if he played a lot in the preseason. This year's a different story because you have expectation.
Yeah, I think you're right, because I think the Texans were a team that no one expected to do what they did this last season, and you wanted to see who CJ could really be. I think the Bears already have aspirations with the kind of receiving core that they've put around him, adding Keenan Allen to DJ Moore and drafting Rome Odunze, that you realize that the expectations suddenly got flipped and the Bears are supposed to be flirting with a playoff spot. I think that changes things all by itself. But it's also going to be a tough thing for people to realize. But instead of, it used to be with 4 preseason games, they always said the third preseason game was your dress rehearsal, where you see a lot of the starters. Now, majority of the teams have taken that and translated it to, we're practicing for a couple of days against another team, and that's when they're going to really see their starters go against another team's starters, and we'll never see it.
6927, it's very simple. You don't put your franchise quarterback out there behind second and third string offensive linemen. That's absolutely true, but if you're going to play the quarterback, you're going to play the first string offensive line. I do agree with that point. 6005, Super Bowl or bust because of the expected departure of Slowick after the season. I like Slowick. I think Slowick's very good. I don't think Slowick is the difference between being a Super Bowl contender and not, though.
Not with the amount of talent that they have around them. I mean, any offensive coordinator would be licking their chops to take the job and say, if I had those weapons to work with and I got a guy like CJ at quarterback, I can make that offense work. And now, if you get 2 full years of CJ under Slowick, he's a pretty sharp guy, and he's really good from what we've heard with the X's and O's and the playbook. He'll take what he needs to take from Bobby Slowick and translate it to whoever his next OC is.
Yeah, I trust D'Amico, quite frankly. D'Amico hired Slowick. I trust D'Amico hiring a good OC. Ocho, I love the Texans football in general, but I'm not going to front. I'm excited to watch this game tonight. I'll catch the highlights, if any, but I'll be watching Everybody Loves Raymond and King of Queens reruns instead. Ocho didn't strike me as an Everybody Loves Raymond and a King of Queens guy. That one catches me a little bit off guard.
Ocho, there's other things you can do instead of watching that.
I'm a fan of those shows. You don't like those shows?
I'm not. I mean, they're okay. They're not great. I mean, I like both guys.
Why are you show shaming Ocho?
Guys. I'm not show shaming.
You were. You said there's a lot better things to watch than that. You were show shaming Ocho.
Ocho, I'm show shaming you. Okay.
Yep.
Great. Perfect. There you go. Sorry, not sorry.
What is the second thing that you would be watching?
I wouldn't be. I'd be doing something. I would be doing something else.
But if you had to be watching something, and it's not the Texans, what would you be watching tonight?
I don't even know what's on. I mean, because the Astros aren't on. I don't even know what's on.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't show shame Ocho. 0102, Bears are happy if Williams makes it out healthy. I think he's talking about the season. All right, 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? What are the worst takes you've seen? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard? 713-780-3776. What are the worst takes of the week? How about Goopy? Is it Goopy or Guppy?
Guppy.
Guppy on Twitter. Yesterday, Astros down by a run. John Singleton coming to the plate. And Guppy on Twitter, pinch hitting Dubon, ? Really? ? When has this dude ever come through in a pinch hit spot? Why did they even bring up Leon if our moron manager won't even play him? Okay. I like people who have takes before things happen. I like people who question things before we have the wherewithal of hindsight and then what actually happened. But a strong stance that Dubon should not have been pinch hitting. And then this happened.
Dubon drives one deep to left field. He's set on that pitch, and he gives the Astros the lead. 5-4 Astros. Doobie off the bench with a pinch hit. Huge home run.
So Doobie makes Guppy make the list. When has the dude ever come through in a pinch hit spot? Literally moments later.
Guppy
You just made the list.
Guppy wishing he had that one on a reel and he could pull it back.
Guppy had a sense of humor about it, though. His own comment to his own tweet was all he needed to do was doubt him, and then he put a picture of Barry Bonds with Dubon's head on Barry Bonds. So at least he had a sense of humor about that.
It's a bobblehead then.
That was Dubon's first career pinch hit homer, though.
Is that right?
To Guppy's point. Yeah, first career home run.
But never known as a power guy, but at least you and I were talking about it yesterday, how the bat had fallen off. At least, thankfully, there's a resurrection there.
Yeah, he was seeking fastball, and he got it. Michael Kay, who's the TV voice of the Houston Astros, not a history buff, I guess.
Well, it's very fortuitous that Ben Franklin invented the printing press. And the printing press gives you your newspapers, so start spreading the news. Have the Yankees turned the corner? Have they snapped out of their funk? I hope so. Looked pretty good the last 3 days. They really have.
As you might imagine, this was Brian put this one in there. But, yeah, Ben Franklin did not invent the printing press. Do you know who did invent
I knew you were going to ask me that.
The printing press? 1436. Johannes Gutenberg.
Oh, no, I thought it was going to be a name that would translate to like a big printing company like Wrigley. After the Wrigley people got, had they owned the newspapers and everything, but no.
Not the worst takes, but he said it with so much conviction. He said it with a ton of conviction about how he developed the printing press. I think that Benjamin Franklin did have something to do. Like, I think maybe he was the first to bring the printing press overseas, and I'm pretty sure he established the first ever post office. Okay. So that might have been why Michael Kay thought that. And then he did the whole lightning rod thing. Wasn't he the one that did the kite with the lightning rod?
Kite with the key on it.
Yeah, Benjamin. That's the early stages of electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Benjamin
exactly
Franklin.
Right.
But not the printing press. I went to the first ever U.S. post office in Philly once upon a time. Pretty cool.
I enjoy. Look, I don't enjoy Philly, the city, but for the first time to see everything, with Independence Hall and the Liberty Bell and all those things, the history is pretty impressive and interesting.
I kind of like Philly because of that, because of the history. I like the buildings. I also like the food there, actually. I think Philadelphia has low-key, solid food. Tony Kornheiser makes the list. Why does Tony Kornheiser make the list for this take on gymnastics?
I will just say this, and I have to be honest. I watched this today. I don't really understand what I'm watching. For me, it's like diving. I don't know what's good and what's not good. If you don't fall down, I think you're great. And personally, I couldn't even get up on the balance beam. I could not. I could not stand on the balance beam. I could not get on that floor, that exercise where you go from bar to bar. So God bless them all. Let's take a break.
Uneven bars.
Coming up, your Bears decide. The uneven bars. I don't want to be on any of them. The Bears decide.
What was the bad take here?
I think there's a ton. I mean, you don't have to, unless you are completely off the plane. You're a sports guy too. They're the uneven bars. But if they wobble, if they step out of bounds, you can tell what mistakes are that are going to be downgraded without being that kind of noob about the whole thing.
I didn't realize you were such a gymnastics aficionado.
I'm not a diving aficionado either, but I know if they make a big splash or they don't go into the water appropriately or they kind of quirkily do whatever they do in the air, then it's not a good thing. I can figure out what they're going to get docked for.
Yeah, I think that you're being a little too literal with this one. I think he means more of like, yeah, if you step out, obviously, you know that's not good. If they fall, it's not good. But outside of that, like the execution of it, like I don't know what's good. I agree with Tony Kornheiser. Outside of the things that you mentioned, like whenever they do like these flips in the air, I don't know what makes one flip better than another flip.
Oh, I think it's the tightness, and I think the how tight you stay within the when you're turning over and things like that. But I think, look, to their credit, NBC does a great job of getting former gymnasts that explain it very well while and immediately after it happens what they're going to get docked for too.
Yeah. I just don't really know the tightness of the twirls as well as you do, I guess.
I mean, obviously it's been a premier sport in the Olympics, and I watched the Olympics. I've learned along the way, but yeah, I mean, I'm not a noob, but at the same time, I think you do understand the basics of what you're going to get docked for.
The the basis of the docks is fine. The execution, like I don't know what makes a great execution versus a good execution until I hear the analysis afterwards. Like I wait for the analyst to be like, "Oh yeah, that was great. Oh, it was great. Great job." I watched the all around today, and like, yeah, when they don't fall, it's like, okay, well, what are they going to get here? What's their score going to be here? I have no idea until
It's like the amount of flips too. Like when Simone Biles does the floor exercise where she gets an extra complete twist of her body.
But whenever you're watching Simone Biles versus like the Andrade lady who finished in second from Brazil, whenever they're doing the floor, you know how many flips Biles did versus what Andrade did?
You could tell. I mean, you could just tell.
I can't tell.
I think from the height, you could tell and how long she's in the air. I can't count them all. I go 1, 2, 3, 4, but you could tell that it's more impressive.
I can't. More power to you. Twitter on Saturday. Twitter makes the list. Here's why Twitter makes the list. The Astros played the Dodgers on Saturday. That was the come-from-behind victory. Shohei Ohtani homered in that game. You might remember. Twitter, they put on the little, like, what's trending right now. Ohtani's 30-second homer powers Dodgers to victory. Twitter makes the list.
I think very well deserved to be on the list.
Because the Astros came from behind and won.
Because everybody knows everything on Twitter is true.
That can be true most of the time. Most of the time, that is true. I believe everything I read on the internet.
You're right, by the way, on Ben Franklin.
What?
Soon after he was established as an independent printer, he was printing Pennsylvania bills of credit and created his own press.
Okay, so I don't think Michael Kay was necessarily... Like, he didn't invent the printing press, but Benjamin Franklin did have some
He was one of the earliest independent printers.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. So maybe Brian deserves to be on the list for putting Michael Kay
made the list.
on the list. Although technically he's right, and he's sick. We think. He's probably just playing NCAA like Mapes whenever he took all his days off. D. Delgado on Twitter. This was the trade deadline day. He said the Astros could have had Trevor Bauer for the league minimum, but we said, nah, let's trade Loperfido, Bloss, and Wagner instead. I know Bauer comes with baggage, but he's worth the shot. So what Dylan Delgado
That's
said.
brutal.
A lot of people have this take, though, about Bauer. Now, he also, Delgado, he walked it back. He was like, I didn't mean that we should bring in Bauer. I just meant like this was the opportunity cost. You said he's worth a shot.
Yeah, you kind of sounded like it wasn't anybody. There's no interchangeable names there where you could say, no, he really meant, guys like this. There's only one Trevor Bauer, and you called him out by name specifically.
He said he's worth a shot. I don't know if you can mean that, like, this was the other stuff. I meant other things whenever you say he's worth a shot. Matt Kawahara, he does good work for the Houston Chronicle. This was yesterday when the Astros DFA'd Rafael Montero, and they're hoping to bring him back. He said Dana Brown said the Astros' hope is that Rafael Montero will accept the assignment at AAA, give him time to talk to his family and agent. And then Kawahara quote tweeted, Montero would need to clear waivers first. Matt, I understand you're doing your job. And technically, yes, that is the process. But ain't nobody picking up the remainder of Rafael Montero's contract. That is one of those, nope, Sherlock. Yes, we understand that he would need to clear waivers first, but we also have the wherewithal to know he is going to clear waivers, Matthew.
Yeah, I don't even think that there's another Jeff Bagwell out there that would consider it.
No one's picking him up for that contract. Like,
Nope.
He might get a job in the big leagues, but not for the current contract.
No.
Dana Brown, very optimistic that he's going to accept the assignment, by the way. Very optimistic that he's going to accept the assignment.
You know what? If you hear so many people, he speaks so glowingly of him. The fact that if he feels like he's already got the money anyway, and that would be his best chance to get back to the major leagues.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Yeah, if he still has desire, I could see him doing it. Cheryl Swoops, I think, is a hater. She believes the Fever, who I think that's the team of Caitlin Clark, would make the playoffs without Caitlin Clark, which is why Angel Reese is her Rookie of the Year, which is fine. Like, if you want to vote Angel Reese over Caitlin Clark, I don't really know. I don't know their numbers. I don't keep up with the WNBA. I'm not even close to ever watching a WNBA game. But last year, the Fever did not make the playoffs. 5 games behind 8th. They're now in 7th place this year, and they have one of the easiest remaining schedules of anybody else in the WNBA. So this seems like another attempt for Cheryl Swoops to just take a shot at Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, and Cheryl's got enough to worry about these days where she shouldn't be worried about Caitlin Clark.
What's she worrying about?
There's allegations that I believe more than half of her team quit, walked out, transferred, said they were cruel, unusually punished, and the way that they were treated is under investigation.
I forgot about that. That was a long time ago,
No,
right?
it just happened. It's within the last 2-3 weeks.
What?
Yeah. It's
I thought this was like years old.
No, that was, Cynthia. That was Coop before.
Cheryl Swoops had a coaching job?
At Loyola of Chicago.
I thought that was a few years ago.
No. I just read the article.
Her last year at Loyola was 2000 and that's a player. Let's see, as a coach. It doesn't even have her Wikipedia.
Well,
as a coach.
I read the article like 2 days ago that she's under
No, it says a
investigation.
coach. Her last year at Loyola Chicago was 2016. You make the list.
I might make the list, but I was just reading the article because I saw it by multiple sources were tweeting it out that she's under investigation.
Yeah, I know. I remember reading that, but I think it's like probably recycled in the news because it's like maybe they're ruling on it again. They might be ruling on it again, but her last year as a coach was 2016 at Loyola Chicago. Michaela Skinner, you brought this one up yesterday. She was talking trash about the U.S. Women's gymnastics team, so they don't work hard, they're soft. They won a gold, and then Simone Biles won another gold today in the all-around, and then Suni Lee won a bronze today in the all-around too.
She did very well.
I think the U.S. Women's gymnastics team is doing just fine, Michaela Skinner.
No question about it. And then on top of that, to be super petty, after she got called out for her calling out the Olympic team and Simone Biles, that she blocked Simone Biles and then took down the video.
She probably should have taken down her whole entire social media account.
Yes.
Probably. Although that video did numbers, if we're being fair.
Nobody could find it right off. They didn't know what Biles was talking about at first, and then someone dug it up.
Last one, Hunter on Twitter makes the list. He says,
You just made
said
the
this on
list.
July 21st. July 21st, Hunter tweeted, Leon is never going to see the Bigs as an Astro. He's part of a logjam, and Melton will be ready before he gets a chance.
Wow.
Pedro Leon, now a member of
Astros. That was a hell of a
Houston
find, by the
Astros.
way.
10 days. Well, it was in my comments. I'd actually bookmarked it. I actually bookmark things before they become bad takes. I see something, I'm like, oh, this has a potential to be a bad take. And I'll bookmark it and then see if it actually becomes a bad take. So I bookmarked this one probably July 21st when he sent it.
Okay.
And then it actually turned out to be true. I do that. I have things from years ago that I'm just waiting on. Just waiting. I got my receipts. Got my receipts ready to go. So, Hunter, hate to do it to you, brother, but you make the list.
You just made the list.
Astros front office has been making the list for a while now. Remember when they fired that World Series winning general manager, the winter without a GM, which was Rafael Montero, Jose Abreu, Michael Brantley, Dana Brown being dishonest with the injury, all of these things. How can you trust the Astros front office? We've been critical of the Astros front office. But there is one thing that we're not giving enough praise to the Astros front office about. I'll tell you what it is next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We got a late addition to Bad Take Boulevard. 6761. A&M misspelled Connor Wigman's name on the football season tickets. LOL,
Oops.
idiots.
That's not good.
How many
You
Aggies
just made the list.
does it take to spell your starting quarterback's name right? Just kidding. I love you, Aggies. We are the home of the Aggies here on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
How many people saw the proof?
12. I would hope 12 men would. I would. 8532, Colt fan, going through withdrawals because y'all usually read my text on air. I don't know if that's a flex or not. But he says, just want to say Anthony Richardson wins MVP this year and stays healthy, 2 exclamation points. That might belong on the list, but that's more hot take than bad take.
Wanna bet?
We could bookmark that one.
Yeah.
Colt fan, do you want to bet blankers on that? You let us know. All right, here's one area where, look, we've been critical of the Astros front office. I think we've been fair when it comes to the Astros front office. We've listed the timeline. Fire general manager, off-season of no general manager. You had a bunch of names that didn't work out. There's been people that have had power. We don't know who's making the moves. We know collectively they're the Astros front office, and they were rudderless for a while. Brought in Dana Brown. Dana Brown's, I think, stabilized it a bit. But here's the one area where I don't think that the Astros front office and Jim Crane specifically is being given the credit that they deserve. They are willing to throw money at a mistake. They're willing to spend money at an area where they were wrong. And a lot of owners wouldn't do this. And I'm obviously referring to Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero here. The Astros ate a year and a half of Jose Abreu's contract, roughly $28-30 million, to send him home because it was for the betterment of the Houston Astros. So they admit mistake, and they throw money at him to tell him to go away. I admire that. A lot of owners wouldn't allow their general managers to do that and be like, nope, you got to force him for, at least until the final year of his deal. They also do it with Rafael Montero, $11.5 million, a little less than a year and a half left on his deal, but is owed the remainder of $11.5 million this year. He's owed $11.5 million next year. He's no longer one of the Astros' best 13 pitchers. So what is Jim Crane willing to do? He's willing to pay him his money if he chooses to refuse his assignment down to the minor leagues and go away. So while the Astros were, being run poorly, and I do not trust the Astros front office, in an interest of fairness, one area that I have to give them praise is that Jim Crane is willing to spend the money to send mistakes home and don't create more issues and problem and negative war for the big league club.
Well, yeah, I mean, you would hope that there was a ton more that you would give him credit for at this point or at some point. But you're right. I mean, the fact is that the money's no option, and it goes back to when we were talking about how many people thought Jim Crane was cheap. I mean, look, he made Josh Hader the highest paid relief pitcher of all time. Now, you can have your criticisms of Hader too, but he was not afraid to spend the money there. He's not afraid to walk away from the money because you're right. There's so many teams, and we've talked about this when we were trying to guess, like when was Montero going to get DFA'd or when was Abreu going to get DFA'd. The fact is there's a lot of owners that are going to wait till the bitter end because they don't want to. That pill is too tough to swallow to say, I'm going to just eat money and let him walk away. And or their egos on the line if they were involved in the process to say, we want to see and give them every opportunity to prove that they're right. And in the meantime, it hurts your baseball team. So if you definitely need to tip your cap and say thank you for the fact that they're not only willing to admit their mistake, but eat all the money involved in it to get better players on this roster to salvage what they do for this season.
And that's baked into it, too, like admitting fault.
Yes.
Like admitting the fault. And look, I still don't trust the Astros front office. I don't know who's making moves. I don't know who's powerful, who's the one making these decisions. I don't trust them to make the right moves. Luno, I never had. And Luno wasn't perfect. Luno made some bad trades, but I trusted the Astros front office to be one of the best front offices in baseball. I had trust in James Click. A lot of people thought he was a little boring, wasn't willing to make splashes, et cetera. Maybe his own owner didn't think he was willing enough to make splashes. You go back to Starling Marte, et cetera, et cetera. I had trust in James Click having one of the sharpest front offices in baseball. I have lost trust in the Astros front office. But again, in an interest of fairness, I recognize that they recognized they made a mistake and they weren't pot committed to the mistake, and they were willing to spend the money to tell them to go home. And I admire that from ownership. I think that they deserve credit for that.
It is an underrated characteristic that not many owners have, because no matter how much money they make, a lot of them were very shrewd along the way. To the point where they don't want to make the mistakes. They don't want to eat the cash. Look, I worked for Les Alexander, and I'll tell you, there's a guy that did not want to eat the cash, and I quite frankly don't believe he would have made the same decisions that Jim Crane made. He would have been hell-bent on making sure that either they found a way to get the value back in a trade or doing something, or that those players were going to be around, because that's just not the way he believed in doing business. So the fact that you have an owner that at least is willing to eat it and wear it and say, hey, look, we screwed up on that one, but I still want this team and see that this team has enough to win this year and next year, in the case of both those guys, that we're better off without them on the roster.
What happens if Montero, doesn't accept the assignment to Sugar Land? Well, the Astros have to pay off the remainder of the contract. They can do that actually in two different ways. They could give him all of the money up front, or they could just continue to pay him throughout the duration of the contract, and then he would become a free agent. So that's what would happen if he doesn't accept the assignment.
Yeah, he could go anywhere and then, see if someone else was willing to, one, try and resurrect his career, and two, at what level would they start and where would he be and how would he – Dana Brown just continues to talk about, in such a positive light, what a great guy is and what he in the clubhouse and what a tough decision. And that's why he wants him to accept the demotion.
I don't care if he accepts the demotion, that's fine. Like, okay, you have another big league arm that's in AAA that if you got desperate and you needed it, I'm okay with him accepting the assignment. I have no problem with him staying in the organization.
One of the things they were talking about last night, I was listening to the radio broadcast on the way home too, and they were talking about the fact that Dana really wants him to go to Sugar Land just to try and believe in his other stuff, and just kind of change his sequencing and the way he goes about which pitches he throws and where they're being thrown. And if he can, kind of do that and dial it in a little bit, that he's very open to having him come back.
Those are all nice things to say. I don't buy any of that. Like, I have zero faith that Rafael Montero makes it back to the big league team and helps. Maybe he makes it back to the big league team, but I have zero faith he makes it back to the big league team and helps. And there's also a deadline for that to happen. It'd be the rest of this year and next year, because then he would become a free agent because he's now off the books. So I don't have a problem with him accepting the assignment, but I'm not going to fall for the propaganda that Rafael Montero is going to fix himself and help you down the road. Uncle Barney, the Astros front office deserves credit for knowing when to throw $100 million in the trash can, ? No, those were idiotic decisions, and we've banged on the Astros front office, and we no longer trust the Astros front office, but it could be worse. They could continue to be playing Jose Abreu every day at first base. They could continue to force Rafael Montero to be on this pitching staff. So I do respect that they were willing to throw the money to get those guys off the team in an effort to better the team. It's similar to San Francisco when they traded up for Trey Lance. We made a mistake, and then they trade away Trey Lance. They bit the bullet there. Astros bit the bullet here. Do I trust the Astros front office because I'm giving them a little bit of praise? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I can't. Look, I've lost all respect for the front office as a whole. And look, for all the things that the positivity that Jim Crane has done for this city, for this franchise, and to bring the winning and the championships that he's won, the fact is that you're now getting into an owner that feels very comfortable, that's settled in, that I don't think you're going to get back to the days of the general managers that were allowed to do their jobs. And I lost respect for Dana Brown, because at a certain point, and we've talked about this previously, but my big thing is that if this is going to be the first opportunity you got, and you're going to be judged heavily on this, at a certain point, if they're not letting you do your job, don't wait till it's too late to be able to kind of express that as well, because we don't know who's making the decisions. We do know who was in charge when there was no general manager. But as a whole, overall, I have zero respect right now for what they're doing and how they're going about it and the results that they're not getting, doing the things their way.
Yeah, respect. I don't know if the respect word, like trust, belief that they're good general managers, et cetera, et cetera. A texter with the Tucker injury and saving money on the Verlander inning clause. Will the Astros approach Bregman different in the offseason? I don't think so either. And the Astros probably are going to need to bring in starting pitching too.
Yeah, I think the big thing is going to be if you have any hopes that Alex Bregman's going to be an Astro next year, it's going to be on a very short term deal where he can have another prove it year. And if he and his hopes he doesn't have the slow start he had this year, and he kind of picks up for what he's been doing lately enough to where he's going to still try and aim for that big contract, which will be elsewhere. But if you have any hopes of Bregman being on this team next year, it's going to be a 1 year deal with an option probably.
I think it's in play. I think it could be like a 3-year deal. I think they could sign
Without?
No, I think they could sign him up to a 3-year deal. Now, I think that there's a very real possibility that Bregman's going to not get what he thinks he's capable of getting or should be getting, and he signs a Blake Snell type deal where it's high AAV. You have the options of continuing to play at that high AAV, or you can opt out and test the market again. I think it's in play. I think the Astros would be willing to go up to 3, maybe 4 years. What's up, Bees? I don't know if y'all have touched on this topic yet, but could you help me understand why Seth Martinez got optioned?
I think because they're bringing the 2 new guys in after the trade, they had to clear space and he had options, but I don't think it's because they're disappointed with what he's done for this roster.
Yeah, just the roster crunch. Pretty similar as to why they DFA'd Rafael Montero. You had to make room for Ferguson. You had to make room for Kikuchi. The 2 guys in, 2 guys out. Rafael Montero out. Seth Martinez out. And Seth Martinez has options, so like that comes into play. It makes him a little bit more disposable. And Martinez hasn't been good. Like in his last 4 outings, been hit around a little bit. ERA north of 7.5. If you like the FIP, I do not. It's right around 9. So options, roster crunch. His form's not the best. Those are the variety of reasons to why Martinez out. And then who else would it be? Like, the other guys they like.
Yeah, I mean, look, and they had just brought Dubin back, right? Because otherwise Dubin would have been a guy that you'd immediately want to send back down.
And Dubin gives you some length. Like, Dubin can give you mop-up stuff. Martinez can go multiple innings, but Dubin can maybe give you like 3 or 4 if you just absolutely had to have it. All right, USA in the Olympics. Where do you stand on the whole medal count thing? For the USA to have a good Olympics, how do they need to lead the world in medals? Do they need to lead the world in gold medals? And we'll get into Simone Biles, too, winning the all-around gold today. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
9648 is Chaz the next one on the chopping block.
They have team control with him for several more years, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to – I don't think so. I think, it's a possibility that, that at a certain point you got to send him down. But overall, I don't think he's on the chopping block like for good. But he's got to figure some stuff out.
I don't even see him being sent down. I don't know what that move is. Like, you're sending Chaz down for who? What finished the sentence for me? If they would have made a trade, if they would have done something like that where they bring in another outfield bat, probably still had a Pedro Leon on the depth chart. But maybe that becomes the question. But because they didn't add an outfield bat, I think Chaz McCormick, even with struggles, is on the big league team for the rest of the year should he stay healthy. There's just no one ready. People go, well, Shea Whitcomb. Whitcomb's more of an infielder than an outfielder. Really only can play one outfield position in left field. He had lesser, AAA numbers than Joey Loperfido. Now, is he a better utility player than Aledmys Diaz? Yeah, probably, but you're not going to call Whitcomb up to sit the bench. You could say, Melton. Well, Melton probably needs some more seasoning. Just got called back up to AAA. His minor league numbers also weren't fantastic. He's their top prospect, but I still think he needs some work. I don't think they're going to rush him up. So I just don't think there's an option to call up for Chaz to go down.
No, look, when you look at it and you think about the fact that no matter how good these prospects might be at the certain levels and any given levels from Sugarland on down, it's a massive adjustment with just how good the pitchers are at the big league level, regardless of anything else. And at least Chaz, understands big league pitching and everything that goes with the regiment and everything of big league baseball. I don't think you can be experimenting with your prospects at this point in the season.
Yeah, and maybe there's a club out there that we just don't know that maybe tries to release a player to try to, whether it's to lessen their payroll. Angels did this last year whenever they got rid of like half a dozen guys because they were trying to get under the luxury tax. Maybe there's a team out there that does something like that where there's still a way to add a little bit to this team, and then maybe that would open up the Chaz McCormick down to AAA type of deal.
The other day, it's I think, is it to the end of September that if they have to be on your roster to be eligible for the playoffs?
I think that's right.
Yeah, I think I looked it up yesterday or the day before, just out of the whim, because even still, when you do what the Angels fire sale did a couple years ago, you got to whether you got to fight through waivers or however you got to try and do what you got to do to get in line to get that guy. It's going to be a very slim opportunity of chance, but if you want to hold out hope for that, that's probably one where Chaz may be in play, but Cabbage would be too.
Yeah, Cabbage is too. Cabbage gives you like a left-handed option though, whereas you have a bunch of righties right now because Tucker's not here. Like Chaz and Pedro Leon, a pair of righties, and not including Jake there because Jake has kind of run away with the center field job. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Did you watch the team all around today at the Olympics? Simone Biles winning. Great story after what happened to her in the previous Olympics, the twisties. Needed a good performance on the floor, was clutch, wins the gold. And then Suni Lee, a good story too. She had that condition where she had to retire from college gymnastics because she put on a lot of weight. Was it the liver or kidney? I can't remember. One of the two.
It was somewhat of a unique disorder, or not a very well-known disorder, but yeah, it was crazy about everything that she was going through, and to come back all the way to the point that she did to do what she did today and to be part of the team was fantastic.
Really, I think this to me was the highlight of my Olympics. It's all downhill from here. Seeing Simone Biles win the individual all-around is going to be my highlight for the Olympics. I think it's going to be the highlight for most people too, quite frankly.
Yeah, no, I think that was the number one story for everybody from a United States perspective, regardless of anything else you want to watch. The track and field hasn't started yet. There's some good stories there, but nothing is as big of a story, as great of an individual story as Simone Biles, and then the team and the redemption and everything that she went through.
Everybody's talking about how she has cemented herself in the Houston Mount Rushmore of all time, which hard to argue. Like, I'd probably have her third behind Altuve and Hakeem. People were saying that she belongs on the Mount Rushmore of all time U.S. Olympians, which also, probably Biles. For me, it's Biles, Phelps, Ledecky, and Carl Lewis. Go Cougs.
Those
are my four.
Yeah, I mean, who else is in the running?
Caitlyn Jenner, maybe.
Yeah, but that's just
I'm
one
kidding.
triathlon, right?
I'm kidding. He was a star.
He was Wheaties boxes and turned into a Hollywood star because of it and stuff. But not the thing that was weird for me. Did you see it the other day when they had Phelps live watching the swimmer from another country that was doing what he was doing, trying to do 2 events in one day, and that his accomplishments were close, but no one's going to get to him. And he was like really pumped, stuff like that. I just hated that he was rooting for someone from another country. If that was the United States athlete, I'd be like, hell yeah. But like he was so passionate about it, it's like, bro, come on now. He's not a United States guy, but okay.
They're college guys though. They went he followed Phelps because he followed Phelps to Arizona State because he wanted to be under the tutelage of the guy
Same
Phelps
coach.
was under.
Yeah.
So they had the Arizona State connection.
I didn't realize that part of it.
9499 U.S. Women's Rugby last second try for the win was my favorite. You told me about that
Yeah,
play yesterday.
that was a pretty awesome finish.
6856 Key from LA. Don't forget about FloJo. She's up there.
Yeah.
She's up there.
Yep. Jackie Joyner Kersey and FloJo.
Simone or Phelps? More impressive what they done.
Ooh. Boy, that's a tough one.
Swimming's weird, though, because they have so many events. Like, it's easier to rack up tons of gold medals because they have tons of events.
But it's also the fact that what
Gymnastics
he did,
has a lot, too, though.
What he did, too, was the multiple times with the multiple events within a short period of time. It's one thing to say, I'm going to give my best in, the 100 meter.
Yeah.
And then you got to bounce back in a short amount of time and go, now I'm going to do the 200 or I'm going to do something like that.
Sure.
I think.
But he has more opportunity to win golds.
Yeah. But to be the most decorated Olympian of all time,
I think I would go Simone.
I don't think there's a wrong answer here. I think the bigger thing for me, too, is how many Olympics did they do it over? The fact that she's done all of this at multiple Olympics to the point where now she's 27. The longevity to be able to stay at the peak and to dominate for that many when Olympics only come every 4 years, that's ridiculous to me.
Yeah.
How many Olympics did Phelps with Tito over 3?
I guess. I don't know.
I don't know how many Olympics it took, but I don't think there's a wrong answer either way. If I had to pick one, I'll go Simone.
My feel on the overall Olympics, whenever I look at the USA, I would be disappointed as an American if the USA. I don't really care about the Winter Olympics, so this doesn't really this take is not for the Winter Olympics. It is specifically for the Summer Olympics. I am disappointed as an American, the superior athletic country on our earth, if the U.S. does not win the medal count and the gold count. I don't know how everybody else feels about that, but if the USA does not win the total medal count and the total gold medal count, I will be disappointed as an American because we are the superior athletic country on planet Earth. Right now, the USA is running away with the medal count. 37, next highest is France with 27. But they trail in the gold to China. China has 11. The U.S. has 9. If the U.S. does not have the most golds by the end of the Olympics, I will consider the 2024 Summer Olympics a failure for the U.S. event.
Yeah, I'm not going to go that far. I'm not, because of the individual stories and the team stories, and as long as those teams do what they need to do. I mean, I was reading an article this morning that the four-man, I had no idea what the four-man was, but it's a four-man rowing competition where they hadn't won a medal in literally almost 100 years, and they won a medal or they won the gold. I'm like, okay, well, that gold counts. But I totally have looked at it for my whole life, the way you just said. Mm-hmm. I always look at the gold medals, and I always expect them. But it's not fair now because I don't think it's going to – one, I wouldn't rule it a disappointment. And two, the rest of the world's catching up, just like when we talk about with basketball and other sports where it was just a runaway domination. And now you're seeing teams that can compete because athletes have gotten better across the world.
Athletes in China better than athletes in the U.S. of A. You're good finishing second to China?
I didn't say I'm good with it, but you said
you said you wouldn't be disappointed.
I would. You said you'd rule the entire thing a disappointment.
Yeah,
I would not. If Simone
not
won,
disappointed that
and
the U.S.
USA
is
basketball
inferior
won,
to China,
and the track team won, then if they lose the overall medal or the gold medal count by a couple of golds, and because they got it in like sniper shooting and boat racing, great.
I'm disappointed in you now, Blankers. You're settling for the U.S. of A. being second to China. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Pena?
Pena, you there?
Your phone's messing up.
You got to call back, man.
I think he's calling from China, who leads the world in gold medals right now.
It ain't over.
Call back, Pena, 713-780-3776. Actually, I saw somebody like breaking it down, saying that like with all the events that are coming up, that the US of A should be racking up a bunch of golds and past
Track
China.
they're going to clean up.
Yeah, and then like there's still the basketball gold medals, both men and women.
Not 3-on-3.
You still have the individual gymnastic events too.
That's right.
So is China going to win the 3-on-3?
I don't know, but USA is 0-2. Jimmer Fredette couldn't do it all himself.
He was getting massaged yesterday. I saw that on the.
They're getting crushed.
He strained a muscle in his upper leg.
I told you this yesterday, though, but again, when I mentioned that, the bow shooting and then the actual shooting and some of these other things that I'm not going to hold as much stock in, one of the bow shooters, they had a close-up. Right as they were ready to release the arrow at this critical time, a bee jumped in front of the scope.
I remember you telling me that yesterday.
Yeah.
And I saw it today.
And it was like,
that was messed
man,
up.
that sucks. And there's no do-overs. Look, how long have you been practicing?
Look, they're showing the medal count right now on the TV. That doesn't bother you that China has 11 golds and the U.S. has 9? That disturbs me.
If there was like 2 events left, maybe yes, it would bother me more. But I know that there's.
You said you wouldn't be disappointed if they finished second.
No, I wouldn't call the entire Olympic performance of the United States a disappointment, as you set it up. I wouldn't say that. Yeah, it would still piss me off that they didn't win enough, the amount of golds or the overall medals. But I would be more disappointed if Simone didn't win the gold or Suni Lee or the U.S. basketball teams or things like that.
If we finished second to China in gold medals, it would be a failure. It would be a failure of a Summer Olympics. 8835, Marion Jones, a legend. I don't know who are you putting Marion Jones over though? With Lewis, Phelps, Ledecky, Biles. Like everybody's sending us like the Olympians that belong on Mount Rushmore. If you're going to send one, you got to tell us who you're kicking off. So Biles, Ledecky, Phelps, Lewis is the 4 that we kind of came up with. And then everybody's sending like these honorable mentions, these +1s, like they're the bullpen on the weekends. Who are you kicking off? 1984 says Kurt Angle with a broken neck. That was a heroic moment. It probably doesn't belong on like the Mount Rushmore of Olympians.
Did you hear what he said about that today?
No.
About how many shots he took in his neck just to try and
he took a lot.
Numb it so that he couldn't. I was like, God, it doesn't sound healthy.
4761, no shock. Ron Burgundy doesn't mention Jesse Owens. I don't know which one he's calling Ron Burgundy. U.S. women have been slaying at fencing. I didn't notice that. Russia's not in it. 6167, go back to Russia. 6856, 5 Olympic Games for Michael Phelps. That's a lot.
That's a lot. To stay at the top of your field
That's 20
for 5
years worth of Olympics.
For 5 Olympics. That's where I was thinking.
Allison Felix has to be on the mount. She's good, but who you kicking out? Again, who you kicking out whenever you're adding somebody in? Someone else saying, I agree, gold medals in total, USA.
Allison Felix is close to the all-time female track medals won, I believe.
Is she?
She finally retired, but yeah, she was close.
That's pretty good. Who you kicking out if you're adding some people in? Blankers with a little jab at the 3-on-3 team. It wasn't a little jab.
It's a fact.
It was a big time jab.
Okay, let me just real quick on that, because this is the thing that you should be focused on. If Jimmer Fredette, who can't even play in the NBA, is one of the 3 best or 4 3-on-3 representatives of your country, what the hell's wrong with this picture? You see how many studs are on the Olympic team.
They can't use those guys.
You have to be able to find 4 basketball players in this country, to your point about how great basically basketball is our sport, that this is what we're throwing out there for the 3-on-3.
It has to be people though that have retired, basically, because you're not gonna play 3-on-3 if you still have aspirations to play 5-on-5 professionally.
I didn't realize that the rules are that different.
Well, you're just not going to practice it whenever you're still like practicing to play like in a G League team, or you're doing these summer leagues and stuff like that.
Joe Johnson, I'll throw Joe Johnson out there coming off the Big 3 and he was killing people in the Big 3, and say, you don't tell me Joe Johnson can't play 3-on-3?
He would be their best player.
Yes,
you're onto something. They should take
the big 3-on-3, the best 3-on-3
champions.
Yes.
They should take the big 3
They
champions.
kick everybody's ass, but you're putting Jimmer and some dude named Barry.
I like that idea.
Whether he's related or not, he throws the underhand free throws up there, and they're getting their ass kicked. It's embarrassing.
This is the best thing you've ever said. 4631. I think the 3-on-3 has to play during the 4 years of different tournaments to qualify. That's what it is. That's why the pool is as bad as it is, because you have to play in these tournaments to qualify for the Olympics. So you're playing these international tournaments all over, and you can't leave your teams professionally to do it. So that's why the player pool.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Fran explained it to me before, but you're right. Take the big 3 champion, and they will go win gold. 713-780-3776.
The quote-unquote big man the United States is throwing out there, if you took like Reggie Evans or some of these guys in the 3-on-3 that are just mauling people, go stop that.
They should take recently retired NBA guys. That's who they should take. 40-year-olds.
Fine.
Field.
Joe Johnson's going to kick everybody's ass.
I think you're right. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena on a cricket. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I ran through the dead zone through the airport. Man, y'all are tripping if y'all are putting Simone Biles over Michael Phelps. Like, so whoever just texted it, five Olympic games, the most decorated Olympian, the most gold medals in Olympic history, you're going to put Simone Biles over him?
Yeah, Simone Biles over
I
Phelps.
thought he was arguing for Simone Biles,
I thought so
and then he
too.
just turned the corner on me.
Yeah. So are you team Biles or team Phelps? I can't understand.
Y'all got it wrong. Come on now.
Hey,
Which
Pena,
side are you on?
What
Pena?
side are you on? Turn the volume up on that phone.
Hello?
All right.
Oh,
all right,
my
that's
God,
another
Pena. You know what? You're on the list.
Pena, that's a failure. It's a fail of a call. We tried you twice. You couldn't make the service happen. You're saying you're flexing that you're in an airport, and then I don't even know whose side you're picking there. You're arguing both sides of you. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth. 2971 says Michael Johnson. Johnson had a dominant Olympic performance, but is he better than any of those four?
Plus the two that we're talking about, too, the longevity of multiple Olympics, like 3 or more for each one of them. That's amazing.
Kerry Strug says 4631. Probably Mount Rushmore Olympic moment, but not a Mount Rushmore Olympic, just Olympic.
That goes, what'd you say, heroic? One of the most heroic on one leg, essentially.
She wasn't even the best gymnast on that squad, right?
I
think, was Shannon Miller on that one?
Yeah, it sounds right that Shannon Miller was on that one, but I thought Kerry Strug was the number one gymnast on that team.
I don't remember, but I don't think she was. 7308, they should use players from the N1 mixtape for the 3-on-3. That's not a bad idea. He said, this guy says, Pena does have a point. What is it? What was Pena's point?
Please
I don't know what
define it
Pena's
for both
point
of
was.
us.
7322, Joe Johnson, Carmelo Anthony, and Dwight Howard 3-on-3. They would win. That team would win.
Exactly.
Yeah. This guy says he was on Phelps' side. He's the most decorated Olympian of all time. Gold medalist. Come on, guys. He had more events. Swimming has more events than any other sport. So he has more opportunity to win gold.
Dwight Howard would go anywhere and play basketball for a bowl of soup. Basically, he'll go play.
Yeah, and plus, we have Phelps on our Mount Rushmore. It's not like we're dogging on Phelps. 713-780-3776. All right, Texans play a football game tonight. Top 5 things that I'm looking forward to seeing. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, if you're looking for a place to bet on sports, the best place that I can tell you to do it is mybookie.ag. You want to start tonight with that Hall of Fame game? Get on it. You want to go somewhere that you don't have to go on an airplane like Pena with a bad phone and trying to get out of town to go gamble? You don't have to. You can do it right on your phone, right in your house, right in your boxer shorts. All you got to do is go to mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag is the best place to go to put your money down because they're always taking care of the customer. Your money's going to be safe and secure. They've been in business for over a decade. They're not going anywhere, so neither is your money. And the fact is they're always trying to find ways to give their customers more bonuses. And they're doing it again. The main thing I can tell you is our promo code is BET975. They're going to ask you periodically and throughout the process, especially when you're putting more money in your account or you're putting money in your account for the first time, you have a promo code. If you put BET975, you're going to love it because almost instantaneously, when you put that code in and press enter, you're going to find extra money in your account up to $1,000. Depending on what you put in, they're going to put money on top of it as a thank you, and you're going to have more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win. And that casino thing that I was talking about, live dealers standing by at all times. So live dealers with casino games for you to play like poker and blackjack. You don't have to go to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. You got it right there at your fingertips with your iPad or your phone or your computer. You've got it because of mybookie.ag. You've got the extra because of listening to me. You go to mybookie.ag, you put in the promo code BET975, and you are going to cash in when you are looking for games to bet on. It is phenomenal, and their website's great too. You can find the in-game betting and live game betting, as well as a conversation with other like-minded bettors while you're watching the games right there. Fantastic place, great bonuses. They take care of their customers. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it is mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Top 5 things I'm excited to watch in the Hall of Fame game tonight between the Texans and the Bears. Number 1, violence. I am here for the violence of professional football. I like the hard hits. I like when receivers go over the middle and get their head taken off. I like when quarterbacks are kind of tight-roping the sideline and they take a huge hit. I am here for the violence of professional football. It is a violent game, and I've been missing the violence of professional football. Number 2, I'm excited for the new unis. I want to see what the new unis look like on real NFL football players, not with the Photoshop scene with Tank and Will Anderson in the little like mirror room, or on that one guy who had the little weird necklace that was in some warehouse. I'm excited to see the uniforms on the entire team on the sideline during the game. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to John Mechie. I'm right there with you. He's probably the number 1 player in tonight's game that I have the most interest in seeing. Now that all the starters are not going to play, Lassiter's not going to play, really excited to see John Mechie on a field after the reports we saw. And then all the rookies, too, that are going to play, like Bullock. Someone had said Cade Cunningham earlier. You mean Cade Stover. I get it, but that's fine. The rookies will be fun to watch. I'm excited. Number 4, position battles. The position battles. Now, a lot of starters aren't going to play, so it's not really position battles for starting jobs, but who's your second at position A, position B, position C, and then also like the final roster spots. These guys are playing for jobs. They're playing to be on the 53-man roster, the cut down from 90 down to 53. So I'm excited to see those camp battles for the final few roster spots that are available. And number 5, barely winning this by a neck. Davis Mills. Let's see what Davis Mills looks like in his 3rd year in the NFL, his 2nd year in this offense. Does he look like a formidable backup quarterback in the NFL? Does it look like a guy who's going to pass up Case Keenum on the depth chart? He is second on the depth chart, but Case Keenum starts whenever one of those guys needs to start. So I'm excited to see what Davis Mills looks like in the 3rd year of the offense, too, even though they're going to be bland. They're going to be vanilla. I am excited to watch that. That's my 5. Violence, uniforms, Mechie, the position battles, and then Davis Mills.
Yeah, look, I said right off the jump that Mechie's the guy that I'm going to be paying the most attention to. I'm also going to be paying attention to the offensive line and the wide receivers, and you can put it in either order, because you didn't have backup a year ago, and then your offensive line was in disarray while you scrambled to get backups at the offensive line. You want to watch, if the starters aren't going to play, for 1 or 2 guys that are going to be able to be respectable enough to step up and you believe could step in if indeed something happens again with injuries. From a receiver perspective, the Hutchinsons of the world behind Mechie, the Skronix of the world that they went out and got. I want to see those guys perform at a level to where if something happens, they can step in. If something doesn't happen, they can create the depth that you need throughout the season. So I'm interested in that. The running back room. I really want to see from a running back perspective what Pierce looks like in the system, no matter what other details are. Can he be a guy that could be considered in the running for the second running back position? Can he be a guy more like year 1 than he was last year in year 2, when you just looked like he just was a fish out of water? And then Bullock is a guy that I put right behind Mechie. From the standpoint, I want to see a guy with what they're doing with Petrie at safety. I want to see a guy that, if he's more ready to play now rather than having to wait and pay his dues and get comfortable and get better later, I'd love to see a guy that looks like he can play.
Yeah, the running backs is a good call, too. I'm curious to see who gets reps there, what they look like. And then, of course, my favorite player on the football team, J.J. Taylor. I'm excited to see J.J. Taylor. J.J. Taylor is going to win a job on this team. J.J. Taylor is going to play an NFL regular season snap this year. So I want to see what he looks like. Jawar Jordan, throw him into the mix there as well. Everybody's telling us that Phelps more decorated Olympian than Simone Biles. You guys just have zero loyalty to the great city of Houston. Zero loyalty to the great city.
That's the biggest thing.
You're
in Houston.
Yeah.
She should be at the top of your list no matter what. And if you're biased, so what?
Yeah, I'm biased. They're saying that he's from Baltimore. You have a bunch of Houstonians that are making a case for the Baltimore guy. No, it's Biles.
He's a Ravens
Biles
fan.
is a Houston
ding
guy.
him right
Houston
there.
Gal. Yeah, and then everybody's saying that spring is not Houston. Come on.
Oh, stop it.
Spring is most definitely greater Houston area. There is no doubt that Spring is greater Houston area. The King of Twitch says, is Humble? Yes. Is the Woodlands? Yes. If you have a high school football team that shows up in the Houston Chronicles top 10 greater Houston area for 6A, 5A, 4, you are greater Houston area. Katy, greater Houston area. Lamarck, greater Houston area. Galveston Ball, greater Houston area. If you are eligible to be in the Houston Chronicles greater Houston area top high school football team poll, you are greater Houston area.
Fact. And stop it. I mean, the thing is, you got Total Dallas already on Twitch trying to chime in and say, we'll adopt Simone Biles. If you want Dallas taking her, then keep that point of view and keep that hot take. Other than realize the fact that she's from Houston, and there are so many more from surrounding areas that you should claim and be proud of. But at the end of the day, Michael Phelps is a Ravens fan. That's all you need to know.
She's definitely a Houstonian. You kidding me? Simone Biles. Now, she might be moving to Chicago with Jonathan Biles, football player.
That's going to be another one-year deal. Don't get
Yeah,
Plus,
he's going to bounce around.
How weird is that, too?
Jonathan Biles?
No, the fact that they let him go, but for that length of time, it's going to set him back quite a bit when he comes back.
My wife and I had a little conversation about that.
Is that right?
I was like, if I was his coach, I wouldn't love that he was over there.
And
my wife was
said
like,
the same thing.
My wife was like, what? He's supporting his wife, and she's one of the greatest Olympians ever. And I was like, yeah, but if I'm the coach, I don't want him to be gone for 3 weeks.
Let me just say what you just said.
She thought I was a jerk.
Just say what you just said.
Well, she might be right,
and
but
remember
not for that
this.
reason.
He's supporting his wife, and during the season, she'll be supporting him because of the money that she's making, because he's going to have a hard-pressed time to find a job, at least on the Bears.
I think that's a good counterpoint, is that she is the breadwinner of the family.
Yeah.
So
yeah, just watch the commercials on the Olympics to find out if she's doing okay financially.
2971's asking, is Beaumont part of the greater Houston area? I would say yes.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna look, you just include Galveston. If you're including Galveston, then Beaumont's in.
Beaumont's whenever Beaumont Westbrook or I think that's about it. From the Beaumont schools. There's not a ball in Beaumont, I don't think.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Galveston Ball. I thought you were talking about Galveston.
But like Beaumont Westbrook, whenever they had good football teams, they're ranked in the greater Houston area Houston Chronicle polls. That's greater Houston area. If you're being ranked in the greater Houston area polls in high school football by the Houston Chronicle, you're greater Houston area.
As
far as I'm
concerned. If ESPN 97.5 is going to do remotes in Beaumont,
yeah,
you're part of Houston.
Absolutely. 3358. What about the kickoff? Are you excited to see that? Yeah, actually I am. I'm excited to see what that looks like.
You know what I'm excited for? It's a 1-year trial.
You don't think they're going to keep it up?
They don't have to, which is good, because I've got my doubts, and I just don't like changing what we've always seen. I think they've already softened it up enough, but now you're kind of succumbing to the other leagues that are gimmicky to try and get viewership, which I don't think you have to do. I'm not a big fan of the kickoff.
I would like to have kept it the same, but I am interested to see what it looks like. I want to see how teams use it, strategize, et cetera, et cetera. I would just kick the ball out of the back of the end zone, quite frankly.
Which is what
not even messing
they already did anyway. So then again, why change it? Just keep doing what you've been doing and blast it out of the end zone.
Player safety. They're anti-violence.
They're anti-violence, but they're lining the whole team up except for the kicker and the returner 10 yards from each other and letting them go at it.
Yeah, that's safer. It is safer.
I mean, yeah, from the standpoint of a running start to really crush someone. But other than that, it's still going to be a pretty aggressive couple of seconds trying to block.
You see a lot of neck injuries on kickoffs, like the whole crunch and then like 2 blockers on one.
Or the blind, the what do you call it? The spear guy going down and catching the guy.
What do they call that guy? There's a name for him. Forget them. All right, we talk a lot about the Texans and their schedule, how much it matters. How about this stretch coming up for the Astros and the difficulty of their schedule, and could it define their season? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the Neograft procedure. If you don't know what that is, but you're experiencing hair loss and you're going bald and you don't think there's anything you can do about it, that's what you need to know about the Neograft procedure. It gets your hair back, and it does it in a way in which it's your own hair. I didn't realize this till I sat down with Doc and his staff, and he explained to me that you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go up top or in front. The fact is that he takes some of that hair, he repurposes it, he puts it where you need it most, and in no time at all, you've got your hair back. Again, it's going in the exact same direction as the rest of your hair. It's the same color, and because he's taking it from a spot where you're never going to lose it, it's not going away. It's going to be there with you probably for the rest of your life, and that is exciting for you. And because you listen to us and you're interested in him, All you got to do is go to 975hair.com where you can get information and sign up for a free consultation with Doc and his staff. I said free because to the general public, they go in and they want a consultation, it's $150. You get it free, so why not do it? There's no commitment from you, no money out of pocket or signing on the dotted line. Just question and answers, them explaining to you everything from the PRP treatments that can kind of re-strengthen the hair you have to getting your hair back with the NeoGraft procedure. I love these guys. I did the procedure. I couldn't be happier with it. The results are there for everyone to see, and it is phenomenal. You could be the next in line. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com. Tell them I sent you by.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Everyone saying Jesse Owens needs to be on y'all's Mount Rushmore. Okay, but we were only counting guys that both of us saw perform at the Olympics.
Yeah, not just me.
Not just
and
one
the
of
fact that a lot of times, too, we're just talking about the ultimate, like, all the medal count and everything like that, but it's a legit thing from the big picture of what Jesse Owens, man.
Yeah, more than just the performance, no doubt. We talk a lot about schedule, especially with the Texans, because they do have a very difficult schedule. The Astros have a difficult schedule coming up. How much do you think this could impact the rest of their year?
I think it impacts them a lot, and I think it's because of the fact that they got off and dug such a slow start, dug themselves such a big hole that now when you look at it and say, hey, it's one, you're in a dogfight with the Mariners, and it's you and it's them. But then you're also considering the wild card and the other teams in the periphery that might be involved in the process of one or the other. The Rangers aren't that far behind you or trying to catch the wild card. And when you look at the fact that coming up, I mentioned a couple times how tough the schedule is going to be in August, but the Astros are only going to be playing 9 out of their next 35 games against a team that has a losing record. They're playing against, they've already played the Dodgers. They got to play them again. They're playing the Red Sox. They're playing good teams. They're the only AL playoff hopeful who doesn't face a team with a losing record for at least 10 games or more from August 1 through September 8. So you're talking about the Rangers. They play 10 out of 35. The Mariners, 16 of the next 34 games in that span are against teams with a losing record. So that's where the schedule can be a factor for you. And that's where you've got to be on your best. That's why when we're talking about, you got to have Kyle Tucker back. You got to have Verlander back. You got to have the guys that are going to be giving you the best chance to really kind of persevere through this stretch. September, it loosens up a little for you, but I think this is the this is the part of the schedule that's going to define the entire year for the Astros.
I don't worry as much about baseball schedules as football schedules. I think they both matter, but football schedules to me matter way more than a baseball schedule. Baseball, you have a little bit of volatility, like in each series. Like, are you ducking the number 1, number 2 starters from a team? Are they throwing their A's? Who's out? Who's in? You look at the Astros. Who did they play? The Dodgers. The Dodgers. You catch the Dodgers whenever they don't have Mookie Betts. They don't have Freddie Freeman. Maybe you have a bad team that just has a really dominant pitcher, and then you're facing him. I mean, kind of like Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's not a bad team, but you face Pittsburgh, and then they throw their ace in that series. So I think there's more volatility to the baseball schedule, and it's more about when you play them versus who you're playing. But yes, it matters. I just don't think it matters as much as football.
I think it's also because of the fact that football, it's just 17 games, whereas you're playing a whole lot more games too. Your points are valid, and it's also because you play so many games. But at this point in the season, for this specific season, you're talking about where you cut all kinds of slack and leeway out of the way with the way you started and how bad you performed. And now you're lucky enough to be in this position, but now you hope that what we've seen out of this team is, unlike taking the bad teams for granted and then falling flat on their face, the Dodger series, the Orioles series, they have been able to step up against the better teams this season too and play some of their best baseball. It's just you'd like them to be healthy too, because this right now, I think, as a microcosm, comes down to what could decide your season. This stretch of games in the month of August.
Yeah, it is weird how the Astros, they do have the tendency to kind of play to their competition, where they'll struggle against teams that aren't as good, and then all of a sudden they play really well against the better teams. Haven't seen that as much this year, with the exception of the Orioles series, in which they came into town, you swept the Orioles, who I think is the best team in the American League.
But think about 2 years in a row too, the Seattle, Oakland back-to-back. You come in, you play your best baseball against the Mariners, you ruin their in-season World Series, and then you go and completely crap the bed against the A's.
Yep. Junior Broncos says catching the A's when they have 2 guys in their lineups that are candidates for Player of the Month. I roll. So yeah, it's about when you play a team in baseball, and then which pitchers you're seeing, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, this is a critical month. There's no doubt about that. Art says that since 2017, the Astros have been horrible in August. Is that a coincidence? Is there something to that? I think it's more coincidence than anything else.
I would counter that by saying, and in the golden era of Astros baseball, they've found a way they haven't started like they started this year, and they found a way to get to the American League Championship Series. This year's totally different than that. It's not about, the month of August and how they play. It's who they play.
3062 doesn't impact them nearly as much as them tripping over their junk out of the gate. That's something that is disappointing. McTaggart sent the tweet yesterday, because yesterday was the final game of July, and he just did the month by month for the Houston Astros and how they've been month by month this season. And you look back at the start that they had, and it's like, man, just play 500 baseball. Then March and April, they were 10-19. May, they were 15-14. June, 17-8. July, 14-11. So they've been good in the summer.
Yep.
June and July, they have a record of 31-19. They've won 31 of 50 games. That's pretty impressive. You do the win percentage on 31 in 50 games. That's a 62% pace. You look at that over the course of 162 games, that's a 100-win pace. So in June and July, they've played at a 100-win pace. The problem is they were 10-19 in March and April. If you go 14-15 in March and April, you have a 4-game lead on Seattle right now.
Yeah, this is a team, when you look at it, and the reason why both of us are bullish on the fact that this can still be a team that wins the World Series, gets to the World Series, does what they've done in the past. But then when you look at it from a record perspective and know how bad that start was, you're playing a team, or you just got done playing a team in the Pirates, that you assume when looking at it and looking at the two teams, you go, Astros are way better than the Pirates. And then you look at the records and go, no, they're not. They're right there within a game or two of the two teams. And you're going, you don't feel like that's supposed to be the case? That's indicative of just how bad and how much it's killing them to have gotten off to the slow start that they did.
Ocho, the Astros schedule is only as hard as they make it. It's more about how they play than who they play. They've proven they can stink it up against the worst teams while being successful against the best. That sums it up about as well as you can, I think.
But it's not just how they play. When he says the who they play against the team they're playing against, but who's playing for them too. Because who they play means you'd like to have JV and Tucker at your disposal,
yeah, but that
so you
doesn't
can play
matter
your best baseball.
Yes, but that doesn't really – that's yes no matter what. Like, you wish you had Tucker Verlander no matter what the schedule looks like.
But the bad thing is you had Tucker and Verlander at the start of the year when you were so bad, but now I think it's critical.
Well, not Verlander. Verlander missed a few starts at the
That's
beginning of the
true.
year.
That's true. But for the majority of when they were bad, he was pitching.
Yeah.
So you look at it now and say, now I need both those guys, and I need to have the healthiest, best chance to win every single night, as opposed to having some fluff room.
That's the hope for the team. Is the hope for the team is that somehow you crawl into the playoffs, and then at the start of the postseason, everybody's healthy and you're at your best. That's the hope. Now that's maybe too hopeful. 8835. I'm still laughing at when Blanker said Dwight Howard would play basketball for a bowl of soup. It might be too healthy for Howard, though, honestly.
Based on his track record of his diet, yes, you're right. But at the same time, he's been playing in all these different countries, starting fights and doing everything just because he's getting another opportunity, and he hopes it turns into another chance in the NBA.
Doesn't he have the doesn't he own part of that team? Isn't he part owner of it?
I don't think so, because
he did.
He was stealing money from them for all kinds of appearances and stupid things, just trying to collect extra cake.
Yeah, they don't hate the hustle. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What's your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Hall of Fame coming up at 7. It is Summer Slam Week, so I'm sure the boys will be talking about that. Space Cowboys coming up at 7 o'clock on 92.5 as well. So keep it locked and loaded on ESPN 97.5 and or ESPN 92.5. We're going to be out at the Hunters Extravaganza tomorrow at the NRG Center. So swing on by, say hello to us. Landry Locker will be filling in for Joel Blank. Blank is out tomorrow. So Landry and I from the NRG Center, the Hunters Extravaganza tomorrow. Make sure you're either tuned in or you come out, see us out there. What are you nominating for car wreck of the day, Blankers?
I'll start by owning it, me. Because and I'm still trying to figure out. I saw it. I swear I saw it on TV, and I saw players being interviewed. But if I said Cheryl Swoops was in the middle of being investigated, and if it was back when she was still coaching and she's not coaching at Loyola anymore, then that's on me.
I think that it's probably some sort of domino effect of that. Like either their decision has been made, or if there was some sort of civil law case, maybe there's been a ruling on the civil law case. I'm guessing that's what it was.
Yeah, because I saw it on my TV in the office, while I also saw something on my timeline, and I'm going, I know it was in the last day or so, but maybe it was because of her Caitlin.
Maybe you were
Clark
living in the past.
comment. Well, it's not something I do often, but you're right. It's possible.
Maybe you were living in the past.
I've been accused of that.
The Seattle Mariner fans are my nomination for the car wreck of the day. We know how bad Seattle Mariner fans are. They're maniacs. They're psychotic. They've put my address on the internet because I trolled them and made them mad. Mitch Garver, who's not doing well. No one in that Seattle offense is doing well. But Mitch Garver yesterday after the game, fighting back emotions on trying to get out of his struggles. Quote, "It's probably the hardest I've ever had to grind. This is by far the worst I've ever played in my career. Tough on myself and my family with the death threats, the retire and you suck and bad word kill yourself and all that bad word.
Good Lord.
It's getting old. The only way I change it is if I play better, but it's like continuing right now. So the worse I play, more here, and rightfully so, I'm not playing well." So Seattle Mariner fans who have already been, the worst professional sports fans that currently reside in the United States of America, death threats to a player that is struggling. Unbelievable.
It's hard that you could ever say that you should take a page out of the fans of Philly, but even when Trey Turner was struggling mightily, they found a way to support their own guy, and he pulled out of it. But that sounds pretty apropos for Seattle.
I don't know how sports are so serious where you're threatening somebody's life. Threatening somebody. Like, booing's fine.
It's
like,
not your
professionals.
livelihood either, right? I mean,
No.
These guys, it's not like they're not trying. They're trying to keep earning a check and playing for their keep, so to speak. But you're just a fan, and you're going to crush them like that?
Like, I mean, we bang players, obviously, bang on players.
Threats?
We don't do death threats. Like, we talk about poor performance, which is fair. They're professionals that are getting paid based on their performance. I think it's fine when fans boo them. I think it's fine when they heckle them. Now, crossing the line, becoming personal, or now threatening them is ridiculous. Like, let's stop taking sports to the point of life and death and threats or any sort of comments that are crossing the line. Banging on a player's performance because they're not playing well is totally acceptable. Saying that, they should be an offensive lineman that goes to help up their quarterback when they get knocked off their feet, that's totally fair. Talking about performance. Whenever you're talking about players' families and racist remarks, sexist remarks, threatening their lives, you're a loser. You're a loser.
That's pretty pathetic.
In Seattle, you're a bunch of losers. Always have been, always will be.
First-round picks that I said were never going to be a centerpiece of a trade and weren't worthy of it.
Who's that?
Sam Decker.
Oh, he's from Seattle?
No, he's from Wisconsin. I once tweeted, someone sent a trade proposal to me, and I was like, I hate to break it to you, Sam Decker is never going to be the centerpiece of a trade that brings you back whoever it was. And Sam quit talking to me. He was pissed.
Sheesh. Alex is nominating car wreck of the day for Total Dallas. Not exactly sure why, other than
tried
he
to claim
resides
Simone Biles
in Dallas. He's really from Arlington, but that's neither here nor there. And then Ocho says car wreck of the day is definitely CBS for preempting The Young and the Restless for Sheila Jackson Lee's funeral. All due respect, but Victor Newman supersedes the death of Miss Jackson. Sheesh. Ocho likes his novelas. He likes his shows. Ocho's on The Young and the Restless, King of Queens, and Everybody Loves Raymond. Ocho has range.
Yes, he does.
All right, what's winning?
I'll go Seattle fans. That's awful.
Yeah, Seattle fans, unanimous. You're our car wreck of the day. You're going to win something this year, though. That's good. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Boston Rodriguez for filling in for the ill Brian McDonald. He's Blank on Brand, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye, everybody.